Hello, everyone. We are Easy Allies. My name is Brandon Jones. I'm joined by Isla Hink.
Hi.
Michael Huber.
Yo.
Brad Ellis.
Cody.
Michael Damiani. Ben Moore.
Yo.
And on the laptop over there in the corner, my best bud, Daniel Bloodworth. It is Cody Day. We are not joined by everyone's favorite ally, Don Casanova, because Don isn't playing no games. Don's out there making money. Don's out there making videos.
Hustling.
Don's out there taking care of business while we are in here to goof off.
I had him
and
put a
talk
bet
about
on
video games.
the football game for me, actually.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, are we going to know how that worked out before this is over? This is a long shoot.
How much did you put down?
I'm kidding.
What you're watching right now is the Easy Allies Award Deliberations. We are about to talk for
We don't know how
8 hours?
All day.
Six if we're magicians. 8, probably 9 if today goes wrong.
Watch it get done in 2 hours.
We're here to figure out what the nominees are going to be for all of our categories, which Blood will go through our categories in a second. We're here to pick the winner of all of those categories, including Game of the Year. We're here to figure out what the hell happened this year because we spent a lot of time playing games and a lot of time talking about games, but there's still a lot that needs to come out on the wash. We've spent the last month and a half, I think, of our lives strictly focusing on goaties. I've played 2 hours of so many of these games. And we'll see if any of that amounts to anything. That's my strategy this year was more.
The problem is I do
Not
feel
more
like there's
of,
a lot
more-
of games,
more games.
this year where it's like
2
you
hours
have to
of
get
Lost
past a
Judgment? I
certain
don't
point
know.
and you don't know what the
Yep.
heck it is.
I don't know. Blood, what are the categories? So this is a very long video you are about to watch. If you're watching this live, hello, we'll be live tonight. If you're watching this on demand or listening to it, buckle up, because this is going to take a while, and we have no idea how long it'll be. Check that TRT, and that's what you're in for. Blood, what are this year's categories of the Easy Allies 2021 awards?
Yeah, so one important thing to note is that we just axe genres entirely. We've been leaning that way for I don't know how many years.
Yeah.
Axe leaning.
Fewer and fewer genre awards. This year we just decided to get rid of all of them. So they're more
Explain what that means.
yeah, so no action adventure or RPG because everybody's stolen RPG mechanics and
Fighting and
fighting.
Racing's a tough one,
There's
Blood, because
best
there's a lot of
fighting
racing
game,
games,
Guilty
yeah.
Gear Strive. That's easy. There you go.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, so the categories that we do have, including many from previous years, boss fight, competitive multiplayer, cooperative multiplayer. Last year we combined those. I don't think we'll have to do that this year.
Yeah, we got a lot of really great.
But we'll
nominees.
see.
That's going to be fun.
It'll depend on how we whittle them down, how we feel about them. World design, best 7. Always a fun one.
Yeah.
It's just like a nice little what is a game that's just, it's not the best of the best, but it's comfort food. It's a game that we gave a 7 not because it's failed, but it's just in
It's
that
a 7.
cozy space. Yeah.
It's a 7.
That's the true goatee right there.
Best remaster or remake. Best additional content / expansion. We honor all of the additional content that a game might have gotten in a year, not just a specific expansion necessarily. Best game to play in one night, which is one of my favorite ones because it's really easy to jump through a bunch of cool little games. Best character, best narrative, best weapon is a Michael Huber special.
Good Lord, look how many.
Can't wait for that one.
I'm more invested in it than I think I've ever been.
Hell yeah.
There's so much for Turtle on there.
I didn't know which one to pick.
Yeah, and then I saw after I
nothing from
put mine
Deathloop.
down that you already put them, and I was like, I'm leaving it.
Nothing from Deathloop. All right, we'll get there.
Best music,
Did not like the weapons and stuff.
best trailer, which is a Brandon Jones special.
Nice.
We've got an honorable mentions category that we still are trying to sort out what we want to do with, and we'll get to it when we get there. And then a game of the year, of course. Picking our top 10. So most of these categories are going to be 5. Game of the year will be 10 nominees. And then the honorable mentions, I don't know yet.
Trailer's
I don't know what
10,
we'll
but
do
I go
there.
through them really fast.
Yeah.
Like that, we don't have to whittle down that list unless you look at the big list and see something you want to shift. But I digress. We'll get
We
there.
thought about doing early access this year, but we weren't confident in enough of the contenders that we had actually put the time in. But Valheim was getting a lot of love there, so just so everyone's aware.
Well, what you are about to see is based on a year of editorial content and editorial work. Isla, you don't review games, but you cut a boatload of them here at Easy Allies. So before we begin, I just want to say thank you to all of the allies for being here today and talking about goaties. Give yourself a round of applause. Welcome,
Yeah,
allies.
we made it.
All right, starting it off is best boss fight.
Hell yeah.
Michael Huber mostly and Daniel Bloodworth. What are the contenders?
So what we've
So a lot of question marks.
yeah, a lot of question
I want to
marks.
see what y'all think.
What have been slapped on this list so far? Nemesis from Returnal, Hyperion from Returnal, Lady Dimitrescu, all forms from
Just in
Resident
general,
Evil
yeah,
Village.
yeah.
Fair.
Cicero from Fist, Bowser from Bowser's Fury, Nero, or is it Weiss or Vice?
Vice.
Vice. From Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, right?
Intermission.
Yep.
Intermission is
Okay.
the, yeah.
I can't get those two mixed
It's
up.
very easy to get.
Dark Lord from Doom
Ancient Gods
Eternal,
Part
Ancient
2.
Gods Part
Oh,
2,
sick. Yep.
Grey Crow from Death's Door, Moon Baboon from It Takes Two.
I just realized that that's a spoiler, and that's gonna happen. We should say that.
Yeah. There's
Oh,
gonna be
thank you.
spoilers.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
There's gonna be
We
spoilers for
can't.
games.
Sorry, and they're going to be hot
no,
and
Too late.
heavy. We're not going to
Sorry.
have a lot of. I think last year there was a Days Gone one that I put text over. Don't count on text for a lot of these because we got to.
The gloves are off more than ever before.
Yeah. The spoiler
Uh,
gloves.
Escherum from Halo, Z57 from Metroid Dread.
I really like that one.
So
I
I'm
want to
trying
see
to remember what that is, but we'll get
Yeah.
to it. Ravenbeak from Metroid Dread, the Blood Brothers from Guardians of the Galaxy, Emperor Nefarious from Ratchet and Clank, Nua from SMT5,
Ooh.
Cert from SMT5, the Gluttonous Goats from Psychonauts 2, maybe Juliana from
Yeah,
Deathloop,
I wanted y'all
and
opinion on
Damon
that.
from No More Heroes 3.
Damon.
Yeah, I put Juliana down, and I was like,
Yeah.
does
Does
this
it count? Does that count if it's a person?
If another person, it seems
It's
a
more like
little
a
weird.
PvP, like
Yeah.
invasion.
So the counter that I came up with was the Old Monk in Demon Souls, and we would often talk about that
Yeah.
as a best boss fight.
True.
And that could also be done by a player.
How
so I
were
don't
your
know.
Juliana encounters?
Good.
Yeah.
Really good. It was, to me, it was my favorite part of Deathloop, no question. Anytime
Wow.
I got invaded, I kept invasions on, and I just love the encounters because some of them I would get just utterly demolished, but then other ones we would just have this cat and mouse game. You would see Juliana kind of running in the environment. Sometimes I would like hide on a building and just drop down and stealth kill her. And like anytime you kill her, it's super fun.
My only counter thing, Ben, I guess, about the old monk is in Demon Souls, it was very much you were in this boss room kind of thing, and like this is literally the boss of this whole area. And
Yeah.
Juliana is kind of just like a random invasion. It'd be, to me, almost been it would be like counting a player invader in a
Right.
Souls game as a boss.
Right.
That's my only thing.
Yeah.
But Juliana is
I
a
thought about that too.
defined
She
character.
is
though.
absolutely.
And they also make it where like you can't things get locked down when she appears.
I love that.
It makes an arena. Kind
But
of.
I mean, I was split on it too.
I'm
Yeah,
not
so-
opposed to it, but
It's a
that's
tough
just
call.
my only gripe.
All right,
with
let's
it.
leave it on a maybe.
we'll see
maybe.
if she gets nominated anyway.
Yeah.
There's
It
a lot
doesn't
of
seem like
there's a lot
you're
of
too
good
hot.
contenders.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
I kind of feel like, yeah, kind of like what Barry was saying, like with Old Monk, like there's different mechanics when you play as
Old
Old
Monk's
Monk,
either
right?
great or it sucks.
Yeah.
it's completely random.
That was my point, was that I wonder if people just got a really lousy Juliana's and was like, that was a cool idea, but it never really paid off in my playthrough. Like,
Right.
was not the most interesting.
Being
part, but-
Juliana was cool too, just like pretending to be an NPC. Because what I did as Juliana was like stand there as an NPC, like being all dumb, and then you see Colt run up, just like, you know, meleeing some things, comes up to you, just like, oh, this is just NPC, and there's like, psych! So like those moments are
Yeah.
I
really
think,
cool.
I think the Juliana stuff is one of the best parts of Deathloop.
yeah.
Anybody, like, once we get into like the hard parts of SMT5 and Returnal and stuff like that, anyone that's familiar with those games think we can cut, because I think we have the most in
I want
this.
to talk about
Well,
Returnal really
Hold
quick.
on.
I have one I wanted to add since I wasn't able to add
yes.
something to this.
Walker.
And is the Endwalker.
Hell yeah.
It's not the final boss, but that's why it's going on here. Zodiark.
Zodiark.
Because the thing they've been building up to being the final boss is the first boss fight in the game.
Oh, cool.
And it's with a K actually.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Zodiark. Sounds like a Digimon.
so-
And it
Yeah.
does a mechanic that had never been seen in the game yet. So it's like
Cool.
one of the boss fights that did something that wasn't.
Did you know
regurgitated.
that mechanic was coming, or did
No.
it surprise you?
Like when I saw
That's
it
fun.
happen, I was like, "Wait!" Like the whole arena rotating like that. Like,
Oh yeah.
like
That was
the
sick.
hazards stay fixed. Like, wait a second, this is so easy. Then
That
all of a
was
sudden
cool.
the arena
Yeah.
starts rotating. You're like, wait, what the hell?
Yeah, I got
Sick.
baited, dude.
That's cool.
Sorry.
That sounds fun.
Sure.
Jones, to answer your question, the boss fight that really sticks out to me in Returnal is Nemesis, I believe,
Nemesis, yeah.
is the
organ?
one. Yes,
No.
Yeah.
it's
Isn't Hyperion the organ?
No.
Nemesis is the floating one with the babies attached to it.
I thought it was the other way around.
Hyperion's the organ.
Can we get a check on that?
Yeah,
think
check it.
Nemesis is the organ, but I
Yeah, I
could be
think
wrong.
Nemesis is the organ.
It's one of those things in Returnal where like you remember the boss very distinctly, but you're too busy dodging things to like get the name ingrained in your
Right.
brain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Both of those I like though. It was between the organ and the floating platforms to me.
Oh yeah, the floating platform is very good.
That one was really cool, but I think the organ.
Hyperion.
It is?
Organ.
Well, there it is.
There it
So
is, yeah.
Hyperion for sure.
Yeah.
Good save.
Yeah, there's just something about the music like as you're approaching.
Yeah.
and
Music
then-
is really good.
yeah. Just in terms of presence, it was my favorite one.
I agree.
I think all of the boss fights in Returnal are pretty good.
As somebody who hasn't finished Returnal can understand. Like,
Right.
I bet. Well, I would imagine those would be a highlight coming
Sick.
up.
Yeah, really sick fight.
Uh,
Good build up to it, and then the fight itself is just awesome. It's a showpiece.
Lady
Yeah,
D, I think
that's
we can
actually
all
one
So
of
speak
Lady
to.
D,
I think we can all speak to it.
I was thinking of Village. I think she's the best fight in the Village. It's not my favorite boss fights in the series, Village. It's not its strength to me, but I think Lady D in general, if we're just counting that, because she hunts you down Nemesis
Right.
style
That's
throughout,
true.
which is
Yeah.
really fun.
So tense.
They have the part where she cuts your hand off,
Yeah.
which
the-
is
that
so
part-
sick.
Dungeon part is so important because
Yeah.
even on higher difficulties, the fact you can walk through the iron bars, that, like you think you're safe because on
Yeah.
the easier thing, you're like, oh, I'm so safe, and that moment she
Bottoms.
crosses
Yeah,
over,
yeah,
you're just
yeah.
like, holy shit, what is going on?
Yeah.
I wouldn't count that as a boss fight though.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Is like, is her entire
That's
run
literally
up?
you just running from her.
Well,
that's an encounter.
if we're only going to count her last boss fight, like all that's foreplay for
Yeah.
me. You know,
Yeah.
like all that makes that fight so good because of how scary it is when when you finally start to be like, I wounded you. It's
Yeah.
like, and you see like, I was like, oh, this is going down
rams
now.
you,
yeah.
That's the thing about Resident Evil villains. It's like, when are we going to fight? Are we going to fight at the end of this area, or are you going
Right.
to come back later?
I
So when
don't-
she came like
yeah.
tearing out of the top of that building, I was like, let's
Yeah,
go.
it's cool.
And I actually really like that fight because going back, there's an achievement that's like kill her in a minute.
Yeah.
And I tried like 4 times, and I was like, I can't because she wants to fly away, and I can get a ton of damage just on her tiny little head, moving and flying around with my superpowered sniper rifle, but I can't hit her. And I
But
was
the
like,
category is called Best Boss Fight.
Yeah, I have a
Best
question.
Boss.
Like, are we counting like their presence throughout the entire
Right.
game, or literally just the boss encounter?
That's
We
the
can
question.
change the name to Best Boss.
I'm okay just doing the last Lady D fight, but
Sure,
I
yeah.
wanted to kill her because of all
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
things she
definitely,
did in
definitely.
that.
But I just want to know if that
Right.
even like matters for the actual.
Just in terms of how satisfying it made that one
Because
encounter.
that could change things dramatically.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe that
If-
more fits the character, Huber, that stuff.
I think that the
Yeah.
context
Best
makes
boss?
a boss fight better
Okay.
in general.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it is hard to completely remove yourself. Even if you try, it's hard to
Yeah.
remove the
Right.
context from the boss.
Because yeah, it's building up to the fight.
I do feel like I am the outlier here because I really
Yeah, I
like
remember
Lady
you not
D.
liking this fight.
Yeah, I really like Lady D as a character, but I don't think the fight itself is all that interesting from a mechanical perspective. I feel like
Pretty
the
standard.
the other boss fights, like even if they were more gimmicky, I think left a stronger presence with me and were kind of a little bit more exciting. I think and I was like trying to think about why do I feel this way, and I think it's because Lady D and her normal form is just such an interesting character and just such an interesting design that I feel like it's one of those cases where going through the Resident Evil process of becoming a giant monster, like, kind of makes her less cool to me. It like kind
Yeah.
of takes away
Oh, she
her.
looks so
I
cool,
totally,
though.
I totally
She
feel
looks
that.
sick.
Yeah, the first time encountering her, like seeing her turn into a giant dragon thing,
Yeah.
like it did have a spectacle. So I'm like half and half with this.
Yeah.
Like on some secret replays, I this like smoke and mirrors went away. I'm like, this might not be the most interesting fight. But the first time, because she's constantly coming at you in that
It's
like
pretty
small
menacing.
like tower area,
Yeah.
and then like, oh well, can she really fit there? No, she just crashes through. So like the constant tension was
Yeah.
there, and I kind of like that about your first encounter. So for a first run through of that, it was, and then like the climb up to the top, it's like. You get that one, like those one chance shot things, and
Yeah.
like you fail, you're going back.
Yeah.
And like even the beginning, I was like, do I go up the stairs here when she's right there? But the flying off parts, I didn't really like when she flew off. I was like,
Yeah.
well,
Sure, yeah.
eh.
I'm in the middle with you both. I do like though on a higher difficulty, the fight does change a little bit when
Yes.
she throws the insects at you. You have to hide in the
So,
turrets or whatever.
exactly, yeah.
And then she'll break those, which is
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
The having the insect thing was like on top of that, like it's a nice way. Like you think this fight's familiar, but it's like now you got to contend with this as well. So
Yeah.
I appreciate it because I thought the water boss Moreau, whatever, was like that was like the
Yeah.
worst to me.
And I don't like the Heisenberg mech fight.
good
No,
spectacle,
I do.
but
Oh,
like
that's
the
one of my-
doll-
It's like funny.
That's one of the
Yeah.
dumbest
Yeah.
parts of the whole
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Heisenberg is.
And once, and like it's,
Dumb also,
but at
but
least it
whatever.
doesn't have the thing like with the doll fight where like once you know what to do, like
Yeah.
that goes away because that was the best first encounter. But like,
Totally.
I think of the standard fights, it does hold up really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like it's
Should we?
Maybe come back to
Yeah.
it?
I mean,
Yeah.
well, yeah. I mean, I guess don't get after me for saying this,
No.
but like, do people have horses? Because there are 35. Of
Yeah,
these
there's a
things.
lot.
Yeah.
Like, we can't spend 30
For
minutes.
sure.
on
Sure.
They're just
I've
all the
said my
top boss
piece.
games,
It's
which
good.
Yeah,
I
I
should
guess
play.
yeah, I guess the question is
whose favorite?
Okay.
Let's
Lady
go
D
from there.
in or out?
Hyperion
Moon
is a
Baboon
lock.
was like a lot.
Moon Baboon is a lock. I want to lock it in.
The problem
wanna
is I
talk
have
about-
I have like 5 that.
I want to
Yeah,
talk
there's-
about
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let's
Definitely
get
a
to
few.
those.
Yeah.
Let's get to those.
Sure.
the
10.
Moon Baboon
I wanna hear-
100% because of the co-op mechanics. This fight is the best. So one person
Should we use
has to
colors or something?
One person has to
That's what I was
dodge the
gonna say.
laser while the other one has to run around and hit the switch while the other one getting chased has to like make the laser target it. Then you both have to get on the rockets and you start launching the rockets at him. Then one person has to go and do the platforming part while the other person is running. Then the last part is it's flying, and then one person is the radar.
That's right.
You're like, yo, where is it? Where is it? And the other person has to like,
Sounds great. Let's just get the
yeah.
list real fast.
Okay,
and
Moon
then do
Baboon though,
that.
yeah.
Cool.
I'm with you,
Right?
though.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
because this category
Yeah.
has so many.
Zodiac
Can we
done
lock
yet?
down
Would you
Metroid?
wanna- Zodiac?
Which one? 'Cause
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Zodiac's really sick. That was a really cool moment.
I would like to hear your consideration, but I definitely see 5 others that probably will like knock it out. But
Let's- Let's go. I think
Yeah.
it's high though. I really think that was a really sick
like
fight.
Vice, I think Vice needs to
Vice is
Oh,
really
okay.
just
intense.
because of like takes.
Sick.
Yeah, we'll get to it, but I think there's a good argument to be
Max
made for like
skill.
Hubert. I want to.
I'd like Ben's thoughts on the fucking Dark Lord because no one was talking about Ancient Gods Part 2, and the end of this DLC is literally Avengers Endgame.
Okay.
It is like opening portals, heaven to hell.
Hubert, you
We're
gotta
just
let
listing
Damiani
right-
finish.
Sorry. So, I thought he was
No, I
talking-
went- I thought it was-
he was,
Well,
he was
I
gonna
talk
talk
about
to you.
Weiss. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were asking Ben about
Sorry.
it, so I was.
My
that
bad.
was Ben. Oh no, no.
Are you locking in Weiss from Final Fantasy VII?
Yeah, just
Oh,
say
okay.
names. real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah, I think
Sorry.
Vice and but I was gonna ask like Huber, like, are you the only one who's for like Bowser in 3D World?
Yeah, it just.
I actually really like Bowser's
Okay.
World. I wouldn't
Yeah, it's really
necessarily.
epic.
I wouldn't necessarily
I'm trying to
like
remember
die
what that
for
fight
it,
was,
but
but-
I liked it a
Remember
lot.
what
Yeah.
it
You get
was?
big.
So
Remember
you start out.
Oh,
super.
The giant.
Yeah, okay.
But
Goku
then
cat.
when you beat him as big, the cat
Chase
versus big,
sequence.
you get on the big dinosaur
That's
thing and
plus
you're like
yeah.
chasing it.
Okay. Cool fight.
Yeah, yeah,
It was
Yeah, I just
Cool,
couldn't
I don't
remember.
know if
It's been a while.
would think of a top 5, but maybe.
It is one that when you bring it up, it brings a smile to my face.
Yeah.
There are. This is
Yeah.
a very
I got
contentious
happy
category,
inside.
Yeah.
but
You can blue Hyperion. That one sounded pretty loud.
Yeah, Hyperion's a
Yeah.
lock.
Zodiac, you want it? Or
Well,
Sounds
he
like
was
it.
saying like
he
he
said
might
something will probably knock it out.
probably knock
Escharum?
out.
Because
From
we're
Halo?
yeah, like
so I really like the Escharum fight. I don't know if it makes the top 5.
Was
Probably
that
agree with
the last fight
This is the one before the very last one.
in the dark again?
He's in the room with the pilot locked.
I think it's probably the best boss fight. In the
Yeah,
game,
the
man.
pilot's locked and it's
were
close
you
quarters.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
sounds like
it
it's
was
not a lock.
yeah.
what about
Yeah.
Ravenbeak?
So that's what I want to talk about. Ravenbeak.
I think
I like
really
Z57 more.
What's
Which one was
So
that?
Z57
I was gonna lock Ravenbeak.
Yeah.
Okay,
I was
okay,
gonna-
Me too.
like,
Which one's? Wait, which one
I
is
think
that?
the
It was the experiment plant thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
I loved that
I-
fight.
I feel like I
know.
don't remember this fight, so
Yeah,
refresh
it's
me.
been a while for me,
it's
sorry.
cool.
You have to like fly over it. You gotta
Oh, I
grab the
fucking
thing and
hated
then.
Oh,
this
I
fight.
love this
Yeah,
one so
you gotta
much.
use the. It's when
Oh,
you get
this
the
fight
grapple beam,
sucked.
Yeah.
or not the grapple beam. Yeah.
I don't know what it was. This was my favorite.
No, I
fight.
remember this fight
it
being
is a
cool.
good. Yeah,
Well,
because
I liked
this
this
one
fight.
it's got the
Oh, I
claw
did like this
slashes.
one,
Yeah,
Yeah, this
this
was cool.
was good, but I think Raven.
I think
Raven
Raven
Beak
Beak
is
is
absolutely
it has these really cool,
everything.
yeah, those
like
hits
that
like
part.
that is so
Yeah, sorry, it's
sick.
Yeah,
the
he's
space
like a
jump.
fucking
It's really-
Zerg.
Space
Oh,
jump
I
he
love
used
this
to like
fight.
against this, and then
Yeah,
Cool
mechanically
ass
this is
fight.
a good fight for sure.
Yeah, this is a
I
cool
agree with
fight.
you. Yeah.
yeah, this was really good.
But do you like it more than the last?
Like,
boss?
I ended
Okay.
up liking it, but I wanted. That's why I put them both on
Yeah.
because I figured everyone likes Ravenbeak, which is Ravenbeak.
I do remember liking this fight though.
Yeah.
This is a cool fight.
I
Yeah.
think the thing with Ravenbeak that puts it over the edge for me is one, it's a really grueling fight, but it's also like such a great build-up, and you feel like this sort of like face-off, which I'm
Yeah.
just such a sucker for.
So true, Ben.
And I there's a personalization to
Love
it.
that
Whereas like I
parallel.
look at this fight and then, now that I'm seeing it, it's like I remember those swings vaguely,
Yeah.
and like mechanically it was super fun,
Yeah.
but it just didn't have the personality in the
Good
same
call. Good call.
the evolving mechanics. We can get it.
Yeah.
I think Ravenbeak we should blue.
Okay.
Way. Yeah,
We
I
can get
Okay.
more into it. Yeah.
I
Cool,
feel
yeah.
passionately about that. Yeah.
Sick. Just a shout out to Ziva.
Oh, yeah.
That was a sick fight, dude. That's where you like go
Sick shout
outside,
out.
right?
Try to
And you, like
really get
shoot
boss
it.
fight.
Yeah, that part was sick.
Just as long as you don't bring Emmy.
I think you can get rid of Escharum and Bowser.
Yeah, and you could probably get rid of the Blood Brothers. Guardians is one of the best games of the year, I feel like, and that was my favorite boss fight. But I don't
it's
think
not
it's
really a-
anything special.
Yeah.
Thugs.
You had to separate them because
Yeah.
when they were together, they were stronger. Their
That's
armors.
early on, right?
Middle.
Middle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Middle.
I think I've
Breakup part.
I have
It's
not
cool
gotten to it
because-
yet, so it's
It's cool because when you start it, you're alone.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
And there's a, like all of a sudden Gamora comes in and it's really sick. And then
You're
all
on
of a
the
sudden
Electric
Drax.
Planet, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, I think I might have just done that.
Cool.
It's been a while since I've played.
It's cool.
Have I gotten a new one on Cert yet? I don't think I have.
Yeah. So I feel that's the problem. Is I feel strongly about New Assert, Gluttonous Goats, and Damon. All. So I'll have to go through them.
Yeah.
I think
Dark
I think
Lord, we
either
could maybe cut. Because Ben, we were talking about
Yeah.
the build-up.
Yeah.
And the build-up to this fight, the basically this whole war is going on.
The whole war going on is so sick.
The fight itself, though,
Yeah.
is cool, but it's also a little repetitive. Is the only mark against it.
Yeah.
He's got a mech and a sword and a shield and 5 health bars. But each time you get a health bar out, it's more sword and shield.
Yeah. So
But it is cool.
man, it's so because even the ones I feel strongly about, it's like, how well do I remember this? But with the
I've
Dark
met
Lord,
her. I
my-
haven't fought her.
my general feeling is that you're right. The build up and the set dressing is super cool, but the problem that Ancient Gods Part 2 has for me is comparing it to Ancient Gods Part 1, and the final fight of Ancient Gods Part 1 was just so grueling and
Insane.
intense and insane.
So the platforms,
That-
right? It's like
Yes.
Yeah.
The Dark Lord to me felt less special. But if you feel strongly
Cool.
about
Yeah.
it, that's
Cut
cool.
it. Cut it.
I'm about to fight Cert. I
Snip.
know who
Ah.
he is.
Cert is after Nua. though.
Great
I
crow.
fought-
Here,
you only
Domiani.
fight Nua that first one little time. Then I fought her already too.
The fight that I'm bringing up is the first fight.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then I fought her. She was
Um,
cool.
We could probably cut Cicero. Because
Oh,
this is
shout
so
out, shout out.
contentious. I want to give him a shout out.
Sure.
Cool fight. A lot of good build
From
up.
Fist, so everyone
Yeah.
knows. Because I think only you and me might have played Fist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone
Played
else
like
play
an
Fist?
hour.
Yeah, I feel bad.
Okay.
I didn't play
Yeah,
It's
I've
a
only played
good-
like 3 hours.
But it's
so.
cool.
It's a sick final showdown.
A lot of my 3 hours was like me beating my head against the wall of things I shouldn't be fighting yet, but I'm like, I can beat it.
Yeah.
blood.
Yeah.
Cool. And maybe cut Lady D. I guess no one was really hyped
I
on
thought-
it.
Yeah, I feel a
I feel
little
like in the-
underwhelmed by
in
the
the
fight
comp-
itself, like
Yeah.
you were saying.
With the
yeah.
company it's in right now.
Yeah.
I don't
And we still have
think it-
character coming out,
Yeah.
so it's like
Yeah, she's a great character.
She's a
like-
great character.
Yeah, we
but
did-
yeah, maybe not the best
yeah.
boss fight.
for sure.
Damiani, thoughts on Grey Crow?
Yeah, this was a good emotional battle. I liked I liked the foreshadowing to it because you knew something was up with this like crow guy.
Yeah.
And I like the arena, like this is
Yeah.
this.
Oh, it's like the
just
white
white,
area?
Yeah.
like the chains,
Yeah.
and every time you hit it, it spawns the little raven souls, whatever they are, ghosts, and like you can try and the gamble to hit them back, like that. Just in general,
I
that
love that
game,
shit.
like projectiles, being able to use them to your advantage, but it's also a risk because like you mess up, you're taking that damage and it usually exposes you.
Yeah.
The chain thing was kind of cool. My only thing against it, Huber, was because conceptually it was nice. It was like it's like supposed to be like this ethereal area that's just white, so it goes on forever. But like you literally could just walk in a direction and like I'm dodging all the mechanics. There's no wall. I just keep going and going. But like I wish it had more tension where it kept following you more frantically or tried to cut you off,
Got it.
which I think.
That's fair.
Yeah, but like it was like a nice fight, and I liked how they put it there, and it's literally right before the final boss, so it's like it hits you with that 1-2. And yeah, it's just like
Cool.
I think the story helps carry it a little bit,
Yeah.
but
It's right there, yeah.
It's like close,
It's
but
close.
yeah,
Oh.
it was nice.
Yeah. Brett, is it your favorite fight too in the game or no?
In the game?
Yeah. Because it was between that and there's the secret boss, which is the Gravedigger.
Right.
Oh.
I think the last two. So I haven't played this game since I reviewed it, which was like half a year ago. So I don't
Yeah.
remember them
Lord of
super well.
Doors.
But I remember the final two are my favorite.
Cool. Yeah, I liked the frog one too. Was cool, I guess.
Oh yeah, the
frog one was
the
really cool.
Frog one was cool, but it get the thing with Death's Door is the bosses got a little like repetitive mechanics. That's why I like the
Got
Lord
it.
of Doors a little bit more because of the sequences in between. But it gave you checkpoints.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
but it was a nice spectacle.
Cool. All right, cut it. Emperor Nefarious.
I'm trying to remember what the fight.
The
itself was.
Nefarious one.
Yeah.
So to me, this is one of the biggest spectacles of all the boss fights.
Mm.
It's not my favorite. I really like it, but it's just big. It's huge. I mean, he's chasing you through the city. Shit's popping off everywhere. There's grinding. There's jumping. The final showdown between him and Rivet is really cool. It's got some emotional stakes, and it's just a worthy final boss in this adventure.
That's not it. Oh well.
Yeah, it's Emperor because I was
Emperor.
Doctor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nefarious.
But do you think it's,
There's a part when he's really big, and he's stomping.
it's so weird? It's like I love this game, but I'm like blanking on like my memory. Even you describing
yeah,
it.
I'm going through that as well.
It's a big spectacle.
I remember-
There's a lot of explosions, a lot of
There's a lot of
jumping, a lot of
spectacle,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's in the other world?
It's in the like
kinda
megalopolis
jumps
or whatever.
over
It's
the
it's
final
this
boss.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah.
After this.
Yeah,
domain.
just you'll see, you'll cut through it. But it was big. It's a big fight.
Oh.
The
We're not
production.
in the whatever this account is set to.
This is just my account.
Oh, okay. Because there's another option. You shouldn't be seeing ads.
Dude, double ad.
YouTube baby.
Gotcha.
Holy crap! Yeah.
Oh, we did the count merger thing where it's split. Like one of the Easy Allies ones actually gives you no ads. One of the other ones.
Plays or regular?
No, the regular one. But there's multiple options on that
Yeah.
drop down. Like one of them's like
Right.
real. Like it's like it's weird. I
So
don't
this
know.
whole
Oh,
it's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
This fight's
It
just
was
crazy.
chaotic, man.
It's so chaotic. You're fighting
It is
this whole
pretty
thing.
cool.
This is just phase one. There's multiple parts and layers to this fight.
It's impressive how much was going on in it too.
So much is going on, and it's nice because your arsenal is the most valuable at this point. So all the weapons
Every
you've been
piece of ammo.
Yeah,
accumulating,
everything you can
Yeah.
get considering it. Yeah.
all the level ups. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
you're
phase
switching
two.
between Ratchet and Rivet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I kind of remember this.
Yeah.
This was
the
cool.
dodging the things because he could fall down too. Yeah, I kept doing that.
Mechanically good, emotionally good, visually good. So I just thought it was an all around solid one,
Yeah, that was fun.
but contentious, like we were saying.
Yeah.
So maybe keep it on a hold.
like a whole because I'm
Yeah,
curious
it's tough
about
because
the
it just
SMT bosses.
it's how I feel about Ratchet, man. It did nothing. It did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna nominate it for a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
And it's so
sure.
weird. It's,
That's fair,
it's,
Jones.
It's a studio doing what they do best at their best.
Yeah.
And so it's a hard thing not to honor an award.
Like, no disrespect, to me it's one of the greatest eights
Yeah.
of all time.
Yeah.
Like,
Which is not a bad game.
Yeah,
it just
it's-
doesn't need to
Ratchet
win.
keep
Yeah.
on eating those eights.
yeah,
Sometimes you need those types of games.
totally. Okay,
The world needs more
I'm not
AIDS.
sure
cool.
which
I
one
definitely
would
want to
be.
put that one
Yeah,
because that one
I
is
played
crazy.
around
That one's
and
huge.
eventually it stopped doing the ads, so I don't even remember.
Cool. I think it's just
Because we don't get ads on that one over there.
I think it's
Yeah, we'll
Ben's
try this
Shin
one and then if
Megami
we keep getting
pitches.
ads.
Oh yeah, let's hear these SMT
Yeah.
bosses.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know what's cool?
So I was thinking about it, and it's hard for me to like go back and praise a boss specifically for its mechanics because I feel like the strength of SMT5 is that it's like pretty good mechanically all the time.
Right.
And it just has such a excellent combat system that like I'm not coming at this from a mechanical perspective, but the reason these were the two that I just think kind of struck something with me emotionally. Whereas Nua, you meet her, she's one of the earlier boss fights, and she's not just this monster. She's not just this thing that you're trying to kill because it's an obstacle in your way. She has this like it's a lot. She's kind of like the Lady D of SMT5, where
Is she the red one? Like red?
Yeah.
yes,
Oh, okay.
yeah, and her transformation is just incredible, and I love when this happens to me in a JRPG where the cutscene ahead of time and just the way that the character looks and conducts herself kind of makes you go gulp. Like it strikes fear in you. In fact, I think it's even worth like pulling up the
I
new
love being
boss fight
scared
just
of a
because the like cutscene beforehand is so good and it makes for such a great fight. She's also one of those bosses that when you fight her, you don't kill her, and so she kind of has this presence throughout the game.
I love that.
As well.
Love when a boss runs off.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
It
is
does
cool.
feel like one of those like anime things where it's like, I must test your strength, kind of.
Yeah, I was thinking
like,
very anime.
It decreases the stakes. to
I
me.
think the stakes were just high for me in this because it's SMT5
Yeah.
and it's a hard
It's the
game.
end of-
Hell yeah.
It's
Where
end
I
of
was
Act 1 or whatever.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Like, I lost to a boss fight because I missed an attack, and
Yeah.
it's just like so insane getting through this fight. When I beat this fight, I was like,
I
I
love
can't
this
speak to.
transformed form.
Such a cool
I can
one.
only
yeah,
I can
this
only
form was
speak
cool.
to.
I remember this.
I can understand that feeling, Brad, because I can only speak to Persona, and Persona had the similar vibe of like when a boss is that challenging and that high stakes, it definitely adds to it a
Yeah.
lot
Weak
for
to
me.
fire. Good
I
to
would
know.
Yeah.
say,
Love when a boss
Get those-
really
get
feels
those
threatening
fire
to
people
me
ready.
in
It's
real
really
life.
I would throw Lamu in maybe because like the cutscene around it was super emotional. Like that's the first big like holy shit moment in the story.
the second one.
Yeah, so I thought about
And you had to
Lamu.
hit all the tentacles.
Yeah, that's like
Um,
the second fight.
Lamu,
Sexy tentacles?
the
Not really.
when he kills the girl,
Yeah.
it's like my favorite story moment in the entire game.
Yeah.
I think the thing that bothers me about Lamu a little bit, and maybe why I didn't write Lamu down, is although that story moment is great, I feel like Lamu kind of suffers from that problem where it's like you fight him, he gets away.
Yeah.
It just feels like you're kind of tracking him down in an annoying way. Like, it's not like a nice, clean confrontation. I don't know, there's just something about him that was less threatening to me.
Yeah,
Despite-
this boss is very much like, you're still not ready for me, kind of thing. After I beat them, I was still a chump to them.
Nice.
like,
I mean,
"Oh,
she literally
fuck."
says that.
Yeah,
She just kind of comes out of nowhere, whereas Lamu, it felt like there were stakes.
She
more
looks
for me,
cool.
but- I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, she's
same.
awesome. New one's
yeah,
great.
she's cool.
Also, this-
She looks
that
really
footage
cool.
is making.
And the other
we need a
person
best
with them was-
UI
I was
best
like, oh,
UI
shit.
category.
Yeah, her partner is so good. So Cert is the other one, and it's kind of like the exact opposite of Nua, where he's this giant
Whoa.
fire demon,
Oh fuck!
and like you
This
have
is
to
right where
work
I
your
am right now.
you have to you're like made aware of his presence, right, Isla?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's made
Yeah.
a big firewall, and you have to figure out a way to like put it out to get
He's
to him.
he's just like
He like kills thousands of demons like right now.
So this is why I love Cert so much, where you're just introduced to this gigantic asshole, right? And this is an extremely tough game, and so them setting him up and knowing like the inevitability of the fight as you're marching closer and closer to him, he's so intimidating, and it's just so, for lack of a better word, epic.
Yeah, looks epic.
Yeah.
It feels like something out of Doom.
Question, Ben. Does he do anything like mechanically in the fight that makes him stand out to you?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I'm honestly struggling to remember mechanics for specific boss fights at all, and so probably, but I can't
He's in
remember.
Belphegor, too.
Looks like a maniac.
My Belphegor is resistant to every element, except for maybe one.
Reminds me of Surtur from Ragnarok.
How he's like kneeling down. It's
right?
like
I'm
like
sure there's some
DMing on
inspiration
you
there.
already.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
they're all
I need to
He's like, I don't even need to
Yeah.
stand to fight
Like,
you.
literally,
I
yeah.
don't need to dodge.
I think just even hashing it out through this conversation,
You
I
want this
feel
one?
I feel more strongly about Cert, but
Sure.
Yeah.
Throw it in.
Sick.
yeah,
Throw
I
it in.
can't. Unfortunately, I can't really defend it on a mechanical level. I
Throw
have
it
to go
on.
through the fight again.
I just think like Cert as a stand-in for like SMT5 boss fights in general.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Right.
like they are so like my favorite thing about SMT5 combat and boss fights is the like going in once, getting decimated,
Right.
respecking your entire team with the like correct resistances and stuff, and then going in and destroying it. Like that's just so much fun. To
That's
me.
awesome.
That's like the whole game.
Yeah.
for
That's
me.
the entire game.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're,
Like,
I
oh,
just love
shit.
Yeah.
That gameplay loop is amazing.
Yeah,
Holy
that's the thing
crap.
that's hard for me about SMT5 in this category is I feel like all of the fights are so strong mechanically just
Yeah.
because the combat system is so good that it's unlike other games. It's hard to have that one moment where I'm
Right.
like, well, this is
Oh,
clearly
you've
the
not seen
best.
Like
No,
it kinda
this
doesn't
is-
matter
this is
which
cool.
boss fight you pick.
Yeah, this
in
fight's
SMT5.
tight.
Yeah,
See,
but I
wait for
feel
them
like
to
it
change
also
it for
deserves
you.
some
Wow.
representation.
Yeah.
So Blood, I was actually getting confused because what I really love, I think this boss fight is really cool, but I was actually thinking about the build up
The
towards
level
this.
itself, yeah.
Yeah, because the level
Yeah, we
itself
can
is
get into
brilliant.
that more when we
What
talk
is-
about
Oh my
it.
god,
Yeah.
the food show. Yes.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, just the creativity of the gluttonous goats.
Yeah.
You know, just them being puppets and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a cool fight.
Yeah.
So you think probably not that one?
For Gluttonous Goats?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I actually,
I think it has a good show.
I'm not quite ready to cut
I
it.
think Juliana. I think at this point
Cut
though.
it.
Yeah.
Since we were on the fence with things.
Yeah, Damon,
Okay,
Damon, I want
so-
to know.
Ben, I
yeah.
remember you like telling me about this.
Okay, so this one kind of falls into a weird category where like let me just explain it. So you defeat what you think is the final boss, and then he's like retreating, and Damon just murders him. I was watching the scene last night, refreshing myself, and he summons a giant mech. And the way that you combat this giant mech is Travis says, "What's that coming forward? Is that the mech from Daemon X Machina from Japanese publisher Marvelous Entertainment?"
Oh my God.
Like he says that straight up. And then you are doing a QuickTime event. So it's not an actual. This part of it isn't an actual fight. While giant credits are happening, but then after dealing with the mech, you land on literally a Super Smash Brothers stage, and it parodies Super Smash Brothers. And so you essentially play Super Smash Brothers to defeat the final boss. And again, like, yes, it is admittedly very, very gimmicky, but I think it's just like this perfect climate, this perfect ending to a game that is like batshit insane all the way through. This is the moment where you're like, oh my god, like they nailed it at the end. Like it's just so goddamn insane that you're just
Witchcraft.
like you're like giddy the whole time. You have to get just slightly past this to see the. It's just like I can't believe this is happening moment.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And I just think the creativity and the wildness of it alone really speaks to me.
Sure, yeah.
Admittedly, you know, it's like the actual mechanics of it are not
Right.
great, but
Is it? Can you lose, or is it like a gimme? It's just.
I
like a
didn't
victory
lose.
lap?
I didn't lose, so I can't
You probably
answer that
can.
I'm sure you
definitively.
probably
but-
can.
Probably
Yeah.
can. Yeah, that's super creative.
Yeah.
And really funny.
Yeah,
And it's like-
It just looks really. Funny.
They didn't put me in Smash, so I'll just fucking make a Smash part in the game. Sick. Cool. That seems neat.
Yeah,
that's
I like
good.
that a lot.
The Gluttonous Goats, I definitely, when I put this, I was thinking of the kind of game show itself.
Right.
But I think the boss fight itself is also pretty cool, right? Because you have to
Yeah.
get the...
I think all the bosses in there are cool and creative.
Because the thing is we were watching it, right? You have to get the vegetables in the thing. You have to find them and
Yeah.
match them.
And you basically make them get so big that they start puking.
Right.
And then the puppet comes off the hand and you just have the hand there.
Oh, right. It's a good game.
Yeah, so this is where it gets hard.
You were down to what?
Well, I
9?
think Damon beats Nefarious, so I would knock Nefarious.
Cut Nefarious. Everyone
Okay.
had forgotten it, so
Yeah,
I mean
think
that's kind of
Sure.
a mark.
That's a good indicator.
Maybe
Yeah.
I always, as we get, that's the thing with like, especially Psychonauts and It Takes Two. There's just so much
many.
variety and
So much.
creativity.
Yes.
And then it's like it's so easy to forget things
Yeah.
because it's not like a game where you just like keep doing the same thing over and over
Totally,
again.
dude.
It's the same thing with SMT5, where it's like there's so much good that it's hard to
Yeah.
Are you guys still
Break it down.
firm on Vice? Because I don't know if you talked about it that much. I don't really remember what the finer point to that was.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about it. We just sort
Just
of
pull up
blew
a
it.
video, dude.
Yeah, it's the fact
Yeah,
that
get nuts.
That it's a boss that's meant to challenge your main characters. These characters that you've already beaten the game. You're like so powerful. You think like, oh, this game like Final Fantasy VII Remake's a cakewalk now. And then they throw this boss you have to fight on hard mode. That like
Only.
Yeah.
hard mode only,
Unlockable.
and the like
Chadley.
it's really good because it tests your reaction times.
Yeah.
Is it just
you
in the VR?
can't brute force. I mean, okay, there people eventually found a way to cheese it, but like the intended way to do it when you're playing it, like you just get wrecked by this guy. It's like you've been wrecking the game before, and they had this DLC. It's like, oh, this is not going to be that bad, right? It's like you get wrecked,
Yeah.
and at the halfway point, he has a move that like if you're not prepared for it, it like insta wipes your party. And it basically makes you rethink, like, what material am I bringing? What should I, like, have limit breaked here? And I just thought it was, like, really good to have this, like, incredibly difficult, incredibly tense fight. And there were different ways to handle it, technically. Like, if you were really good at, like, timing your roll dodges, like, you could perfect dodge and counter everything. Or you could just play it a little bit more, like, you couldn't play it more defensively, sorry, but you could be like it forced you to be more offensive at points where you didn't feel comfortable. And I like fights where that where it's like I can't keep dodging. I can't just keep rolling around the arena and like buy time. It's like no, you need to engage, and you're gonna learn through like seeing these mechanics. And it just felt like as you saw the mechanics, you just got better and better at it. And it was a nice like progression fight. I don't know. It's like it's a super boss fight, and like it lives up to like those things,
Yeah.
but. I just don't know. The problem is it's a simulation fight, so
Yeah.
like story-wise stakes, it's like it doesn't have any of the. For me, it didn't have any of the emotional stake that.
Right.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's not Sephiroth. I mean,
Yeah.
it's got story later on.
Oh
But
no, I know.
What I like
yeah.
about this fight, Damiani, is for a game that has an excellent combat system already, this is the ultimate test of your knowledge and skill in this
Right.
entire
Yeah,
fucking game.
exactly.
I mean, that's a
And it made
for
me
that's a big
think
selling point.
outside
Yeah.
the, it made me
The
think
best
outside the
selling
box more than
Like,
any other fight in
Well,
this
for
whole
arguing
game.
like I know not all these are mechanics, but like mechanically, this is probably like one of the strongest fights of the year. Like,
Definitely.
this period, yeah.
Mm.
Cool.
Sick.
You
That
didn't
game's
really
tight.
talk about Zodiac. Did you want to?
I mean, yeah. I Damon, like I didn't know about Damon. Damon seems like really
Damon's
cool.
really-
Yeah. Zodiac is like again, it's emotional stakes because playing through 14, you are being led to believe that it's leading up to this final showdown with Zodiac, and you get to the moon where Zodiac's imprisoned. And you're like, and the villains are there, and you're like, oh, okay, we're gonna have this like little, like we're gonna have a boss fight here, and we're gonna obviously stop them. And all of a sudden, just kicks into like, wait a second, this is the fight. Like epic music kicks in, the boss shows up, and you're like, wait a second, like, you're like, and also you're like, well, then who's the real boss of the game? If this
Yeah.
is the boss, and like, like mechanically, okay, what are we doing here? And rotating the arena because there's so much stuff going on. Okay, it's not necessarily hard or anything like that, but just the fact that the game up until that point is like, here's AoEs, or here's something that's going to go across the arena, or players need to spread out from each other. The fact is, you see something and it's like, you need to know where it's going to end up. So you need to
Right.
think forward a little bit in real time while dealing with all that stuff. Like, it was just nice to have something that did it. It's a big emotional moment in the game, and it's like a really good twist. It was good for me. I just I'm not gonna be upset if like we don't lock it in or anything like that. Like, I just want to give it a shout out for like bold move to like everything points to this, and like that was not it. This is the first thing you're doing. Have,
is
like,
cool.
enjoy that. And
really cool.
Nice that it threw in like at least one mechanic that was kind of like new that hadn't really been done in the game. It was fun to see a bunch of WoW raiders do it and like what's going on and like wait, WoW never did a thing where it rotates the arena like this. Like this is cool. So
Yeah, WoW.
It seemed like MMOs really didn't do something like that before. And it's something so simple, but it was just kind of nice. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like Damon and Zodiac.
Yeah,
is Raven
Damon-
Lock? Are those four?
I like
is that-
Damon
when we
a
talk
lot.
about the
Remake
other
is
ones?
pretty friggin' sweet.
I was.
Oh, God.
This is just an idea. I really do like Riparian and Returnal, but thinking about Returnal is, I want to gush a lot about Returnal, but Hyperion, like, it playing the organ and the presence that it has is really cool. I just think in this particular category, like the actual mechanics of the fight
Can you pull it up?
are
Bud?
like still like don't get hit and shoot, and so I was like,
Yeah, it's just bullet hell.
I'm like, maybe I would be willing to cut that for something else. I don't know.
I feel like
music
that's
is
some of the
great.
strongest parts, though. Of the idea of just
Yeah.
don't get hit, I still
Yeah.
think doesn't make it any more interesting or special.
No,
Like,
it's still
just the patterns
awesome.
he's throwing out at you. It's like the actual
I love
encounter
this
with
fight.
him. It's not even like the build up is sick, but it's the actual moment to moment with them that I
Yeah.
think's awesome. Like, look at this fucking shit.
Yeah, no,
So
I feel like I'm not articulating it very well because I'm not.
14 raid
It is
mechanics.
it is
I get it.
amazing. You're not wrong, Brett. I agree. The actual mechanics of it are so good. I just feel like the mechanics of every boss fight in the game are so good.
Yeah.
Like the final boss fight has really cool mechanics as well.
Oh, now there's pillars going. Yeah, that's.
I mean, to
cool.
me, it's like that's our argument for SMT5.
Yeah, right, exactly. And so
Yeah.
then you kind of
Against
get into that
Eternal.
hypocritical thing where it's like, yeah, it's.
I
forced
love
as
this
well.
fight too much.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I just wanted
pretty cool.
to
Yeah,
bring
yeah,
that
yeah,
up.
for sure.
Story wise and the music being
Yeah.
incorporated into the boss fight,
That
I
looked
think
really
it's
cool
Um,
too.
It's dope.
Because I'm just trying to.
Figure out what our.
I'm
fifth-
trying to see if
yeah.
I can get Cert
can
and
always
Damon
just
on there.
do more than
But you're right,
5.
Isla. My argument for Cert is basically my argument against Hyperion. So.
I mean, is Moon Baboon a lot?
It's amazing.
I want to make a case for either Zodiac or Moon Baboon because they're the only multiplayer bosses.
I
on the
love
list. They're
Moon
the only
Baboon.
thing you can do with another person, and that's
Yeah.
cool.
It's a
Especially
sick
since
fight.
Moon Baboon and all of the bosses for It Takes Two, I was like, I've never done this before in a video game ever in my entire life. I've
Sounds
never,
like-
I've never played a game
I,
that
I
is so
think
strong.
we can
Co-op,
probably
co-op,
pull out
co-op,
Baboon's
like-
goods.
Moon Baboon
Yeah,
seems way
I think
more
you're right.
involved,
I think you're
honestly.
right. Moon
though,
Baboon's
depending
tight.
on like your co-player for sure.
I mean, it's kind of the same
Yeah.
thing as Returnal. These other
Damon
things, all of
seems
those
the
are amazing.
coolest,
All of those
honestly.
bosses are like, this is so much fun. Like, just
I appreciate
letting
the
us smile at
parody and
each other.
stuff. I like for Damon a lot.
But Damon's so
Yeah.
crazy.
I think Damon has an awesome presentation and setup. But
I'm
do
not
you
sure
think
if
like
the fight
the
the
itself.
fight
is-
itself?
yeah.
Man, do you think it's
It's
strong
not
enough?
Yeah, so it's a good thing that you bring up. I just almost feel like No More Heroes 3 is sort of playing a different game
Right,
than
sure.
the others. And let me try to explain it this way. No More Heroes 3 is just such a... What I really resonate strongly with is I can tell that Suda poured his heart and soul into this game. And he just, like, took creative liberty to the extreme where he's like, I get the chance to make this. I'm going to go all out. I'm going to do whatever I want. And so it's a game where, like, the rules are constantly being broken and rewritten, and it never plays it safe in any way. And so, like, you'll have a boss fight where you're just playing musical chairs, and you're like, yes, like, in terms of, like, action game standards,
Right.
it's not
The mechanics aren't really
great,
the thing.
but that's the whole point of it. It's not like it's not trying to impress you in the same way that every other game does. And to me, Damon is kind of the culmination of that, where after experiencing an entire game of that, he still manages to surprise you and make you go, oh wow. No, I can't define it. I can't defend it. I think like on a mechanical complexity level, but
And
I also
Damon
think
is
that's
just
okay.
like Damon is just like such a wonderful character, even though I've seen so little of the game. Like he's just exudes this personality that like really makes you think he's just so
Right.
despicable.
Well, what about Damon between that and Cert?
To me, Cert, like I haven't fought him yet, but for me, Cert is just emblematic of SMT's combat system on the whole, which I think deserves to be represented in
Sure,
the
yeah.
best boss fight category.
That's a good take.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel the exact same way, Isla, where it's like I almost think you could make the case like best boss fights of the year, SMT5.
Or just
You know,
yeah,
that-
like you could almost
like,
just say
sure.
any.
Yeah, like
Just because the game is so mechanically sound.
yeah, yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm down with that.
But then again, like
Feeling strongest about Cert, personally,
Yeah.
from what I've heard.
Mhm.
I haven't played any of these
Yeah, that
three.
intimidation factor is
Yeah,
pretty
from-
good.
Someone who
Looks
hasn't
good.
gotten to him, I'm terrified.
I
of
mean
him.
the cutscene and everything, like when he wipes, because like
when all that
every
begins, I'm
single
gonna be
one
like,
of those,
oh shit, here we
every
go.
single one of those enemies that he kills at the beginning of the cutscene when he's introduced are like at or above your level, and like they're kind of pain in the ass fights, and he kills all of them, like 100 of them at once, and you're just like, oh shit, okay.
What power level, man.
yeah.
Seriously.
Good way to show it.
Yeah,
Frieza.
I mean, it'll hurt a little bit if we don't get No More Heroes 3 on there, but I also feel like I got to say what I wanted to say. So,
The Damon thing looks really good. I mean, honestly, I say this every year, but I know you guys don't like it, but I'm fine with having more than 5 personally. Like it's our shit. Like we can do whatever we want.
I think there's value in keeping it tight too, though.
I think so
and I
too.
think
Yeah.
the conversations we have
Yeah.
are
Right.
do
About
the
making
honoring
those
as well.
hard cuts. The
So
hard
probably
cuts are
between
juicy.
those two, from what it sounds.
I'm cool with Cert. I would personally
Yeah,
pick
of
Zodiac,
course.
but or Zodiac, but I'm cool
Oh.
with Cert.
I think
I mean,
Cert's
Zodiac
fine.
v Weiss.
No. Like,
No,
I said my
Weiss is
piece
dope.
about
Yes.
Zodiac.
Yeah.
Like,
I think Weiss is
Yeah,
more
I think
impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, Weiss is
Cert?
definitely more. Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
not even close.
I feel like Cert is sort of a stand-in for SMT5 in general.
I
but-
agree.
We should put Damon in character.
Well, I
For
think
that fight.
Yeah.
I think I like Fu more as a character.
Yeah, I was getting mixed
Yeah.
up for a second, but yeah, Fu is the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Hyperion, Weiss, Vice, Moon Baboon, Ravenbeak, and Cert.
Sick.
Nice,
So we got
Now
pick
the
one.
winner!
man.
I'm fine with any of these.
Same, actually. I really like
honestly-
them.
I'm whatever.
I think, I mean,
love
I haven't
between
played
the
Vice and
5.
Cert, but it probably would be between. I haven't played Hyperion yet either. But I've seen it,
I like
so and I
Hyperion
played enough
better.
Returnal to kind of know how that feels.
Hyperion looks sick, yeah.
Moon Baboon and Ravenbeak are probably ones for
This is
me.
tough. This is tough.
Hear me out. I know that I was saying
I'm gonna look at Moon
like
Baboon again.
the boss fights kind of feel somewhat similar in Returnal, and I was
It's
saying that
so dope.
like as a way of discrediting a singular fight. Now I'm gonna go on the other side of that, where like like when I knew a boss was coming up in Returnal, it was like
Here we go.
I am stressed the fuck
Yeah.
out. Same thing in SMT5 actually,
Mhm.
but just the like
Laser puzzle.
like when you like descend down a hole and you know that you're going to get just annihilated with bullets, it's such an incredible feeling. And so in completely like one is turn-based and one is action and shooting, but they both gave me fear and tension in a
Mhm.
way that was so palpable.
Yeah, I honestly just love all these fights. They're
Yeah.
all really sick.
They're all
Returnal.
great.
I mean, I haven't played Cert, so I don't
The
know.
Moon Baboon, dude, is really good. too.
Yeah, this fight's really cool.
It's really creative. It's really good. It's like Jones was saying earlier. It's a co-op boss fight. Like this is one of the best co-op boss fights I think I've ever played in my life.
It's also
honestly.
got that that Mario satisfaction of
Yes.
I gotta do the thing,
Yes.
set up the
Yeah.
thing,
Mario
then get over to
vibes.
this thing, and then
Yep.
all I gotta do is hit this switch and bam, and then
Yeah.
like you do a bunch of damage to a boss. Like this game just nails that every time it does it for every boss. And this is a
laser
great
is
example
on your
of
ass,
just.
man.
Yeah, it looks like a
Mhm.
lot of keep away. It looks
It's a
like
lot. Yeah, multiple phases.
But you're not gonna get hung up on it for hours. Like it'll probably take like one attempt, two maybe, and then like you dial in with that other person. Like we got that. You
Oh, you
shrink
just
Yeah.
to get in.
You
like,
get big to
all the
hold
sh-
in. You
all
get
the
small to
freaking
go
stuff
inside.
Oh.
She uses
This
her
is tight. I
grab
forgot about
boots.
this.
It's like Ant-Man and Iron Man suit, just like
Yes.
Whoa.
he's all pissed off
This
because
is
they're
cool.
inside of
It's
it.
insane.
And this is all happening in real time. So like
Yeah.
now I got it. So like
Yes.
you on the left, and that's not like me seeing that person's view on
fine,
the
that
left.
person
That's
keeps
what the
running
person can
forward.
see as well. So their perspective's limited because all they really got to do is just not get hit by a laser.
Yeah. And then the final phase too is insane. This isn't even the end. Then you're on the like the rock or whatever, and the person has the radar flying around. Yeah, this too. This person has the radar, so this person has to say, where it is. Like, go right, go right.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And this game also does a lot of like, you have this ability, you don't. You have a totally different ability. And I was
Right.
never like, I got the shitty ability. It was like, wow, these are fun. Like, I bet I
Yeah,
could have a
that's
lot
true.
of fun with what Bloodworth has too, but I'm having a blast with
Yeah.
the half
Yeah.
of this one phase.
Yeah.
Wow, this looks really intricate.
Really cool fight. Showpiece for It Takes Two.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah.
That was awesome.
This is hard.
It's a really good fight.
Yeah.
Really good.
And I didn't get
They
to
all seem
Ravenbeak,
really
but I
good.
played a lot of Dread, so I get it.
I got tired
I
of
feel
Dread
like I
right
was-
at Ravenbeak.
Confusing about Returnal. I apologize.
No,
No, it's-
you gotta go. We
Boss
gotta,
fights are
you
good.
gotta be
This
on both
fight-
sides of the fence with our, you know,
It's just the back and forth
Yeah.
can get confusing sometimes.
fight for and against. That's how we get
This
the
feels-
correct answer.
It was like maybe a 2D Returnal fight because like there's so many
Oh,
ways
yeah,
you're
sure.
dodging.
Yeah, it really is.
And it, like,
it
yeah,
really
this
is
like
about
the
not
ul-
taking
the-
damage.
The fight experience for this fight is so different if you know how to parry. Like once you learn the parry windows for this fight, like being able to parry in this fight makes it such a more manageable, easy
Yeah,
fight.
I didn't really struggle on this one.
So
at
that's
all.
why. But I like how it gives
Really?
you
I heard it was
phases
really
to
hard.
figure out, and then as you figure out each piece of the fight's puzzle, it's like I can manage this part. So like you're just trying to survive to see the next thing, so you could try and process and figure out how to
Prod.
do it. But there's two ways to do it. Either like you're not good at parrying, it's like all right, you have to wait for your windows to attack by learning the patterns and doing it that way, or you can make it easier on yourself because you heal through the parries, and like like this fight makes you think like you're getting like annihilated, like when you're getting hit by everything. But like one parry sequence is like you can get back to like
The
health.
super
like,
bomb.
yeah. Oh yeah, like in the last phase, like figuring out that like you could take
Yeah.
like one of his most annoying
power
things.
bomb,
It's like
excuse
use the thing about Arsenal Huber using all your range of abilities in this
Yeah.
fight. Everything has a payoff here if you figure it out.
Totally.
So it's a nice challenge. This took me the longest. I died a lot on this fight, but I felt like I was always learning in this fight and felt really good once you did it. And when I came back on a second playthrough, it was like I'm gonna do even better this time. My goal is like eventually I want to fight this guy and like maybe beat it without dying once because like it just has that draw into
Yeah.
you. And like the mobility in this fight, like the slides and stuff, like and you can bait things. This is nice. Yeah.
To add on to what you're saying, Damiani, Ravenbeak sort of does the classic thing of being like, you are not shit, you can't handle me, and like sort of plays his hand of power and strength. And I think they make good on that by
This part, I
having
love this.
having the actual final confrontation, something with like still be so intense and mechanically complex. And like Hubert, it's amazing to me that you say you didn't struggle at all.
This
'Cause,
one,
like,
yeah.
This
Soul
is
style.
this is definitely a fight where it was like gritting my teeth, and I just felt like such a like matching of strength. Like the story was propping this guy up to be such a major
Yeah.
badass.
Yeah.
And the fight bore that out. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like it didn't feel
Yeah.
cheap.
One
it
of
felt,
those-
Yeah.
It felt like I had to earn my
Yeah.
way through it.
Yeah, the whole game that AI is telling you like you
Yeah.
have a 0%
Yeah,
chance
I
of
loved-
beating
Well,
Love
and the
his
AI is
ass.
him.
Yeah. It's like the mind games they're playing.
I had
Sorry, what did you say,
I had a Souls experience where the like a random boss, some guy with a spear, killed me like 10 times.
Oh, yeah.
Beat this guy on the second try.
Yeah.
You know, where it's just
Yeah.
like some
Yeah,
bosses.
the games.
Right.
So, you
I got
know,
stuck on a boss.
Yeah.
Blood didn't even remember. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Each boss that leads up to here, I think it's teaching you a set of mechanics that kind of do reappear here in some kind of form.
Right.
Yeah.
But another
You
good
have to use
part of the
everything.
I know this is when I get to game design, but this boss fight also, if you're struggling as well, it also is like there's a lot of stuff you haven't found in this game. Like this nature of this game is
Right.
power-ups, optional
Go
things. If you
grind some
like
stuff,
it
yeah.
encourages you if you're struggling, like maybe you aren't ready for this. Like maybe you need to go back out into the world and like because
Yeah.
the whole thing about step away, take a break. But while you're taking a break from this, like you're getting more powerful as well.
Absolutely.
So it does have a built-in crutch. Like people are like, well, it should have like they
Yeah.
should make it easier or something. It's like no, you can go get more power-ups and you can like survive more hits.
Yeah. I agree.
Having played what I played at this game, not this fight, I'm kind of leaning towards this just in terms of how good I know that game feels.
Yeah.
I could make
And
the
all these
same
games feel
point
great.
though for Returnal.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I could make
that's
that
the same
Returnal
thing.
feels
like it's the same.
Where I was
talk about
actually
Returnal,
thinking
yeah.
about those. It's funny. It's funny we're here. I was thinking about those two games against each other because to me, I beat them both. I like Returnal way more than Metroid.
Yeah.
Way more.
Raven Beak's
3D
more
is harder,
plot
yeah.
focused than
Way
Hyperion.
So
more.
here's the thing,
yeah.
Huber. And this is why Game of the Year is so interesting.
Yeah.
In some ways, I think Returnal is more flawed than Metroid Dread in like that like super bullet point style, like objective style. But I think I like Returnal more than Metroid Dread. And I love Metroid
I love
Dread.
Metroid Dread.
That's how I
Yeah.
feel about it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Metroid Dread is like a more solid. It's a very solid attempt at a familiar thing, whereas Returnal's just like we're trying this crazy shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
I will just say about Ravenbeak, man. He has such a sick moveset.
Yeah,
When you fight
his
that
moveset.
guy.
His
Holy
moveset, Brad.
shit.
Yeah.
One Wing
That was
Angel, man.
that's like a final boss where I was like, yeah, dude,
Yeah.
this is a worthy final boss.
I completely
yeah.
agree. I completely
yeah.
agree.
I like
Shit,
that you,
maybe
you
I'm kinda
literally
working
have to
towards
use
Ravenbeak.
all your everything.
Don't get my vote.
Yeah.
Sounds like the room's
Shit.
leaning towards Hyperion, though.
Or Ravenbeak. Though.
I
I'm
definitely-
definitely more on
Yeah, I'm good
Ravenbeak,
with- yeah,
but
I'm good with
I
either.
haven't
Here's-
played Hyperion.
Yeah.
I don't want. I just gotta say my piece about Moon Baboon. I think Moon Baboon isn't like the most technically difficult fight around,
Right.
but it's one of the most creative fights I've played in a long ass time. Where I was like, dude, this is really cool.
Well, that's the catch. Is the difficulty is based on your other player, so it's like
Communication.
if you are playing that with a spouse, if you're playing that with a friend, if you're playing that with a child, like depending on what role they have, like you might know that fight really well and then trade off with your kid to be like, okay, now you do what Daddy did last time and I'll play this, and like, the rockets are fun. It's like there's so many. It's a very replayable fight.
I think for me it's Hyperion, Moon Baboon, or Ravenbeak. For me.
For me, it'd be Moon Baboon, Ravenbeak, or Cert, or Hyperion. Fuck, I don't know. All of them but Weiss.
This is tough.
Yeah,
I don't know what to do.
I
I'm leaning towards Ravenbeak, but
I
I
am
could go
too.
Moon Baboon.
Okay.
Sounds like we could do a vote, and it
I
sounds
think-
like it's Ravenbeak.
It sounds like it's Ravenbeak versus Moon
Alright, who goes
Baboon, kind
Ravenbeak?
of overall.
Yeah.
oh
I feel
man,
bad I didn't get to play It Takes Two.
I think I'm
Because
gonna do
It might have
Ravenbeak.
swayed me, but
So that was
That's fine.
yeah,
Ravenbeak.
I didn't finish.
Yeah, I
It
would
Takes
do
Two either.
Ravenbeak,
Yeah.
I guess, over Moon
Alright.
Baboon.
Ravenbeak's
Ravenbeak takes
Contentious
Yeah, I
category
think, yeah.
though.
Ravenbeak.
Yeah, Moon Baboon looks sick.
Final boss,
Yeah.
man. Final
boss. It
Final
was
boss.
kind of that's
Yeah.
good call.
Final boss.
Great
Yeah,
call.
Brad's point about that was good.
Yeah, that
Like
kind
I
of
haven't
does set
finished
it over.
Metroid Dread, and like I know who that jerk is. Like
You're right.
I've been scared of him the whole game. Like I. Yeah.
And dude, he was such a great Metroid villain. Like a Metroid villain was like a real presence besides
Yeah.
Ridley. It was
Right.
fucking awesome.
Yeah,
adding
that's a
adding stuff
fair
to old
point,
games,
to
and I
get
wasn't
somebody
like,
new.
what?
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, that's
Well, and I
some
love that
interesting
he's
wrinkle.
like messing with you psychologically the
Yeah.
whole game.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
That's what I loved about it too, because that felt like so what I'm not used to from Metroid.
When he kills that other
Dude.
guy, I was like, oh! I was
No,
no.
he's like Stryker from X-Men because he's like trying to make Samus the Wolverine to get her power. And they're like,
Yeah, dude.
there you go.
Yo, shout out to the Adam voice actor.
Right, he's trying to
The
build you up so
VO.
you can suck your
Yeah.
power.
Yeah.
He's so sick.
I could listen to that go every time I went to the room. I'm like, oh, I love this guy in my headphones. This guy's great.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Ravenbeak, winner of our best boss fight. And now it is time for competitive multiplayer. Daniel Bloodworth,
Yow!
what are the contenders?
We've got Halo Infinite, Splitgate, Battlefield 2042, Call of Duty Vanguard, Guilty Gear Strive, Chivalry 2, maybe Deathloop, Mario Party Superstars, and Knockout City.
I would like to immediately lock Mario Party Superstars.
Oh, really?
I'm
Wow.
I'm with you. I'm so with
I
you.
was thinking that might go, but okay.
No,
Wow.
I'm kind of with you.
And
I mean,
Like,
I
the
think
ti-
Infinite and
the
Guilty Gear
evergreen-
are locks,
Guilty Gear and
obviously.
Halo are locks.
Evergreen nature
I-
of timelessness of Mario Party
Guilty Gear is
Superstars.
absolutely a lock.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I would lock Infinite.
And like,
I would like to
it.
immediately cut Call of Duty and Battlefield.
That's what I was going to
Yeah,
ask.
let's
please.
do it.
Yeah, I was gonna
How
say
good
like,
does that feel?
what's your
Yeah.
defense of those games? I just want to hear them.
Yeah.
Get out
But
of here.
I'm with you with Halo
I think
Infinite.
Deathloop could probably.
I think Deathloop can probably go.
Because like
Yeah.
other games have done that.
Should
better.
we should. I mean, like Ben and I were saying earlier, it is the best part of Deathloop.
Yeah, it's such
Right.
a cool part of Deathloop.
And it is a competitive part, and it
Yeah.
does add another level of stress, another level of competitiveness to the game, because you do kind of go through like, for me at least, Deathloop was one of the easiest games of the year.
Yeah, here's
You know,
the thing
you're just so
I
powerful.
don't like about it.
Yeah.
Is because when you kill Juliana in that game and you get her weapons, you are insanely overpowered.
I got so
Insane.
I got so OP so
Oh.
fast because of that, Brad.
yeah, it's like
I killed her a
it's too
few
much.
times in
Like,
a row in the very beginning of the game and never looked back. Was just like,
Yeah.
all right, I'm it's over.
And it's like you get these other weapons, and they don't even fucking like matter. You're like,
Yeah.
well, why would I even use this?
I feel like it's impossible not to be overpowered at Deathloop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super frustrating and it holds the game back for sure.
But is
It's
that
extremely cool. I haven't even played it.
is that
Split Game is
What
the
if it's between Knockout and
Split Game
Chivalry?
is Portal
I like Chivalry
Yeah.
and Knockout both.
I haven't even like outside of that stream I haven't played Chivalry 2 and I love like I'm looking
It's
at that I'm like
really-
I love it so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chivalry 2 is so fucking
Yeah.
sick.
Yeah.
Dude,
We don't have
It's
five.
so
the
fun.
bar room brawl mode, dude.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
So
mode being
rad,
added,
dude.
I'll say like I'm the worst player at that game. So my opinion is very like
That's half the
doesn't hold a lot of
It's half
sway.
the fun.
But
It's terrible
watching the
dying.
joy, watching the joy of Huber seeing that mode for the first time, was
Yes.
just like he was just like
Yeah.
like bliss.
They added a bar room brawl mode.
yeah, it's super good.
And it's
That's right,
everyone
that's right, you
it's
told me.
everyone in the dining room
Yeah.
and just grabbing weapons that are there like chairs.
It's the chaos of that game.
Yeah, and it's so
Perfect.
much fun.
What I like about Chivalry 2 is it's like when I'm playing that game, I'm not thinking about fucking meta or
Yeah.
anything like that.
Exactly. Yes.
It's literally just the thrill and
You're
the
just
fun
like,
of the
"Ah!"
chaos in that game.
and
But if you're good at that game,
Yes.
Yeah.
you can own people.
It
If you're
is-
really good at that game.
yes, it is so satisfying though knowing that, Brad, because it's like when I die, somebody just owns me,
Yeah.
and it's like, all right, cool, like you owned me,
Yeah,
dude.
you were the better fighter.
Yeah, you were better. You were just parrying and countering and riposting, and you got me, and that's it. That's all there is to
I
it.
just imagine Huber actually like bleeding out of the battlefield.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I deserve that. Yeah, okay,
You got me.
touche.
Admittedly, very brief time with Chivalry 2, but the impression that I got from it, what I get frustrated about with multiplayer games sometimes is I feel like my joy is dependent on other people so much, where it's like,
Sure.
okay, for this to work, like we kind of have to have some semblance of teamwork. Whereas in Chivalry 2, I think there's just such like a gleeful chaos to it that like no matter what, I'm just kind of having fun because of how the game plays.
Yeah, it's like
how
a very
wild it is.
violent game, but it has this humor to it.
Totally.
And, like that's totally intended. Just like with even with like your goofy voice lines and stuff.
Oh
like
yeah,
that,
with
like
the shout button.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a blend of weird things that fit together super well.
Throwing rocks at
Is
people.
Forza not on here on purpose?
It's a weird one. I mean, we could have it in here, but
Even when I'm
Well, 'cause
racing
right
against
now
people,
I'm
though, I
let's
feel
just
like I'm
have
racing
4
with them
nominees,
in
'cause,
Forza.
like, I don't feel comfortable locking Splitgate after only playing it once.
I feel comfortable locking Knockout City. Weren't you
Knockout City
losing
is
your mind over
so
that?
We had,
excellent.
we had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
with
Knockout
Knockout
City is
City.
really good,
It is
and I
an
like it because
excellent-
it feels really different.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was
They
fun.
came back from that horrible trailer.
It's really,
Yeah.
it's a
Oh,
really
no,
sick
it,
game.
it had a. It
I
had
think
a-
it's an ugly ass
It had a
game.
zeitgeist. For sure.
Character models are hideous, but it's really fun.
It's really
fun.
It's
Yeah.
extremely
I was
fun.
surprised how fun it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Played it
unless you
multiple
guys-
I was
times.
ready to shit on that
Is
game.
that your other lock then?
Unless you think Forza 5 is better.
It's
Yeah.
like
it's weird to
which
me
I
with Forza
would
because
believe
it's
it.
like playing with other people is just kind of like it's just
It's
like a
like
variant
asynchronous.
of
Yeah.
races, except the
Yeah.
Eliminator is really cool.
Yeah.
Um,
I've only ever done it asynchronously, so it's more just like, did I beat Ben's time? Cool.
oh, that's a whole there's
Yeah.
the rivals mode, but then there's the
True.
direct racing.
Yeah.
I liked beating your speed traps.
Yeah.
Um,
It is fun.
Yeah.
and then
It's
there's
competitive.
It's a strand game.
team.
Even
There's
just
the,
roads.
there's the human team
Kind of
versus
is.
the AI
Kind of
team.
is.
I'm sorry, what, Blood?
There's the human team versus the AI team.
Yeah.
It's so weird because I adore Forza Horizon 5. I really do. But
I just thought it was weird not to mention
when
it.
it,
Yeah.
yeah,
Sure.
for sure. But
Yeah.
when it comes up in the aspect of competitive multiplayer,
Yeah.
that's not. It's just not how I
It's
think
so
about
it's such a
Yeah,
friendly
yeah.
Horizon
game.
5. Yeah,
It's so friendly.
yeah,
I just thought it deserved to be mentioned.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
yeah.
like why was it not?
Knockout
yeah.
City sounds like
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've definitely put a lot of
Knockout
time into
City.
Eliminator and Forza
Just
Horizon
want
5,
to
but
say,
it's, other than the map, like it's not that different than
Yeah.
4. So I think that's one of the things that's hard is it's like, well, it's a lot of the discussion with 5. It's like, well, I've done the same stuff in 4.
Right. If it ain't broke, don't.
And then like racing against other people, like I don't always feel like that like neck and neck kind of feel, but and then a lot of the time, yeah, it's like it's weird because it's like on that line between like cooperative and competitive. It's like it's cool to be with people that you know in that world and doing stuff together,
Yeah.
but it's not necessarily about like always beating the other person. Yeah.
Like, it was fun when we were all playing it together, but I mean, like, I didn't
Yeah.
care if I beat you or not.
Right.
You know? Like,
Wasn't very competitive.
right.
Knockout City. You go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say about Splitgate though. Like,
Yeah.
Splitgate's really good,
Yeah.
and it takes it. It's like Halo. It like feels so much like Halo. You know, like
Yeah.
here, have a portal gun,
Yeah.
and it like opens up so many awesome possibilities. But I don't know if it has enough to like blow me away. Where I was like, dude, this is one of the best multiplayers around. Like mechanically, yes, I think it absolutely has a shot. But the only thing I think about Knockout City is it just felt really different to me.
Yeah. I like how simple Knockout City is because it like is so it feels almost perfect in its own way. You know what it's trying to do is almost perfect because it's just small scale little battles, but it's just like toss, catch. You can throw each other. Like there is strategy.
Throwing each other.
there are power ups and stuff you can get, but like at its core, it is just rock solid in a way that like Rocket League is, where it's just like
Right.
It felt like this
You know?
year's Rocket League or Among
Yeah.
Us or Fall Guys.
Yeah.
It was
Feels
like, that was
just-
Knockout City.
Probably just put
Yeah.
Knockout City on
Yeah,
then.
it
just
feels
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
And I
love
I don't have a lot of
these
arguments
four,
point
it
for
seems
Knockout
like-
City. Splitgate is the one that kind of
Yeah,
standing
Splitgate's
out to
really
me.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really liked Splitgate, but I've only played it once, so...
Yeah, I just love like it's just such a. It seems like such a simple idea,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's like they did it and they nailed it,
Yeah, it's really
It
good.
was really fun.
and just like
I mean,
sniping somebody through a portal and then closing the portal, like just
Yeah.
so great.
before we're done, I know we had a lot of fun with Mario Party Superstars, but like 5 maps, like we're done. Like I'm done with all of the
Yeah,
content
I
of Mario
think-
Party Superstars.
I
I'm done.
honestly think we can
There, you
put
just replay
Splitgate
'em.
No,
instead of
I don't
Mario
have any
Party,
interest in
but-
playing Mario Party Superstars.
It's also kind of
Knockout City
a-
only has how many
Yeah,
maps?
I was
don't-
blown away there were
Right,
5
is
maps.
that
I was like,
argument?
I don't really
5?
How many
care
maps
about
That's
is
all
that?
you
Yeah.
need.
Like, I didn't
You
buy
play,
it.
dude. That's like you
Dude.
play 10 games of Mario Party. That's you've only played every map twice. Like it's
I don't
not
feel
even.
like playing those maps the
I
same
played
time.
2 games of Mario Party, and I never want to play it
Yeah,
again.
I'm good. I want to play Mario Party again. But if somebody brings up Superstars for like an easy X, I'll be like, we're done.
No,
We did it. We
you don't want
did
to
it
play
all.
Super
I
Mario
mean, we
Party
streamed
anymore.
it the other
Hear me
day,
out.
I want to
and
play
the
Mario Party
comment in chat I saw
Superstars.
was Mario Party again?
So that like the laser blast in the space
No, we're gonna
level,
get
like the next time we
DLC.
play space
Yeah.
level, it's like laser blast. It's not
Hear me-
like what is it gonna do? Ah, like
Mario Party Superstars specifically, for me,
sure.
is a back to its roots, getting this brand back on track.
As Huber's talking.
Getting the brand back on track.
He
Mario
didn't, he
Party.
didn't change the color. He just moved it.
It's one of the best Mario Party games because it's a collection of the best of Mario Party.
It's Mario Party Greatest Hits.
It
Yeah.
is.
Right.
It
Mario
is.
Party
To me, it's a
All-Stars.
celebration of the entire series. I think it's the best Mario Party in 10 plus years easily.
I mean,
Like,
you're more
to
passionate
me, it's the
about it
best. To
than
me, it's the
any of
best
us
Mario
are
Party.
passionate about
Yo, kind
Splitgate, so
of
just
weak
put it
character
in.
roster
Yeah,
though, from what I remember.
Leave it.
I'm putting it up
Let me look it up,
specifically
though.
against
Let me see.
Splitgate. That's it. Just because
Yeah.
we moved Splitgate down, and I was like, well, hold on.
I get the
Let's
argu-
just make sure.
I get the argument against it where the same argument me for it could be against it where it is just like, yo, it is just a rehash of the greatest hits.
It seems like a franchise in a really bad way if they literally just brought 5 old maps, didn't change anything, and we're like, here, and
They're
we're like,
updated,
this is the
though.
best you've ever
They're
done.
not,
You know, and it's like,
they're not the
They did
same.
change
It-
Yeah.
it's, I mean,
Yeah.
technically, remaster remake.
A
It's
little.
eligible for
Yeah,
that,
great.
but-
My problem with Mario Party is like a fundamental problem with Mario Party, and I feel like it's part of the charm, but it's also like grating in a weird way, where like it's impossible not to have fun.
yeah.
But I feel like when I play Mario Party Superstars, really whoever wins feels like pretty fucking random. Like
Right.
there's just like
So much love.
I feel
It's
like
not competitive. It's
I feel
very
like
it's like
competitive
Monopoly.
and not
I
competitive.
feel
at
like you
all.
get to the end
sticker
and it's
game
just
is
kind
fun.
of a roll of the dice.
Totally.
until 900.
And granted, I'm just playing like the
We've-
classic
we've
rules
beat
that
the
you've
sticker
done.
game.
Right.
Totally.
But
I agree.
No, I'm not. Yeah,
Just
I'm not.
leave it.
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine
Fuck
with it.
it.
I just want to double
It
check.
does offer a level of competitiveness, though, that the other ones don't, because it's to me it's always a local co-op game,
well,
and that to me is in
yeah.
its favor. It's people getting together competitively in person.
It does feel a
to
little
battle
weird
it out.
not having it on the list,
Yeah.
given that it's
I-
our rewards.
I,
But yeah,
I
just making
do
sure.
feel like a point in its favor that I will argue with it is that kind of randomness, that kind of chance time appeal of Mario Party Superstars. I feel like it is a game that I could play with anybody, regardless of how into the games they are, and
Yeah.
that is something that is nice.
Totally.
Right,
Yeah.
where it
Anyone
Yeah.
can play.
anyone can play, and like I feel like everybody kind of has a chance.
Yes.
The longevity
call.
is the thing that it definitely, because like I feel like you could, probably just sink hours and hours into Splitgate and not get tired of it. Even, I hadn't specifically
it's
done
free.
it, but when I finished
Yeah.
it, like I wanted to.
I mean,
play
we've
more.
all
Is
literally-
Superstar 60
We've
bucks?
all literally
Yeah.
played Superstars more
Yo.
than Splitgate.
Right.
Weak roster in this Mario Party though. There's like no unlockable characters or anything.
I know the unlockables are weak. There should have been unlockable stages.
Well, it's
unlockable
not winning.
characters.
It ain't
for
gonna
sure.
win.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
feel
Slap
like
back up
yeah,
there.
I
it's
don't think it's
between
winning.
Halo and Guilty Gear. Yeah,
I would
sure.
give it to Guilty Gear.
I,
Me too.
I am on the fence between those two.
I love both of them. I would give the edge to Guilty Gear.
I would
That's 4 Guilty Gears.
When I
that
played
wins.
Guilty Gear, it was
You
but
put
I-
the most time into both, for sure.
It
I
sounds
wanna
like they
make-
just nailed. It sounds like they just absolutely nailed it.
I just want to make
It's like Forza. It's like they did.
a case for it, and I could also talk a lot about Halo. I fucking
I
love
fucking
Halo
love
Infinite
Halo
multiplayer.
Infinite. Yeah.
Yeah.
But with Guilty Gear Strive, to get the bad out of the way first, the lobby system in some ways is a nightmare because actually like getting matched up with somebody at a battle station can be super frustrating. So that is a point against it. But in terms of making you excited and presenting the thought of getting better at a fighting game approachable and welcoming, Guilty Gear crushes it. First of all, out of the gate, the rollback netcode is amazing. For the most part, I didn't have to think about lag at all. And when you're playing a super intense fighting game, that is everything. So that's a huge bonus right out of the gate,
You know
right?
what had lag? Mario Party Superstars, where we played online last week.
Oh my god, yeah.
The other thing is I'm really in love with its floor system. So to explain what that is,
Yo, if you want to put Splitgate on there.
is you'll do a tutorial, basically you'll do like a practice match, I think, and you'll get placed in a floor and you're like ascending this tower. And your floor basically equates to your rank, how skilled you are. But what's so ingenious about it is every time you go to a new floor, you feel like such this sense of pride purely from the presentation. Like this little guy comes out and he's like, dude, you're gonna be hanging with like the superstars now. And you go in and it's like there's like lava in the background and you feel like you're battling in hell and it knows that like people are intimidated by fighting games and it's hard, but so every time you kind of hit that milestone, it's so like blown out of proportion in terms of how like at the very, very top you're like literally fighting to get into heaven. And that I think is so much. And the other genius thing that it does is you can't go to floors that are below you. So let's say you're on floor 6,
Right,
you can't
yeah.
go to floor 5 and like bully people. But if you really want to push yourself, you can go to a higher floor. And so like it just seems so well thought out, and it makes I think the grind just feel a little bit more special. And that's not to mention, right? Like I'm just talking about the ranking system. That's not talking about like the actual nuts and bolts mechanics of Guilty Gear Strive, which I also think are genuinely excellent, right? So it has that in spades as well. I could go on and on and on about that. But I feel like Guilty Gear Strive, to sum it up, really took a hard look at the genre and made big plays to try to do tangible improvements in that genre that is normally impenetrable.
Can you D-level if you get to floor 6?
Yeah, you
and
can.
suck,
You can go
back
down. Yeah, you go back down.
Devastating. I mean, yeah, I love Halo Infinite, but I mean,
I didn't like the
Guilty Gear
maps.
sounds really-
Halo Infinite, the only thing for me is the maps. I'm big with maps and in like
Yeah.
shooters online. I gotta like the maps, and they all
I
just
love
kind
some of the maps.
I do, but I
don't
just
have a
don't
problem with them, really.
like visually. They all kind of blended.
I mean,
That was the
that's
thing.
Halo Infinite.
Yeah, aesthetically the maps. I like the map design
Yeah.
and mechanically.
I don't know, like I
But
even
just
like
the
that training
vibe.
range map quite a bit.
Yeah. Just the big team battles all feel like they're fucking.
Yeah,
2
I'm
miles
not
away
as
from
big
each
a
other.
fan of big team battles.
Yeah,
as
big
smaller
team battle.
maps.
I agree that the big team battle maps to me are not as good as the smaller maps. But I honestly could go to bat for some of the smaller maps.
They're great.
Yeah,
I
there's
just
some
don't
really
like the
great
look.
small maps, dude.
So
Guilty Gear Strive?
Guilty Gear Strive.
I would say Guilty Gear. I think Halo just has a few problems still.
Yeah.
Needs to iron out.
Yeah, I love
and
Halo
the whole
Infinite. I feel like
battle
it's just
pass
like
thing, yeah.
almost there.
Yeah.
And it's
That's-
currently working through the kinks.
That's
Not
why I
that
jumped
Guilty Gear's
straight to it.
perfect,
Is
but-
I've heard so many people complain about Halo Infinite since it launched.
Yeah.
And
It's
like,
just
all I've heard is you
Battle
say good things
Pass
about Guilty Gear
BS.
Strive.
Well, did they just
It's
try
not-
to
it's
fix
not-
something
it's
as well
just
and it's
Battle
still
Pass.
It's
broken?
not.
They
So-
fixed Battle Pass. It's better, but yeah.
I saw a headline of mode they tried to fix. It's still not fixed.
They're-
even after a hot fix.
They're constantly tweaking things, and I think the foundation is excellent. It is truly the most I've been into a multiplayer shooter in a very long time. I love it.
Dude, I had a blast playing with you guys.
Yeah, it's super
Yeah,
fun.
it's a lot of fun.
I love that game, but
Congratulations to our best competitive multiplayer game, Guilty Gear Strive! And now, our best cooperative multiplayer game, Blood. How we doing?
So far on the list, we've got It Takes Two, Final Fantasy XIV, Endwalker, Back for Blood, Monster Hunter Rise, Outriders, Dark Pictures Anthology, House of Ashes, Streets of Rage 4, Mr. X Nightmare, and GTFO.
Yeah.
You can lock It Takes Two.
I feel, yeah, we can lock
You
It
can
Takes
lock
Two.
Can we lock
Lock
Mr. X's
Endwalker.
Nightmare?
I feel like,
Can we just lock that in?
just real quick, I think we can knock out Back for Blood and Outriders.
Yeah.
I agree.
I definitely think we
agree.
can knock out Outriders.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
just
yeah,
wanted
they
to,
should've done Outriders,
you know, I just
why?
like to at least.
Oh yeah.
I actually
At
don't know
least
if I'm
give,
ready to knock out Back for Blood yet.
I
Okay.
like Back
Sure,
for
yeah.
Blood.
Uh,
House of Ashes
just-
is it's a perfect one night thing.
Yeah.
And it's amazing, and I really like the cinema mode, and I think that cooperatively is the only way to play that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess now that I'm saying all this, I was about to knock it out, but I don't know. If
I think it's one of the best.
I liked it. Yeah.
I
so
think
I-
House of Ashes is fine.
It's like a bad
It's
game.
not a great
but a
game.
Great competitive
Yeah.
It's
cooperative
like
multiplayer.
cool handing the controller off, but I don't think there's enough there
Thing
beyond
is,
that.
all these other games hold up on
You're not really
multiple
cooperating.
playthroughs.
You're
I
playing
just-
together.
You can be, but you're like
Yeah.
doing stuff to try to help someone else out later on.
Like, you're probably talking to each other so you can
Yeah.
give advice, but, like, yeah, it's not.
I just want to quickly a couple sentences about the ones that we eliminated down there because I don't think we're going to talk about those really at all anywhere else.
Okay.
The Ascent, really cool co-op game, really cool vibe,
Great sound design.
great sound,
The
the best death yells of 2021,
Yeah.
no question. Listen to people dying in that game. Whoever did the VO for that,
Good
kudos
stuff.
to you.
Shout
It's
out.
a little too buggy. Yeah.
A little buggy
a little
is its
buggy,
Achilles heel.
yeah.
It was for sure buggy.
Yeah.
This sucks to say, and admittedly, my analysis of it is imperfect. But I think we can take Monster Hunter Rise off. Of cooperative.
Oh.
So here's my reasoning for that. So I haven't
Yeah.
I haven't fought Valstrax in Monster Hunter Rise, but as enjoyable as it is to play that game, and even playing it again on PC, like I think there is so much to praise about that game, but it's also easy, and the wire bug is such a powerful tool that like I'm absolutely fine playing that game on my own. I don't feel like I need
Yeah.
people to help me just because I don't think I don't think Monster Hunter Rise pushes back enough or makes other people feel as valuable as I
I can feel that
want them to
from
be.
the time I spent with it, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
GTFO I loved. We only played it once.
Yeah.
I think we could probably just kick it because we don't know it well enough.
Okay, I'm with you, and that is absolutely
loved
what we're
it.
saying.
I mean, I played as much, I watched you play as much GTFO as we played Mr. X.
I-
Yeah,
I mean,
and
I know
I still
nothing.
wanna-
I just know that he loves Mr. X more than anything on the planet.
Well,
from
I've just
Earth.
seen them
I
go
still wanna
on
talk
and on and
about-
on with Mr. X. Yeah, that
I
was
still want
really-
to talk about New World for a second.
Tribes of Midgard.
I think he walked out of the room and they
We-
pulled him off.
Yeah, we
Okay.
cut off 'cause it was just like, why?
I have
I
only
should've put it
played
down.
GTFO
Well, the
on that stream.
cooperativeness
But
of it.
a broken
the
game.
cooperativeness of GTFO and how well that was integrated into like
Yeah,
every aspect of the
Fantastic.
design, it really
Yeah.
left a lasting impression. on
For
me.
sure.
I would be fine keeping it. I was just figuring because we only played it the once.
Yeah, no, that is fair.
I mean,
Mr. X Nightmare, I'm obviously obsessed.
It's
but
great.
It's
it.
super small. It's small if you just count the DLC.
What if we kick back from Blood
It's
and
almost-
keep GTFO?
it's
Is
almost
that
that.
crazy?
I don't
I really
feel
don't
like
comfortable
Blood a lot.
about
I-
I don't
that.
hate Back for
I
Blood.
think we should kick
like
Mr. X.
Back
You're right. I
to
love it, but it's
No,
just
no, Mr. X. Dude, okay. the randomness, the fact that it scales with more players is really good because I thought I was worried about, but like the progression path you choose in that so drastically changes.
Who gets what
And
item?
how it punishes you for for that not having that foresight, like, oh, this thing seems useless, and then they give you a scenario like you're screwed because you would have benefited from this power, and like I love that escalation in that game, and like it's so easy to just jump back in, like, can I do better than that?
Yes.
And it doesn't use a lot of different arenas, but like it still mixes up the conditions of those arenas so well that like something that seemed, this would be a cakewalk, becomes such a terror so quickly because of the conditions.
Yeah.
And who's thrown into like, this is a simple arena, but they threw two bosses, like the twins or something. It's like, oh my gosh,
Totally.
like, how
And
can I
the-
handle this?
And the cooperative nature of that. Again, leaning on each other. The items is what really makes it cool to me.
yeah.
The 2 to 4 players, because one person can only get an item, so it's really about who gets what
it,
item.
yeah.
Do you stack
Stacking,
items?
exactly.
Because they have diminishing returns, but also that some of those can get really powerful.
Exactly.
There is a randomness, which I think keeps you on your toes every time.
I only played Mr. X Nightmare with you, but I was extremely impressed, and it's something that, like, I know you spoke about playing it alone and that being a good
That's
experience.
cool too, yeah.
But I would want to play it with you guys because the way, like, if you go back and you look at that stream, the cooperative nature of it was so much fun. It felt like it, like, really enhanced just beat 'em ups with its
Yeah.
design.
Sure.
Where it was like,
It's-
okay.
Oh.
We talked so much where it's like you use your special here,
Yes.
do this, you get that healing
Yes.
item. Okay, watch out for these hazards on the stage. Like it was kind of going back to that Monster Hunter comparison where it was like I felt like I had to rely on you guys doing your part in order to progress, and I love that feeling. It's the same thing with GTFO, but
Yes.
I think it was very strong.
Well said.
It was
man.
something you hyped up so much. And then when I played it, I was like, yeah, he's totally right. This is awesome.
And
Like,
progress
Turtles-
carries.
yeah.
Your character progression, like how
You
you
level up some characters, for
Forgot
sure.
about that completely.
They added
love
Rue for the
House of
DLC
Ashes.
as well. They added a character, add that in there.
Lots of characters. Selection.
Specifically, the cooperative nature of House of Ashes, as this
I
is
just-
the cooperative multiplayer category.
To me,
Yeah.
And Forza's great,
entire
but that was the competitive
experience-
multiplayer because we were talking about. So, like, what was drastically different about that game? Better than GTFO, better than it. Like
To
better.
me, the entire experience of that game is made by the cooperative multiplayer.
House of
Like,
Ashes?
Yeah. Without that,
Yeah.
it's nothing. Like
Yeah, I kind of wouldn't want to go through that by myself.
no,
Yeah.
but like doing the like movie night, like we're in our PJs,
Yeah.
we're eating popcorn, we're streaming,
Deserves
like,
to be
it's
celebrated.
It's fucking great.
Yes.
I don't think it, like obviously it's not.
We also
gonna win.
we also haven't played. There's that other mode, like if you play with people online or another
Right,
person
we've
online,
done that
it's an
before.
entirely
We
different
did
thing.
that. That's how we played Little Hope. It's really cool.
It is cool
the
and different.
story splits. It is really interesting. It's a cool way to do it.
The
and
parts
it's a
where
second
you were-
replay that you could do. Because like there were parts where I'd be like over here doing this,
Yeah.
getting this half of the story, and then he's like, oh shit, like something else happening. It's a really cool way to do it. So basically, you get two completely different playthroughs of every story. And I thought House of Ashes was probably the strongest entry since Until Dawn.
I
Yeah,
agree.
Obviously,
100%.
series
Yeah. It was
technically.
really surprising. I did
100%.
not think I would be into that
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
It was actually really cool.
Sounds like
Tension of that
GTFO or Back
finale.
for Blood then.
The tension, the most deadly quick time events since Shenmue. Like,
I mean, that's all the
it's-
game is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all the game is.
Yeah.
But I mean, to me, it's like it's
High
just a really
stakes.
fun movie night, and to me, that's worth
But
celebrating. Like
to
you
me,
said.
that's just it's just goofy fun with your friends, and I'm never gonna think about that game again. I'm never gonna want to go
Yeah.
back to that game again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm done with it.
Yeah.
I would go back and try some of these other games.
Yeah. I
Like
mean,
as much as like I have problems with like Back for Blood, I would rather go back and play Back for Blood
It's a good
and
counter
shoot some
argument.
zombies with my
It's a good point.
friends.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
It's a good point.
Like
I mean,
Yeah.
you guys are
It is
still
a one
talking
and
about
done.
going back to Mr. X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a
Yeah.
one and done. It
Stabbing
is a one and done. It's
I mean,
a very
all
fair
these
point.
games are one and done for me personally too. So it's just
Oh
like,
man,
like I play it on a stream and then never think about it.
I would love to do GTFO with you guys again.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
love
like
it.
GTFO.
House of
I
Ashes
didn't see enough
We
in
can have
GTFO
6.
though, where I was like, man, I can't wait to see what's
We can
next from
just
this
have
game.
6.
Though.
Well, I think we could cut one of these.
I think Back for Blood would be the one I would cut.
It's weird because like I agree we did not see a lot of GTFO.
Yeah,
and I
that's my
actually,
main thing. Is I
It
just
just
don't know
felt
if we've
really
gotten deep
solid.
into
It's a
enough.
safe reason to cut it.
And
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, but even with that limited experience of GTFO, and I like Back for Blood, what I've played of Back for Blood, I think Back 4 Blood and GTFO are kind of competing in a similar space.
Right.
And I think GTFO is more interesting.
Yeah, I agree. It's not trying to emulate. It's trying its own thing more than Back 4 Blood is.
Yeah, Back 4 Blood's flaw for me, unfortunately, is that it's just not as good as Left 4 Dead. I know that's kind of unfair, but it's also fair because it's Turtle Rock.
I mean,
Right.
And
It's
they're just
literally
trying
got
to do
the
it.
four
Yeah,
Like, they're just saying we can't get the rights for Left 4 Dead. Like,
Yeah.
That's literally what that game is.
I do really like it though. It is really solid.
It's great.
The pros and the cons. I like the campaign a lot. I like the cards. I really like the card mechanic actually. But do you think it's good or bad? Okay, so the initial difficulty is pretty chill. You can get through it, not too much of a struggle. The very next one,
Impossible.
no joke, impossible. They've still been patching that, trying to
I was
iron
gonna
that
say,
out.
I think they've changed it.
They've patched it out quite a bit, but the reliance on teammates is basically what I'm getting at. Is on the higher difficulties, you really need to coordinate with each other on builds, on weapons, on trading, on, you could have a character have a scavenge build.
If I'm the only one pushing for house, we can just drop it.
But does it have a goop gun?
okay, so yeah, I want
I
to.
don't think it has a good gun.
There's a lot of good
Oh,
teamwork
no, Brad was pushing for house.
underneath
Sounds like
on Back 4 Blood, especially on the
yeah,
higher
because
difficulties.
I was against House of Ashes.
You can speak to
but
Back 4 Blood
it was just me.
better than I can, but in my time with Back 4 Blood, the way things went to shit, I feel like it was oh, we're getting picked apart by special infected, basically. Somebody
And there's,
got
30
grabbed.
of them.
Yeah. Whereas
That was a bug. That was a
let me
bug.
make
Yeah.
let me make a case for GTFO. And again, it was
They
one
did patch
stream.
that.
GTFO has some fucking balls. When I booted that game up, I was like, okay, I want to get through the tutorial before the stream.
Right.
No fucking tutorial.
No tutorial.
It doesn't exist.
I didn't even know I was on the main menu screen. I'm like, what's happening?
And so you get in there, and this was our organic time with GTFO, where we would go up to a terminal, and it would be how do we interact with this? Oh, we actually have to enter in the command to make this thing happen, and it'll point us in this direction. And oh, we have this gun. What can we do? Well, we just got annihilated by a group of enemies. Maybe we can goop the doors to block them off. And that rush of
Love
success
that.
that we had, where it felt like our own ingenuity was our best weapon because the odds were so stacked against
And
us.
that's good game design.
Yeah, and it's
we could figure it out.
Yeah.
is this a game that has massive peel? No, you can't just chill out and shoot zombies. But it's it is audacious with its difficulty, and it uses that in a way I think to create more memorable moments.
Also,
and as a teaching tool.
The thing I like about Back 4 Blood is also kind of not that great. I like its accessibility, but the home base thing is pretty weak. The game's easy to get into, but it doesn't really take that.
Right. I got excited when I first got into that base.
Yeah, and then there's just nothing really to do
the case
there.
I'll make against Back 4 Blood to be taken off this list now is that House of Ashes, Streets of Rage 4, and GTFO all met or exceeded expectations. Back 4 Blood did not. Back 4 Blood in a lot of ways was not the game we wanted it to be.
Yeah.
Right.
And so it feels weird nominating over
Yeah.
I feel like I like Back 4 Blood more than most of the allies,
I do
but
like it, yeah.
I would
don't
also be okay
dislike it.
cutting it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
My only thing against GTFO is yes, the idea of figuring stuff out is cool. It's
Yeah.
because we've played the game for 2 hours and we didn't know shit about it.
Yeah.
That's exactly why. Yes, it's fun. I had a good time, but it didn't do anything that groundbreaking. The coolest thing in that whole game was when Huber fucking gooped the door or whatever. I was like,
Right.
that's fucking cool. I love that shit. But anything else, I didn't seem all right, these enemies are whatever, I guess. They're
Yeah,
okay.
I wasn't really feeling the enemies.
I don't-
design.
It's
I don't
cool
think the
going,
enemy
I like
design-
the pace of the game.
I like the stealth element.
I don't think the enemy design is that great. I agree with you there, but I feel I love when games make even simple encounters super tense, and I loved going into a room and being wait, I think I can see those enemies in the distance. Okay, let's melee them, or oh, we're getting ambushed. Let's open fire. I felt going
Co-op.
through that game,
Co-op.
every single room and crawling through it was just tense and fun and exciting, and people had to be on point.
For sure.
Yeah, and I admit it totally. We have I could feel differently about it after 30 hours.
It's
than the 2
when we
hours.
played Back 4 Blood
But-
at the beta, we were this is fucking sick.
Yeah,
And now we're all eh. Back for Blood.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. All I can speak to is my experience.
Yeah, totally.
My experience so far with GTFO
But-
has been good.
Do we want to vote between back, house, and GTFO, or just back and house, or?
I mean, I'm fine with taking Back for Blood off. It sounds like more people are into GTFO and House of Ashes.
Yeah.
Like,
I like
I'm
House
done
of
with
Ashes.
Mr. X. Like, I'm not interested in playing more Mr. X. I have a counter opinion there. That, like, I did play it. I
thought Mr.
was
X
on that
cool,
stream, and, like, I'm
but
good.
I don't need to go back and play it, but I liked it.
Yeah, it's not my thing, but just Huber loves it, so.
Yeah.
Just sounds like the consensus is, yeah.
It's okay. I mean,
the way the year shook out, we just have a lot of issues.
Yeah,
with
that's the
Back
thing,
4 Blood
because
compared
it's
to these
just
other things.
it's just that expansion is like, is there enough there to compete against like full games?
To me, just that one little thing still gets me way more excited than Back for Blood. Like, you boot it up right now, and we stop goatees and we play. Like, it's
Sure.
I think
just
Mr.
so
X is an easy
fun.
lock.
yeah, just lock it in then.
Fun online, fun locally.
Like the rest of them, I can definitely see the arguments against.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, my main thing with GTFO is like what Brad said is like, have we just not put enough time to see where the flaws and stuff are?
Yeah,
with it?
I think
Yeah.
that's super fair. I do.
But I
I'm
mean,
glad I got to.
if people
shout out
aren't
that.
high on Back for Blood, though, it's like...
I'm kind of the
Yeah,
same
that's
on
the
both.
thing. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing.
I mean, we could have 4 and just not do either.
It's weird because I absolutely see the case that we haven't put enough time into it. That is just true. But I also feel like in this moment,
yeah,
I
prefer
I
GTFO.
prefer it to Back for
Sure.
Blood. But you're totally right. When I played the beta of Back for Blood and we were playing it together, I was super, super high on it. So I do think there is some caution there
I
that should be
think
exercised.
it's hard. It's okay because this is where we're at.
Yeah.
Like, you played the game, you really liked it. It's one of your favorite cooperative things of the year so far. So it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I spent more time with Back for Blood than GTFO, and I see the flaws more in Back for Blood right now.
it just doesn't excite me.
Right now.
Back for Blood. It doesn't
Yeah,
excite me.
I mean,
you know, I went through
frankly,
it.
none of these excite me that much. I think they're cool, but
Can I ask about Outriders? Because I thought someone wanted to say something about it. when
Oh,
we
I just
dropped it
wanted to
off.
give
Oh, I
a
don't know
couple of
if
those
it-
things
yeah.
lip
Didn't you want
service.
to talk about New World?
Just because at the bottom.
Just some
Oh, I
lip
meant like
service
the-
because they're
yeah.
not going
We
to talk
considered
about it
them and
anywhere
then
else. I think it's good
rush them.
for
New
everyone
World-
if we say a sentence about
the
games
wars
that
are
came
cool,
out the year.
but everything else
year.
is not that great, and it's a broken game all the time. So
Yeah, just the economy and all that. Just the
it's a fucking mess. Dude.
yeah, people stealing from each
Yeah.
other. Like, it's crazy.
Oh,
It's
huh?
just wild.
Like, my
wild.
girlfriend plays that game
Yeah.
all the time, and
Game's
she's always
wild.
complaining about it.
It
It's
seems
the
like
game, yeah.
Outriders exceeded expectations or something.
It-
so
We hated it before
Outright-
it came out.
outright-
No,
Outriders
Huber
is
liked it.
I liked it.
Ah.
I like Outriders. I think it is a cool game, but I think I think people wanted there to be this like ongoing live service
That's
end
the
game, which there wasn't.
expectation I had of it.
Yeah, which there really wasn't. It was
I
basically
think
just a
they
co-op game.
tried so hard to make it clear it was not going to be
Yeah,
that, and it's
and people
still
wanted that.
Yeah,
Because they were talking about like looting,
Yeah. 'Cause
Because
shooting,
it just
shit.
feels
Yeah.
like it should be that.
Yeah.
Right.
Like it's a cool, just a co-op shooter. The
Yeah, it's a
mechanics
good
are
time going
awesome.
through it.
The weapons are cool. They're like just being together in that game co-op was cool.
Yeah.
That's all.
I feel like Outriders, like you could maybe make a case for a best 7,
Yeah.
but
It's in there.
it,
It's
it-
over there, yeah.
it doesn't.
all right.
It's not one that I would go to
It-
bat for.
and
No, I just wanted to give it a
Yeah.
It
shot.
reminded
Yeah.
me like going through a Gears of War campaign
Exactly,
more
yeah.
than playing like a Destiny
Yeah.
game.
And I actually quite liked the lore.
You did.
I really
You
liked
did
the lore.
like the lore. I remember. Yeah.
Ben, I know you said your piece on Monster Hunter Rise, but
Mm-hmm.
are you sure it's not better
Yeah, I
than
kind of
the
feel more like
three-
putting
any of
Rise
the
up there
three
rather than Back for
of
Blood
those?
over
I'm, sorry,
GTFO.
I'm really
You
starting to
kick Back for
second
Blood
guess.
and GTFO.
I had a lot of
with our-
fun
with our-
hunting with
with
people.
what's left.
Playing
I
Hunting
guess.
Horn is so much fun.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. And
Here we
if
go.
like
Here
this
we
wasn't,
go.
if this specifically wasn't cooperative multiplayer and it was just like best game design or something, yeah, absolutely. I think Monster Hunter Rise would earn the place. It's just in this specific category, I am not sure the cooperative multiplayer shines in a way that is exciting to me. Like it has the bones of Monster Hunter,
Mhm.
and so it's like good on a fundamental level. But for this game specifically, like I guess you could bring up Rampages, which are arguably like one of the weakest parts of the
Right.
game.
Yeah.
So I don't, purely from a cooperative multiplayer standpoint, it's like I could boot it up with you guys and have a great time hunting and have great memories. but mechanically, I'm not sure what you're adding in a way that really changes it.
It was easier to group up.
Oh yeah, it's
Then
super easy to
World.
grow up, and it's fun hunting together.
Quicker to
That's
run
just-
places.
It's
Yeah.
really, really.
You're
it's
right,
just
Ben.
a lot of fun.
But it's like like some of the most fun I had hunting with other people.
Yeah.
Was doing that this year, like co-op with them. Yes,
It just feels good.
it like doesn't stand out as like some huge co-op thing. Like it is just more Monster Hunter with more people. It's not
Yeah.
breaking new ground. But it's just really fucking fun.
Yeah,
it is
fun.
That's actually a good point. Because in Back for Blood, I really like the teamwork needed. I like the co-op mechanics, but it was never really fun to like go through it with you. I don't know. Like
I
it's
didn't really enjoy
Yeah,
it.
we were just. I think we
just
just wanted
kinda-
something a little more.
it's just a very
Yeah.
generic,
I like getting
hollow
mods
feeling
more than
for
actually
me.
the like using
Yeah,
a gun.
I loved
Yeah.
customizing my gun. That
Yeah,
was my
that-
favorite
Like
part
all
of
the
game.
mechanics on paper are so cool, but
Yeah.
when I'm with you playing it, it's like fine. It's fine. There's some zombies. We'll shoot the zombies.
Yeah. Oh, there's a tall zombie.
Yeah,
Shoot that.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's
Yeah.
it's great hunting with other people. I think the sticking point for me, and I had a great time hunting with all of you. It's always a blast.
Yeah.
It just like it isn't any more of a blast than Monster Hunter World. You know?
Right.
Like it's
But
it's
more than Back
it's
for
more-
Blood, I
it's
feel.
But it
more
feels
than
like it's more than Back for Blood.
Yeah,
and
more
I
than
really
just
do, I
Back
really
for
do.
Blood.
GTFO, yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
personally think it is.
I think
I think so
for
too.
Back for Blood, the only thing that I would say in favor of Back for Blood is
Mechanics are good.
I feel like I just again rely on other people a little
You
bit
do,
more.
yeah.
Whereas in Monster Hunter Rise, I don't feel like I'm relying on anybody. Like other people are nice, and yeah, you can get through things faster. But in Back for Blood, it's like, no, if you run off on
You
your
have
own
to
or you
have-
don't save
right.
people, like
That's
yes, that
true.
is a Left 4 Dead thing, admittedly.
I
but-
did like being able to finish challenges in Rise by myself because it enabled me to try out like new weapons and other stuff before I went into the multiplayer. So
Yeah.
that, like by the time I was a multiplayer, I'm like, I know what I'm doing because this game is kind to single players.
If
So I'm good at that.
anything,
Where Back for Blood, that's not is not good at that.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh no.
there was someone I don't remember who it is. James Davey maybe in the showcase has been talking for months about, or maybe Brendan K. Gann, like, Back for Blood, come on! Like this was my game. This is my number one game, and they botched single player so hard, and it's
Yeah.
total rock. Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's why I gave GTFO
The nod.
the nod, and why I'm totally okay with giving Monster Hunter Rise as the nod. It's like GTFO making a game that we might get burned out on in 6 hours. Good for them. Turtle Rock making Back for Blood like okay is like
Yeah.
what the hell happened?
Exactly.
Mm.
Exactly.
What they should
Like
have
it being okay
that
is
should have been a
brutal.
grand slam
yeah,
home run.
yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
weird.
Fair enough.
here's something I'll actually say against Monster Hunter Rise in a cooperative multiplayer sense that I haven't brought up yet, where when I actually think we need to put it on world design, because when I'm by myself playing Monster Hunter Rise, it's actually really fun to just be like, oh, I'm going to use the wire bug to get up to this place. I'm going to take my time. I feel like the new mechanics in Monster Hunter Rise make exploring really, really fun and
True.
fresh and exciting. But when I'm playing with other people, I'm like, oh, I don't want to dick around. Like, they're waiting for me to go hunt this thing. And so I feel like the pressure of playing with other people kind of makes Rise feel a little bit more generic, whereas I feel like when you're playing by yourself and you can take as much time as you want, you actually get to lean into some of the
Right,
most
sure.
exciting aspects of the game.
But it's more fun multiplayer than Back for Blood.
Yeah,
We can, yeah.
I've said my piece on it, so
yeah, I feel like it's like it's
Returnal's
not gonna
world
win,
design
but
twice,
yeah,
but-
it sounds like it's stronger than Back for Blood from what you're saying.
I'd rather play Monster Hunter Rise with you guys than.
Me too.
I'd probably rather go on a hunt.
I'd rather hunt
than
with
do
y'all.
any
And my
level in
concern
I mean,
Back
I
for
wanna
Blood.
play
GTFO is
Monster
that
Hunter
it's-
perpetually.
You've not
Yeah.
played it enough. Like, just sounds like
Like,
none of
too
you
much-
played
yeah.
GTFO
I love when
enough.
Ben like
like-
puts a trap down or some shit.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
At a basic
basic
level,
level.
I would just rather hunt.
Yeah.
That's
is
it.
a different color.
Well, yeah, we'll get those.
He hasn't locked him yet.
But is that, yeah, so
Yeah,
I think
feels
so.
good.
That's,
That
That's
feels
how
good to
that's
me.
how I feel.
GTFO
How you
I
is
feel like
nice.
just in general,
Experience
Monster
enough.
Hunter is a stronger game just
Yeah.
across the board.
Yeah.
it's a very strong game. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Literally got Suits of Rage there. Yes.
it was actually
Yes.
good, yes.
Our nominees
The
for
fact-
Best Cooperative Multiplayer are It Takes Two, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, Monster Hunter Rise, House of Ashes, the Dark Pictures Anthology,
Yeah.
and Streets of Rage 4, Mr. X Nightmare.
Shout
Alright.
out.
Streets of Rage,
6-2
Mr. X's
Endwalker.
Nightmare. I just want to say here, one of the few games like I was recommending to so many people
Heck
to
yeah.
play for multiplayer just for like something fun to play.
Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that last thing. It's not. I don't think it's gonna win. I just literally wanted to say
Yes.
very few games get me to like recommend like the multiplayer component to that. Like where I'm like, I think this will be really good for you to play. Like you guys will have a really good time. Like other groups, I'm like, this is gonna be fun.
Endwalker.
Yeah, I mean,
Classics.
it's got to be
You know,
between
it's like,
Endwalker and...
I love It Takes
So, like,
Two, but
here's-
like,
Here's the thing.
Endwalker's
I mean,
I'm-
shit, if
just
you're
insane.
saying Endwalker, then fuck it.
I haven't played it.
No.
And it just-
Stop.
Okay.
I think from I have not gotten to play It Takes Two yet, and unfortunately, I probably will not play it until obviously it'll be too late.
I mean, it's
But
too
everything
late.
I've seen about it, though, shows how integral it is to play with another
Yeah.
person,
Yes.
like every aspect of the game.
Way more.
Endwalker is a massively multiplayer online game, and one of its biggest draws is playing with other people. But one of the best things about Endwalker, this expansion, is how much they furthered the ability to not have to rely on other people, how they've improved that as well. So they're definitely in their efforts to kind of diversify how your experience is with Endwalker, whether you want to play with others or play by yourself. It's not as necessary anymore to play with other people. It's still
For the story.
Yeah, it's a core essence of the game. And yes, there's end game content. There's a lot of other things you do that you need to play with other people. But you can enjoy so much of that game just on your own, or it's not as necessary. So like the necessity I've seen of It Takes Two, that like it's from like ground up. That's what it is. I recognize and respect how important it is in the game and how well it's been done. So like. I understand it's weird that Endwalker, like, I want to argue if Endwalker is stuff, but it's not going to win multiplayer in either category. It's like, it does multiplayer very well. It doesn't have to do it the best. I think it does a lot of other things exceptionally well at this point. But, like, I just want to get that out of the way that, like, I think It Takes
You make a good
Two.
point that It Takes Two, like, requires...
Yeah, I think
so-
that's so valuable.
And it's
Two for the price of one.
And,
And
yeah.
point, oh yeah,
It's
great
the-
call. You get a free copy.
It's the large scale or the small scale. It is building bonds with groups of people playing Endwalker.
Or saving your
Or,
marriage.
or It Takes Two. I mean, this is a 2-player only game.
right.
And going through with one other person is really so special on that level.
So-
But, Endwalker, I mean, you just grouping up and doing a dungeon with a bunch of people, community.
You've got a free company of
like-
60 people.
Yeah.
A point that I want to make about It Takes Two, and I haven't even been able to finish it, but playing with my wife has been so special. Because I feel like with a lot of multiplayer games, it's like, yes, you need to rely on people, but you kind of need to rely on people in a similar way throughout the thing. I feel like every time, like playing It Takes Two, it's like, okay, here's the unique mechanic of this thing. Here are the new tools that you have. And it almost feels like it's like multiple games kind of like
Right.
bundled together in a weird way. And I feel like it just is so ambitious with how it pushes itself to like evolve and change, even in what I've seen of it so far.
Right, because that's the thing is like most platformers in general, like you just keep adding tools, right? You just keep adding verbs. But It Takes Two, like you got used to that thing, too bad it's gone. That was last level, new level. We're doing a completely different thing here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The big and small, or
Yeah.
the skating or whatever.
Dude,
Yeah.
I think Takes Two is like the definitive co-op game.
Hey.
Yeah.
Like honestly, it is.
I think it's one of the
Cool.
best
It is.
ever made.
It is.
It'll
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
my vote for sure.
Cool.
Whereas, yeah, like Damiano, you were saying, I haven't obviously played Endwalker, but going through 14, it felt very single player. But then, obviously, when you group up, it's that group
Yeah.
vibe. It's so epic.
Yeah, it's great, but like
You can do a lot.
It Takes Two is just like constant ideas
Yeah.
and changing things up, and I did not expect. Where I was reliant on you so much.
But,
Sorry.
But Damiani, what about?
Oh, we crushed
or
it.
Brad, what
Pretty
about a raid in Endwalker?
So
Tell me about the raids.
I did Zodiark with our free company, which is all
Yeah.
Easy Allies people.
Yeah.
And they all had done it before me,
Yeah.
so they were all wanting to see my reaction. It was one of my favorite moments of the whole fucking year was doing that. I just haven't seen this crazy spectacle, but like, It Takes Two is just like a fucking crazy game, man. It's just crazy.
You have to communicate constantly.
Yeah, that game honestly blew me away.
Like you have to say, hey,
Yeah.
like when you're going on the rails or whatever, it's like, hey, orange or
Yeah.
or
Because like we
Yeah.
played A Way Out, and I liked that game a lot. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
But man, like It Takes Two is like a whole nother level
is.
compared to that.
It is. It is.
That was the feeling I had playing It Takes Two. So I was like, Go Hazel. I didn't,
Yeah, I was
like,
just,
no offense,
shocked.
but I didn't think you could make this. I didn't think this is what
And it's like
your team was capable of doing.
I've been doing like boss fights in 14 for a long time, you know? It's so sick. I love doing it, but it's not as special as the first time
Sure.
maybe just going through like
Yeah.
fucking It Takes Two. It was just nuts.
Winning.
Yeah.
Winning.
I mean, it seems pretty clear.
Congratulations to our winner of Best Cooperative Multiplayer, It Takes Two. Okay, it is time for Best World Design. We got snacks. We're ready for this one. It's going to be a doozy. What do we got, Bloodworth?
Yeah, well, just to kind of frame this, world design some we'll kind of hash out. It encompasses so many different things in terms of just like the world building and then like the mechanical design of the worlds and how good it feels to get around the worlds and all that stuff. So there's a lot here to consider.
I also think the visual element is part of it.
Yeah, I do think so. Yeah, how interesting is it to be in this place? Yeah, I think it's a huge part of it, actually. We have Outer Wilds, Echoes of the Eye, Hitman 3, Psychonauts 2, Metroid Dread, Halo Infinite, Forza Horizon 5, Resident Evil Village, SMT 5, Returnal, Death's Door, Inscription, and Monster Hunter Rise.
Lock them all.
I can make two cuts.
Yeah, lock them all.
I
Two
can make
cuts,
two cuts
huh?
right off the bat.
Okay, let's hear
Halo Infinite. Everyone said how
Halo
repetitive
Infinite.
it was.
Halo Infinite.
That's all everybody's
I-
talked about.
Halo Infinite.
It's funny because I think if this category was best traversal, I could make a
Right.
strong case for.
Yeah.
for
Like the
Halo
VO
Infinite.
is really fun. I hear
Yeah.
there's lots of fun surprises in the world, but it's like
I'm loving
As-
playing it, but it's
right.
the same.
But if you
Yes.
gotta make tough cuts.
As
Playing,
an
playing it
open-
is
Well, I got three cuts,
immaculate.
actually. I got three cuts.
As an open world, it got tiring for me
Yeah.
to get all those things on the map,
Right.
to get everything. It just became
Yeah.
a slog because it was so samey.
The visual
Um,
repetitiveness is one of the worst aspects.
Yeah.
I think
Even the linear parts are cool,
Oh, I don't think the linear parts are very cool.
but I mean,
Yeah,
I don't think they're
I
great,
don't.
but
I feel like I've had a lot of similar
Yeah.
issues with Halo over the years, but it gets even more amplified. Like one of the things that just early on, like you're saying, just trying to explore and find everything in an area. I feel like your sight lines are so weird because there's just so many cliffs. They want you to use the grapple so much that it's like, what's here? And
I
and
actually don't mind.
kind of feel
Yeah,
like
I
I'm
like
just
that,
spiraling around things a lot, just trying to explore. And then the other thing that really bugs me is taking over a base, because I'll go through all this effort, really like put in the work to take this base down, and then I'll walk 100 yards away looking for a collectible, come back and there's dudes here again. I'm like, what is this? Like, what is happening? Like, I know you don't want the world to feel
Well, not
empty.
the
Yeah.
FOBs, but the like
Yeah.
strongholds. Yeah.
Yeah.
sure.
That's actually something that I would slightly disagree on because I totally see your point, but I liked heading off in a random direction and being like, oh, there's a small pocket of enemies here. I think they kind of
I
did
do,
it in
but
a
it's
way.
like the way they respawn, and it's like, what is the point
It's
of
very
me
Destiny.
taking over this outpost rather than like the FOBs just feels like a table.
Well,
It was
here's
just
the
repetitive.
counter.
It was just so repetitive.
The counter to the FOB is being able to call in weapons and vehicles is so
And the fast travel.
awesome.
course.
Like it's not as much about like being able to like clear off sections of the map. It's like getting that ability and being like, I'm gonna call in a tank and then attack this thing.
Yeah.
right.
And also like
Shit,
I loved having the Marines come
I
in
was gonna
as
say,
well.
it was one of my favorite things of the year, no joke, was getting a full Razorback, I think it's called, of Marines and going to a base and taking it out. That
Right.
was so much fun. Again, my main gripe is that it was just so halfway through I was fatigued.
Yeah.
It was just so
Yeah,
repetitive.
I mean, I think that's a problem.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
the same visual design and
Right.
the same enemy makeup
I guess
a
I
lot of
don't-
the times too.
I don't really remember enemies like being a problem at FOBs you've cleared, but maybe I'm misremembering.
I think
Not
the
the
not the
FOBs.
FOBs, the strongholds.
It's the bases like
Oh,
like where
okay.
you have to like blow up the
Yeah.
tanks.
Okay.
Or yeah, because that's the thing. Because the reason that it came up and it bugged me was there was a time where like, because you know how those individual spots will have like their own group of collectibles.
Yeah.
And it'd be like you've got 2 of 3 of something here. I was looking for like the third audio log, and I was just like, I've crisscrossed this whole base. I'm gonna like start skirting the edges and like, okay, I found one over here, and then I went so far out that when I like came back to the base, it was like there's a bunch of dudes here, and I'm like, It was right there. It was right there.
Can I lock one in?
And
We'll
stay
lock in.
tuned. We will definitely be talking about the grapple hook later.
I
Sure,
want to
sure.
lock in Hitman 3.
Me too.
I think
Lock
we
it.
have to have Hitman 3
An
on
easy
this.
lock.
I felt that too, but I don't know, dude.
It's the easiest lock.
Hitman 3 is all about world design.
I
It's like
know
the
it
whole
is.
fucking game.
I
It's a
think
showcase.
Psychonauts 2 beats it. I think
No, wait.
I think
dude,
SMT5
just the
beats
fact that
Hitman
you're
3.
in
I
this
think Returnal
space
beats Hitman 3.
in
I think-
Hitman 3,
I know.
and
I know.
everything you can do is the world design jump.
Yeah.
Everything.
I know. All of these have brilliant world design. It's just when I play Inscription, I'm like, what are they doing? And when I play Hitman 3, I'm like, this is a great version of Hitman 1 and 2. You know, like they nailed it.
Inscription,
the one in the mansion is nuts.
Inscription's one of my goatees, easily. It's more than the sum of its parts. Every single thing in Inscription comes together to make it even better. Every single aspect of it. I don't think of world design, though, when I think of Inscription.
Yeah, so let me make a case for Inscription, having recently just gotten to Act 2. What I love about Inscription is I think you have to think about world design differently, because Inscription is very constrained with the areas that you're exploring, but what it kind of takes you through, there's so many different layers to it that it's like kind of all these different worlds combined together. Because in the first area you have the cabin, right, and that cabin is connected to the cards, which is connected to the fact that you are playing a video game on a floppy disk. And it's
the
like
best.
there's
insane.
all of this like
Yeah.
connection between all of those things, where like the card game is a real part of this
Yeah.
thing, which is it just builds upon itself
Yeah.
so well. And I think
Kind
in-
of Outer Wilds. You know, like it's a lot. The rabbit hole just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I think the
But I
way
will
that
say-
it builds the rabbit hole is wild, but it feels like it all kind of lines up.
But then I think of like Act 2 and 3, right? Act 2 is like the SNES style, and
Yeah.
it's just like the 4 areas.
Yeah.
And then Act 3 as well is just like the sci-fi board and like a couple extra sci-fi rooms with like, some light puzzles. So like going through that, just like being in that, I don't know, it's just weird. I don't. Whereas like then I think of the mansion in Hitman 3 and just the level of complexity
Sure.
and depth to that versus just like a couple of these
Yeah.
rooms. I love what it's doing, but like actually being in the world and exploring it is like pretty simple.
I'm cool locking in Inscription. I got 3 more cuts though.
Well, okay, let me
But like
let me,
your point also
I don't think
is
we're ready to lock anything.
no.
in.
We're not
let me
even
make
close.
another point to Inscription that I really love, and it's something that I said on Frame Trap, is I think if Inscription was just the card game that you play at the beginning, I think it's like mechanically fun and interesting enough that it'd be cool on its own. But it's such a trip when you're playing it, and it's like, this card is talking to me, kind of referring to itself in a broader perspective. What is going on? Why is this person taking pictures of me? What is their true intention? Like, just the way that it envelops you in the mystery
Yeah.
and keeps
But that's
adding
more
layers.
narrative for me rather than world design.
How-
like
how
narrative, I'm
Inscription-
going to be fighting for Inscription
No, man.
hardcore.
How Inscription looked was everything to me. That was everything.
Visually, yeah, but like
I would not have
world
cared about
design
anything
again.
that dude was doing on the other side
Yes.
of the table if he didn't terrify me. Because of how that world was built.
I mean,
Like,
it's a
very
combination,
specific ways.
obviously.
I get what you're saying, and this is where it gets into the weird, non-nailed down thing of world design.
Yeah, the aesthetic versus like the
Exactly.
But
yeah.
I think
Exploration, yeah.
I think the narrative, right, or at least
Love
the
it.
argument that I would make is, like, if you sit down, it's like, okay, here's what happens in Inscription. Here's what happens in Inscription in a literal sense is way less interesting than how they present it. The
Right.
fact that you can get up from
Good
the
call.
board, the
Good
fact
call.
that you
Okay.
can go to something and talk to it, and it will give you a piece.
Not to
of,
mention the fact that the entire game is a disc that a dude found in the
Yeah.
forest. Like,
Right.
that's part of the world
It's
design.
so
But so to elaborate on that point, I think that's you're kind of exactly getting at what I'm talking about. Where, like, if it was just a cutscene of like, you see the guy and he goes and he digs it, that would be fine. But the fact that, like, when you beat the guy in the first act, and he's like, "Whoa, I think I won," and the fact that it's like different video files on the computer that you're clicking,
Yeah.
and one of them is like corrupted because it ran out of batteries. Like all of that stuff is like kind of pulling back the layers. It's not just what happens; it's how it's dishing it out to you.
Absolutely.
Cool.
I think we should
You,
put
I
Forza
lost a
Horizon
card
5.
one time, and like characters.
Oh, you do.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you said it was. I mean, again, I'm just making hard cuts. All of
Right,
these
right.
games have brilliant world design.
Yeah, this
Forza
is
Horizon
brutal.
5 is.
This is devastatingly brutal.
I just dreamt off some stuff and crashed into some stuff. I had a good time, but it just doesn't.
It's beautiful,
there was
but
no
yeah.
there was no place
Oh.
I drove to in Forza that hit me like any environment from Psychonauts 2. There was no, it was just cool. It was cool. We're okay.
I think the scope and variety is what's so impressive about.
Yeah.
I agree.
2005.
I'm not talking about impressiveness. I'm talking about it beating these other things. Like lock it in.
all
No,
right.
no, it's just hard. It's just a hard
Alright.
category.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I
all
feel
right.
like there's like a lot of
Hard cuts. I'm sorry. I'm
spots.
sorry. One of my favorite games this year, Death's
got it.
Door, maybe.
Yeah.
We
Door
could
seems
maybe
fun.
cut.
I feel like Death's
That's
Door is
my
a cut.
biggest question of
Ugh.
playing it. Is like I wanted to hear some more the defense of
I
the
like-
world design.
I like that like fast travel's limited. You have to like walk distances in this game. You have to kind of commit.
Yeah.
But it does do a good job of giving you shortcuts.
For
and
sure, the
stuff, so
shortcuts
you
are
can go
really
back.
cool.
Yeah.
Good
but it's like-
environments.
it's
I think
good.
It's okay, but
Yeah.
But
But comparatively,
it's not that.
Yeah,
Next
I was like,
I don't think there's anyone going to.
that's my thing with Death's Door. Yeah, it's like
It's really good.
game.
it's really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Just
Okay.
standing against these other games,
Yeah.
I'm like, it needed
Sure.
to do more for me, and it's like how the world looked, just like from presentation to,
Sure.
like the part where you had to decipher the puzzle to get the optional weapon. I think it was the big great sword.
big one,
By
yeah,
blowing
yeah.
up walls, you didn't know you could blow up, and they got
Yeah.
the puzzle clues. They didn't do like enough of that type
Totally.
of stuff. I feel
Totally.
like, yeah.
For sure.
Even though
The-
it is far from flawless, Returnal is a definite lock for me. I think.
Returnal's a lock for me as
Cool.
well.
That makes sense.
But Hitman is a lock
Anybody-
for me, and Jones was kind of scoffing at that, maybe.
I'm scoffing at 3 others more than Hitman.
Okay.
Oh, let's hear
Heavily scoffing.
Okay.
Let's
Oh,
just
God.
say the 3 you want to cut.
Cool.
Yeah.
Metroid Dread, Forza Horizon 5, and Resident Evil Village.
I am against 2 of those.
I do
Hard
not want to
again.
cut Village yet.
I'm
I'm not
I want
ready.
to have the village discussion.
Yeah,
and-
yeah. The Village
and
discussion's gonna
I
be.
think Dread needs to have some discussion too.
Yeah, we have yet to talk about Village.
Like for me, there's only one weakness against Village's world design that
Mm-hmm.
might hold it back from these other ones, but otherwise, like it's one of my favorite world designs.
I think the world design is one of the best aspects of Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think
yes.
it's the
This is-
strongest
Resident Evil
element
Village
of
is the
game.
most overexposed. It had the most hype. It was the most hyped. Everyone's played it the most. Remember that.
No,
I feel like there's a fatigue
That's why I don't
with
want.
Village.
Yeah, I don't.
There is a
I
fatigue.
don't want people to forget that. Like,
Yeah.
It's one of
not
my
all-
favorites of the year.
Yes.
How
I've
some
played it
of
4
the-
times. I love
Yeah.
it.
How Village like
I'm
it
just comparing it
evolves.
to the other things.
The evolution of the game as you progress, how like things like slightly change a little bit. Like so, like when you come back through certain parts, it's not the same. Like I
Yeah.
love games that do it.
I thought the open.
Like it was
the-
great.
Yeah, yeah.
I just loved each individual environment so much, and that there was a lot of like optional stuff to do within each as well. I'm still good. I still want it to be in the 5. I still want it to be a 5. I think for me it's a lock. The only thing I will say, I need like some help convincing this, the nature of the game to shut off areas from access outright.
Yeah.
For the
That's
sake
thing- that's the thing that
of,
bugs
for
me
the sake
about
of, they
it.
want you to replay the game. It's like, oops, you didn't know you're gonna
Little
miss
intent
this.
not to
You
go
have to
back
go back to
Sure.
the game. But
the cast.
in
You
its
can't
fairness,
get this fish.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
You can't go-
I'm
you
sure.
can't go
Well,
get
like you
this
can't
fish.
go back into Lady D's castle
right.
once
Yeah.
you perma leave it, and I
Yeah.
was like, kind of like, it was sad. I was sad.
Yeah.
I want to go
Well,
back
there's
there.
there's something
Sure.
that kept me from
Yeah.
like getting 100%
Narratively,
of something where like there's this like crypt in the graveyard with like a locked door.
Oh
You have to fight a
yeah.
big giant.
And you have to like go there and like
Oh, I
the
love
specific
that
point.
Love that.
You have to go there at a specific chapter
Yeah.
when you're not really around that area.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then it's like
Yeah,
too
you
bad.
have to go
try
there to
next time.
trigger something.
It's a backtrack.
The
I
whole
think.
Yeah.
fetus section, like, kind of chilled me for 5
Fetus
seconds.
section?
In Resident Evil,
Beneviento.
like chilled me the
Yeah,
first time I did. I was
yeah.
like, wow! And like when it traps the end, I like stared at it through the grate. I was like, that's awesome looking. The other 3 times I played Resident
Okay.
Evil, I was like,
But like, how many times are you gonna play Psychonauts? You're gonna play it once, just because you played it more.
because Psychonauts 2 is way longer than Resident Evil Village and has more going on in its story that was interesting
I
to
don't
me.
think that's a
I think
fair
the
argument
I
against,
think the
like,
first playthrough.
Resident Evil
is-
Village's story was dumb. It didn't interest me at all.
It's a
at all.
Resident Evil
That's
game.
I think I would be more
I
inclined-
didn't enjoy it because it didn't have a good story.
This isn't narrative.
Resident Evil exists
Yeah.
in this weird
Flip
world where I'm
back.
supposed to care but not care. I'm supposed to like but not like. It's like I didn't like these people.
It's-
That
It's camp.
I know I didn't like it, therefore because it's camp, and I didn't think its world was interesting because it's camp. So if its world is if Inscription's not as good as Resident Evil Village, it's like, whoa, Inscription blew it because Inscription's creepy and interesting and subversive and awesome. Resident Evil Village was like camp, and I was like, okay, cool, but I'm not going
Village
to
is
award
pretty
it best
creepy.
world
So
design.
yeah, like Village. Okay,
Village is
maybe
pretty
that's
creepy,
different for me,
Jones.
but like yeah,
Not as creepy as Inscription, is what I'm saying. Or Dread, or Psychonauts, or
on the
Hitman.
flip side, a benefit to why like I say a positive of the cutoff, and not for replayability, because like
Right.
replayability is like one of the oldest tricks in the book, but in terms of atmosphere and the suspense, and like for me, like feeling like I'm like at any moment I'm like frightened. Lady D in the castle, like. The design of that was pushing me like I don't think I
So
can
good.
stay here that long. I'm like
It's a
terrified. I
yes.
don't want to be here. The freaking doll mansion. I'm like I'm not exploring this place. Like I love that about it because like it does kind of like have this tension to push you along if you do buy into its atmosphere. For me, I was like
Yep.
it kind of
Buy
is
in.
naturally pushing me out of here. So like I didn't feel cheated
Mm-hmm.
that I couldn't go back. It's like oh my god, like I was just too scared to stay there. If I just was a little bit braver, I could have hung out there a little bit longer and found it. Like
It's funny because I had the opposite thing. Like once I saw that the map changed colors when you got everything, I just ended up with pixel hunting.
All blue. All blue.
I was pixel hunting
Oh,
the
yeah.
whole game.
And like to me, the Evento part wasn't scary to me at all because it was like, okay, they took my weapons. This is just a running part. Got it.
I mean, the argument that I would make against that is I think Resident Evil Village is this awesome carousel of horror. And
It's
like,
a
yeah,
celebration of the
it's-
entire franchise.
it does something for
yes.
all of
It's
us.
Yes.
it's not
beautiful.
as effective going through it again, but I could see that argument more if it was like, okay, the entire game is like this, but it's
No.
just like one little section
Yep.
that is actually really well paced, and you can kind of get through everything in Village like pretty quickly, and
Yeah.
they're all dramatically different from each other. That it's just like you kind of like get on this ride, and it's
Exactly.
constantly throwing new things at
It's
you
like
in a
a
really
play
fun
in
way.
5 acts.
Like,
I think the thing that
Yeah.
that is frustrating about the backtracking stuff is how like kind of half and half it is. Like there's so much in that game that you can backtrack and go and find, except for like the couple of things that you can't. And so it feels like
But I
this-
like that with the replay. They
Yeah.
do that intentionally because that's what makes the replays fun. Is getting those last little things, is leveling up your weapons. The final tier of weapons takes numerous playthroughs to get through, and I think the difficulties ramp up pretty well too when you crank that up, take your weapons into each difficulty, and just
I
again,
think that's fine, but
my
I think
main
like
thing is-
arbitrarily locking a door for no, like
it's
just
story
having a trigger
purposes,
that's
like-
like, oh, you were in the right place at the right time. It just that to me doesn't encourage me to do a replay. It was like,
yeah.
well, I guess I won't get that.
it did feel. I think arbitrary. It did feel
Sure.
like a little. I see your point,
Yeah.
and I do think there's validity to what you're saying for sure.
But
But it
even-
did feel a little weird.
even if you're not replaying it to me though,
Mm-hmm.
like it is such a celebration of the entire franchise.
Oh, yeah.
And they were doing what Konami won't do with Beneviento. I'm surprised you were critical of that because to me, if Konami's not going to do it,
I'm
Capcom
not-
and Resident Evil is
That
going to
was
pay
the cool
tribute
part.
to
I'm not
that
critical.
and do an awesome like
No one has
haunted
been
house.
critical of any of these games. I'm just trying to narrow it down.
Yeah,
I,
I
played,
know.
For sure,
again,
for
I
sure.
played Resident Evil 4 times
For sure.
all the way through. I love Resident Evil so much. I want to marry that game. But I also went through a lot of hallways where,
For sure.
what's his bud? Magneto, what's his name? And he was
Heisenberg.
like, listen to me,
Heisenberg's so
buddy.
cheese.
When we get together, I'm gonna kill you.
I do not.
I was like, cool.
I
like,
don't
I'll
like
go to bat for
Heisenberg.
Heisenberg. I love
I-
it.
I don't
I
like
love
Heisenberg.
Heisenberg was like, am I supposed to laugh? I'm supposed to laugh at you, right? Wait,
Well,
am I
we
scared
don't
of you?
have
No.
a best voice acting category.
Holy
I don't-
cow.
I don't like
Those,
Heisenberg.
they were
So
good,
I'm just
good
saying, like,
death traps
Blood,
to
we,
get you the
that
first
was a very
time.
impassioned
Loved it.
support of Resident Evil Village. Are you that impassioned about Forza Horizon 5?
I mean, this is hard because like I don't know what to cut on a lot of, but Forza Horizon 5, like the fact that like this whole map is like not only gorgeous, but it's actually fun to drive across to where like even though I've done everything, even though I found every collectible and like done every race, and like I still just enjoy just driving across the map and like going, bombing down a hillside. Like I think making that drivable and then like actually having courses within that just feel like they're just part of the world.
Pretty insane.
I think it's really hard to do. I think it's really easy
Definitely.
to take that for granted.
It's a weird thing because
like
it's
when you get up to a high point and you just see like half the map, it's nuts.
this
Yeah.
category is so difficult because it's like all the games we have left. Like,
Mm-hmm.
is this category just like amazing technical proficiency in world design? Is it invention in
Mm-hmm.
world design? Is it creativity in world design? Is it like integration of gameplay mechanics with world design? Like, It's
'Cause,
so
like,
hard
yeah.
to narrow it down to
Like
just
the-
5.
'cause
Because all of
between-
these do
just
that
how good the
different
open,
things.
Yeah.
just how good the open world of Forza Horizon 5
Right.
is. Like one of the main reasons I'm looking forward to them doing Fable, even though I've never played a Fable game
Right.
before. So
Right,
like
right.
they've done this really well with cars. Now what can they do with
Because like it's an incredible map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas like Village or Psychonauts or Echoes of the Eye or Hitman are like or Inscription are like changing the entire nature of the game every act of the
Right.
game.
Yeah.
And
But
so
then
it's like,
something.
there's more world design. There's very
And Forza
world
never
design.
did that. I was pleased, but I was never surprised.
Right.
I didn't drive anywhere in Forza, and I was like,
Yeah.
But
What?
neither one is
You know.
better than the other.
Yeah.
So
Right.
that's what makes this so hard.
Like I don't want to replay Inscription.
Sure.
I don't want to replay it.
maybe
This
impressive
isn't
is a better
best
word than
replayability
better.
though. Like,
Yeah.
that doesn't
Right,
have
right,
anything
right.
to do with it.
Exactly.
I'm looking at this list and there's nothing where I'm like, oh yeah, we could easily get rid of that.
Yeah.
Right. Like it's gonna be a shit fight.
Like Metroid.
Maybe it would be better.
Metroid is when it's like, it's weird because it's like from like a mechanical
We have
level.
to come at it from the other way, Ben. Yeah.
It's,
I think we have to come
it's,
at it.
Who's everybody's horse?
pretty strong, but it's like
Hitman 3?
visually, like the environments
know.
aren't that interesting.
Which one?
Metroid,
I'd say Metroid.
like the
feels
later,
pretty samey.
a couple of the later areas,
Yeah.
I
are
like
cool,
Returnal
but
more.
like there's a lot of
Yeah,
just
I would
straight up
cut Metroid.
caves.
Even though I love it, I love
Well, the
it.
thing
but
about
Yeah,
Metroid
I
is
can complain about Metroid. Holy cow.
I
Man.
was on the thing with the visual design of the environments, but there's a few things that I feel should still be considered. One, how impactful the Emmy design was for any of you in terms of like traversing an area. Like it didn't make it trivial, even you know on
There's
a
so
first
many
pass.
things we could praise about
Also,
Metroid.
Yeah.
Or
no
kinda whatever
Metroid
to me.
game has made me so happy to get the gravity suit as Metroid Dread. Like they did a fantastic job of knowing when to drop that thing and put you through
Yeah.
so much. Like none of the Metroid games, it's usually like if you're really going out of your way, you can go to water areas. But like every other game, it's like you really should not be here. Where this
Right.
game is like you're going through water shit, and like you get all these other abilities to help you slightly more easily traverse water, but it's not quite where you want to be.
There were like 7 times where I was like, finally,
Yes,
oh,
and
it's a bomb? Okay.
It's so good.
Finally, the gravity.
Like,
oh, it's the
I
thing.
do
Okay.
appreciate that so much. And another thing, in Blood, you were the one who pointed this out to me, because I felt I was getting maybe a little bit overwhelmed because it did feel maybe easy to get lost in this game, but this does have maybe one of the best maps and map interfaces with the marking tools you have.
Yeah.
By like if you're rewarded for discovering obstacles because then you can highlight any other place you've encountered them. I thought that was a very smart way to reward the player and help them very fairly solve the traversal puzzles of a Metroid Dread.
There
I'm
were,
still super lost, but I think it's because I haven't played a lot of Metroid.
there were a few sections that I thought, like, I agree
I got
with
lost.
their decision, but, like, there were a few times where it's like, okay, I'm locked in this area, so I must have to do something, like, learn how to do this ability
that's-
to get out of here, which is
yeah.
a mainstay of the main Metroid thing, but, like, usually it's one room.
Mm-hmm.
This
Yeah.
is, like, you can go through the loading screen back to Fenris or whatever it's called, like, 6 times trying to figure out what you're meant to do. There was like 2 or 3 times that happened to me,
What
but
that-
like
yeah.
Yeah.
they locked you off from the whole rest of the game on purpose to make you force you to do it. But it's just like in Super, that's a room. Here, it's like
It was
an
a
entire
bummer for
zone.
me because I'm like, I'm just learning Metroid. I want to get good at this. And then I get to a door and I'd be like, can't open that door because of the thing. It's probably a
remember
missile
you.
or a charge up or something. And then I would go to some other part of the game and I'd be like, charge up, I can go back to that. And the game's like, no, keep going. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I want to go back to the door you told me I couldn't open. And they were like, no, go to the left. And I'm like,
It directs you. way
bummer.
more
And I would like
than
check the map. I would
Metroid.
literally, I'm in Florida on the couch, like staring at the map, like, I gotta be missing something because they told me I could open that door before. I guess I'll go to the left. And then I went to the left and then just hours would go by and I would just go and then I'd come back through that room.
Right.
And I'd be like, oh, what room is this? Oh, this is the room I wanted to open with the well, I guess I'm opening it from the back way. And I did that like a lot where I was like, I never got to like go back to the door and open it. It was always like, oh, now you're in the room, see? And I'm like, I
Yeah.
guess. And I check the map like, oh yeah, I guess I'm back where I wanted to be. I thought that would be gratifying, but I guess I'm just lost and
There was-
confused. Like
Jones, there definitely was an element of like
it was
the
like
game-
absent. It just I was surprised to be more of that because that's what I thought Metroid
on the
did.
first playthrough, I felt like maybe slightly I was fighting against what the game was maybe trying to tell me to do, but like when I found out if I just gone kind of where the game was nudging me, like, oh, there was a shortcut over here. I went
Right.
the long way around.
Yeah.
I mean, it gave me that option, but it's
Right.
like we were trying to make it a little bit easier for you if you just like paid
It is
attention to
weird
the
though that
cues.
2 or 3 times it forces you to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Jones was saying.
You know what game doesn't force you to do shit? Is fucking Hitman 3, baby.
Hitman 3, Don't like the last level. It's the only flaw.
For sure.
Don't like the
Good
final
point
level.
to bring up.
It's a
That's
fatal
it.
flaw, no?
That's it.
But Hitman 3 is like, here's this fucking playground we made of all crazy shit. You go in there and you do exactly how you want to do it, and we'll let you do it.
Insane.
Doesn't matter.
Which is what Hitman's known for, but in 3 they really.
They just
They
fucking
really-
chef's kissed it.
I mean, the manor.
The manor alone is so
Yeah.
fucking like I think
Manor
about
is so
it,
good.
how much is in that
The manor.
that
Manor.
single level and how much you can actually do and just all the routes, like the fucking murder mystery.
It's
I just
so
shot a
much.
chandelier at someone's head. It was awesome.
it's so
I
much.
kicked some woman in a grave. She drowned.
Yeah.
It's fucking great. Just like how many
Hiding in
a
walls.
playground of death that they give you.
The secret
rooms,
Freaking like a graveyard outside.
Yeah, it's the fucking like dispenser mansion,
The
dude.
vibe
It's like
of that mansion
donuts.
is so it's like Clue. It's
Yeah.
like
Dude,
Knives Out,
fucking
yeah,
stole
so
like
good.
the
So much
keys to the
art.
hearse, just pieced
Hitman 3
out.
was sick, dude. Yeah.
Being like
Lock it in.
being the
Lock
the
it in.
private eye that can come
Yeah,
and like
yeah.
doing that whole story, or just sneaking in like a serial killer
Dude.
and killing everyone, or being a guard and just kind of like blending in.
Yeah.
It's just insane.
I can't disagree with anything you're
Yeah,
saying.
dude.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
And
I feel no closer to narrating this.
There
down.
are a lot of other levels as well. It's not just
Even the first
That-
level has
yeah.
so much. I smashed a
Oh, the
dude's
first
like
level's
for
awesome.
head
So
on a
good.
pen in this game.
First level gives me like shades of Die Hard
Dude,
too. A lot of
You
elevator
get the,
shafts.
you hear people talk about exploding golf balls, dude, and you like fucking miss. You eventually get it, and the guy when your target's just fucking plays golf and hits and like blows up. It's like this is sick, dude.
so satisfying. Or the guy he like wants you to be his guard.
Yes.
And he's like, "Yo,
And you get, like,
you're gonna be my
the
guard."
knife throw thing.
Yeah.
Then I just fucking pushed him off the ledge. I was like, oh, that was fun. They let me do that. That's cool.
I guess
So cool.
I think it's a lock.
I guess as the only defender of Outer Wilds, I should go.
Well, why don't
into-
you explain it? Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So if you recall,
Yeah.
Outer Wilds Echoes of the Eye is my only horse in this entire year, and it's for this and expansion. But like, if you recall Outer Wilds base game, right? It's an entire solar system of planets. They're moving on a 22-minute time loop,
It's amazing.
and it's the physics is bonk. Like the fact that this game runs at all is staggering. And like every single thing is an intricate cog in this puzzle, and the world design is the like figuring out the world design is the experience of the game. Yeah. So when they did the announcement of the thing and they said it fits into everything else, I literally said how out loud, and the guy in the trailer is like, if you've played the original game, you might be wondering how. Like literally happened
Right,
like
yeah.
that. And the way they did it is genius. It slots into the world in a way that like it feels like it was already always there and you just didn't notice it. The way that they do it, like there's a radio tower on Timberhearth, the main planet, that leads you to a satellite that was taking pictures of the solar system. It's like their Hubble, right? This little wood satellite. It's cute. But they were like, hey, yeah, there's some kind of anomaly in this one shot, and we don't know why it's there, and it shows up at this one time every day, and it must just be some kind of like rock in front of the like. There's nothing there. Like this is our solar system. We know what's in our solar system. There's nothing there, and so if you go to the satellite at that time, the sun gets blotted out by this giant black thing, and you're
This
like,
is in the base game.
this is in the expansion.
Okay.
And so like it's this mysterious thing that's there, and like they noticed it, but they were like, "What is this?" And you fly at it, right? And I'm like, "Okay, what is this? It's like gonna be like a rock or something. Like what is it? It's gonna like I don't know what to expect."
Alien.
Yeah, and you get into it, and you fly through this like cloaking field, and it's this giant ship that basically is kind of like a halo. It's a ring world. And like it was one of the most like holy shit moments I've had in gaming, certainly this year, where because I didn't know what to expect at all. I walk out of this like metal spaceship thing. I'm like, okay, you get on it, you land on it. You're like, okay, it's a spaceship. Cool. It's a giant fucking spaceship that was hidden in the thing, and they angled it and cloaked it so you couldn't see it.
Super cool.
And it's been there for millions of years. Awesome. No one noticed it until now. They thought it was a glitch in their telescope. You walk in, and it's just all metal and light, and it's dark as fuck, and it's terrifying, right? It's scary as hell. You do this puzzle, it opens an airlock, and you walk out into nature. Like greenery, like beautiful, and there's a river flowing all around. And then you look up, and it goes up above you, upside down, and back around. And so the whole level is a ring world like that, and it's this giant ship, and it's got gravity, and it's spinning, and is a contained world of its own. So the entire expansion takes place on this ring world.
Cool.
At first, it branches off into other things, but I'll get into it. It takes place on this ring world, and it too is subject to the time loop in ways because it's degrading. So at like 13 minutes in, there's a dam that's holding this river back, and it breaks.
That's cool.
And the first time it happens, it's like, what the fuck is happening? You hear this rumble, and like I saw it coming. And again, like the fact that this game runs is incredible. And like you just see this tsunami coming down, carrying debris and wood, and it's insane. But like the entire nature of the entire level changes after that.
Underwater structures?
Oh
god.
So there are parts of it that I was like, oh my god, I'm so afraid right now. But like, the entire nature of the level is different the first half of the loop and from the second half of the loop. And like, there are certain things you can learn in the first part and certain things you can learn in the second part.
Sounds amazing.
And like, if that was just it at all, like it would feel like enough, you know. And again, like the world design of it is the puzzle, right? Like, how do I get to that? Like, I see a wooden structure up there. How do I get there? And like you use the things you've learned, and like you get up there. And what's amazing is the core loop of the original game is all knowledge based, right? There's no like get this item to unlock this and that. And they did it again in this with an entirely new set of knowledge and an entirely new reality. So partway through, spoiler alert, you realize that these people, and this is when we get into narrative, it's kind of a different thing, but like the main people of the main game realized the universe was about to die and had a positive spin on it. These guys realized the universe was about to die and were terrified and had like a violent negative reaction to it. So it puts in the like opposite,
very cool,
like philosophical reaction to the core of the narrative into the game. And so like these people, they literally destroyed their home planet to build this ship to get to the eye of the universe, which they thought was going to be a good thing, but then they got there and realized what it was, and they interpreted it in a negative way, whereas the Nomai interpreted it in a positive way. So they all freak out, and then basically build the Matrix so that they can just go back to their home planet. They let their bodies die, they download their brains.
Dude!
And so then the second half of the expansion, this is basically like the sequel to Outer Wilds, it's like huge. But the second half of the expansion is these 4 or 5 little worlds that you're going into basically their virtual world and trying to figure out how to get through these areas and unlock certain things to progress. And like it then becomes like it has like some stuff about the nature of video gaming in and of itself. Like there's a part where you can like clip through the floor, and that's the intended solution.
Awesome.
Because you're like there's a load right here. And then, like, later on you find a thing that's like, there's a load right there, like, for a reason. Like, you can do a thing with that.
That's cool.
And, like, there's a thing where if you leave the thing... I'm just spoiling the shit out of it, but I have to explain it. Like, there's a part where you leave the little... You're carrying this lantern around because it's dark as shit in this area, right? And the whole time you're just thinking, like, oh, I need this lantern to see. Then there's a part where you realize... No, the lantern is projecting the world around you as you're walking. If you leave it over here and walk over here, it becomes like green wire mesh Tron world. And that's over everything. Like that's always been there in this virtual part of it. And like you use that to solve puzzles to get through stuff. And it's just the whole thing is just so intricate and so crazy. And it really, like I was so skeptical going into this because I was like, how can lightning strike twice? Like how could they possibly do it again? And the answer is they're just geniuses. Like they're just amazing at game design. And yeah, to me it was transcendent. It was like my favorite experience of this year, hands down.
Sounds like a lock to me.
I feel like a lot of what you're saying is similar to the things that I like about Inscription.
Yeah. It and Inscription
Right.
are the most similar on here probably.
I'd say Outer Wilds, Hitman 3, and Inscription feel like a lock for me
Sick.
personally.
Sick.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
Oh God, that only leaves 2 spots left.
Jeez.
Just because, again, I Metroid Dread, Forza Horizon 5, and Resident Evil Village, I think are great, but I don't think will be in the top 5.
I mean, okay, let me just lay my cards out on the table. There's a lot of things that I really would like to be on here, but the ones that, like, are really eating at me are probably Returnal, SMT5, and Psychonauts 2.
Psychonauts 2 for sure.
Those are the three in my
Psychonauts.
camp too, I think.
Ben,
Two,
I
I feel
need
like
you
just in terms of the
to sell me on SMT5. I
Okay.
think the world's fine, but I've never been like, dude, this is fucking incredible going through this world.
Okay, so let me sell you on SMT5. So something I complained about in the review that I think is true is it kind of suffers from the Halo Infinite problem where it is too repetitive in terms of its post-apocalypse. I think it doesn't veer from that aesthetic as much as I would have liked it to. But I would say the map design of each of the areas that you go to is really, really, really interesting, particularly in a turn-based RPG where I felt like I'm not just going through this map and like there might be like a chest over here and I can get it. It's like, oh my god, this thing is towering above me. What is the pathway there? What do I have to avoid to get there? Like there was just so much verticality and the way where it's like this city is destroyed in such a way where it's creating natural obstacles for me and explode. Like we already praised the battle system and how good it was. To me, like the exploration was as good or almost as good, where finding the things and navigating through the world was incredible, and it felt like that remained true from when I started the game to when I ended it.
It's one of my favorite things, like exploring and trying to figure out how to get to like that treasure thing or that glory thing. Like,
I did not
really enjoying it.
think it was as good as you all.
I
think it's good. I think it was fun going through it. I had a good time and I liked it, but I wasn't like blown away by anything it did.
It didn't feel that different to me compared to like games. I know KOTOR's like super old, but games like that, Greedfall was very similar. It was like I'm going to a zone. I love that I can see the whole thing. I'm gonna go everywhere, and then I would just run everywhere in the zone. Like I thought it had a lot more interesting verticality. Like you were saying, I would go underneath an overpass and be like, wait, the arrow's over there, but there's like 4 ways I can go in that direction. It's like it was neat having those options. I just think I look at Psychonauts 2 and Returnal specifically.
Returnal, please. I'd like to really.
And I've played more SMT5 than Returnal, and I still think Returnal would get the nod between those two.
I can't speak to Greedfall, but speaking to Knights of the Old Republic, like, not that the world in Knights of the Old Republic isn't great, it is, but the way that you navigate through it, like, it's just you're just running on a horizontal line,
right.
Like. What is so cool about SMT5 is the flexibility of your movement and how like you are not just going flat. It's like there's this thing on the map. I know it's there. How do I route my way to get there? What do I have to jump over? What do I have to go under? And like I think the other thing that makes it so interesting to me is I think you have to think about it in the context of the genre. Whereas absolutely, I can go to bat for Psychonauts 2, but I would expect that flexibility of movement and that sort of like satisfaction in secret finding in a platformer.
Yeah.
That is a standard of the genre. But for a turn-based Japanese role-playing game in SMT5, like yes, if you compare it to like Mario, sure, but in the context of its genre, I feel like it made exploration and item hunting like way more fun than it normally is.
Yeah.
From the little bit of Tales of Arise I played, that's very like basic.
Yeah, Ben, I
exploration,
agree with you in the sense of on the terms of JRPGs, but I'm comparing it to everything else though too. I think for an JRPG, I think it's very high and very good.
So Ben, would you pick SMT5 and Returnal over Psychonauts 2?
I didn't say that.
I love the Returnal world design. I'm obsessed with it. I think it's a really, really excellent balance between procedural and crafted places. Scripted places, yes, that's the word, yeah. And obviously the Metroidvania aspect, I think, is so good. The way you get upgrades in this game, the way you want to explore those side rooms, everything is a gamble. That, to me, plays into the world design. Do I want to commit to this path, to this room, to go down here, just where you want to go, and then of course, obviously, all the upgrades you get, the grapple, the boots to walk in the lava, the ability to go underwater, all the abilities just change the way when you go back to the other levels.
So
It's just
I
so
see that to some extent. I just don't feel that strongly about it personally.
It
So-
really grows. Like getting to the end game when you have all the tools and it boots you back to the beginning. Just how different that is versus when you start the game. Just the way you see the world is different because you've obviously played more, and you have all the tools. It's just a really nice treadmill, nice ramp up.
I agree with everything that you're saying, Huber, and I have even more on top of that. I kind of want to save it because it's why I think it should win. I think to me personally, and others can disagree if we're worried about slots, but I think Returnal would be a lock. Like,
Okay.
as good as I feel about SMT5 and Psychonauts 2, and I really do, I would put Returnal above both of those.
I think for me, like Returnal, obviously like Bullet Hell isn't I don't like that genre, but like the world of Returnal I really, really liked. And like
So cool looking.
the only detractor I can think of offhand is that it gets a little samey. Like
Really good biomes though.
well, but there are
Very
only
defined.
3, like effectively.
No.
And then old versions of the other 3, like whatever
But-
kind of. But
yeah.
like
No,
The-
there's more than that.
yeah, but like
There's only one that repeats, but it's a different time of day with different things. in it.
yeah.
But everything else is completely different.
I would say the second half of the game, I was
Yeah, and then you
worried
go
about
underwater.
that.
Yeah.
It felt way more different than I thought it was
Same.
going to.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very cool world.
Yeah, I
Snow and
really
underwater
would.
is super cool.
I'm like if I can only push my chips in one direction, I
Oh,
would push them
okay.
on Returnal.
Okay.
Yeah, my 2 favorite are Returnal and Hitman 3.
Okay.
I
Well-
think I would I really think SMT5 is a huge accomplishment and should be awarded. I think
Sure.
I would maybe put Psychonauts 2 slightly above it.
What about
Yes,
Metroid?
I
Ben?
would too.
I know you're a big fan of it.
I am. That's the thing is like I don't like.
Yeah.
I think if this
I
is
know,
my
we're
own
at a point where
personal
it's, like,
list,
really
yeah.
hard now.
I think if this is my own
Yeah.
personal list, I think Metroid and Psychonauts and SMT5 would all be on there. But in
Like,
terms of
Met-
concessions, I would put Returnal and Psychonauts 2 over Metroid and SMT5.
Metroid versus Returnal, I think, is interesting. Metroid a little more exploration puzzly, a little more like where am I going? Where do I go? What do I need to get through this? Whereas Returnal is more action.
They
You
are
know,
kind of similar in weird ways.
there's
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
similarities,
Yeah.
but
Oh, yeah.
like
A
also
lot of
really,
differences, yeah.
really different. Just love both.
Yeah.
They both had fewer. Like I thought it would go wilder places in both cases.
I think there's
Returnal is pretty
insane.
wild.
The water part,
Returnal
I've
is-
the
seen it all. I've
abyss.
seen it
I
all.
know, but
The
seeing
Abyss?
it actually playing through to different things.
I do think
The abyss is insane.
not
And
to
the-
discredit anything, but I think it's just like such a gameplay focused game that it's yeah.
I mean, I've played it for like 20 hours.
What do you-
and I just suck at it.
What does Damiani think? What do you think,
Yeah,
Damiani?
Because I know you love Village.
So yeah, I feel like they've been really. It sounds like Returnal's stronger than Metroid. I just want Metroid to be heard.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
I think Metroid is
before it's
fantastic.
easy cut. But my chips are in. I mean, obviously I've not played it, but like Returnal just looked. I thought it was gonna be an easy lock for this one as
Yeah, I
well.
thought it would be.
But of the remaining ones, the only thing I can caveat is I did not get. I was supposed to play through Psychonauts 2 before here, but I wasn't able to.
It's the only one I got halfway through. I beat
And
all
Yeah,
I
I
really
played, like,
wish I could because that would
8 hours of it or something.
I can speak to Psychonauts.
because it comes between Psychonauts 2 and Village for me. But because I have not played Psychonauts 2, I'd have to say Village. But yeah, that's the thing. So like I'm okay. I feel like because I did not get to play Psychonauts 2, I'm okay if that gets in over Village. But I do feel really strongly about Village after Returnal gets in. Of the remaining ones, I feel like that one for world design
it's
it's
so rough
so
because
important.
like I love Resident Evil Village.
I do too.
and I love
exploration's
Horizon
so
5,
good.
but like of the 3 locks that we have, and like also
I don't think it's winning. Yeah.
and also with like Returnal and Psychonauts to some extent, like the world design is also mechanically like a part of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, like Psychonauts 2, I have a hard time. Yeah.
Whereas like
Kind of giving up because
Village
it's
is
not
just like an
just
amazing place.
Oh,
with,
it's
Yeah.
not just
I
like
love
how
Psychonauts
well
too.
like those open sections are, but like then just how creative the other levels and everything. And
Yeah.
just, like
I
how
liked
many
it.
different directions they go.
I liked it more in subsequent playthroughs, but I'm not a huge fan of Heisenberg's base.
The
Probably because I just don't like
factory?
Heisenberg, the character.
I feel
like
like
Jones.
I'm one of
Yeah.
the few defenders of Heisenberg,
I thought
but
it was fun.
Yeah.
I don't know.
His like base is okay.
It's the classic, like, it's
It's
either
okay.
going to be a laboratory or a factory. Like, pick
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Resident
A
Evil.
labactory.
It's a
Yeah,
labactory.
Factory,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Could we squeak by with Psychonauts 2 and Returnal, or does anybody want to make cases?
That
for
is-
somebody
that is-
to
that is
be
what-
those two spots.
That's what I'm
other than
feeling.
those two.
that's where my votes would
I
be.
would slightly tip it into Psychonauts' favor over Village. The only reason
do?
I'll say
Yeah.
that is because I think RE Village for me
Peaks
peaked
early, yeah.
at the beginning.
It peaks early.
But that's it.
The only
It's
negative
very-
that I would say is
Yeah.
I
It's like
haven't
Book of
I
Mormon.
haven't finished Inscription, but I do feel strongly about it. But that is something working against it.
I love it.
Inscription's like
Yeah.
top 5 games of the year for me.
The thing, yeah, it's hard for me to picture it in terms of world design. Like the game and the lore and the like a backstory about it all. Like it's
Yeah.
easy
Yeah.
for me
I'm
to
the
see.
same way.
So-
I'm the
so
But
same
like
way,
in
yeah.
terms of like exploring it as a world,
Yes.
it
I'm the
kinda
same way.
Yeah.
doesn't
Okay.
really.
Ben kind of
Yes.
painted it
Yeah.
and
Let me-
convinced
let me-
me.
let me-
I'm
make
completely
s-
in line with
It
Ben.
just gets more
100%.
theoretical.
Let me
Cool.
let me make another case, right? And so the initial like first reaction to Inscription is you're like, oh, I'm playing a card game. I think where I get into the world design aspect, right? Like you're flipping through the rule book because you're like, what does that symbol mean? Oh, it's this, right? And
Yeah.
like you play Magic Arena, you hover a card, you can see the tooltip.
Right.
But that tooltip only exists as like an abstract thing to
Right.
further the game.
And it's like barely
But-
helpful.
But like
Right.
cryptic
very,
as
very,
hell.
very early on, one of the you get informed where it's like, no, wait, something is like written into the rule book so you need to progress, right? And so it doesn't just become like this set of rules that exist so you can play the game. The rule book is a part of the game. It is actually a thing that is consequential to the narrative. So it like takes this idea of a card game and includes like all of the aspects of it to create a world, right? When you get the pliers, I was like, what is this gonna do?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm actually
Right.
like ripping out my tooth.
And then you get the
So-
knife.
Right, I'm ripping. Yeah, the knife is a great example. I'm ripping out my tooth to put it on the thing. It's not like this is just some abstract point that I'm getting. It's like me as a character, I did this thing to help me win the card game,
Yeah.
right? And so it's like it is very abstract, but I think it is trying to rethink something that like a card game, right? Like it's old as forever, right? It's trying to think outside the box and make those things
You're
more
interacting-
physical and real.
Yeah, you're interacting with the world in a real way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the context
Yeah.
around
Yeah.
it.
And you're
Great-
making the
great
world
said.
mad about
Well
it.
said.
Also, your perspective is a big deal because, like, it's a first-person game, but in most first-person games, you can look anywhere you want, or like you're really restricting my perspective. Where like they restrict it, but like just enough to like remember the first time I like swiveled around 90 degrees. I was like, oh, that's how you move. Okay, and I was like, can I go forward? I can, but it was just like one step, and so it's
The
like
first time you do it, you're
it's
like,
like
whoa.
2 steps
Yeah.
to the wall from my chair. So that like helps me limit like, okay, what can I do? Because like there's the danger of getting into that situation and then 2 hours go by and all you've done is just, we're like immediately I could tell, okay, there's 2 things on this table, I probably can't interact with them yet. What is that? It like really carefully like steered me and being like, what's that? Instead of being like, well, and for better or worse, that's kind of what turned me off from Outer Wilds, Isla, I was like, I'm playing this wrong. Like, I've just played 5 hours and done nothing, found nothing, solved nothing. I'm horrible at this game. Where I was 30 minutes into Inscription, I was like, I'm horrible at this, and I love that I'm horrible at this because it's so creepy and so weird. And I know aesthetics are one thing, but it's really exactly how far he is from you in the table, exactly how much of his eyes you can see, the motions he does when he's like, I'm gonna be this character now. I have a mask on.
Yeah.
It's like, what's your problem, dude? Like,
flips
it's
the
the
mask
whole
over,
vibe,
it's
and it's all like how big the table is, where it is in the room, what's in that room. Like,
And
yeah,
that's
world
only
design
like
is
a
very,
third
very
of the
important.
game. Like,
I don't know if
the
it'll
game-
win, but I just, yeah,
The game
I
goes to crazy weird places.
Right.
I
For
could
the
go on
best.
and on.
Right,
For
my
the best.
that is the thing that is like a little bit holding me back on Inscription
Yeah.
is like, okay, I just got to Act 2, but
Yeah.
even that experience has been
Yeah.
fantastic.
Everything comes together flawlessly.
Returnal and Psychonauts? Everybody cool?
Yeah, it seems like it's weird because it's like I just don't feel like I'm feeling the vibe that everybody else is feeling with the Returnal world.
Okay, so
I just feel like I'm just kind of going into
Well,
like
now
little
this is
like
that part.
Lego block rooms,
Yeah.
and
yeah, so
it doesn't hit me that hard in terms of exploration or even like interesting areas most of the time.
yeah,
Gets there.
blood. Yes, so
I
where
like where the story is going. Like when I get to the house and I see the
mean,
next
I'm-
bit of Celine's
like, 'cause I'm bad at that
psyche
game,
or whatever, you know.
I'm
but
kind of on that. Like, I got to the point in the first world where it just repeated the same death, like,
yeah,
cutscene over and over and over.
Gotta get
again.
through that. That's the first
Right.
hurdle.
But it's
First
like,
hurdle.
well, right. But it's like what Jones said. It's like with Outer Wilds, it's like he was just playing it wrong. It's like
Yeah.
I would just say that's just not your genre. Like you just don't like that kind of game.
Right.
I just don't like bullet hell games. I'm bad at them.
Yeah.
so
And like I always have been, but I can appreciate what the game is. You know.
For sure.
Blood, when I was where you are, I kind of felt that way where I'm like, man, I'm kind of getting sick of these environments. But I really do think that the more I played Returnal, the more it was kind of like addressing my own criticisms that I had with it. And I think the ending to that game is really remarkable because what's so fascinating about Returnal is it doesn't really get out there and spell out its story. It like gives you little bits and pieces, and the
Right.
ending isn't like, okay, now we've spelled everything out. It's just like another piece to where you're like, okay, like, yes, I'm going and I'm exploring these alien planets, but this is somebody who's dealing with like guilt and loss and tragedy, and like the way that she is going through it feels like it is her way of processing these emotions. And so it's not just like a literal, oh, I'm going to an alien planet and I have to survive. It's like this is a manifestation of something much, much, much greater. And I think the way that it uses the repetition of the environments is so essential to that, because what I love about it, right, like when we talk about Hades and what's so good about Hades, I love in Hades where you keep playing through the game and you keep getting a little bit more of the story. Love that. I think it's brilliant. I almost have even more respect for Returnal because I feel like it wasn't just giving me bits of more of the story. It would present a different tone. Like you get audio logs where it's like, why does Celine sound like crazy here? Like why does she sound like a completely different person?
Right.
Where it used the repetition to be more abstract and to really force me to pay attention and to try to take all of these pieces and interpret it. Right? Where it like I felt like I just had to keep digging. I had to keep digging. And it's like there wasn't that one moment where everything came together, but it's like, look at all of these fascinating parts that I have. Because like you're going through the Xeno archives, right? And when you see them the first few times, it's like, oh, here's how these aliens work and stuff. And it's like, wait, now that I'm like at the end of the game, why does one of these look like Celine? Like how is she connected to this, right? And so it's it's showing you an image and it just keeps rotating it in a fascinating way. And it becomes like its refusal to be explicit makes it endlessly fascinating.
Yeah, I usually don't like when things are that abstract, and this, I love this story. I love, there's like a barrier to entry early on, but once you get through that little hurdle, you're just like a downhill skier.
Yeah.
Just, the difficulty, I think, levels out because you keep getting stronger.
Yeah.
And just, the slow story beats, going to the house, obviously, numerous times.
Mm.
Love the house. I think that stuff's so good.
I think you could make more of a case against how abstract it is if it didn't feel like so much of the game supported it, right? Where it's like, even something as simple as like translating the alien language, it's like, when you're just beginning to translating, it's
So
like you're
cool.
guessing at words and you don't quite know. And so that gives you like incentive to go back and then to read the full thing, right? Again, like every time I would get an audio log, it's like, I don't know on what thing this is specifically going to comment on.
But then when I started filling that in, I would start trying to like listen to them kind of in order because you like get
Right.
them all out of whack. Just the more I played this game, the more I loved it. There's
Pick
Returnal for the whole thing.
for world design. We're
It's-
locked, right?
Yeah, I mean, I really
I
want to
mean,
lock
to
it.
me, a lot of that is arguments for narrative. Over
Yeah, that's what I was kind of
Sure.
feeling. Is like this feels more like narrative than like just
Yeah.
the
'Cause,
act
like,
of
to me,
like
like-
being in an interesting place and exploring an interesting place, but maybe yeah.
Because
I feel like that is a big part of world design.
Yeah, and the powers you get too.
I mean, then why do we have world design and narrative categories? You know, like I think obviously I love Returnal. I think that it's a super strong world design.
Well, narrative really impacts world design because, like Hitman
Right.
3, you're at a mansion trying to kill someone. That's like part of the narrative of the. It matters.
I do think narrative and
Feel
world
like-
design definitely slip into each other, but
Yeah.
I'll make the same case for Returnal that I did for Inscription, where it's not like the literal what is happening, right? Like, yes, it's really cool that there's both this like really introspective and kind of like broad epicness to Returnal simultaneously. That is the narrative. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing how it presents itself. How the way in which you interact with pieces of the world change your perspective on that story. Yes, that is commenting on the story, but it is not the literal what's happening, it is how you're doing it. And you can't do that without being in the world and exploring it.
Like,
and
if
poking
the
at it.
story was astronaut goes to alien planet
Yeah.
and just going through this, I'd be like, eh.
Mhm.
But that's not
it's-
what it is.
It's woven in. This is probably more narrative, but like it's woven in enough that like I had a guess as to what the story was, and I was basically right, and I only got to fright. You know,
I want to
like,
say, just from like a pure, like a layout
In
of
the house,
the world,
kinda.
yeah.
like Ben was saying with Shin Megami Tensei, I think Returnal has the most interesting going through this actual world for like a roguelite game that I could ever think of. Like when I think of Hades, like yeah, I really love that, but when like I'm going into that game, it's like you're in this room pretty much.
Yeah.
Here there's verticality and a lot more going on. There's a lot of coverage.
Really
so a lot of
cool
the rooms feel really
environments.
different from each other.
Yes.
A lot of environmental puzzles going through the world.
really cool, just arenas fighting enemies.
What?
And they change depending on what powers you get, which
Yes.
continues
yes.
throughout this entire game. More weapons, more powers, but like not too extreme. Like just like steadily as you keep going and you just keep learning more about the story,
Right.
getting more comfortable in the environment, just beat after beat, nonstop. Every new hour in this game is just like you're just more.
I think that Metroidvania aspect is so important because, like, I feel like we've compared this game to Hades, and like it got to the point with Hades where it's like, okay, it's just not that interesting for me to go through the first.
Yeah,
area.
yeah, the
It's just
bone
not.
hydra, like I'm
Whereas,
sick of
like in Returnal, it's like, okay, because I have the grappling hook, this place is transformed. I can just simply
So
do
different.
more. And there's so many examples of that where it's like, I'm still enjoying going through the first area because I feel like you've added so many layers on top of the outstanding combat that, like, yeah, it's frustrating that I have to start over, but I'm having a blast.
And you're getting permanent upgrades. Like, yeah, it's pretty punishing. You have to redo things, but like, by the time I beat the game, I still didn't even have a level 3 perk. That stuff is so like if you unlock.
Yeah,
like,
I didn't have a level 3
You
perk.
start unlocking the level 2s on just your weapons, like. That grind is comfortable. It is challenging, and not like I know bullet hell, of course.
I mean, yeah, that's
for
not
sure.
my experience.
Right.
But
For
whatever.
sure.
So are we
Like,
currently
it made me
convincing
actively
Flood
angry,
to lock
but-
these down? Is that
I don't know what we're doing.
Is that what the argument is? Blood, what
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I mean,
if you were to take
Make them
Returnal off,
blow.
what would you put on?
I'd probably put on either Metroid or Forza, but I know that
Dominic
nobody
likes
else feels
Village.
strongly about Forza as I do, so
Okay. Can we lock in Psychonauts 2 and Returnal? Or?
sure.
Are we
I mean,
locking?
Returnal can lock. I mean, we haven't really barely talked about Psychonauts, but I guess we kind of don't have to.
I think with
I have a short pitch on second.
yeah, I think with
I mean, I think we all
Psychonauts, it's just
know.
Yeah, you probably.
the fact that they're like ended up being like multiple hubs to me just
Right.
kind of blew my mind because I figured like, oh, okay, this is a hub, and then I'll just go to like
Yeah.
this little thing and that little thing, and then it's like, oh, here's another area. It's like,
Campsite.
oh, here's another area. It's like, oh, like just it just like really just kept opening up. It felt really cool to just go around and explore all the different
Definitely.
things that it presented.
A lot of fun platforming in that game. Where how's laid
Yeah,
out and
the
stuff.
powers and the way that they
The
like
library
you know,
and shit.
take something like the levitation and then like now we're gonna give you giant bowling balls or whatever. It's like
Yeah.
As much as I love No More Heroes 3, and I think one of the strongest aspects of No More Heroes 3 is that it is constantly making you think, like, what the fuck is this game going to do next? I think Psychonauts 2 is like, not only are you making me think, what the fuck can this game do next, but you're actually contextualizing it in the world. So no matter how abstract
Yeah.
you get,
Right.
I feel like there's this consistency in how things are presented that I'm like, yeah, all of this neatly belongs in this world in a really cool way.
And it's the thing that I really appreciate about not only Psychonauts 2, but like the whole series is that they don't just like take one idea and go with it. Like they blend together these really crazy things. Like you've got the like 60s concert with now like all of the senses. And,
Yeah.
like the playing a band and like okay.
Yeah.
And they've got it's not just a bowling thing, but there's a bowling alley with like a bunch of germs afraid of the apocalypse because they're gonna get sanitized.
But regardless of how like wildly different it is, it doesn't feel like you're suddenly playing a different game. Like
Right.
it all,
Yeah.
it all gels.
Is everyone happy with the nominations?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, as
Yeah.
happy as it can be.
Cool. Cool.
For winter, I'm between Psychonauts and Outer Wilds.
I would probably Psychonauts just because, I don't know, I was surprised. I didn't think it'd been a long time. That first game is janky. And that second game is just, your eyes are working overtime, that whole game.
Working over
As I'm sure they are in
time.
Outer Wilds, just don't have the same experience.
Yeah. I mean, Outer Wilds is obviously my ride or die, but Inscription would be my second place, I think. Outer Wilds is hard because it's like you guys just have to trust. Like,
Sure.
Oh, I
The thing
trust
is,
you.
I
it's
literally
just how
put my
good-
money down and
like,
how
downloaded it.
good
And
do
just
I
I
want
want it
it
to
That's
win.
like-
I agree.
Right. And
Honestly.
it's just how, like, to me, it's like, I agree with everything you've said about Returnal,
Yeah.
and like all of that kind of in a weird way. Obviously, they're very, very different games, but like all of that applies to Outer Wilds
Yeah.
also. But
Yeah.
like to me, the world design just like is that game,
Mhm.
and it's
Yeah.
just so like Returnal's like, I'm gonna vote for it in other categories, but I just think for me personally, having played them both, obviously I didn't beat Returnal. Outer Wilds has the edge just because it's like so integral to what that experience is. And I know it is with Returnal as well, but just even more with Outer
Well,
Wilds.
Returnal has like other stuff with it, like combat, like
right,
heavy
it's
combat
a different
focus.
kind
Yeah.
of game.
The,
and
the
like,
difficulty in the combat.
the
I,
experience of that
I-
is
I-
the puzzle of the world design
Mhm.
is like what it is.
Mhm.
I think what is so remarkable about Returnal is kind of bouncing off what Huber was saying is if it was just astronaut has to escape alien planet, like it would still be a great game because the gameplay is so incredible.
Yeah.
The fact that it is like so many layers beyond that it is so ambitious is what really makes it like kind of bubble up to the top. It is all of those extra things.
I wish.
But what you're saying about Outer Wilds, like if you're like this
Well,
is
it's-
it should win.
It's
I'm,
so
I'm
funny
not gonna
because
fight
you,
on
Ben,
it.
I think like because Outer
Yeah.
Wilds, like Returnal does with grief and story
Yeah.
what Outer Wilds does with like existentialism and philosophy. Like I wept at the end of the base game, and like the way the end of this changes slightly depending on the order you do it in. So
Yeah.
like if you know what you know from the main game,
Yeah.
you tell a dude at the end of this like, here's the nature of this reality, and it like is gratifying for him based on what you know, and it's all just knowledge based, and it changes, and like you can get him. Because, like, the very, very end, you can get all the different people that you've met to be there and, like, help recreate the entire universe with you. And if you do this part first, he'll be there. And he even says to you, like, I'm getting, like, emotional just thinking about it. He says to you, like, hey, my race was violent and afraid and angry and kind of bad. And I'm, like, literally the only... Like, they put him in jail for eternity because he disagreed with them. Because he had, like, a positive spin on this. They, like, exiled him because of that. He says to you, it's like, hey, do you want my race to be in the new version of the universe? We were bad news. And you could be like, yes or no. And, like, if you say yes, he's, like, visibly, like, moved. It's, like, so incredible. And, like, so, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, like, it all ties in. But, like, it's a similar thing with Returnal, where it's, like, the resonant story is the whole world design. And, like literally her grief creates the world. And in Outer Wilds, it's, like, the two philosophies of these millions of years old ancient aliens, like, influence the entire reality of the universe in very interesting different ways.
I honestly, I take your word for it completely. Like I feel like I haven't even gotten to the coolest parts of base Outer Wilds, but what I played of Outer Wilds, like I was blown away. And
It's
so if you're
crazy
like,
to me.
yeah, this is it. They did it again. Like
I'm in
I'm
awe.
I'm all for it.
Same, man. Honestly, I just really like the way the difficulty was part of the world design though too with Returnal. I feel like the way you interact with the game, like its difficulty is not just like for difficulty's sake.
No.
Like the way you get the tools and all the weapons, and you just slowly can like.
It's like
just
a metaphor for her to get through her
yeah,
trauma.
just like getting a new tool and then being able to get
Yeah.
more upgrades, just
Right.
just makes things more manageable. Like it's really, really well balanced.
Yeah.
Such a well balanced game.
It's an incredible game. Yeah.
But then Hitman 3, I think of
Well,
all those
yeah,
levels,
so-
and it's pretty
Hitman
friggin'
3,
insane.
Hitman 3 is my personal favorite. I think that game is just like the core definition of what I think of when I think of world design.
Yeah.
Is that game and just how it's laid out, how you interact with it. But as much as I didn't like Outer Wilds when I first played it because of the time mechanic, I could not deny that the world is actually fascinating and well designed.
I can't get to the end of Inscription, Outer Wilds, or Returnal. I won't. I'm not going to see it.
I believe that you
I have to
can. I
watch
believe
other
that you
people
can.
play those games for me. So it's like I'm in the same camp with all that stuff.
Yeah.
Psychonauts would be my favorite just because we get so few funny games. And I love a game that's just like, this wall is funny, your feet are funny, the sound is funny, the music's funny, the dialogue's funny.
Also super
The
emotional.
effects are funny. Yeah, but like not funny in that like postal, but like really smart people are writing this. Like,
Definitely.
So good.
but
So,
I want to
what do you think?
explore
Outer
Outer Wilds. I'm down.
do you think Outer Wilds or what?
It's a
So,
journey
and a
for you, Donnie.
caveat, I've only touched Hitman 3, not played.
Mm.
The other 4, I've only watched Inscription Isla play through Act 1 and get
That
to the
was
start
so
of
fun.
Act 2, which was mind-blowing for the
Yeah.
twist.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah, we were on stream for that. Yeah.
Yeah, that
so
was
good.
pretty sick.
It's so good.
I guess my regret is, again, not playing Psychonauts 2 because from the arguments I've heard, to me it sounds like it's between Outer Wilds and Returnal. Like, Hitman 3 and Inscription, Psychonauts seem to be, like, just right behind from all
This
your
is an
arguments. So,
incredible category.
yeah, so it's been, for me,
Honestly, any one of these.
I'm
could win,
giving
I'd be
you
happy.
I'm giving you the outsider's perspective on your arguments. Sounds like Outer Wilds or Returnal is what you've come to the conclusion at this point. I know some of you have attachments to the other 3, but it really
It
feels
sounds
like
like
it's
those
those
two,
two,
yeah.
unless someone has something new to add about one of the other 3.
No, really, you could pick any game on this list. I feel the worst about Echoes of the Eye because obviously I haven't played it, but
I think
Yeah.
I'd like it.
yeah, I
Trust you.
guarantee
Yeah,
that I
just
would.
take your word
yeah.
for it.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
But yeah, I don't like any
Tip
of
it
these
in.
could win, and I think there's a case for it.
Tip it in.
Tip it in.
Tip it in.
Tip it in.
Just get a little tap.
Tap it.
Let's see.
Nudge
Holy
it
crap.
in. Really easy.
Outer
to
Wilds.
I didn't think I'd be able to pull
Made a
it
great
off.
case.
Congratulations to our winner of Best World Design, Outer Wilds, Echoes of the Eye. And now it's time for Best 7. This means Easy Allies at some point in 2021 gave the following games either a 7.0 or a 7.5. What are those games? Daniel Bloodworth.
East 9,
He's down.
He's down.
He's
Infound Mind, Battlefield 2042, Call of Duty Vanguard, Back 4 Blood, Lost in Random, Crypt Tales, Last Stop, Mario Golf Super Rush, Legend of Mana, Maquette,
Legend of
and
Mana was 2021?
Outriders.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking of the Trials of Mana remake.
We
Right.
can instantly cut Last Stop.
Yeah.
Just cut it. It's
Okay.
fine. I liked Virginia even in more.
Lots of random, I kind of feel the same way.
Fine.
Yeah.
Wait, I would don't cut Lost in Random yet because I feel like Battlefield and Call of Duty.
I feel like those are the two that leap
Yeah.
out to me that
Yeah.
they
For
should
sure.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I was like,
Because
after
the-
what you said
I think
before,
again the
get rid
spirit of
those.
this is like it's not a game that's in a 7 because
Yeah.
it's disappointing.
Right, because it's
No.
bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
The Vanguard campaign was just okay.
Yep. That's just
Like
the
Back
game.
4 Blood seems like a lock to
And
me.
and Battlefield,
I
while
actually
not as bad as the
think we could
internet
maybe
says,
cut Back 4 Blood.
Really?
is disappointing.
Well, yeah, this is a weird category.
It's
and we
just,
can.
Also
compared to everything
disappointing.
else, I'm like,
Yeah.
I just think it like
it was disappointing.
in terms of like the expectations
You're right,
versus.
right. 7's a disappointment for Back 4 Blood.
Yeah, I feel about it the same way that like like
Yeah.
Battlefield 2042 and Call of Duty Vanguard, where it's
Yeah.
like you shouldn't
Yeah.
be here.
Right, you
Right.
shouldn't be here.
If it's
Totally.
disappointment, wasn't everyone disappointed with Mario Golf Super
Oh my
Rush?
God.
as
Oh
well?
So,
my God,
like,
get
I-
out of
I
my
agree with
face.
you. I was
Right.
actually gonna say it should stay
I
because
think
it's
so
like
too. I think you should win.
it's like
Oh my
Sure.
God.
Yeah, sure.
That was
I-
my biggest disappointment.
and this is such a
Like,
nebulous category because like I'm not in love with it either.
No.
I don't think Mario Golf Super Rush is amazing by any
I
means.
feel like the courses are boring.
Yeah, I think there's so much to criticize about it, but it's
That
the kind of
sucks.
game where I can just like boot it up and be like, yeah, it's fine. Like it sort of epitomizes that like vague philosophy that we have of swimming, where it's like, I'm not going to fight for it in any other category, but it's like, it's comforting in a.
Mm.
I mean,
Very
that's
basic
my
way.
argument for Back for Blood, honestly.
Sure,
'Cause it's
yeah.
like, if you ask me, like, you want to play Mario Golf or Back for Blood, I'd say Back for Blood every time. You know?
Yeah.
I feel similar
I
in the
think I would
sense
say
that like
Mario
I feel
Golf.
like they're both disappointing.
They're both
Sure.
disappointments.
Yeah,
They both
rather
should have
than
been 8
this
or
is
9.
Yeah.
any little
I mean, what are
thing
the
that
games that were not disappointments that overachieved then, or achieved where they should have?
I think Ease 9 is like the perfect example.
East
of
9
this.
is my pick for
Legend
win,
of Mana
honestly.
fits
Like,
real
it's
comfy
so
in
To
there.
fair.
me,
I'll say.
Outriders is exactly what I signed up for.
Yeah, Outriders
it
is very
exactly what I
Yeah.
knew it was gonna
Yeah.
be, and
Yeah.
it delivered on that.
Again, Lost in Random's like, it's fine, but I'm not gonna fight for that one. I enjoyed
Man,
it.
Chris Tales,
I really
was
wanna go back to
disappointed.
Ease 9.
I was disappointed. I wanted it to be better.
Mhm.
Cut Lost in Random.
Yeah,
And you
I think
I
it,
mean,
I
we're
think
not
No one
just
dis-
else
gonna
is saying
have
anything,
fun.
right? I mean,
I think disappointment is huge because
Yeah.
like on this list, obviously Battlefield is my favorite, but it was also my biggest disappointment of the entire
Yeah.
year.
Right.
Mm.
It's not good at being a
Outriders-
7.
Outriders
No.
is like better because it's a 7. Like, you know,
Yeah.
I was
kinda?
expecting
Yeah.
way
Like it
worse
expected
than
it. You
Yeah.
expected it to be a 7, and it
Exactly.
totally was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't feel any warmness from Outriders, but I'm
No,
not gonna
yeah.
fight against it.
You reviewed Chris Tales and Maquette, right?
It's not warm.
Yeah.
Maquette, I had high hopes for.
I think
had it on my
Maquette
team,
is
but
like
it just-
it's not as mind blowing as I thought it would be, but I think it's a good. I think I
I
think
saw some people say it was
Maquette
their goatee.
fits.
As soon as that trailer about it being a breakup came out, I was like, oh man. I was like, this is. I
Yeah,
should've put
it's
this on
got
my
some,
team.
it's got some annoying bits here and there, but like just playing around with that whole bigger, smaller puzzle mechanic, and then listening through
Yeah.
the story. I think it works.
It's like a not funny superliminal,
Yeah,
kind of.
I like Superliminal more for sure.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah. Chris Tales and Legend of Mana. It's interesting because it's like the newcomer versus the remake. I don't know how you feel about Legend of Mana, Brad.
It's a good time. I had
Yeah.
no expectation. I never played it before. And I had a good time. It's got problems, but it is the definition of a 7
Yeah,
to
that
me.
sounds like a
Where I was
7.
like, oh, it's got problems, but I enjoyed going through it.
Is this the 3D one or the
No, it's 2D.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
the PS1 game.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Oh, right, yeah.
Fucking
yeah.
great music in that game
Yeah.
too, by the way,
It's
and it
solid.
looks beautiful. The
Yeah,
remaster of
I
it
was
looks
actually
so good.
Impressed they stuck with the 2D art.
Yeah,
for
it
some
looks
of
really
yeah.
good.
Mana sounds like.
I think
Yeah,
it might be
multiple
Mana because
story
Chris Tales,
paths.
like,
So,
I appreciate a lot of what they did with Chris Tales, but I feel like they sort of like they pumped it up a little bit more than maybe they should have, and so like there's things that like that as you get towards the end of the game, it's like
Right.
wait, I'm just kind of like repeating a lot of the same things, and like there wasn't like a lot of enemy variety, and so they do some cool things with the time mechanics, but it doesn't like it even like from the beginning of the game to the end, it just feels like, oh, this doesn't get as grand as I thought it would.
Lock of Mana.
Yeah, so
Lock of
I think
Mana.
Mana.
Lock the band.
Remember you saying you didn't get like a cutscene and then you didn't get the good ending? Like one thing? Like one item or something?
Oh, yeah,
Pick up
yeah,
the
like
gun.
Yeah.
Pick up the gun.
Pick it up, Moira.
Pick it up, Moira.
Well, it sounds like Ease 9.
East 9 is my pick.
Pick up the phone, Moira?
The
Is that-
game,
Pick up
like
the
I've never
gun,
played
Moira.
East
Moira.
before, but the game is just
Don't pick
so
up the gun.
kind of like how you're talking about
Pick up the
SMT5.
phone,
Like I
it's
feel
a
like there's a
big
lot of commonalities in the sense that you don't expect a JRPG to be really fun to explore and move around in.
Yeah.
And in East 9, it's got this Metroidvania aspects as you build your team, and like every new party member you get gives you this new ability, and like, oh, I can run up walls. That's
Ooh.
fun as heck.
Shinobi.
Yeah.
The cast is really easy to get attached to, and there's a lot going on there. The combat is like, it's not hard, but it always feels
It feels good.
engaging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a strong point.
It's one of those things, Blood, where it's like
Music is really, really, really good.
I feel like I haven't finished Ys 9, but like I look at it and it's like, oh really? You only gave that like a 7.5? Because I'm like, oh man, I liked it so much, but then I'm like, and then you think about it for just a little bit more, and you're like, no, that's totally correct. Because I think there's so many things that you can praise about it, which you said, but I also think on the other end of that token, it's like, okay, visually it looks 2 whole generations behind. None of the characters are like that amazing, right? That they like I feel like it elevates it like to beyond a 7, right? The combat, while enjoyable to do, is pretty easy on the default difficulty. Right. And so it's like, I feel like there's a bunch of things that you can say against it, but what it does right just makes you feel warm and fuzzy. Like, yeah. I back up everything that you're saying.
It really, yeah. I said in my review, like, RPG comfort food. And like that's,
that's exactly what it is.
The music really helps it. The acting really helps it. Like, it feels, you can just curl up with that game for a month and be happy.
Yeah.
Give it
the award. Congratulations to Ys 9, our best 7. It is time for Best Remaster / Remake. What are the contenders, Daniel Bloodworth?
Yeah, so I got a lot of interesting ones here. Mass Effect Legendary Edition, Alan Wake, the Super Monkey Ball, Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, Nier Replicant, SMT3 Nocturne, Diablo 2 Resurrected, I'm not sure. Sonic Colors Ultimate, I'm not sure. Rune Factory 4 Special, I'm not sure. Resident Evil 4 VR, and Legend of Mana. I think Nier is a lock, right?
Nier,
I feel like
absolutely
Resident Evil 4 are the locks.
RE4 is a lock.
How most of you
lock.
talked this
RE4
past
is a
year,
lock.
those two have to be in there.
And I would really like to lock Mass Effect.
I think Mass Effect.
And
I think,
yeah,
I think
sure.
the way
Yeah.
that you guys talked about,
Mass
that's a
Effect
lot.
is.
Yeah, I think they've
Not
done
true.
enough
Thank you.
really good stuff with Mass
So-
Effect.
SMT3 seemed alright.
So
I got the review.
the thing about SMT3, and I get into this in the review, is I think it's a really cool game. But in terms of like a remake,
It's a weak
remaster.
one. It's weak though, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
like it's like
The
music,
it's
I
one of
remember,
those
yeah.
things where like
Yeah.
I can praise it as a game, but I don't think this re-release is all that special in terms of bells and whistles and like really taking the chance to substantially improve it. And so it's a weird one.
Similar to the Quake re-release, where it's like literally you made it 16:9, and it's awesome. It's fucking sick. But
Yeah,
it's
but
not
it's like
a remake.
it's not gonna win.
Right. I would argue against Diablo 2 just because I thought it was like I thought they kind of similarly like could have modernized the gameplay a little more.
I would actually go to bat for Diablo 2
I don't think they wanted to.
way over
Yeah.
some of these because I think Diablo
agree.
2 is one of those things where like when you actually sit down and think about it, they really did do a lot. I mean, not only
Graphically, it was incredible.
not only was the graphical overhaul like substantial, the fact that at any point you can press a key and go back to those original
I always
graphics to
love that,
really
yeah.
see like, oh man, this is how they totally like transformed this entire area is really cool. I think also taking a game that was locked to the PC and was really built around mouse and keyboard controls and completely adapting it for controller not only on PC but on all the other platforms. I think it did a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it did.
Okay,
It
alright.
did.
Yeah.
Diablo 2 is my favorite Microsoft moment of last year.
Oh right.
You can cut Alan Wake.
Really? I thought you'd.
Okay.
I love it. I loved it.
Oh, wow.
But the PC version already was like
Oh.
as good as this
Right.
version.
Gotcha.
They just changed his face.
I feel like
Um,
Monkey Ball is also like great that they re-released it. I'm glad we
Almost.
played it again. I don't know that it's anything really worth.
What's our 5th slot?
Yeah. Sonic
Yeah.
Colors Ultimate?
I'm thinking Skyward
Skyward
Sword
Sword?
might be.
Skyward Sword, maybe.
Brad, you played through that whole thing.
I
right?
did, yeah. I think it's like a more substantial upgrade than Twilight Princess. They made it 60 frames, which I'm very thankful about. You could still use motion control, which I like. They let you use a controller, which is cool now too.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think it's the best Zelda game,
Right.
but I think it's a pretty decent.
Compared to Legend of Mana, because you played.
Oh
both
yeah, I
those,
think it's better than Legend of Mana.
Okay.
To speak to Rune Factory 4, the little that I played of Rune Factory 4 Special, I think that game is absolutely delightful. But when it comes to remaster, remake, like it is still technically just a very ugly looking. It's just like you're like, yeah, this is definitely a 3DS game that they put on here, and so I think it kind of falls into that SMT Nocturne. And I'm not by far. I'm certainly not the most qualified to speak on it, but my gut says like it doesn't.
Does Mario Party
It's like
Superstars
a-
count as remaster remake?
I was kind of wondering about that one.
Because
I think it
Skyward
does.
Sword is so my argument is Skyward. If it's
Put it in,
I feel
dude,
weird
put it
about
in.
putting
Put it
Skyward Sword
in.
there.
Why?
Put it in.
Because 60 frames is nice, and I'm not gonna dismiss the controller rework, but I mean, it feels like we're just putting it in there to put it in there. Whereas
we
like
can
Mario
fly.
Party
No, I
Superstars,
mean,
if it's
I-
eligible,
yeah.
took 2D maps, reimagined
Wait.
them in 3D. Like it feels like more of an effort to me.
I can get behind that.
I guess it is a remake of the first 3 games.
Yeah, like
I mean,
does,
if you look at
does
it
that
like
count?
that,
I don't.
kinda.
Yeah, I don't know
yeah.
if it- yeah.
It's
a
It's like
special
multiple
case
count.
for
It's like Mario All Stars.
Yeah,
That's mine.
I'm not-
Mine
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Well, yes, we would put 3D All Stars in here if it was actually we qualified last year. Like then I think Mario Party Superstars would go.
I agree.
Cool.
I just like it's just like, how much they did with Wind Waker HD. Yes, it was more effort than Twilight Princess HD, but looking at the other 3 nominees plus what Mario
Oh, yeah.
Party Superstars did plus what Diablo 2 from what you told me, like
Yeah.
I think there's another game that's more qualified than Skyward Sword, and it's nothing about the quality of the game, Skyward Sword's base game
Mario
itself.
Party's
It's
2
the
nominations.
effort they
Yeah,
did.
dude.
You know, it was a step up for Twilight Princess, but like
Have a
it
good
still didn't feel enough. It's like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, the benefit with Mario Party is they do jack shit with those games, and they've been dog shit for a while. So when they actually
Yeah.
released a good one, it's pretty nice.
It's
Yeah.
a low bar.
Yeah,
it
it's
was
so low.
it was the lowest
low.
possible bar.
The bar's just on the
Yeah.
ground.
Yeah, they stepped over it.
They're like, oh,
They
here's
tripped over it.
They're like,
online.
what the fuck was that? Oh.
All right, it's our nominees: Diablo 2 Resurrected, Mario Party Superstars, Mass Effect Legendary Edition, Nier Replicant, and Resident Evil 4 VR.
Does anyone?
To me, it's definitely between the last 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did not play all the way through Resurrected, but I feel like I played enough of it that I can fight
Yeah.
for it on this list.
Um,
I beat it.
Nier and I feel like Resident Evil are even more transformative than Mass Effect. Mass
Yeah.
Effect 1
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
transformative.
Nier
They
adds a
did a
lot.
lot. They did a lot to the first Mass Effect. Less so with 2 and 3. It's more about just the entire package being easily available to go
Right.
through this massive arc.
Yeah.
Easily,
yeah.
just
It's on Game Pass now,
yeah,
which is
it's
crazy.
just a great package.
Uh,
but the other 2 seem more.
I did
I mean,
not
Nier-
play Nier
Nier
Replicant.
Replicant is
I really,
incredible.
really want to hear about Nier Replicant. I strongly, very strongly feel for Resident Evil 4 VR in this category.
Me too.
I will be pushing for it for the top 10 game of the year.
Yep.
I think that is I think that is a milestone. Not to again just show up for another Goaty being like VR, ding 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 ding, but like
I mean,
I can go into it.
I will say
Let me
this.
just put that out there, and then if I need to go into it, I
Jones,
will,
let me
but-
say this because I can't speak about
I
VR
know,
games.
I know.
Last year, your compelling arguments about Alex made me like curious about it. Seeing everyone else get to play RE4 VR, like on stream and stuff, and how fun! Like, cause I love that
It's
game to
so
death.
Dude.
That I cannot participate in it is like one of the like was the worst feelings because I was like I want to
Same.
Yeah.
because it
I
looks
get
so
sick.
different when you're playing it that
Teleport.
way.
Just for people at home, just 2 things that like you're like, wait a minute, it's like I did this and was like, wait, this is more than a remake if I can, or more than a remaster if I can do this. Imagine John Wick style. Like what's the one with where he shoots the guy through like a plane or something and like, what have you done with your life? What's that movie?
Oh,
Wanted.
Wanted. Fuck that movie.
But there's like a lot of running and shooting. I was running around Pitchfork Gal.
Yeah.
Literally like
Yeah.
and she was like trying to get me, and I'm like, I can move independently now and run, and I couldn't do that in the original game. And I was chucking grenades like to my right,
Yeah,
like as
oh,
I'm
yeah,
running,
yeah, yeah.
you know, like
Leaning up past a wall
but
and shooting
the
someone. but
cabin.
then you can't
Everyone who
see.
loves RE4 knows
So
this
good.
cabin, and there's a staircase in the cabin.
Oh gosh.
And going
Yeah.
up the staircase, being at the top of the staircase, popping dudes
Luis.
between the wooden
So
panels
sick.
of the staircase.
So
Oh,
sick.
yeah.
Guys going by, me
Yeah.
just like literally putting the gun
First
right to their
one,
head.
They did it
bang,
really
bang,
the one
like,
with the 2
The
barrels
first house
behind,
part?
where the triggers the
where they all
chainsaw.
come rushing in.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
trigger
yeah.
the chain. Oh my
in
god.
the rain, and like you can kind of
Being
see
able
them
to shoot
outside.
through the panels.
So like I'm
Oh, that
breaking
part,
the game,
yeah.
but I've played it so many times. I felt like an exhibit at a museum. I felt like I went to like the Guggenheim, and they were like Resident Evil 4, and I was like, oh, neat. And
Do
it was
you
like,
stay first person if you get decapitated?
no.
No.
If
it goes
you get
like
killed in cutscenes or jump off stuff, it
Goes-
goes.
Yeah,
to
the
video.
doors go. The only really
first
thing
person,
they
like, head
added was
That'd be
the
hilarious.
Gigante shoulder slash. You do in first person, so you're actually up on him.
Nice.
Like,
Which is
Ah,
cool.
so nice.
but like when you climb up him, that's third person. When you like kick things, that's third person.
Sick.
I am very curious to hear more about Nier because it was the original was such an ambitious game.
Yeah.
And how much this version helped to better realize that and improve
Yes.
upon that experience because
It's much better
I felt
now.
like the original deserved it was so close. It just needed more production and more
Mhm.
talent, there's more resources basically.
Yeah.
And it seemed like Replicant finally gave it what it
Really
deserved.
good. Really
Yeah.
good.
So
Yeah,
you're,
I
you're
feel like-
basically taking
yeah.
the words right out of my mouth. Yeah. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh yeah, I feel like it's something that you don't
Present.
get a lot in this industry.
Mhm.
You don't get a game that is
yeah.
technically very poor, but somehow gets this cult audience, and so okay, we'll remake this and actually make it a solid game all around.
Yeah. It just
It's
felt
so
like better to
crazy.
play this time around too.
Yeah. So I had an affinity for the original Nier or Nier Gestalt, only having played just through ending A in the original Nier. But I feel like this took the opportunity. Nier is one of those games where you get excited about it and you're like, the characters in the story are really cool, but you feel like you have to make caveats for it. I feel like Nier Replicant cuts down on that so much where it's it just is so much better that it kind of takes all of the things that were already special and just pushes them forward. And what's extra amazing, right? I think if it just did all of that, it would be okay, this is a remake that capitalizes on a rough situation, but it adds a whole nother ending to it. It adds brand new content that connects into Nier Automata in this really, really, really cool way. So if you're a fan of that game, playing through this and seeing that and getting to that moment and having it be right at the end, you're like, holy shit. And so it's they really took advantage of the situation that they had, and I really think they hit a home run with it.
And you get to be Brother Nier now. A
Yeah.
different character than we didn't get here.
Right, and
Right.
so in North America, you could only play as Papa Nier, but now they're okay, we're not just going to do that again. Now you can see it from Brother Nier's perspective, which is really
But Papa Nier's not in it at all.
No,
right?
he
Yeah.
he is
Yeah.
a little bit, yeah.
A little
Interesting.
something.
I think that might have been
The series is
DLC
so
from the
wild.
original, but
Oh, it's fucking wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Seems
it's
like
just
it's so
strange
soon.
because it's
It's those two. for
somebody
every day.
in marketing decided that America would think that Brother Nier was too young and too weak.
Yeah.
And so they had them make an older character for America.
They were trying to appeal to the West in that era too much.
They hadn't discovered the
They
power
lost sight of what people actually like.
waifus yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
you just go between
But
Nier
did you
and
play
RE4?
RE4, Ben?
yeah, I did not get to play nearly as much of it as I would have liked,
Near
but
as
even
much?
the little that I play, I was completely blown away. So I can't really argue against what Jones or anyone else is
Yeah.
saying. It's awesome.
Same with me and Nier, yeah. It's
But,
Yeah,
but
I'll take your word
I'm
for
fine
it.
with either one.
I do, yeah. I
I
feel
love
I'd
RE4.
be fine with either one winning. I do think Nier, in a way, yes, what Resident Evil 4 did with its transformation to VR is so impressive, but the base Resident Evil 4
Mhm.
was
Right.
Seems like
already a
Nier's
10
doing
out of
more.
10, whereas I feel like Nier,
Got to a
wasn't
place it
coming
should
from
have
the
been.
same place of polish. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
the
a-
only
it's
the only
a weird
count.
thing because it's
Yeah.
what's better,
Yeah.
completely transforming the game into a new medium, or taking the game and just
Fixing it.
fulfilling what it should have been.
Right.
Yeah, and
To do it
making
to do a
yeah.
flip side of that, I feel like this is dangerous to say because I haven't played Nier, but I feel it's improving a role playing game for later, like the KOTOR remake that I'm going to get. Whereas when I was playing RE4, I was like, wow, this is one of the best times they've ever taken an old game and just made it VR. No, this is it. I've never done this. I've never walked around an old game environment before.
Yeah.
Ever.
It felt,
It's like,
it
how long have
felt
we been
so
selling
special.
VR? And it's
Yeah.
like,
Really? There's not one
I've
example?
never done that.
Missed.
Well, I played
Yes.
Doom and these other things, but these are new games. I've never gone
Yeah.
back to the PlayStation 2 and walked into it. Whoa!
That's
You
true.
know,
GameCube.
Yeah.
going
first
down
section.
to the dog who's trapped and
Yeah.
and watching the dog run away. I was like,
Mist is the
whoa,
only other
you
one
know.
I can think of. That,
It-
yeah.
And I remembered when it was on, I was like, this technically qualifies for best remaster. I don't know, man.
I
I'm
can't
in it,
disagree
you
with
know?
anything you're
Yeah,
you're
it's tough.
saying.
But I just haven't played Nier, so I can't.
It's so
That's all I
weird
can
because
say.
then when you get to like game design and kind of like the appeal of the base of those games, where it's like Resident Evil 4, like however you play it, is just like this gameplay masterpiece.
Yeah.
And like there are parts of the story that I like, but I would not say that like when you say what's your favorite story in a video game, like RE4 would not
Not
come
be
up,
it,
right? Whereas like Nier Replicant is the complete opposite,
it
where
is.
it's like the gameplay is whatever,
Right,
but
yeah.
it like has some of my favorite characters of all time
narrative.
in video
The only thing
games.
that knocks, like, some of the replaying for different endings gets kind of a drag sometimes.
Yes,
Like collecting all the weapons and shit was like not fun.
yes, it is. It is a pain in the ass, but it's a pain in the ass where
Yeah,
it's like
totally.
they kind of justify it. It doesn't make it not a pain in the ass, but
Man, Resident Evil 4 VR was like being
Yeah.
on a fucking amusement park
And
ride
it-
in the best way.
And it
Yeah.
feels like they had to like rebalance it all. I mean, this is a first-person VR now versus
Yeah.
what it was.
And,
or,
and
like,
it was
it's not-
easier, probably because I played it so many times, but that didn't
It's
like
I was
so
make
easily
it
to
bad.
be a train wreck.
Yeah,
You know, like-
I was
Yeah.
surprised that it felt like how the same it felt, even though I know like they must have had to balance like crazy,
Yeah.
but they didn't like betray the spirit of anything. Yeah.
I feel like I'm kind of. I feel like Brad is with me a little bit. I feel like I'm kind of alone on my championing of Nier Replicant. So if like more people,
Dog,
on the
my
VR
goodwill's
side-
through the roof.
I
right
really
now.
like Nier
I'll go
Replicant
near
a
with
lot.
you in a
Yeah,
heartbeat.
yeah.
I think RE4 just kind of surprised me a lot more than I expected
Right.
when I
Yeah,
actually played it.
I don't disagree. I'd be
But like,
totally
I
happy
think
if it
Nier
won.
Replicant's fucking great, and everyone should
Yeah.
give it a shot. But
Yeah.
I have to get it slated to RE4.
Yeah, that's how I am too. Like I really respect what they've done with Nier, but it sounds like what just like you're saying. Like there's parts of Nier that are a pain in the butt. It's like I can't imagine there's too much of a pain in the butt in RE4. Like it just feels like it's
The
just
pain in
gonna
the
be a
butt
good time.
parts are almost made like better.
They're
by
made better
VR.
'cause they're in
Like,
VR
the
now.
room-
Well, the
the
blue
room in the
medallions.
castle when you have the blue medallions.
I'm just
is so fun.
On
realizing
RE4, I'm
this
like,
now.
okay, I'm
But
almost
when
there, and
Ashley's
then this
doing
just
the
like
cranks in VR, it's just like, oh my god, oh my
Dude,
god,
just
oh my
like
god.
headshots and shit.
I feel like they're sorry. It's a quick side. Like I think they're like it's a good test for them because they're remaking the game. That rebalancing is going to be important.
Yeah.
So like this is
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
probably
I know you're thinking, dummy, yeah.
research as well for the remakes. Holy
Imagine
shit!
that game in the fucking
RE engine.
RE engine, dude.
Sorry.
Just don't cut content.
Straight up, I'm fine with Mirror.
Always poking at it.
Yeah.
Like, I know either way.
That's
They just
like,
cut the castle.
There's a part of me that wants to give it to Nier Replicant. Like part of that where it's coming from is it's just like what can you say about RE4 that like hasn't already been said, you know what I mean? Whereas I feel like Nier Replicant is one of those things that even now, even after Automata, like deserves a little bit more of a shine on it. But I truly do not disagree with anything that you guys are saying. And it sounds like the collective is on RE4 VR, and so
Yeah.
I'm totally cool with that.
It's always my counter argument to VR is always just like
Some people.
it's
think-
VR. Like
yeah.
it did the VR thing.
Yeah, yeah.
That's just always
right.
you know.
Yeah.
It is again. It's how you do it. It's,
Yeah,
it's me
yeah,
going into
yeah.
the menu and having
sure,
the
for
briefcase
sure.
that I was obsessed with.
Yeah.
Literally coming out of the wall.
Yes.
No, they
in
went
front
above
of
and
me. I was
beyond.
like,
Yeah.
oh.
They did.
That's-
Yes.
And like any single, like pulling an ammunition thing and looking at it for the first time in my life. It's like I've never seen this
Yeah,
text
looking up
before.
close.
This has all just been a big furry fuzzy blob.
Yeah.
But like there it, I'm holding the shotgun ammo. There it is. So like
Or the merchant like having
So
to
you-
actually
yeah.
put the gun on the like gun bench. That could have just been
And
a menu,
customizing
man.
it, yeah,
like,
yeah.
So
I just
they did it.
that's cool.
The thing that I come back to with Nier is it's like it feels so singular in how it presents itself. Like that game is wild, and it's hard to explain why it is so wild and why it is so like emotionally resonant if you haven't sat down and
Right.
play it. Like it's
Yeah.
really like the culmination of everything that it does.
Honestly, I think RE4 is a better game though than Nier.
Sure.
That's my
I
thing.
can
Like
see
when
that-
I
I can
replayed
see
Nier
that argument.
Replicant this year, like I loved it, but there's parts I have problems with. Like
Yeah.
some things that don't work with me. Like I don't really like the text part. I don't really enjoy that part. Some of like the
Sure,
combat
I
stuff
like
is
that
not
part, but
that
I get it.
interesting or whatever.
Yeah.
And I
Going
think
through some
RE4
areas is not
fits-
that great.
I
No,
don't
I think
they can take
no doubt Nier
yeah.
has rough edges for sure.
I know. I'm just saying, like we got two rapidly different games that are really great.
Absolutely.
So I slightly nod to RE4.
Yep,
RE4?
I got to say my piece.
RE4.
Okay.
Our best remaster remake, Resident Evil 4 VR. And now it is time for best additional content / expansion. Some heavy hitters on this list.
I always think you're gonna say love and respect.
Love and
Respect.
respect.
Now time for love and
Excuse me.
respect.
We can love respect anytime we want, but it is now time to pick this category. Blood, what do we got?
Yeah, we've got Outer Wilds, Echoes of the Eye, Final Fantasy XIV, Endwalker, Animal Crossing New Horizons, all of it. 2.0, Happy Home Paradise,
Yeah.
cooking, coffee shop, fun stuff.
Whole shebang.
Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Intergrade, Doom Eternal Ancient Gods Part 2, Ghost of Tsushima, Icky Island, and Streets of Rage 4, Mr. X Nightmare. And the nightmare is having to cut 3 of those things off of this list.
I really, really love Iki Island. It's one of my
More than Mr. X?
Pick one.
Because I know you like Mr. X as well. And stuff like Outer Wilds
Yeah.
and Walker,
I
like
feel
those
bad.
would
There's-
rock.
This is where I think my Mr. X's nightmare ends.
Yeah.
Tommy on his get
Yeah.
off the train.
I'd have to.
of all those other things,
Yeah.
I'm like,
I'd have to go.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'd have to go with Iki. I would have to go with Iki. There's just more of it, and it had a really, really strong impact, and I still think about it. I love it.
It
I
stood
love
out
it.
from the main game a lot.
It really does. It's
good way.
incredible, emotionally resonant, good additions too with the horse.
Yeah, it's
the
a very
island itself.
personal story. It's about like Jin,
it's
his relationship
incredible.
with his father. Essentially,
Yes.
you go on this island that his father and your clan invaded before,
Yeah.
Oh right.
It's
I
so that
saw
you're
almost
here.
the
I
end
know.
of this. I
and
saw
like
the
you
ending of this.
tiptoeing around this kind of issue of like
Yeah.
you're trying to hide your identity and everything like
I
this.
heard a no from Jones.
It's the best, and
What?
just
You say no?
No. Oh, I'm bummed that I haven't spent more time with it.
I was like
Oh,
ready for
This-
this real bummer.
no,
I was like,
this is a
oh my
major
God.
blind
Our
spot.
dads?
He's telling me, he's reminding me of characters from that world that I love so much.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like, damn,
for sure.
I bet I would love it. I just
love
didn't.
I really.
This is
it's
one of the
my
games
favorite.
I
I feel
feel
like-
haven't spent more time.
Yeah.
in.
Doom, because it's just the part 2 is weird, right?
Yeah, so
Sure, it had a good finale, but
it's awesome,
Yeah.
but it's I think I definitely like part 1 more than part 2, and I just don't. I don't know that I could defend it over other things here, and so to me
For-
it leaps out as a cut.
between Doom and Doom Eternal, though, it is a sick conclusion. I feel like.
Yeah, it does. You're right that
Like-
it kind of.
Between for Doom Eternal especially, I think it's a cool
Right.
It goes big, you know. It goes epic.
At the time I finished it, I felt that way, where I'm like, oh, that's a cool ending, but
Yeah.
the Doom story is so convoluted. Where now I'm like,
Sure.
wait, what the fuck even happened?
Bowser's Fury?
I
Next
love
topic,
Bowser's
Bowser's
Fury.
Fury is really good.
I
Super
love
good.
Bowser's
Since
Fury.
there are 6, though,
Mm-hmm.
just I like Bowser's Fury, and therefore blank should go. So we gotta
Right.
make that hard call.
Well,
we can
which is why I
always
brought
add
up Bowser's
6.
Fury.
My old refrain.
I would be really sad to see Bowser's Fury go. I would.
I mean, does integrate? I mean, we'll just go
Nope,
through them.
not cutting
Yeah,
that
I'm
shit.
sorry. Also,
Yeah,
one of my
I
favorites.
figured-
Sorry,
I
if
figured.
Endwalker wasn't
Yeah.
here.
So
I'd be
between
sorry.
Animal Crossing and
Sure.
Outer Wilds, like,
I mean-
would you lean Outer
Oh
Wilds?
my god. I mean, yeah. But, like, just to defend Animal Crossing real quick, Happy Home Paradise is really amazing. It gives you an entire... It basically is like, hey, were you worried about only having 9 or whatever villagers on your island? Now you have infinity villagers, and you build them houses, and you build a restaurant, you build a school, you build a cafe. Like, it's... Apparently, I haven't gotten to it yet, but Sophia says the ending of it is super charming. She, like, wants to see me get to it, because she thinks I'll, like, love it. I have no idea what it is. And the 2.0 stuff was really, really good.
Wait, what's the 2.0 stuff?
There's all kinds
It's
of...
crazy.
There's,
Was that
there's
just
the
a
stuff you
was
don't
that
have
a
to buy?
buy?
Planning
Was that a
vegetables.
patch or was that included when this
So-
came out?
They all came out at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe, like...
I mean,
they
it's-
actually
it's
It's
let
like a
one-
week apart.
They let
It is
one
a
go
free.
live
There's a
earlier.
free update, and then there's also Happy Home Paradise.
So I can
Yeah.
explain what 2.0 had. Brass tacks. It added... Captain would take you to special islands that you get... You can get all kinds of different stuff at them, like vines and gyroids and stuff, but they're just like a
Oh yeah,
different thing. You
gyroids.
can do gyroids
All
is
that
a whole
stuff's
other
new.
thing.
Yeah,
They added,
whole
they
new
added a
stuff.
coffee shop to the museum. They added a whole bunch of items.
The island, Harv
the Harv.
Harv's
yeah, you can
Island,
expanded, so
you
you can
can-
get all that other new stuff.
So there are merchants that come to your island randomly. Like sometimes you can go to a place called Harv's Island and like unlock them there to be there forever. One of which is very important is like these 2 people, the people that were part of the wedding thing back in June or whatever of when the game first came out. they'll customize stuff for you just using bells, so you don't have to use customized kits, which is just a nice.
Plus, they can customize a lot
Quality
of
of
things
life.
that you couldn't
They can
before. So, like,
customize,
you know how
yeah,
islands have all these different
anything.
varieties of things, and the only way to get it would be to like find somebody that has like that specific color of thing in their shop. Like, they can unlock and like
okay.
get to all of those
And, like,
variations as well.
The art guy's there, and he always has 2 pieces of art. The carpet person is always there. The plant person, the shoe person.
They improved storage. They allow you to
storage.
Oh,
put
yeah.
storage
Kicks
thing
is
outside.
You can
Yeah.
you can cook food now.
Yeah,
You can
cooking
cook
food is
yeah,
amazing.
recipes,
Yeah.
Can
and,
you
and
eat
like
it?
the happy home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it do
and
anything?
it gives you so like in the game when you eat like a fruit.
Yeah,
you
it's
can,
the same
like,
as fruit.
You're strong to chop down a tree. If you
Oh.
eat a meal, it'll give you like more charges of that.
Oh. Okay.
So it's cool. And also they added like something like 9,000 items. It's like an insane amount.
There's a bunch
Wow.
of new songs even too.
Yeah,
My wife
yeah.
was telling me she's been
So
checking
it's
out some
just
of the new
it
songs.
basically like
Huge
it basically
expansion.
like literally
Huge.
doubled Animal Crossing.
Nice.
But it took a heck of a long time to do it.
It took a heck of a long time to
But it
do
was
it,
real-
and
yeah,
they were
worth
like,
the wait.
and now we're done. Like,
Right,
we're not
yeah.
doing anything ever again, which Nintendo loves to do. But yeah, it's a huge, very substantial, and very good expansion.
Nice.
All right.
So
Cut
it's,
it.
it's really tough to cut any of these, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be hard for me to cut it, honestly.
Nice.
Yeah, I
So you
mean,
love
I
it.
would
Me too.
definitely
It's,
go to
it's
bat
truly
for
fantastic.
Bowser's Fury.
To
Bowser's
cut
Fury's
Bowser's
pretty
Fury?
Yeah. What?
Did you say you wanted to
No,
cut
no, I
it?
want to go to bat for it.
Oh,
Like,
okay,
I'd love
yeah.
to see it be a nominee, but
Sick.
I mean, Outer Wilds Echoes of the Eye, I mean, for everything I said before, it like literally is Outer Wilds 2.
Yeah, I think that
And
has to
it's
stay.
like it's like in the game, but I mean I pretty much said everything I could say about it.
Yeah, I
already.
really love Bowser's Fury for what it does. I think how to put this in words. While it is a complete experience, it still also at the same time feels very experimental.
I think that's a positive.
It's
It
also
was-
weird
it was-
because it's like, is it an expansion? Like it's like they
Oh,
put
it's
out a
it's
new. You
additional
can't buy
content.
Bowser's Fury on
It
Wii
feels
U.
like they were halfway through making it its own game, and then we're like, we're out of ideas.
Well, I mean, if you're bundling them
Yeah,
together,
packaging.
3D World added online. It like there's a few subtle changes to Super Mario 3D World as well when I wrapped it in the bonus. But I think like for me, the weakest part of Bowser's Fury was potentially what they were focusing on all the right things they needed to because it was so experimental, but I felt like it needed a little bit more personality in the individual islands. Like it just did like a few of them were standout, but a lot of them just did like the bare minimum because they were focusing on how
kinda
to
get that.
give you a different experience, a different type of platforming experience than you were used to in Mario. So like that's how I felt about Breath of the Wild. Like they focused on what mattered most and what is ultimately going to be the better payoff and show so much potential. But against everything else here, everything else is just so complete. I feel like I mean maybe I haven't really experienced Animal Crossing, but it's also very comprehensive. But at the same time, like I'm not arguing that Bowser's Fury is like an incomplete experience. It is very much a complete experience, and it was it is a very good addition there. For me, it's almost like worth more than 3D World being re-released. So
Yeah, yeah.
I would have
Yeah.
loved to
I
have
mean,
had
I
it
bought
sold
that
that's the only reason I
separately.
bought it.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
kind of annoying.
I
Yeah.
don't like 3D
Thanks,
World.
Nintendo.
Bowser's
Yeah,
Fury
that is pretty annoying.
is an experience where I was frustrated at how quickly I got through it because I was
Yeah.
just having such a good time. Like chasing after those shines and like how much creativity there was in essentially this bonus experience was incredible. It's a game that I adored from start to end, and I feel like I just devoured it. Like it was just so much fun.
To say something about that though, it didn't feel like a bonus experience because they packaged it. So it wasn't like if I think I would have loved it even more if I could have bought it separately.
Yeah, I think
Like
that's the one thing
$15,
that's
like
tripping
20
me about
bucks,
about
yeah.
Bowser's Fury is like
Yeah, it
this
is
is
kinda,
not a part of 3D World.
Yeah.
This
Right.
is
It
they
has
put
nothing
two
to do
games
with
in
it.
the same
Yeah.
box or whatever, download.
Yeah. But at the same time, if I had never
I mean-
played 3D World, then it is kind of this
Right.
bonus thing, and I'm getting the whole thing.
Was it 60?
I see the
Yeah.
point that you're bringing
Yeah.
up,
Yeah.
but to me, it's like the least important thing to argue
Yeah,
in
for
terms
sure,
of like
for sure.
how it was bundled.
My take
just
on
the
it-
Right, but
quality
I'm
of
like,
it.
The
you
quality
can't
of
buy
experience,
3D World and then add on Bowser's Fury, right? It's just here's a disc or whatever, here's a game card that has two games in it.
It's
weird.
just like it clearly takes the bones of 3D World and spins off of that as it's being packaged with the original game, so you can compare it side to side. Like, I get.
I think
what
other
you're
than Plessy, I don't feel like there's anything that's really like. I feel like
I mean,
the, all
Mario
these
3D
different
World
engine.
is the only Mario game where you have the cat suit, and that is
I-
fundamental.
I
to
Yeah,
assume
it's
they
true,
use
yeah.
the same engine. But
It's too OP.
Well, I mean,
There,
I
I
would like
said
the
it.
option.
The
That's
cat
all
suit's
I'm saying. I
too
would like the
OP. I
option.
said it.
That's it.
I mean,
Nothing more,
I
nothing
think they
less.
relied a lot on 3D World for the sake of getting it out and when they did, because the team was probably busy making a whole other game, different story. But like, what?
What
do you got?
What do you
That's
know? What do you know?
speculation.
What do you know?
Because almost all the power-ups are literally from 3D World. So
Yeah.
Right,
yeah,
right.
And in past games. But I mean, again, the point I'm trying to make is like that wasn't like it was meant to exemplify the parts that were the most interesting, and unique, which was not necessarily the power-ups. While they are important to the game, it was actually like world design. It's like this almost belonged to like in world design as well, because what they were trying to do with Mario, with the moment-to-moment platforming,
Yeah, I really
and how
liked it.
the environment evolves
cool.
in real time is like just a different direction from even like Odyssey. What they were doing in
Right.
Odyssey, it's like there are now two paths forward for Mario games, for 3D Mario games, and like we're all excited about what will come next. And it's because Bowser's Fury, this little short, and I'm looking with you, Ben, like, I was like, man, I want more of
So
this.
quick.
Like, I can't wait
Yeah.
for a full game for this. It just shows so much potential. But in and of itself, it was just so good, too. Yeah.
Isn't there like an exploding Bowser in the middle, right? There's like some timed.
When you can,
Yeah, yeah.
So
it's
I love it.
angry
I love
yeah,
it. I love it.
you can get him to
One
break
small,
the hand
one
for
small
you.
thing. I feel
Yeah.
like that
Love it.
mechanic was a little underutilized.
Sure,
It wasn't as intimidating or as like groundbreaking as they were making it out to be. Yeah.
I agree that it could have been better, but I still really enjoyed being like, oh, I have to get this shine.
Yeah.
I can only get it when Bowser's appeared. He'll destroy this thing. Like, I absolutely agree. I think there's a ton of things that they can expand upon, and I do think that criticism is super valid. It's just like, even with all of that said, it's like I had an exceptional time with it, and I appreciate.
I mean,
Like, in a lot of ways, I think it's a more interesting game than 3D World in terms of
Yeah.
how
Oh,
it
for
presents
sure.
itself.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I've said it like half joking before, but like all 6 of these are very, very strong. We could, and they're all somebody's baby.
Animal Crossing and 3D World, or at least
I
you
mean,
see
to
where
me,
that vote
Iki
goes.
Island, if Huber's the only one pushing for it.
I like
I'm
Iki
obsessed.
Island.
I haven't
a lot.
played Iki
I
Island,
want
and I
Iki
totally
It's
get what they're
honestly one of
saying.
my favorite things of
Okay,
the year.
yeah.
I adore it.
Yeah, if their free DLC was that good, I cannot even imagine what their paid DLC
Yeah,
is
yeah.
like.
I
Like
love it so
I
much.
totally
That
get
that's
that.
kind of why I think like just keeping all 6 would be fine, but
I think we have to cut one, and it sounds like just for the sake of consistency and fairness to the other categories, like,
sure.
and I think it's between, based on what people are saying, I think it's between Animal Crossing and Bowser's Fury. My thing with Happy Home Paradise is like I just don't have enough experience with it. Like
Same.
I've dabbled in it barely,
Right.
so I can't go for or against it, and so I'm just in a tricky situation there.
Yeah, I mean,
Whereas Bowser Fury, I can.
I've probably
elaborate
played it
on.
the most. I mean, like, it's not my girlfriend's Game Awards; it's ours. So if you
Yeah.
you
True.
guys are obviously
Well-
more into Bowser's Fury.
I've played New Horizons and I've played 3D World. I like that day was like, whoa, they had a lot of stuff, and then I haven't touched that game since.
Yeah.
So like technically I have checked out Happy Home Paradise. Like I bought the 64 thing, it's downloaded, but I still have yet to venture into both of these. Like very much looking forward once all the Goaty Madness is done and we get a nice
played-
lull over the next couple months to check out Happy Home
I've never
Paradise.
Some of the patch stuff.
After everything I've heard of Bowser's Fury, little to no interest to check it out. There's not that it's bad. It's just between those two things. That's why I was curious where people would land for a vote, because it's like I haven't played either of them.
Yeah.
It would probably be
I
more.
mean, I'd vote Happy
I
Home
agree.
Paradise.
I probably
but
like Animal
I'm
Crossing more
fine
than your
either way.
traditional Mario game, but
Yeah, I would probably go Happy Home Paradise.
If I'm the only one that's fighting for Bowser's Fury, then it's Happy Home Paradise.
I mean, I think
It's hard
we're
because I think Bowser's
I
Fury
love
is
it.
I
really
think-
cool.
sorry,
I think we should
I
do
love
a
it.
vote.
And I personally, it's
Any-
hard because
any
I
more
haven't
Bowser
played.
Furies in the room.
I haven't
I mean,
played
Animal
any
Crossing.
good, but
I just
feel
don't.
like
those
I don't
guys
care
don't
about
think it
Animal
feels
Crossing.
weird.
Yeah, I got my
That's why.
fill of Animal Crossing, and like
Uh-oh.
it's
Right.
I've never. I haven't played Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
sounds like really good updates.
But
and
nobody thinks that Integrate is worth dropping either.
No.
stuff.
No.
No, I mean that.
No.
That
There's
tower
no
finish
way.
game that you're talking about has been on my list.
Oh yeah.
I didn't.
What's it called?
I haven't
I didn't
tried
even
it.
card
finish
game?
integrate. and it
Condor.
was-
Condor.
It is amazing.
Like,
I haven't even tried
They
it.
It's so
basically
cool. It's so
showed
cool.
us how they're going to solve aerial combat, how they're going to add more activity to like the traversal. It's like
I think they did
it
so
was
much.
such a,
And it's like
It's amazing.
this ain't just like a bonus little thing. This is
No.
fucking mandatory
Yeah,
like
yeah,
story
yeah, yeah,
content.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
Man, I
so
just gotta
surprised.
polish it up. I've
like,
been meaning to do that for
1.5
I
basically.
gotta do it.
It's 1.5.
yeah, it is.
Fort
I'll do
Condor.
it before
Fort Condor.
Fort
Can we
Condor.
nominate Fort Condor?
Best minigame.
Fort Condor is additional content.
It does sound like 3 to 4 though. 4 being Bowser's Fury, because that would be Huber, Brad.
Yeah, I mean,
Ben,
just numbers
Damiani.
wise, it seems like
Yeah.
Bowser's takes it.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's close.
I don't
That's how
care.
it goes.
It's
I
fine
haven't
by
played
me,
either of
baby.
them. Yeah.
I thought Bowser's Fury was sick.
Sure.
And us giving
Alright.
that award is us saying, you know,
right,
please
congratulations,
take the
Endwalker.
franchise.
I mean, as soon as Endwalker here.
Can I congratulate it? Can I
Do you really you just want to go to that?
Is there
Obviously,
is there
for
any
me, it's
discussion to be
FSVI,
had here?
but,
I
like,
don't
come
know.
on.
I mean, because I think the discussion, if you all feel that way, I think
Yes.
so. The discussion that would be better served in its other categories
Right.
than blowing
Let
everything
me,
right
yeah.
now.
let me put it
Sure,
this way.
I
Like,
get what you're saying.
Yeah.
this will make GOTY easier later.
I have a question for you though.
Yeah, sure.
Did it meet or exceed your expectations?
it in the review.
It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it. In a lot of ways, it did. Not only did it exceed, it subverted. Like as I said, the Zodiac fight. Have that like kind of like gusto to take what
Yeah.
you're saying is the final boss and like we're
What's
throwing
your
it. You're throwing it.
Zodiac sign?
We're throwing
Yeah.
it.
The
we're
fact
throwing
that you
this at
say that happens
first.
right away
We're
is
throwing you
blowing
at this
me away.
first in the first third of the game because we
Yeah.
have so much shit after this you don't even know about that like. You haven't seen anything yet. And I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like, the first third of the game is Zodiac and going to the moon. The two things you think at the end of the fucking game are literally the first third of the game. You're like, wait, what the hell else do you have left for me then?
That's good trailers, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trailers like
That's good
they didn't
marketing.
show it. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Where are we going?
That's
From
awesome.
a casual perspective, I'm very casual compared to Damian in this game. Casual enjoyer of this game, I was very happy with all of it. Pretty
You like
much
it more
how
than
it-
intermission, personally, Brad?
So this is really hard for me because intermission is Final Fantasy VII. It's really close to my heart, but it's hard for me to say that 14 or that Endwalker's not better.
Sure. That's
that's
a
all I
win.
need to hear,
Yeah,
really.
win.
Congratulations to our best additional content / expansion, Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker. And now it's time for a category to finish in 5 minutes, the game to play in 1 night. No, I'm just
5
kidding.
minutes.
I'm just
What?
Dan's
Blood not
upset.
up for the challenge.
Dan's
not up for
upset.
the challenge. Game to play in 1 night. How long is 1 night, Daniel Bloodworth?
So basically, I think the stretching the upper limits is like 6-ish. I think like you go up
Is Little
bad.
Numbers 2?
Huber, right here,
Huber-
box at those
Huber-
numbers.
No, you can't go above
Huber
6.
says 8.
Because 6
Like, is it-
gameplay is
It's
really
rookie numbers.
No,
Look at those
6
numbers.
We talked about that at the
gameplay.
meeting, though.
6 gameplay is
Yeah.
really like 7 in real life though, because you're going to the restroom, you're
Right.
having
Right,
some
right.
water.
Well, I
6
mean,
is the
that's what I
max.
mean. That's what I'm talking about. The ish.
In-game
Yeah.
clock.
6 to me is the maximum.
I don't know what the
Very
in-game clock
important
is
to
saying
us.
most
Two
of
are
the
the
time.
only 6 hours?
That's
There
what
you
I'm
go.
saying. Like that's Little Nightmares 2 is an example of something that's like right
It's
at the
vague.
upper end of that.
Like House
Yeah.
of Ashes, I don't know how.
What
long
else
it
we
is.
got?
Same, but and
House
then
of
like House of
Ashes.
Ashes, yeah, that might be longer, but it's like
But we
it's perfect for the
literally
category.
played it in
Yeah.
one
House
Mm-hmm.
of Ash.
But yeah, what we got: Little Nightmares 2, House of Ashes, Maquette, Before Your Eyes, The Artful Escape,
Before your eyes.
Tome,
Before your eyes.
If on a Winter's Night, Four Travelers, Bowser's Fury, Record of Lodos War, Delight in Wonder Labyrinth, and FF7 Intermission. I got a lot to say about a lot of these, but
I feel like
I feel like expansions is a little weird in this category in particular because expansions tend to be.
personally,
shorter
I feel like
things.
we could cut intermission because you don't want to finish that in one
I'm
night.
just saying. I was going
I
to
didn't
ask
finish
you.
it.
Even
Yeah.
that, you're messing with Fort
Yeah.
Condor, you know, you're
I-
exploring, please.
Yeah.
That's why there was the
Yeah.
question
Yeah.
mark.
Yeah.
Dude,
I feel like it's
Fort
too
Condor,
long.
I was like, I'm going in.
Yeah, I'm going in.
Yeah.
You win. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know what it looks like. And I'm
I agree,
Can't wait to do
actually.
that.
I
It's very
don't
mobile.
think
I can't
expansions
wait.
should count, and so if we're counting, I love Bowser's Fury,
Yeah.
but I think if we're, if it is winning, if it not winning, but if it's nominated for additional content, and that's how we're classifying it, I don't think it
And-
can.
and
I think it has to
something-
be a full game.
Especially Bowser's Fury 2, you want 100% that.
Oh, you
know?
absolutely want
You absolutely.
100%,
That's
yeah.
at least like 2 nights, I feel like.
I can, if on a Winter's Night, Four Travelers, I played the first part of it for an easy update. I haven't had a chance to get back to it yet.
Mm.
I'm certain if I had had the chance to beat it, I would be singing its praises up and down because it starts off so strong and it just seems really, really good. I'm looking forward to getting into it more. I'm just so sad I haven't had the time. So we just have to cut it because I didn't have the time to do it.
All right.
Yeah,
Also,
I
that's
feel like you're the only one
shout
who
out
has
to it.
anything to say
It's-
about it.
It's
So.
sick, dude. It's really,
Nice.
really good.
Brandon, what do you feel about Tome?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Tome's great. So Tome is you're taking pictures and running around a world. The thing that's so great about Tome, in terms of how it crushes it in this category, I don't think it'll win, but I think it definitely should be nominated, is you can play this game super fast. Or at any point for any mission in any area, you can stop and like, what's going on here? You know, so like
Right.
there's things are buzzing past you. It's all 2D. So you're spinning this 2D world around. So everything is animated so quickly and fluidly and it's so funny and like there's like you go into one zone and there's cars going really fast, and when you get to the road, they go and stop and wait as you're like crossing the street, and then like the moment you get across the street, and they
That's
go.
funny.
And there's like one gal that's like, oh, my car's broken, and if you help her fix her car, she like drives off, and then if you go back to that street, she's one of the people that like drives by. So it's just like a lot of fun world building stuff. I took a long time with it because I was reviewing it, but if you're like, I have to finish this in one night, you can do the bare minimum to unlock the next zone and just keep going. But like every time you go to another zone,
I mean,
you'll
is
be
it a
like,
game that you want to play in one night and feel like, oh, that was
totally.
great?
I think it's totally rewarding.
Okay.
And that's
Because
why
One of our big-
Toem is a thing you're trying to get to, and you can totally do that in a night, and it's awesome. And
One
then
of
you'll just
our
have a big
big-
list of things you can do after, and you can go back to those areas and do them.
One of our big
So.
things for this category is like games that you felt compelled
Yeah.
to play in one
Yes.
sitting.
Right.
So like if a game is made worse by doing that,
Yeah.
I think that's
It's-
like argument
I-
against.
that's why unpacking is not here. Because
Right,
it's
right.
like,
You
you know,
can't
like-
finish unpacking one
Yeah.
night. Yeah, it's not. That's
I
not
mean,
the
you
way.
can,
To,
but-
that's not the way to play the game.
I think you could axe Maquette and probably I don't know anything about Record of Lotus War.
It's
Oh.
I
Symphony of the
think we
Night
can go with McKenna.
Mini.
Let's get
Record
it
of
out.
Lotus War is very short,
Yeah.
and it's basically like an appetizer version of Symphony of the
Yep.
Oh,
Night.
I mean,
And-
well, that sounds appealing.
And it's sprite-based artwork, so
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
good.
like ritual.
It's
It's
good.
not like
Why have I
Bloodstained
not
art
heard
style.
about this?
It's a little under the radar.
It's not
Yeah.
really marketed very well, but yeah,
Yeah.
they both
How did
played
you not
it.
hear about Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth?
Yeah, terrible name.
long name.
Great game,
Too
But I
long
mean,
an
it's
end.
like, and it's
Yeah, and it's a
Rebrand
license. It's like an anime
Right. Well, I
franchise.
know
They
about
should
Record
rebrand
of Lotus
its
War.
DNA
but-
is absolutely Symphony of the Night, and it has it just adds on one slight thing where like there's two like energy
Elements.
you can toggle between to traverse through certain obstacles like fire or ice or whatever,
Wind.
or red and blue, and then they had wind, and like it also gives you a
Like
power up
Outlander.
as
Is it like
well.
a Saturn
So like,
game, Lotus War?
what's up?
Probably.
I
Yes.
was
It's
like,
been around.
I thought of that,
Yeah.
and I was like, no one else is good at
Outland, baby.
Nice.
Bullet hell. I sucked at it.
Yeah.
Shout
It's
out to
good.
Under Lilies.
I think
Before
that's
Your Eyes.
Drawing about it,
Interlace is
Before
good.
Your Eyes.
Before Your Eyes.
I think Before Your Eyes has to be a lock.
Same.
Okay.
I did an easy update on it. I intended, as I always do for easy update, to just play like, half hour, whatever. I beat the entire game, wept on camera, like seriously, just an emotional experience. Before Your Eyes, if you don't remember, it literally uses your camera and advances the game every time you blink.
Oh, that's right.
So like you're basically like going forward through your entire life, and every time you blink, it could be 3 seconds later, it could be 3 years later. It's like a
Whoa.
crazy.
Some scenes, I'm like, no, I want to be. I want to
Right.
stay here.
You
I
like
want to
try
stay
to
in the
keep
scene.
your eyes open. It's like
That's
this
funny.
very
Wow.
unique
Yeah.
interactive experience
Yeah.
of a game. Just thinking outside the box and like
It's like, I don't want to
your-
leave.
Your eyes are going dry because you just want to spend this moment
Yeah.
with this person, and then you
Yeah.
have to blink, and you're like, oh god, they're gone. You
Yeah.
know, and it's just
So
it's
epic.
such a great game.
Wow.
All right, keep it then.
Epic as hell.
Yeah, it's incredible.
House of Ashes, I think should be a lock too.
Yeah,
that
it's-
was a one night,
So did
Yeah.
you
you
play a lot of
know,
Lotus
pop
War?
the
It's
popcorn.
The definition.
Oh,
Yeah.
We both beat it.
Movie/game night
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
in one.
It
Yeah, I think-
literally is the definition of this category.
Yeah.
And I feel like I feel like Little Nightmares 2 is kind of similar. Like I think there's something about horror that there's just like it just pays off to like just stay in that mood.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
inside.
Okay.
You know, like,
It is a little bit on the longer side.
Mhm.
So is House of Ashes.
Yeah, wasn't that game like 9 hours?
No,
House of-
like I
House of
said,
Ashes?
that's like
It's like 6
a
or
little bit
five.
more.
I'm
It's like
not
6
sure.
to 7 for me. Yeah.
Well, we definitely beat it in one night. So.
Yeah.
So I've played some Little Nightmares 2, especially because I really liked the first Little Nightmares. And I do think Little Nightmares 2 is a very strong game, but I ran into this frustration with it where
6 hours exactly.
Little Nightmares 2, like you get into these situations where it's like, okay, something is chasing me, and it's I feel like Little Nightmares 2, I got into some frustrating trial and error where it's like, okay, I have to figure out what it wants me to do by dying, and it just, there would be times where it felt a little bit finicky, where it's like, oh, okay, I didn't do that just right, and so I have to go back and do it again, and that repetition, and maybe it was, you know, maybe you didn't have that problem at all, but that repetition, like, I was playing it with my wife, and I was just like, yeah, I need to take a break from this. This is just frustrating.
I need to cool off.
Interestingly enough, which I assume you're going to bat for this game, Artful Escape, I
Yes.
really loved the vibes of it.
Oh my
but
God,
I
vibes.
had the same experience gameplay wise, where like halfway through the game I was like, I get it, and I haven't gone back. But I mean,
Because I haven't
that's
played a lot
just
of it, but
me thing,
I
maybe.
mean, the stuff I saw in Game
Yeah,
Awards
it's
and
the
everything
thing,
was
it's
like,
just like-
wow, look at this game go.
This audio-visual roller coaster, where
Yeah.
it's like every time you get to a new area, it's like, what am I even looking at? Like, what is this creature? It just
And Tome's black and white,
So-
and it's about photography.
Yeah,
like, that's the
visually,
whole
Little
thing is
Nightmares
that-
2 is
Yeah.
I would lock Tome for sure.
And
audio and well,
Tome's
well.
rad for a game to play in one night because the control is so, you move so fast through this
Yeah.
environment, and you memorize the environments, so it's just like, oh, I gotta get over there, and you just
That's refreshing for a game like that.
Yeah, and the
Usually
whole
you watch
procedure of
them
like, oh, I'm already facing that thing I want to take a picture of. Switch the camera. Okay, moving along. You know, like that
Oh,
whole
nice.
back and forth of going into the camera and out of it is so quick. So it's like very active puzzle solving. It's not like, oh, I'm stuck here. And again,
mean, are
so
you
many of
guys-
those things you get stuck on, you can just.
Are
not
you
do.
guys going to bat for Lotus?
Oh yeah,
War,
that's
or-
my pick, no question.
I say
That's
lock
your winner?
Tome and
Yeah,
Lotus
that's my winner.
War.
Damn, I
yeah.
gotta play that.
I say lock
I
those.
I liked it.
I mean,
I haven't
if you,
played a lot
If you
of
feel
these.
the others are stronger, like I'm,
Oh, I
I'm not
mean,
that. I'm not like
I
that.
would axe Artful Escape.
Yeah,
But
I just
Yeah.
Wow, Artful Escape would have probably been my pick.
Then I'm cool actually.
Well, then
Tome was
I-
just cute.
Axe Little Nightmares. Then Ben didn't like it.
No, I like it. It's just like,
Oh,
that was
man.
just
Brad, what do you-
the negative I
What,
wanted to
Little
bring up.
Nightmares?
Yeah, would you exit or keep it?
You could beat it in one go.
I didn't play it.
I wouldn't, because I think it's like a mentally kind
Agreed,
of
yeah.
intense game at points. But
Seems like a lot for one night.
I
Little
personally,
Nightmares.
I
It
wouldn't
seems like
recommend. I personally wouldn't recommend.
yeah,
someone
it's
play
too
that.
much.
Brad, you're echoing the feeling that I had where I would get through a section of Little Nightmares 2 and be like, yeah, I'm good for right now. Yeah.
And like
Okay.
Record of Lotus War is a Metroidvania. It's a very small one, and it's like challenging, but it's not that hard to get through. Like you're not gonna beat your head trying to get through this game. You could pretty easy breezy this game.
I want an easy breezy
No,
one
it
night.
came out
I don't
recently
want
on
some.
consoles.
That
Yeah.
sounds
It
fun.
came out
It was
last-
on Game Pass.
It came out on
Shit,
PC
dude.
first.
Yeah, it was on PC,
Steam,
like,
yeah.
early
Yeah, a
It's
while
on
back.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's the other thing
Goats,
about.
man.
Yo,
wait,
hey, thanks for telling
that's
us.
a weird
Yeah.
thing
Yo,
about.
appreciate it.
Holding out on us,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah,
That actually is a weird thing about. Right there.
We're not good enough.
Yeah,
Because that
jeez.
game came out like
They know.
not this year, didn't it?
Which?
What game?
Oh,
Uh-oh,
let's get into
Labyrinth.
technicalities.
Oh,
The
the-
game
it
came
was
out.
early
The
access.
technicalities.
Yeah, but we didn't talk about it last year, so, you know.
2021.
Come on.
That's our own
March
rule.
right there. March
March
right there.
2021, you snake in the grass.
Boom.
Yeah, that's hard to argue with.
That's hard to argue.
Yeah,
that
March
on-
2021.
Yeah, right there.
Nice
Pretty
Trent Blood.
squarely-
No, it's going
we
somewhere
didn't
else.
play it earlier. Was there like
Yeah.
Did
Oh,
Steam-
my God.
No,
God.
Didn't
Steam-
it launch in early access? Didn't it launch in
Steam's a
early
bunch of
access?
liars.
Diary of a
That might be-
Madman right here.
There it is.
2021.
Confirmed.
Read it and leak it
Worldwide.
online.
Even on Switch.
2021.
Wait. Control F early access because it might have been early access.
It was an early
No, it wasn't
access.
early access,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it wasn't the full game.
Yeah,
yet.
no, I know. I'm not arguing against it. I'm just,
Sorry.
yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
arguing
like they
against
made like the
But
first
that's our
environment
own rules.
playable.
If we didn't talk about
Look at
that,
that. You're like,
No,
you have a bow and arrow. You're into that shit.
Dude,
you
yeah,
love
that
it.
game was fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's sick.
Yeah, thanks for
I'm
telling
voting
us.
for Lotus War.
Whatever.
I don't even know what is the. I don't even know what an Artful Escape is.
But if it pains you to cut Little Nightmares 2, feel free to cut Tome.
Guitar side
I
score.
mean,
I mean, we had 4 people say they
Really
wouldn't recommend
colorful
playing
neon
it
lights.
online.
Yeah,
I think that's like
yeah.
that's evidence enough. Like it's not about the
Yeah.
quality of the game.
I agree.
I feel like
you're-
being like
Sounds like it's making it worse
in that
experience.
horror
which is
vibe the whole
not-
time is
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
but
So,
For sure.
those are your own, your own stipulations.
Yeah, that's a
Nominees.
lot.
It is again like we were saying. It's like it's on the longer end too. So, and I didn't actually play it in one night because I streamed it and then I went back to it later.
I didn't play Tome in one night because I was reviewing it. And have a child.
House of Ashes.
Our nominees are
liars.
The Artful Escape, Before Your Eyes, House of Ashes, Record of Lodos War, and Toem.
Did you alphabetize that? in your
I tried
head?
to. Did I? Did I did it?
I think
Did
you.
Yeah,
I think you.
Did I did it?
If you
Um,
want to do Lotus War, that's cool, but I will say House of Ashes and Before Your Eyes both are
incredible.
incredible, you know, that like slumber party sleepover vibe.
We should
Yeah,
call
sure.
this the
That
Dark
is-
Anthology
it's
Award.
like one of a kind. Yeah, truly.
Or the
It's
sleepover award?
It's so much fun.
Because
And-
every time one of those pops up, and the fact that this is the one of the better ones, you know, like,
yes, for
Oh,
sure.
for sure. It's
I think
The
that's
best one
deserves
is-
to be
yeah.
celebrated. But these are all fun. So
I mean,
And
I
Until
would-
Dawn is way longer. Until Dawn
Until
is
Dawn's
really
longer.
long.
We still did it. In
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, true.
I would
True,
second
true.
Huber. Before Your Eyes and House of Ashes are two very, very different games. Before
Yeah.
Your Eyes is like hour, 2 hours
Yeah.
maybe, and House of Ashes obviously is 6. But like, House of Ashes is an awesome time to play with your friends. Movie night. Before Your Eyes, very emotional, devastating.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
really cool, impactful game mechanic.
Never played anything like it,
Exactly.
which really counts for something.
So like, those would be my horses, but
Yeah.
whatever.
The only thing with me with House of Ashes is I would not play that one night if I had the choice.
Really?
Interesting.
No way.
That's
Whoa.
funny.
No way, dude.
Okay.
I think Game to Play One
Shit.
Night is like the closest Easy Allies gets to like the Christmas shopping guide video.
Right.
So I like the idea that if
For your
I was
aunt.
just passing anyone on the street, I could hand them House of Ashes and feel the best out of all of these. Whereas like if you were to give Before Your Eyes or Artful Escape to somebody, like
You'd have to be like, do you have a camera?
Yeah.
Do you want to cry?
do you have one night?
Yeah.
Do you have a gaming console?
Well,
Yeah.
You should play House.
The thing with Record Lotus War is, would most of you want to play that in one night at Metroidvania?
I mean, a short bite-sized Metroidvania.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. For
Yeah.
sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like,
For sure I would.
that could be a demanding genre for a lot of people.
Yeah.
so-
100% I would.
Yeah, to me, it's kind of hard to just say that off the top of my head because it's, there's a lot of Metroidvania.
main
I mean, I feel like
I wanted to play
what?
Metroid Dread one night.
Blo-
Yeah.
5
Bloodstained
hours.
Curse of the Moon, right? Like, didn't
Yeah.
that win?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's
yeah.
on brand.
Which is
It's on
crazy,
easy,
but
Brent.
yeah. It's very
Uh,
us.
I always forget it's Curse of the Moon
2.
and
I
Ritual
really
Night.
have
Ritual
I have no
Night.
horse in this category. I have like no experience
I mean,
with any
essentially
of
most
these.
For me,
people
it's like
Yeah.
between
Before Your
Artful
Eyes.
Escape and I could see it going to Before Your Eyes, but I haven't played it. So
Before Your Eyes, it's really the mechanic is the main thing.
It's
The-
super
The
cool.
blinking, it's
Mhm.
like really, really interesting. I've
Mhm.
never played anything like it.
Yeah.
it's not just a gimmick.
It's not. It like is
Alright.
part of it. But I mean, like again, House of Ashes really fun.
And
time.
honestly, it sounds like Before Your Eyes is like not that long, so it's
Hour
actually
and a
really
half,
easy to
maybe?
get
Yeah.
through.
2
in
hours
one
Very
night.
and a half.
chill.
Yeah. And it has I think a lot of replay value because you make certain choices.
Mm.
So
yeah, I'm trying to remember
Okay.
how long Artful Escape was, but I want to say it was like 4-ish.
Yeah, it's tough because a lot of these things that even made it into the top 5 were saying like I wouldn't necessarily want to beat that in one night. That's the thing about Toem, like you totally could, but it is about like going from like bus stop to bus stop to bus stop. So it's kind of nice to be
Yeah.
like, oh, I made it to the mountains. Let me go to bed and I'll do the mountain part tomorrow.
Yeah,
whereas like
it's
Before Your
such a good
Eyes-
time.
Before Your Eyes, I literally planned on just playing it for a little while
Uh-huh.
and wanted to then finish
Yeah.
the whole thing in one go. Like,
I'm down.
but,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm
I was
fine
gonna
with
say,
it.
yeah, Artful
eyes.
Escape just had me on that journey, that vibe.
So
There's a Twitch strike.
What is it?
Before Your Eyes?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well,
House of Ashes would get my personal
Blood?
vote, but
Yeah.
okay. I
I'd
mean,
go
well,
with
if
that,
more
too.
people want House of Ashes, then that's fine.
I'd be with either. I mean, I'd go Before Your Eyes, then House of Ashes, but
I prefer the slumber party vibe versus
Okay.
the singular vibe
Sure.
in this
Yeah,
case.
I mean that's a hard
But
thing
it's-
to influence because it's like
It's what
Yeah.
you prefer. You
Yeah.
know?
Do you want to
Yeah.
laugh or cry?
they're just very,
Yeah.
they're like diametrically opposed.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Diametrically opposed.
Yeah.
I love
Two
Died at
roads. Which do we
No,
go
House
down?
of Ashes you laugh at.
Yeah.
You laugh at that game. Holy shit.
Good camp.
Good camp, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
so
But
imagine-
also, Brad said he wouldn't want to beat it
I know, but it's like
in one night.
Rick. I mean,
Well, Damiani
Which
and
is a
Ben,
mark
do you
against
have-
it.
I feel like I don't know what
I-
your vote would be.
I've been trying to be reserved just because I don't have any experience with any of these games, so I'm not comfortable
right.
really
Okay.
chipping
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, I mean, as
Wonder-
long as it's
Yeah.
intentional.
See if I find our video. If anyone wants to see.
Well,
I
for
mean,
what?
you know what
For
it is.
Artful
Blood, are
Escape?
you cool
Oh.
with beating House of Ashes in one sitting,
is Artful Escape your pick, Blood?
one night?
Artful Escape is my one I would
I
go
don't even
for.
know.
But
I've never like seen it.
It's nuts, man.
Great thumbnail.
It's very visually very.
I think
It goes
the
to
thing
points
that
where
is
it's like, whoa, this
concerning
budget
is-
is way bigger than I thought they had. What's happening right now?
I feel like everybody that does have a horse in this race is kind of pulling in a different direction.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and this
This
just doesn't
game.
stop from
It
everything I've seen
visually-
in the game. It's just like, whoa, like.
But like this is the whole game. Like
yeah, it's
there's-
not very complex. It's
Yeah.
just very like
Visually.
audio visual, like in your face.
And you're a
exploration, yeah.
struggling musician, and so like the music
Yeah.
you play is very like triumphant. So it's not just like, oh, I got the music thing right. It's like, no, this is a very important part of my life. You know,
Right.
like that's
It's
lining
super
up
cool.
right with this musical hit. You know.
I would still vote the other two over it, but it'd probably be
Me too.
my third pick.
Same.
Okay.
Blood, did you say you were cool with beating House of Ashes in one sitting or no?
He did. Did
Yeah.
he play it with us?
Yeah, I was,
Yeah, he
I was
did.
with you guys.
Okay, so
I
you
think
were there,
I think the
right?
thing
No,
that's
because
weird
Brad was too. But he
about that is
oh.
it's like
Yeah, it's just me though.
it
You're
feels like
right, right.
it is like the group dynamic
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
makes that
Because it was the four of us, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Were you there?
I was there for
Yeah.
that.
Five.
Because
Yeah.
if you're gonna play
Five?
it single player,
Okay.
then maybe not. But
My memory got all foggy for some reason.
it is like a long movie.
I
Yeah.
Sounds
loved
like
it.
Huber and I are. Oh yeah, okay, there we go.
Blood's making the call.
Think you think?
I mean, let's-
That's where Huber and I are resting.
Should we
Yeah,
do a
I think
vote?
so.
I want
I
to make
think-
sure
Should we do a vote?
Do a vote. Do a vote.
Show of hands?
between House of Ashes and
Yeah.
Lotus War, or House of Ashes
House of
Before
Ashes
Your Eyes.
before your eyes.
I thought it was House
these
Ashes
two-
before your.
Okay,
Oh, I don't think
because the
you.
two you were hot on Lotus War, so.
But I think it was just me and him though. I don't even know if you were hot on it to win though.
Yeah, I this was giving you like my experience for
Ah,
I wasn't
okay.
championing record of Lotus War to
But yeah,
win. I
but
think
you
you
just
should try
played
it
it,
out.
yeah.
yeah.
I'm voting for House of Ashes.
Yeah.
Same.
I'd
Sure.
go,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'd go
It was
before your
straight
eyes.
before
but
your
Oh, there you go.
House of Ashes. Yeah.
And just do House of Ashes. Yeah.
All right.
Just because I was expecting
It's
to
a
be a
good
terrible
time.
experience, and we had so much fun with it.
Winner.
Oh, I had
Party
a
night.
blast. I love
Party
it.
night.
I
Dark
love
Pictures Anthology, House of Ashes. Best game to play in one night. Okay, it is time for Best Character. The little bit of clipping and shaving on this nominee list. What are the contenders? Got to whittle it down to 5. Best Character.
We have Lady Dimitrescu. We have Alex Chen from Life is Strange. Ribbit from Ratchet and Clank. Yuffie from Intergrade. Tenzo from Iki Island. Anton from Far Cry 6. Colt and/or Juliana
and/or.
from Deathloop. Master Chief from Halo. Celine from Returnal. Cody and May from It Takes Two. Fu from No More Heroes 3. Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy. The Unpacking Protagonist, which is an interesting one. And then Heidelin / Fanat from Final Fantasy XIV, and Emmett Selk from Final Fantasy XIV.
I can cut one from a
Feel
game
like
I
we're
love very
forgetting
much. I think, without a doubt, one of the 10 games should be honored for the entire year is It Takes Two. But Cody and May are like, they're fine. Like them
that's fine.
particularly weren't really what got me through that game.
Right.
In fact, Cody in some parts was like, dude, just stop whining. Like, just get with the program.
I would.
He definitely has a wine, doesn't
Oh
he? Yeah.
man, yeah.
I would argue for Celine as a lock.
I would argue
Definitely.
it's
Sure.
a lot,
Yeah,
yeah.
she's awesome.
I would cut.
I would argue it for Lady D, probably. As a lot.
Yes.
If you're
Well,
locking
I-
Lady D, I'm
okay.
locking Alex Chen.
I really
Double lock and triple lock.
Fair.
I really like Lady D in RE8, and I'm not opposed to logging her in. I'm really not, but I also fucking love Chris in RE8. Like I love the direction that they took that character. I know
Same.
some people have a problem with it, but like yeah.
I like Chris.
I
like
do as
Ethan.
well. He also says Ethan no. But I do, but I understand what you're saying. Both of those things happen in that
Gives
game.
you the keys to that machine.
Yeah, maybe
dude.
not necessarily luck. I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm not prepared to lock Lady D.
I would cut
Oh.
Colt and Juliana.
Sure.
Yeah, for
Here's
sure.
why.
Cut 'em.
They were kind of annoying. Like, I'm somebody that swears all the time, but I felt like the way that they swore and the way that the dialogue was written, it felt like it was trying a little bit too hard. It felt a little bit unnatural at points to me.
Mm.
Yeah.
I would maybe cut.
Who's Anton?
The unpacking protagonist is fun.
Anton is the-
I put it on there for funsions, but
Anton is the Far Cry 6 villain,
you could argue
Oh,
you are
okay.
them, but
who
Sure.
I
Oh,
like, but I don't
Sure.
know that I would. I don't know that
I
Anton
think it'll
makes top.
eventually get
Yeah,
cut.
I
think
Might
it'll
as
get
well
cut.
just cut it.
I
He had a
enjoyed playing.
presence.
I really
Yeah.
enjoyed
Okay,
playing a
Anton.
woman in
He was
unpacking
epic.
because I felt it's like a hairstyle in a lot of games, and in unpacking I really felt like, whoa, I'm having to like
figure things out that I've just never even thought was like an issue before.
How do you pack
know?
a bra?
Where am I
John?
putting these tampons? Like, I guess over here. Ooh, I got more tampons. Where are these gonna go? Like, I enjoyed that. That was a nice little emotional stretch.
I would be cool with locking Yuffie.
I mean, I historically love Yuffie. I haven't played Intergrade, but I love her from the 90s.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't played. Drax is one I feel is pretty good.
Drax
Drax,
is
Drax
great.
has made me genuinely like chuckle.
So
Yeah, he made me laugh.
His lines
Drax is
hit.
good.
Peter Quill.
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole crew really is incredible,
Yeah.
and that's
Shout outs. to
even
the
after
writing.
all of the Guardians that we've had in the last couple years, and they still managed to just be they were amazing.
Yeah.
They were
They were-
so good.
What?
Kudos.
I think Fu, for me, is a lock. Like, and I think I can really make
Sure.
a case.
I have
for
no
him.
idea who that is, so
Yeah,
So-
you'll have to make a
That's the
case.
crazy villain in
Right,
No More
so
Heroes
Fu's the
3.
little
Can I
guy who makes
see-
the ship at the beginning.
Can I see
I love you, Fu.
some footage of her or something?
Yeah.
And
So
he's the one that
so it's-
Damon kills at the end?
yeah. So what's great about Fu is right. Trevor's touched on. It's kind of this larger than life character that has a ton of attitude, and Fu I think matches his attitude and kind of like mirrors it. Like he's just this really cocky, flaunting, fun
The guy on the cover
villain
there.
Oh.
that
Yeah.
feels very
Yeah,
powerful.
superheroes are big, so we're gonna jump on
Yeah, he's just this like, like when he's on screen, he just eats it up. And I love because like No More Heroes, right? You're an assassin. You're going through the rankings. You're killing people, and so you get a lot of characters that are like cool for a little bit in No More Heroes. But I think Fu brings this perpetual presence throughout the game that really kind of puts him above everybody else.
I mean, you go back to the first trailer.
Yeah.
The very first
Yeah.
trailer, remember when the little
Yeah.
kid finds the alien? That's Fu.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I
And then
was
he
just
comes
trying to
back
find
and he's
that-
like,
Isn't he
yo,
the
these are my
big
friends.
tall guy?
They put me
Yeah.
on a prison planet, but I killed everybody
The
there.
goddamn
It's like,
superhero.
whoa, dude.
Yeah, I
Goddamn superhero.
I
guy.
definitely think Fu is one of the best characters
Cool.
of the year.
I just had
Mr.
no idea
Big
who
Shot?
that was.
Yeah, for
Fu,
sure.
what are you? Yeah.
I want to sell Tenzo from Iki Island.
I'm a goddamn superhero.
Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
I will return.
Sorry, why do you
Tenzo was one of my favorites this year for sure. He's
We're good, but
he's
I
a
don't know.
raider on Iki Island, and the raiders and the samurai have history, obviously, and you slowly learn about his backstory. And are you just spoiling things?
Yes.
Okay, I mean he's the one who killed your dad. And you're like basically an uneasy alliance throughout, and just the payoffs with that hit really, really hard about forgiveness. All of it is just really
Having seen
good.
the ending of this, I can agree.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's-
super intense. The whole thing with the eagle at the end, there's like the entire final boss fight is built around this because the eagle like messes with your head like Genjutsu style, like these toxins. So you're having all these like nightmares, flashbacks,
If
and
you
then
feel-
Tenzo is tied to that.
If
It's
you
so
feel
good.
strongly about Tenzo and Alex Chen, can we maybe take Rivet off? Or
I
do you-
think
do you-
Rivet-
Rivet can go.
Yeah, Rivet can go. Rivet can go.
Yeah.
Rivet was a cool addition to the Ratchet universe, but I think because she played so similarly to
Yeah.
Ratchet,
Yeah.
since it was the same,
It didn't act like terribly different.
yeah,
You know,
it was like too similar. I get why they did that, and you retain a lot of the weapons between each characters. Like, obviously, I get why, but I still would have liked more of her, just like more of her. I don't know.
Dude, my thing with Lady D, like I look at the other characters on this list and I see emotional depth that she, not to say she's shallow, but she doesn't reach.
You just
the
don't get a
emotional
lot of
depth.
time with her. You
Right.
know?
She's like
You don't
a,
get a lot of time with her. However, I would argue that the time that you do get
The
with her
It's
is
very
The
impactful.
look.
She steals the show.
It's
Yeah.
impactful for sure.
yeah, that's the
It's
thing. She has the
gravitas,
impact. She has an
gravitas.
iconography
It's
to
a
her.
different thing.
Yeah.
Right? She's more of an icon than a character, right?
Mhm.
Like Celine, you're like fuck.
Yeah.
Like, ugh. And like Alex Chen, you're like okay, yeah. Whereas Lady D, it's like yes, mommy. You know, it's like
Yeah.
step on my chest.
Yeah, it's hard because I feel like you're just comparing like two totally different
Right.
things.
I mean, I guess
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like they're very different.
There's still a lot left to the imagination with her character. I don't know if that's a
Yeah.
point for or against. There's still a lot of backstory.
I mean, I
that's-
like her stuff with daughters and like trying to make
Yeah.
a daughter.
Hard
and,
to
like,
tell if I
all that
love what
stuff.
Lady D did to the industry this year or if I love Lady D.
Right.
You know?
I will say, and I haven't finished Guardians, so this is just my gut feeling. Drax is very likable, and
Yeah,
he
yeah.
So
definitely made me
likable.
chuckable. I just don't know if he's gonna make top 5.
Yeah.
I feel like
Sure.
that on Master Chief too. Like I'm loving what's happening to him in the story. I haven't beaten it yet, but it's like
I feel like I could really make a case for Master Chief.
okay.
I love what they did with Master Chief, and I actually think it is like remarkably subtle. Where I feel like
He feels way more.
The best he's
sensitive.
ever been, for
he
sure.
the way that he processes his past and the way that he kind of breaks down his walls. They do it in a way where it's like, okay, this makes sense. Like, they don't turn him into like a blubbering mess who's like
Right.
confessing every feeling, but they just let him crack a little bit.
You just give
And
me
it-
chills.
Yeah.
Because he
Yeah.
does kind of
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
Yeah.
that macho, like, I'm not dealing with
Yeah.
that, let's go.
Yeah,
and he
he-
does start to kind of, those
And I
walls
love
come
when he-
down.
he's
Yeah.
He's literally
Just, like,
a
makes-
super soldier that
Yeah.
they managed to inject real depth into without
Mhm.
compromising the character.
Yeah.
And like
Well
occasionally
said.
he'll make like a almost like I'm like, did you just make a joke?
Dry.
Dry.
Yeah.
Well, I
Which
love
I'm a sucker for.
having not really spent a lot of time with the campaign. I love like maybe it's a friendly. It's not.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
it takes
Dude, I
them like
love they-
Yeah.
they-
Yeah.
they-
It's,
Jones, I think you're touching on something great. Is what is so cool about Master Chief in Halo Infinite is it feels like every experience that he's had before this matters, and he's
Yeah,
using
yeah, very
that
true.
to process what is currently going on.
All right, you turn
Another epic. Yeah, he's got memorable lines.
Oh, he is.
The pilot
One
is
line
like,
is left and right.
the
dude.
pilot's like, we're doomed. We're like, we're the only ones left. He's like, we're the only ones left. There's hope or whatever. It's like so epic. Yeah.
I actually,
And he
I
manages
think
to
Master
pull it
Chief.
off.
I think Master Chief is a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty epic, isn't it?
Sick.
the case I'll make for Drax is, or really any Guardian, and I think Drax represents that, is that like, boy, I'm thinking of not multiplayer, but multi-character, comic-based action games. And like, I'm not coming up with a lot of things in terms of like, I got to play multiple characters at the same time from a franchise. And if you can pull that off in gameplay, that's awesome. But if you can like have a character say something, because like, I remember what you think of what you said about Psychonauts 2, Ben, in your review, where you were like, you go up and talk to the most random person and you will spit out your Cheerios. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I was not prepared for that. And that, in the
The kid with
21st
the
century,
radio
is
is
the stuff
so-
that really kills me about gaming comedy. When I'm just
How do
like,
we not have
okay,
anybody from Psychonauts 2 on here?
when I'm just like, yeah, let me look at this thing or let me read something, and their character will say
yeah.
something, and I'm like, oh, good, oh god, that's funny. You know, it's like that's the comedy I'm looking for, and that's the stuff that's like
Nice.
hard to write because I don't think you can write it, and I don't think you can perform it. I think that's the writer and actor kind of finding that middle point. A lot of that just comes with the actor like at the table or in the booth saying something, and then they're like, that's really funny. Say that again, and like I feel that's what happened with it was like it's like what Nolan North. What he brought to gaming by making, you know, Nathan Drake feel more like a person that I was controlling that was reacting
Yeah.
to things. They did that with the whole, you know,
Right.
the whole
Yeah,
cast.
and that's the
it
thing
was
that
so
I'm
much
starting
fun to see that
I'm
happen.
starting
They
to
were
feel
phenomenal.
with Guardians and kind of similar with Ben bringing up Psychonauts, like it's so hard to feel like
Very
picking
ensemble.
one.
Yeah.
Like I feel like
Right.
it maybe just like
Fair.
this stuff needs to come into
Ensemble.
narrative.
Yeah.
Pull
Yeah.
Drax out here because the
Something
whole
that-
ensemble, the way that they tease you and all of that when you explore and just
I don't know if I could pull a single person from Psychonauts 2. It
I was
Right.
thinking
really
Raz
is.
just cuz, but like yeah.
I mean, Raz,
Raz
the role that Raz has, he crushes it. He's great. But
Wait, why'd you just kill Drax?
that's what I'm saying. It's
Ensemble.
because it's the
It's a
whole
team effort
dynamics
and
of
not- it's hard to
everybody.
pull out
Like
one
Drax
person.
has great
Just
moments,
like we
but
can
so
with
do other
Psychonauts.
characters.
I thought you were just advocating for Drax.
Oh, I mean, no, it was less advocating and more again, like we've said earlier, just
But then
just
his
getting it out there.
advocating is actually what brought me here
Oh,
because it's
okay.
like he's talking about the whole cast. He's not just talking about the
Right.
moments he had with
'Cause
Drax, which
Guardians-
there are in there.
Guardians stole some hours from some of these other contenders we're talking about. Like,
Yeah.
I should have stopped playing Guardians and played other things, but I just,
I feel the opposite. I feel like I prefer to play more Guardians.
Yeah, I haven't gotten it. Oh.
I just
Well,
got
because 3 of
hooked
you
on that
told me I
game.
wouldn't like it, so I just trusted you and played other stuff.
I still think
What?
that's potentially true. yeah. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Do you
You
wanna
love
just
SMT5,
focus-
so hey.
It's random,
Walker
dude.
characters?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
So,
talk your case here.
all right. So I have to get into some spoilers here, so I do apologize.
Is-
Leave
would
the room,
it
Ben.
be totally inappropriate for me to recuse myself?
I mean, maybe
I mean, I
because
think,
if they don't make the
honestly,
cut,
if
you
you
don't.
just like
need-
them enough.
like,
Yeah, if they don't make the cut, you don't need
yeah,
to hear it.
maybe to step outside if you don't want to hear it, and like if they're seriously.
I mean, is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Because if it's
What
seriously
if we do this though? What if we do this first?
You love it,
Like
Ben.
if you love one of
It's
them
no big deal.
more like so much that we could cut some other ones. You know?
So I think we're in a really hard territory.
I really
actually.
cannot
Yeah.
cut Alex Chen.
I
I cannot do it.
But
Throwing this
Tenzo,
out there.
though,
If you had to pick Tenzo or Alex Chen,
throwing this out there, I
Chen
think we
forever.
could cut Lady D.
I
would
think
like-
we could cut Lady D.
Brad also played Iki Island. I would really like Brad's Tenzo
I mean,
opinion.
I like Tenzo, but
Cut him.
I
There
like
it
some
is,
more
cut.
characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cut
wasn't
Lady D and
passionate.
Tenzo.
Gone.
Cut him.
You said Tenzo earlier, and I was like, "Who's Tenzo
Okay,
again?" I haven't
gone.
thought about it.
What?
There it is.
Sure.
Well, I haven't played since July.
Yeah.
Cut Lady D.
We're cutting Lady D.
Yes.
The group
I'm sure Damiani
seems
will
like
make a
they're okay
case
with
for
that.
this, but I think just maybe for the sake of uniformity, it would be good to have one character per thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, which one's your favorite?
That's not an
Well,
insult to
you get
Final Fantasy
one.
14.
This is why
Well,
maybe
there are
I
three
guess
Final
then
Fantasy
to
characters
step
on
away
this
for a
list,
second
so-
because I want Brad's opinion and like also me saying it out loud will help. So, Vanat is Heidelin. She becomes she lets herself be summoned as a primal essentially. And primals are like these creatures
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
are so uneven. But the real story is your characters, your ancestors, tens of thousands of years ago, which you saw in Shadowbringers, they encountered something called the End of Days, which was going to be the end of the world.
Arnold.
And a faction,
Yeah, dude.
basically a huge faction of the people decided that we needed to summon Zodiark. And to do that,
Exodia.
and he would protect us because they couldn't fully understand what
Why,
was
yeah.
causing the End of Days, but they knew a way to stop it. So the cost of that was half of all lives. Thanos, basically.
Yep.
Where all half of life had to be ended to summon Zodiark. And they all go along with it. However, it doesn't fully work, and they think that they have to do it again. They're like, we need to keep sacrificing people. So Vanat, it's Vanat, soft T, she makes a stand, and she's like, this is not right. The answer is not to continuously keep sacrificing lives. There is another way. But they are so terrified of this force because they don't understand it that she has to make a stand, and she has to kill the leaders, basically, who are in charge, and she allows her followers to take control and summon her as a primal. What she does is she sunders the world into 13 shards. That's how she solves the problem. And she becomes the protector of those worlds. And you are her champion. Like through the whole game,
Yeah,
you've
you
been,
remember the
you've been
beginning of the
protected
game.
by her. But she's
Oh,
also
yeah.
protecting
Right.
all these other worlds. Shadowbringers, you got to see
A world.
like how
Stop
strange.
talking. I want to play this.
Okay.
But she
But,
sounds
like,
kick-ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, and then you have to fight her because she's the final test before the final area. Because like, if you can't get past what I have to deal with, because she figured out what the mystery to the End of Days was, and she's like, if I know how to use it, and if you can't beat me with that power, you have zero chance going to their home where they all are.
Oh, that's one of my favorite anime tropes
And like,
of all
and
time.
you like,
Yeah, yeah.
you like, you can't do this. So she basically gives her life in the end to challenge you to make sure that you are prepared to deal with like this fucking.
Lock her in, dude.
Yeah.
That's boss.
Emmett Silk is like a fan favorite.
Emmett Silk is like
He's just
one of the best Final Fantasy
Okay.
villains
He's just
or slash characters of all
so
I have
well
heard his
written.
name
The
many
problem
times.
is
I've
how
heard
he's
of him
written.
before.
He's-
Jason loves
We
him.
get to see him you go to the past.
Yeah.
And you get to see him as he was, and you get to understand
like,
who
Xemnas.
like what he was. That you understand he was always a good-hearted person. That it was just his methods and his means that like he fought for what he believed in, and that's what pushed him to do what he did. But in the end, you find out he believes in you, despite his like kind of like arrogant, kind of like, you know, whatever. I don't disagree. Like I'm better than you,
Attitude,
but
yeah.
like I still respect you. Like he basically is the one who like bails them out and saves them, and even challenges you on like your conclusion. Near the end, he's like, oh god.
I looked
Oh,
up the how long to beat
Oh,
of
no,
Final
no,
Fantasy
no,
14.
no, no.
No.
The-
107 hours to 1,565 hours.
Wait, are
take-
these characters
to take-
only in?
No,
Emmett
Emmett Silk was in
is in
Shadowbringers, but he's also he's another
He
name.
was
He's
the villain
been
in
referenced.
Shadowbringers.
These characters have been like referenced
Referenced.
before.
She's the first character you hear
So
in the entire
you're
game.
basically
when you start.
understanding
Wow.
that there really was no bad side to any of this. And when we get to narrative, it gets even like it'll get really in depth. But like you get to see real motivations, and it feels believable how they got to it. But also, like this game just shows more of Emmett Silk's humanity, how he
His
started,
motivation.
and like how good of a person he was. Now, and actually how powerful of a person he was. It was like really cool to see.
Yeah. I know we talk about this game a lot.
Yeah.
I know we do,
I believe
but
We're just
really
getting
good.
into it, baby.
So it's like basically, I'm to pick
One
one.
of the
I kind of
two.
want to leave it up to you all, like who you think
sounds
is
like
the more
Emmett Silk
I
compelling.
mean,
between the two
Emmett
of them.
Silk
Yeah.
seems-
That's hard.
But I mean,
Just
both of them sound
based
really
on a
cool.
description or
But
something.
Highland Vanat's a badass, but like it comes in a little bit late. Like Shadowbringers just set it up, and then it pays off here. But same with Emmett Selk. You just get, I think, a
You
little
get
bit more.
so much time with Emmett
You get
Selk.
more direct
So
time
much
with
time.
Emmett
And
Selk, and
yeah.
like
You almost
it's-
root for him.
he's literally
Oh,
in like the
that-
best
that's
part of
one
he's
He's
in,
that
he's
kind
in
of
the best
villain.
part of the
Go with
game.
Emmett.
He's
He's
like
in
that
one of-
villain.
He's in the
Yeah.
best area, best
I
art
love
of the
a villain
game.
like that.
Yeah.
where
And
you're
he
like
was
a-
the best part of
any
Shadowbringers.
good
villain
Ben?
where you're like, but
Yeah.
you're right.
You can bring
though.
Ben in.
You
So
can bring Ben.
we'll do Emmett Selk then.
Sick.
Love him,
Yeah.
dude.
Lock him.
Texted Dominique immediately when I saw him.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god.
Sick.
Yeah, I just want to give her shout outs because it's like
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
great.
one scene in there is like holy shit.
Wow.
Still mooing, Al. Thank you all.
Nice. I would say,
14 sounds sick.
yeah.
Yep.
I would say on this
Sorry.
list, Master Chief might be the odd one out because
Really?
it looks, or Yuffie because
Or
those
I,
are.
Yuffie.
yeah, I really
Or
like Yuffie,
Fu?
but
I
I'm
don't
trying to
know.
remember.
Oh god damn it.
Fu is like the theme of our
It's
best
a good
trailer
time
from
with her.
last
Man,
year,
all
or
your
maybe 2 years
favorites.
ago. Like, I've just loved Fu for so many years, so like I get it. Fu is so funny.
Yeah.
And I cut that review, and so I like saw a lot of cutscenes with Fu in it.
I
really
only want
fucking
Alex
love
Chen.
what they did
With
with
Yuffie?
Master Chief.
Oh, yeah,
Should
sure.
we get Yuffie out then?
I
really liked her.
I like Yuffie a lot, but it's like, you gotta
Tough.
cut someone.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I'm Brett. I'm kind of in the same
Like, I
spot
love
as you.
Yuffie, but like,
I feel like she'll get her due
I like Emmett Silk
in
more.
part 2.
yeah.
Oh,
It's not like the end for Yuffie.
Yeah, this is like just the beginning
Yeah, this
for her.
is the appetizer for the main course.
Killer blood.
bye.
Sucks.
Cinestics.
What?
Cinestics.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
you guys don't know the old meme, the old
Oh.
Cinestics
Does she
meme.
have Tonfa or something that look like Sinister?
No.
You don't know Cinestics?
No.
Wow.
Was there like
I'm surprised you
creative-
I wasn't even on that
Cinestics,
stream.
yeah.
I know Cinestics.
Because you can name your characters.
Oh.
So name your Cinestics.
Oh.
You named Yuffie Sinister?
Because of chat.
We
Yeah.
did. If Kyle wanted to order like Domino's or some shit like that,
Oh.
and
Pizza Hut,
I was like,
Domino's,
we're
yeah.
trying to get Yuffie for her to appear, and he's like, if she spawns at this point, we'll have to name her
We'll get
Cinestics.
Cinestics.
I was like, fine, and she
Oh,
showed
when
up.
you're playing the old
The original one,
okay.
so begrudgingly she became
Uh,
Cinestics.
That's funny.
Celine?
Yeah, I would say Celine.
I'd say Celine. Or Emmett Selk. Sounds pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, I want Alex Chen. I don't think the group does, so I will go with
I think
Celine then.
Yeah, I mean,
Celine's
I'd be
freaking
fine with
awesome.
Emmett Silk's
So
always
Celine
my
is-
number one. But
It's also a very atypical video game character, which is
Yes.
neat.
It's nice to have an older woman protagonist.
Yeah.
It's nice to have this, like, I feel like this subject matter or similar subject matters have been done before in games, but it's just handled in such an interesting and incredible way in this one. It's just so
always my favorite.
interesting.
She's
Yeah.
cool.
Because Alex, similar. Just like grief,
Yeah.
trauma.
Yeah.
Well, Celine is like very, like militaristic
I love it.
almost, and there's this kind of yeah, she keeps people at a distance, and like when you first play Returnal, like I don't think anyone is like, oh my god, this is the best character ever. But like the more you play, and
The
it's
build.
just like a little.
Constant build.
It's just like a little pickaxe, and you're just like
Yep.
chipping away at it.
Those audio
over
logs,
time.
just
Yeah.
every once in a while, quick little.
Where by
audio
the end of the
log.
game, you're like, oh god, I love Celine.
I like
The
that.
cutscenes are like super good.
Yeah,
They're rare
oh, yeah,
too.
oh, yeah.
So when they happen, it's like yes.
Yeah, and the special ending is wild. But like
Hmm.
the one thing I don't know that maybe audio logs, because that's the only thing I didn't like go through, is if I don't know if she actually was an astronaut or not. Like if she actually got the job or was rejected.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth on that.
I'm not
I-
sure if they ever tell you, right? They don't
I-
spell it out.
I was thinking for a while that like, oh no, like this was just a fantasy that she came up with to deal with her trauma. But then,
I felt like
reading,
she
like,
always
some-
wanted to be, but then she got the rejection letter.
well, yeah, but then I was reading correspondence that made me believe that she took this mission that she wasn't supposed to, and the reason that she took this mission was because of what happened in the. I don't know. It's unclear to me. Yeah.
Either way, I guess it would be cool.
It's like the ending of Total Recall. You know, works both ways.
For Alex, strength, just a strength that I prefer over Celine is just because she gets to interact with multiple people, which I really, really like.
Yeah, I
the
think-
relationships that she can form, and
I think the strength with Alex Chen is that she does feel like a believable normal person,
Yeah.
I
which you
want
don't
to
get a
hang
lot
out.
of in video games. It's
Sure.
like You get a lot of
she's
stoicism
bisexual.
and people with problems and stuff, and like Alex, just like I'm gonna have fun with this kid, and we're gonna do a LARP and put on goofy costumes and play pretend. And, yeah.
I'd be fully chill with Alex as well.
I don't
It's in the group for sure.
I don't disagree with that. Like I see where you're coming from with the character interactions. I do think it is essential to Celine's journey, or at least like it makes sense contextually why she is alone.
Of course,
Yeah,
of course.
oh,
for sure,
it is.
for sure.
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah.
Just
It is
preference.
about isolation. And
Totally.
the like.
done to perfect effect.
It is like a private internal struggle in a really fascinating way, and so I think
Some people
because
think it's
like
a literal hell.
I think because you like literally don't interact with anyone really
Just that one part, kind of.
when you're a kid.
Yeah.
But it's like even that is
Even it's unsettling.
right. Is
That's
that
not-
just her
it's not
Yeah,
real.
playing
yeah,
a
yeah,
scene
yeah.
in her head?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
So,
For sure.
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know how we'll mark the Returnal spoilers. They're pretty big.
I mean, this entire
Yeah.
video
Yeah,
is
no,
so
we're not
what
gonna
it
do
is.
Be able to
We
do
said
Buckle
that
up.
up. We said
part
that
of
up
it.
top.
That's why we do it in January.
And it's
But if you
my
feel really
pick.
strongly about
Nice.
Alex,
No question.
I
Shock
would
sounds
go with
dead.
No
Yeah.
fucking question.
But
For the fans.
group seems
Yeah, but
more,
Celine's cool.
as a whole, more
I'd
towards
vote
Guys,
on
Returnal.
like that, yeah.
Congrats to our group vote, our best character of 2021, Celine from Returnal. And now, time for a doozy.
Oh Lord.
Best narrative, where we will explain the full narrative of 15 games starting now. Outer Wilds, yeah, go. I'm just kidding. What do you got, Bled?
Yeah, so there's a couple of I'll probably end up pulling off of here just as a glance. But we got Outer Wilds, Echoes of the Eye, Returnal, Endwalker, Life is Strange, True Colors, Iki Island, Guardians of the Galaxy, It Takes Two, Inscription, No More Heroes 3, Psychonauts 2, Chicory, Road 96, Lost Judgment, and Unpacking.
Damn, those are all bangers.
Shout out to Unpacking. I don't see it being in the top.
Yeah,
five.
I
But gosh
feel
darn it,
like
I love you so
Chicory.
much,
Hell yeah.
Unpacking.
You can
Shout out.
You can pull Road 96 too. It's
Shout
really,
out
it's-
to that.
Shout out to Road 96. It's really really good.
Mhm.
And I love it. And the way they do the story is super good. And I was shocked at how good that game is. It's just not going to stack up. So we might as
Yeah.
well just
I
save
think-
the time.
So Chicory, I can go ahead because there's other things that I feel more strongly about. But the game, like, I felt like
Oh,
I
I
was
need to
watching
play
you
it.
and Kyle's easy update. Like,
Oh, really?
it really has like just these moments of just being
It
raw
sounds
and
really
open with other
tempting.
characters.
I really
yeah,
need to. Yeah.
it's a pretty cool chill game, but also just it just has that reflectiveness to it.
This might sound odd, but I think we should cut It Takes Two.
I kind of
You're not a big Cody and Nate fan.
Because, well, here's the thing. to me, the greatest thing about the story that you go through in It Takes Two is the surprises. Is the fact that I never knew whatever was going to happen. I didn't know what a button was going to do. I didn't know what a tool did. I didn't know what blood was doing half the time. Whereas, like, the actual narrative, now you're doing this, was kind of like, sure. It was like, remember you in your garden. And I was like, okay, he's a gardener. I don't know.
Right.
You're just telling me this now. The last thing you do, which I won't spoil, but like the last scene, I was like, cool, another one. And then the next one, like, you're done. And I was like, oh, that was the last one? Okay. You know, it was like,
Yeah, it does-
I didn't know
it
we
does
were
feel like
going
it's kind of-
there. And it didn't feel at the time
the
that, like,
growth-
this is the end. It was
the
just
growth
we're done.
between them is kind of spotty and
The powers of how it works, the whole idea, this is a little bit spoiler, but like the whole book thing, you're just like, wow, like where did the book come from and what is he, why does he have that personality, and like are we gonna meet the real life version of this guy in the future? It's like, nope.
No,
Like
he has
at
nothing
the end
to
they're just like,
do.
we'll put the book in the bag and done. And it's like, oh,
It's just Joseph Fares.
okay.
It's just Joseph.
Well,
Shout
and-
out to
So from the narrative, I was like, well, that's not really the best part of this game.
shout out to the squirrel bee war.
Oh my God.
The insect rodent war was so good.
But good for its
I know.
randomness.
Yeah.
Not because like narratively it was
Sure.
all
Right.
coming together.
Yeah,
You were
sure,
just
sure.
like, what? Like,
I think when you have like this whole section of the game where you're just like buckling against Cody and May, it's like, no, this is a bad idea.
yeah.
Don't do this. Don't do this. And they just keep going, and it's like it gets worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, and I
it's
really like
stop,
how
please.
they'd be going through some areas. I think Cody and her May at their best were like when Cody would be going to some area and she would be like, "Remember, you didn't do this," and he's like, "I know," and she's like, "And you told me you were going to." He's like, "I know."
And she's like, so that's why we're in this issue, because you made that mistake. And he's like, I know. And then you like beat the boss. And then you go to this next area and he's like, ha ha. And she's like, yeah, I said I would do that. And he's like, did you now? And she's like, yeah. Or like the book will say something and she's like, yeah, that was a mistake that I made. And so it was fun to see like those comeuppances, where they were like in the doghouse in one chapter and then like, oh, well, actually, this was the time I was a good husband. Thank you very much. Like, those were fun.
I don't know where we're sitting with Lost Judgment. How do people feel?
I like it, but
Yeah.
I'm okay with you guys.
I played
It's
2-3
really,
hours.
Like, I like the story.
Yeah.
I was engaged, but, it's a tough category.
Yeah.
And not a lot of people played it, so...
Yeah, I mean,
Sounds like an action.
I know you did.
It's
I know
on my
you did,
PS5
Jones.
right now. I had a good time. I really want to do that. I really want to do the robot thing. I only just got to.
Oh,
As,
crap
much,
now.
as much as I love No More Heroes 3, I don't know that I'm like, oh, the narrative
Sure.
is what I like about it. Like how it presents itself is super fun, and I think the characters are extremely likable. But I don't know, like,
But you're not
in
like,
terms of just
man, that story.
pound for pound story.
yeah,
I'm not sure.
I think
Same with Guardians?
Iki Island, Guardians too, and I think
Yeah.
Iki Island's a little outclassed just because of depth. It's really good, but I mean, man, look what it's going up
Right.
against. Like, oh my god,
Yeah,
like,
I can see that.
Sure.
that in Guardians. Guardians is so good
Yeah,
and
hard
so
cuts.
Guardians is a tricky one for me, but I haven't
Hard
finished it.
it.
Really good. Really heartfelt. Really personal. A really personal story, which can be lost in a big, not only a big AAA game, but like a big superhero epic. It's like semi-unexpected.
And to
How personal that game gets with all of them.
And
Like,
the
they
script
all
is so
have-
good that like even like Breath of the Wild I love. Like I love that game so much. I'm so immersed in that world. But I go to a town and like this place is frozen. Like these
Right.
people these people aren't living here right now. These are puppets that are dancing to make it look like there's a village. And slowly but surely we're getting into games where they're like experimenting with that. I never felt like Guardian stops. Like it's just always going. Like it's always like the characters are always looking around or talking to each other. So they really feels like if I'm stopping to look at something, I should pause the game because I feel like if I just stand there,
Yeah.
I'm looking weird to my fellow teammates. Like it really immersed me in that way.
the flashbacks are really
But-
Flashbacks,
It'd be really funny
the
if-
ship sections. Love the ship stuff.
It'd be really funny
going
if
around
you
talking
did
to your
stand
troops.
still
Yeah.
and Gamora or Drax was like, "Are you okay?"
They
What
do-
you- what you-
Yeah.
They do that.
Yeah.
Gamora's
Oh
That's
yeah.
so
Oh, yeah.
I love it. Yeah, there's
Drax
so
is
much.
amazing.
I think it was Gamora one time was like, "Are we gonna keep going or what are we doing?" And I was like,
Oh,
"Oh,
when
sorry,
you-
I'm,
oh
I'm
my
like I'm
God.
just looking at the view. I'm Gamora. You're right. I'm sorry. Let's go."
When you go to like explore off the beaten path and they're like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Cool. Where the hell are you going?
Where the hell are you going?
That's
Oh,
another
there's
good
one
thing,
time
yeah.
where it's like Rocket's like, this is the right way over here, and he's like, oh, I'm just gonna check this out.
Yeah.
It's like it's a dead end. I know it's a dead end. It's like I'm gonna see just in case.
So good.
And then you come back and say, I was right, wasn't I?
I love that stuff.
Yeah, even in the beginning when like the dialogue turns into a playful mini game type thing with Rocket, like the shootout thing, like who can shoot the most one of those things
Yes.
at the beginning.
Dude, and he's like cheating.
Yeah, he's like doing that, and you can still
I really
like, love
I
that.
really have a hard
That's
time
pretty
cutting
good,
it. I know I
yeah,
haven't finished it.
It's good. It's good.
I compared to everything that's on that list though.
Inscription.
I think Guardians is great
is
because I wasn't expecting it to have a big
insanely
story.
good.
I was expecting
Yeah.
everything else on this list.
Like Inscription
Yeah.
is would be an incredible film. Like
Yeah.
it just how good the story is.
Yeah,
Like I'm trying to say like it was bigger than a game. It felt bigger than a game. Like you touched on it earlier how
Yeah.
real it felt. It did feel like a Blair Witch or a Ring where it's like the game is like reaching out to you in a
Blair
way.
Witch is such a good
It's so incredible.
comparison because it
Inscription,
feels like,
Inscription.
it feels like the way
Also
that it
good.
presents itself is just so interesting for the
Yes.
medium of video games.
So yeah, so that's why I'm
It-
popping Guardians because like Endwalker's a lock.
I think Psychonauts 2 is a lot.
It's tough. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think Life is Strange is a lock,
I
even though
really
I haven't
wanna
played it,
lock
just
it.
because it's like it's its category. You know?
I
Like,
don't
I
know
could
what
lose
else.
Life is Strange against Huber. I could.
oh, it's on.
I mean,
Wow.
I liked it, but I could lose it too.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
hey, it's a group
But
decision.
I liked it though. I like
Yeah.
the game.
Yeah, you
I've
know I
touched
like
it.
it. And we've talked
Yeah, I know
about
you
we've
like it.
talked about the deficiencies, you know.
It's over Life is
I
Just
know
like
you like it.
one of those things towards the end where it's like you're really just not gonna just tell people what happened. You're just gonna let them think that you're just a crazy person that's just dirty this morning. Like,
Dude, yes.
Just call it out. Call out.
I
what's
also really
happened.
like the guitar sequence because with the
With
music
no
licensing,
music?
they
Oh
couldn't
my
have
gosh.
it, and all the streamers were like,
Oh,
"Are we really gonna do
that's-
this?" And they're just like dancing to
I mean,
nothing.
it's
So
stupid, but
funny.
it's
Yeah.
not. but
Don't play it
it's
that
not a
way.
factor.
You can help
Yeah.
it.
I still would put it above Guardians.
Okay.
I would
Echoes of
too,
the
and I
Eye-
haven't played it. I don't know.
Echoes of the Eye is an interesting one because it's entirely told wordlessly,
Right.
and it's kind of more just of like a discovery. It's like more of a lore thing, I guess. So
Mm.
like, I
Okay.
mean, to like, if it means Life is Strange stays, we could take it
No,
out.
no, if
And
the
it-
group doesn't want it, for sure.
No, no,
because
but
I
I
do
mean,
get the
like-
criticism
I mean,
about,
It's
like,
just such a hard to quantify different
right.
things. Like it has
Exactly.
a beautiful narrative and it's really great, but like
Yeah.
it's just it's doing it in a very
No one's like,
Still, yeah.
It's more similar to Returnal or Inscription, I guess, in the way it's
Yes.
telling a story. So
But I
it's-
would
it's
still
just
give,
so
based on what
different.
you've said, I would still give the nod to Returnal and Inscription over Echoes of the Eye.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
there-
in terms of like, it really sounds like you're. If I had played Outer Wilds, I'm going to the Echoes of the Eye, being like, I don't know what's going to happen, but I think I know how they're going to try to do it.
Yeah.
Whereas like the thing that's beautiful about Returnal Inscription is like, what is going on?
Like
Yeah.
the others are more narrative. Like the revelations of the narrative are
Yeah.
more like Whereas Echoes of the Eye has an incredible narrative. It's more about the world design, the puzzle solving, and the narrative is kind of just part of that.
Mm.
So I'd be fine with dropping it out of here to make room for other things.
Yeah, you already got your award.
I got my. I am on easy street now. I can,
Yeah, it's-
whatever
That's
happens.
still.
Guardians or Life is Strange is the only two I would cut out of there.
I personally would cut Guardians. But
I would too.
I get it. I get
Having
it.
not played Life is Strange,
It's
but Blood's take on it is really fascinating.
yeah, the fact that
And it's
Blood
Blood
has me
Galaxy, not
shook.
Guardians of
Blood
the
has me
Galaxy.
shook.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say something about Guardians? Really quick. Is from what I've played, I've really enjoyed the story and I really like the characters. It has gotten to a point though, where I'm just like, just shut up for like a little bit. Like you're
There's
just,
there's
it
definitely
doesn't-
that.
you're just like
And
you're
they
constantly talking and
Yelling,
you're,
actually.
and yeah, you're constantly talking, you're constantly yelling, which is good. But after like hours, I'm just like, just stop. Like you don't like not every single scene you have to be
great
bickering with each
criticism.
other.
My
Tiny
thing,
bit,
it does
yeah.
the thing I don't like. The
Where they
trope-
become enemies and then
Yeah.
friends, kind of. Yeah.
That's yeah.
That's classic. I mean, that's Guardians.
Classic
like
Guardians.
the
I know.
fiction of
But
Guardians.
fuck, I've seen it like 5
I know,
times
that's why I don't
with
like
those
Guardians
characters.
too. I'm like, we already did this.
Like
shit,
every movie
Rob.
you fight.
Will, come on.
Guardians 3.
You're
You're
like,
welcome in.
everybody does it.
I
Yeah.
think it's
So
totally
happening.
fine, but
Like
it's just
Thor's
like
gonna
once
tear 'em apart.
it gets extended, it wears.
Yeah.
It can feel.
The one thing I will say that I do feel with Guardians as a bit of a leg up against most narrative games is I feel like there's a naturalness to the way characters interact with each other in the same space.
Totally.
It doesn't feel like two dolls standing next
That's
to
true.
each other.
Which
Sure.
is hard to do. Not a lot of people even bother.
Like when
yeah.
when the
Sure.
early
Make that work.
scene when you're with the kid and the mom and like you're kind of playing back and forth in that space, the girls in that space, like I feel like I'm there with real people rather
Totally.
than
That's true. Good point,
Yeah.
bud.
It's very grounded.
but like Life is Strange it's obviously
But-
all about dialogue and
I think I don't really like the story at the end of Guardians. The whole villain and all that shit.
you know
It gets weird. It
Didn't
gets
care
fun.
about it. Didn't care at all. How many times I gotta do his birthday party?
I've only
hearing
seen
more
the first
negatives
half
about
or so.
Guardian than
Yeah, but the
Guardian.
thing, okay, I don't
I would
like
get rid of it over Life is
the like the whole like main story maybe of Guardians and how it wraps up, but I like the character moments in between it.
okay.
Like I love the characters interact with each other. I think it's great. But just like the main story quest, I don't like the end of like with the villain. Like I don't care about the villain at all. He sucked.
Can we agree to lock
Gold
everything
Space Wizard man.
but Life is Strange and Guardians?
Definitely.
Anybody want to make a case to not
Returnal,
have those?
Endwalker, Inscription, Psychonauts. Yeah,
those seem great.
And then just
seem
do a
like
vote
I
on-
mean, for the people, because I'm I've seen half of Guardians, so people that have played Guardians, what are you thinking?
For what? Life is
For
Strange.
dropping
Guardians?
for Life is Strange?
I would drop Life is Strange. Sorry.
But Jones would drop Guardians.
I would drop Guardians.
Yeah.
Just because I'm glad Guardians
But
did
Brad's
it.
played both.
I have
played
not
both.
touched Life is
I've
Strange.
played
at all.
both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I played both.
And Hebrew would drop Guardians.
Drop
Yeah.
Guardians.
We can
So-
flip a coin.
I haven't
I'm at
even
that
played.
point.
I haven't.
even played Life is Strange, but I would be okay dropping Guardians.
Okay, that's
I
fair.
edited the Life is Strange. Did I cut both of these reviews?
I didn't cut
Just
Guardians.
do
From cutting the reviews, I wanted to play Life is Strange more.
just
than
drop Guardians. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
But
Shout out though.
both seem.
Shout out
cool.
Guardians. Good job,
Shout out.
Guardians.
Shout out.
Good
Yeah.
cast.
Good
Great
surprise.
cast.
Would have been one of the best surprises of the year if we had that award.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all expected it to be
Best
really
surprise.
shitty.
You're absolutely
Would've been
right.
Guardians.
You're absolutely right.
Good.
Because everyone thought that game would
Yes.
suck.
Feels bad though.
I definitely thought.
Feel
about
bad
Everything
about it.
feels bad. Everyone
feel bad
feels
about the
bad.
Now I just don't know what's gonna win.
Yes.
So
me-
good call.
Endwalker,
Yeah.
Inscription, and Returnal seem like the biggest
mean,
contenders.
definitely.
Psychonauts 2 has an incredible story.
Oh,
It's
for
true.
sure.
It does.
I think
It sure does.
Endwalker would be the play for me just because of what I've.
The finale.
Seems like an Avengers
Just
Endgame
what I've heard.
situation.
Damiani
Yeah.
told me, I'm like, Endwalker seems fucking crazy.
Not just that. I mean,
I'm
ju-
okay with
I just
that.
I trust
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah.
Psychonauts 2
Yeah.
is where I'm at.
Especially if you're gonna play.
Psychonauts 2 and Returnal would be an Inscription or my
Yeah.
but Endwalker seems.
Sure.
I just have to trust.
If
it.
it's
This
just
sounds
convince you to
fucking
play it
wild.
at some point, I lied.
And it's-
I wanna play it,
I don't
I
want to
just don't
tell
have
you
the time.
the twist thing.
It's not just
Yeah.
one person. It's
Oh.
everyone constantly saying it's one of the best Final Fantasy narratives.
multiple
some of the
people
best
from
characters.
multiple walks of life have
Every-
told me
like,
how good
so
the
Many
story is.
people have told me it's the best Final Fantasy story.
I trust you.
And,
And-
some have said best RPG story ever.
Right.
And I'm like, what the fuck?
And this is coming. Was Shadowbringers the first one?
Best
Was the first
story in
The
any
first what?
media.
The first one?
Oh,
all history.
Heaven's Word
Final
was the first
Fantasy
expansion.
It's
and
Heaven's
Realm of
Word,
Warcraft started.
Shadowbringers, and when Shadowbringers came
Yeah.
out,
Heaven's Word, Stormblood, Shadowbringers.
Yeah.
and okay,
Yeah.
when Stormblood came out, people were like, "It's really good." Shadowbringers came out, I was like, "Oh, better
They're like, oh,
Stormblood,"
this
and then
is
this new one's like, "This is the best ever."
It
And
also-
it's like, how are these things getting better? That's
Right.
crazy.
It
to
also
me.
goes
you have
back
to bear
and
in mind that all those
elevates.
people saying that have also played everything before it. So
Yeah.
that
It also
But I-
elevates
build.
older
I
stuff.
have to
MCU.
listen to it.
does.
So you remember how Avengers
Fucking good.
Endgame apparently elevated Thor: Dark World a little bit, or people
Yes.
argued
It elevated
that?
the whole
the
thing.
new-
There was
Like,
nothing
Which I
as
think
there
they
was,
did it as a joke.
there was
Yeah.
nothing as low as that in Final Fantasy XIV's history. Even in Realm Reborn, it was probably nowhere near as bad as Thor: Dark World. But retroactively, between
Keep that
Shadowbringers
Kenneth
and
Branagh.
Endwalker, it like adds more meaning
didn't
and
do number two.
further
Oh, I just
contextualizes
did one.
older developments
It-
in
Clone
new
Wars
ways.
style.
It is amazing how much
Yeah,
of that
didn't
gigantic fucking world they keep relevant. Like, yeah, it is wild.
Lock it in.
Lock it in.
Congrats.
Ink it.
Culmination.
Wait. It's not yellow yet.
Oh, it has to make it yellow.
Hasn't labeled it. Yay! Our best narrative, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. And now, time for best weapon.
That's right.
A Michael Huber special. Huber, you want to read these out?
I would love to.
Oh shit!
I would love to. We're still doing one per game, right? So I
Yes,
have.
we'll have to.
Yeah, we'll have to trim. We'll have to trim.
Lots of trims.
From Resident Evil 8, I don't love the shotgun.
Just read them.
So I put, sorry, okay, the M1851 Wolfsbane, it's the Magnum.
Yeah,
my
oh yeah,
God.
it's the
Yeah,
remote
yeah,
It's
yeah.
so sick.
So
that
sick.
was dope.
It's
yeah.
so sick.
sick.
Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, many to choose from. The Negatron Collider is the big, like Iron
Yeah,
Man
yeah.
blast.
Oh,
Phenomenal.
yeah.
Phenomenal.
Oh,
Yeah, that was
yeah.
sick.
The Ricochet is very satisfying. It's the pinball, and you have to time it right,
Yeah,
and
that
it
is
sounds
cool.
like a pinball machine.
That's cool.
Oh,
The
Arguably the greatest Rhino in series history. It drops in things from other games like Horizon Zero Dawn mechs, Uncharted Jeeps,
Don't remember this. That's crazy.
Sly,
Jack and Daxter.
Sly
stuff.
Cooper
Yeah.
stuff. Just
What?
unbelievable tribute.
I say this with kindness and love because I think I love your enthusiasm and your descriptions. But I think maybe just as a base, before we get into the nitty gritty of each, let's just
The Fist from Fist, the 870 Express from Back for Blood, it's just the standard shotgun. The Grapple Hook from Halo, kind of a weapon.
Count it.
I'm just obsessed with it.
We'll get there.
Yeah,
We'll
we'll
get
get
there.
there.
We'll get there.
The Returnal weapons, everything's up for
Oh,
grabs
We've got
there.
fucking 8 of them on
Yeah.
I listen to them individually down if you want to keep going.
The Fiber Wire
Thank you,
from
Ben.
Hitman 3, love a classic. The Chair from Chivalry.
Chair is so
yes. Okay.
The L5 6A3 Smart Gun from Aliens. You want to talk about wish fulfillment? The Returnal, the weapons,
Carbine.
the
Hollow Seeker.
and yeah, weapons from Halo as well. What are okay? Returnal and Halo.
VR on here?
Okay, so the BR is great. It's just the BR is always great.
Yeah.
And so I just focused on things that I think, okay, particularly in Halo Infinite,
Fair
there's
enough,
something
fair
here
enough.
that
I like the human sniper rifle a lot,
What about the grapple?
Oh yeah, but like,
but it's just a good sniper.
Good question.
well, no, the sniper rifle,
Your-
the human sniper rifle in Halo is always amazing. So like, yes, you can bring that stuff up. I just focused on things where I'm like, either I feel like they made it feel different, or it's brand new.
Right.
So the grapple punch move, though,
Wave is crazy.
is
Yeah.
one of my favorite things to do in 2021.
Do we count the grappling hook?
okay,
That's a
I-
weapon. You grapple and
Here's
you
the thing.
punch.
I would count it.
That's a move.
But it's
I-
more than just a weapon.
No,
Also, when,
yeah, so-
when it shocks them too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So there's more
but
than one function.
Yeah, more than one
just-
function. That's
it-
fine.
Unlike every other thing on this list, don't get me wrong, the grappling hook I think is literally my favorite thing in the entire game, or at least in the campaign. I fucking love it. It's
Yeah.
not for lack of love, but I think it just is. It's better defined as a tool. I
Got
don't
it.
think
Fair
it just feels so out of place.
You're right. You're
But
right.
the
every-
Chief, I guess,
the
is
punch
the
is-
weapon. Could
the
be
punch is
used.
great.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
But you- like,
and
that's
the
a-
literal weapon, you can put them on there.
Like,
Sure.
like you have to upgrade to get
Yeah.
those
Fair
things,
enough, fair
whereas
enough.
like the
Fair
other,
enough.
Okay.
I think Halo will be well represented.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
no
cut.
one's
I don't
Halo,
know.
if you don't
That,
like
I
Halo.
mean, the other options, I feel like the grapple shot is the most representative
No.
thing of Halo.
I do like it the most.
Okay, but let me run down my list.
Run it down.
I really like how viable the assault rifle is in Halo Infinite, but you could cut it.
That's the standard one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the standard. It's just I really feel like they
Old
made
reliable.
it a super
Old reliable.
reliable in Infinite.
It's really good.
I just really like it, but I think we can cut it. It's a staple of Halo, of course.
It's phenomenal.
I said the same thing about
Shooting
everyone.
big
Humor.
heavies with it is so fun because you kind of feel the bullets bouncing off because it's not too strong. Super cool.
The skewer is an amazing weapon.
love the
it's
skewer.
so
That's
much
the alien
fun.
sniper rifle.
It's
No,
okay.
no,
It's,
no.
the one that
it's
shoots a
literally
spike.
no. It's
Painkiller.
like you
Painkiller hype.
put a giant spike in it,
Shut up.
and you can zoom in and you just shoot, and it's one hit, one kill. But the reload on it takes forever, and so it's just like this cannon where you're like, I better fucking nail this.
Good
And
old
because of the
right,
drawback, you feel good every time.
Yeah.
But there are also crazy interactions where you can have with the skewer where because it's like this giant projectile that's flying, like you can pull up YouTube videos where it's like, oh, I made this block the skewer or whatever. And so it's just like an over the top, really ridiculous weapon. I think it's fun. It feels powerful, but it's not OP.
Dude,
The
shreds
Mangler.
vehicles too.
The
Oh, I bet.
Mangler is so good. So this is like the revolver weapon.
like
Yeah.
Love
And
that thing.
And it's one of those things where it's like your aim has to be on point, but if it is, you can shred through enemies, and it has this like really
Makes
satisfying
sick.
pop
Pop
It's
headshots.
so good.
Pops the head right off.
Heat
Popping
wave's
some
nuts.
helmet off.
Yeah.
I think the Heat Wave is just straight up a better shotgun than the human shotgun. Although the Bulldog is good. I love that you can change it horizontally or
Yeah.
vertically.
Yeah.
That it can just like chew through them immediately and
Yeah.
it disintegrates them.
That is
like,
nice.
I love the Heat Wave.
Heat Wave's
And
sick.
I always
Fun.
get
Heat Wave's
excited when
fun.
I have it. Yeah. So like I think all three of those are strong contenders.
Okay.
If I had to give it to one,
Gotta cut it to one.
I would
I-
give it to the skewer.
I would
dude,
give it to the
honestly.
I would do skewer.
Skewer
Skewer
painkiller.
is so
Shout out.
sick.
I would give it to the grapple shot.
even just the sound that the
Same,
skewer makes,
Same.
they're like,
Same.
"Boom."
I'd
I
give it
mean,
to the
if
grapple.
more people say grapple, it could be grapple.
It's certainly Chief is the weapon, I guess. I don't know. Ben's right.
Chief is a weapon, literally.
Yeah.
I
Like,
I just
is-
don't think it fits in.
I
This
don't think
category.
it does either.
Is Kratos' shield a weapon? Because that's like
Can
a
you
tool.
kill someone with it?
Yeah.
I mean, you can kill someone with anything.
What does
pretty
Hitman
much.
teach us? Anything is a weapon.
Yeah.
I guess though the grapple hook isn't really killing him even with the shot.
Here's
it would
the-
be the
here's the-
punch. It's the
Yeah,
punch. It's the punch.
fuck.
Here's
It's
the
the
thing
punch.
about the grapple hook, though, is
Yeah.
it's an exploration tool that you can
Incorporate
into combat. But
For
yeah,
sure.
Incorporating into
Um,
combat in
let's
multiplayer is super fun.
Work on
it is, but yeah,
Rift
it-
Apart. Rift Apart. The Rhino is a spectacle.
I
It's,
like the
it's
Ricochet
a-
probably the most out of them.
the Ricochet's
Dude.
so fun, but I love the
The
Negatron.
Negatron
as well.
Collider was like just so good.
It's so.
I like
addictive.
all three of those guns though.
Yeah. The Rhino is kind of a
Insane.
Showtime rotisserie barbecue. Set it and forget it. You just kind of shoot it and watch the
Yeah.
thing fall out. So
Yeah.
it's cool spectacle, but like the Negatron Collider using that thing, the sound of it, the haptics,
But used it a lot.
the feel of that weapon. It's one of the best feeling
But
weapons.
that's why I like the Ricochet.
And the Ricochet
The feel of
too!
the-
Ricochet's
the
great.
bounce.
What
Ricochet
is-
too!
Does anyone else have opinion that
No.
played Ratchet?
I
don't.
played this game, but I don't remember.
Jones?
Yeah, not that
Fuck.
specifically. I enjoyed them. But
Well, Hubert.
is it
I'm
between
going.
two?
I'm
Is
doing.
that what the problem is right now?
It's Negatron or Ricochet. So the Negatron was the
yeah,
big
yeah, yeah,
blast,
yeah.
and the Ricochet was the ping, ping, ping,
Yeah, the Ricochet. Yeah, the Ricochet's fun, but I mean the Negatron's just
There
so,
it is.
so satisfying.
Okay.
There it is.
So
There it is.
satisfying.
There it is.
And then Returnal. Let's cut
Okay.
Returnal.
Okay. Well, I think there are actually
Trim it.
easier cuts.
Well, we can trim it to 1.
We need to, yeah.
We need to trim it to
trim
1.
to 1 per
Yeah.
game.
I really
really
love the carbine.
I really love the carbine.
I really love the
Hollow
Hollow
Seeker is
Seeker.
for me.
It's such a
That's what
sick
I've been
weapon.
loving.
The
It's
Hollow
an
Seeker is
incredible
great.
weapon.
God damn it.
Is that the 3 thing?
No,
No,
the
the
Hollow Seeker is like the
like
100
the
bullet.
machine gun.
Oh,
Yeah.
that
Really
really
fast
shoot up
one.
the beam.
It's
Yeah, it's cool.
the driver that shoots the
It's
webs
so unique.
is
I really
fucking,
like that weapon.
That weapon is fucking sick.
That
What I like about it is
so
it feels.
fun.
It stands like I love the carbine. I love using it, but it's just it's a carbine.
The carbine
Yeah.
is cut the
Yeah,
carbine.
yeah.
It's the best, but it's not.
I love the
most
carbine.
accessible.
What I will argue though is I feel like it's one of the weapons that like transforms pretty significantly. Like if you get the addition where it's like okay, fire rate's decreased,
Yeah.
you don't shoot
Heavy
as many
shot,
shots,
though.
and it's just like
Boom,
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 boom, boom,
it's so
boom,
epic,
boom.
it's so
It's
epic.
fucking sick.
It's so sick.
Yeah.
So is it better than?
Do you like the spit maw? Because otherwise,
I am not a spit
Is that
mob
the-
person.
Oh no!
I love
I do not
spit
want
mob.
to.
Have you used it with? Let me counter.
Slug shot.
Have you used it with slug shot?
Slug shot.
Have you used it
I
with
think
slug
I've had it with
shot?
slug shot, but I haven't
Slug shot.
really.
It makes it a hunting rifle.
Yeah, but
It
you
makes
just-
it a shotgun hunting rifle
It's fucking
hybrid.
nuts.
You haven't lived until you slug shot.
It's
Yeah,
honestly
it's really good.
incredible.
It's really
Keep an eye out.
It makes you realize how weak a lot of the guns
Yeah.
are because you're just one-shotting things.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom,
Slug
boom.
shot, spit mod.
It's
It's my weapon
insane.
of
I'll watch
choice
for more.
yeah.
Because
The thing that
I
always
just didn't
ran
like it
into
in
me-
general, so I haven't. I usually just if I see
It's
it, I just
nuts.
don't pick it up.
I feel like I'm every time I pick up a spit maw, I'm underwhelmed by it. Like
Yeah.
Slug
If
shot.
it,
though,
had,
we haven't
if it
lived.
doesn't have slug shot, I throw it
Hear me
back.
out though. The sword.
Ooh.
The sword,
really
the chopping sword
sick.
or
oh,
whatever.
the melee.
The sword
I
is
When you get the
when you
upgrade-
upgrade it too, dude.
Then there's a lot of different upgrades. There's a
And you
lot
can
of them.
break
I've
those
died
walls.
so many
Yeah.
times just because I'm such a melee focused person. I've died so many times just trying to sword things to death.
We don't have
and,
to do it,
run
but,
out.
like,
The melee is really interesting in
Remember it.
Returnal.
I
Where,
know,
like it's
yeah.
extremely strong, but if you do try to overuse it, you will
Oh, yeah,
definitely
yeah.
get
The beauty
punished.
of it,
Yeah,
dude.
every time.
Yeah, with the Hollow Seeker, I like the.
It's really
The one
cool.
that's got the waves.
Oh my
The
god.
waves and the
beam that comes
portal
out,
and,
yeah.
and just the
That's my
audio
thing with the Hollow
visual.
Seeker.
Sure.
The
is-
audio
It's
visual
cool.
of it.
It's cool.
I
Reminds me
think
of
like the
Resistance
basic
gun.
like rapidly firing like basically light
Purple.
machine gun style of it is neat.
Yeah.
But when it's like okay, I have the waves, I have like portals appearing
Insanity.
that help with it. It's just like it. The way that thing fucking transforms
It's
is so cool.
So cool.
It is
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
It's one of the coolest.
I like all of these weapons
Yeah.
that we're talking about so much.
So do we want to cut the electropylon? I haven't messed with
Yeah,
that one
and you
yet.
didn't like the spit.
The
spit, I
electropylon
get
is
it.
is
Spit
insanely
monster.
good. Yeah.
Slug shot.
Could
though,
probably
shout
cut
out.
the slug shot shot out. You could probably cut the carbine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I
cut
don't.
it.
Here's the
It's-
thing
it's
about the
a tough
carbine.
cut.
I realized that like conceptually it's the most boring one.
Yeah.
But every time I got a good carbine,
best.
I was fucking psyched.
Oh, it's
like,
so
Carbines are
and it's
good.
like
And new
it's
game.
It's so
it's
good.
so much fun to use, even though it's so
Yeah, it's
basic.
really good.
Yeah.
a lot
You
of
don't
good
feel
weapons.
bad about it. You're like, oh, well.
The risk versus reward on the other one, the death gun, doom gun, what the 3 pop thing.
So I used that
It's
because I
really
didn't initially I
cool.
didn't even realize that the bullets came back to you, and then you told me about it, and I used it again,
Can they hit you?
and it's like
No. But if things are close,
Yeah.
it has a rapid fire because they shoot and they come back. So on distance, if you shoot,
It'll take
the
a minute.
bullet takes a
Yeah.
long time.
so. What you were
So you
saying
have to hit him.
is when you are in close proximity, I
Yeah.
found that too, where it's like, oh, dude, you can just rip through things.
Yeah.
But I just feel like you're at a distance so
Yeah,
much
for sure, for sure,
that
for sure.
like the drawback was too much.
For sure, for
Granted,
sure.
I haven't used it as much as
Yeah,
other
for sure.
things, but
I think the Hollow Seeker as a group, though, Blood loves
Everyone
it.
seems to be a fan of it.
It's
so.
really cool. The,
The
way
driver
your
is so
DualSense rumbles when that thing is full auto.
That's half the game, baby.
It's
or
pretty
DualSense
nuts.
showpiece.
So
just talk about the driver really quick. I love that you're shooting basically like nets of energy at a
Yeah,
creature.
it's really cool.
And it's like there's an upgrade you can get where it's like, oh, I'm only firing 2 of these.
Yeah.
And it's like
web,
you'll
the
see
web.
something huge in the distance. You just go doo doom, and then you'll like hide behind cover and you'll just watch its health melt.
yeah.
It's very
And
satisfying.
it's very powerful and it's very satisfying. But
Hell
like,
yeah.
Defense, too. I would shoot it sometimes and then run into it.
Take cover, yeah.
Yeah.
So
But keep the
Okay.
Hollow Seeker.
Hollow Seeker.
So
okay,
it's
if
Hollow
that's,
Seeker?
if that's what the group feels, that's fine.
I haven't put enough time into
Ben, just
Electropylon
the
yet, so I
part
don't
of the
know.
Hollow Seeker when like mini portals come out.
It
Yeah.
gets
Start shooting
nuts.
shit.
It's so
That's
sick.
too tight.
Isn't
like,
there like
sorry.
a ricochet shot, or is that something else? Oh no, there's damage over time that you
Yeah.
can do with Hellseeker. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool.
So now
You
Share
could
the
probably
fiber wire,
cut
they're
the
gonna
fiber wire. You could probably cut it. It's an old
Lock the
staple.
chair,
It's
dude.
been around forever.
Chair.
But I
Chair's
just wanted
fine.
to give it a shout
I,
out.
yeah, of
I
course.
don't.
The chair.
I don't know how fair it is to include the smart gun from Alien.
No, it's not.
But whoa, wait. Let me.
That was the game. That was the gun that I used and loved. But
Yeah, let me fight for it really quick.
Yeah.
Aliens, very near and dear to a lot of people's hearts.
Right.
Yes, and this is wish fulfillment. This is living a fantasy, living
for sure.
that alien life with that smart gun. Growing up as a child, that was one of the coolest things I ever saw in my life. Was
Yeah.
that smart gun, and this to me is one of the best video game uses of that iconic weapon. So I just want to give it a shout out.
shout out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, you hear that sound.
Yeah.
So
Shout out.
shouted.
Yeah.
Now bump it down.
Okay. All right. Shout it out.
That was my gun. Drop it.
Huber, I have to ask you about one other RE8 weapon. Because I know you got the
The
Wolfsbane.
lightsaber. The lightsaber.
LZ answer because of how cool it is, how hard it is to get it,
Yeah.
dual wielding, but the different blade modes. Because you could switch to
Oh, right.
green
You can dual
and
wield
heal
it,
yourself.
right?
Yeah, if you held
Double-sided,
aim,
yeah.
it would become Darth Maul mode.
Oh,
Maul.
double,
Yeah,
double blade.
but
okay.
you could change the blade colors and they did different things. So like green, like was a way to heal. So like it
Whoa.
helps
That's
with the
cool.
challenges. So like it wasn't just an instant like one shot everything. There were
Yeah.
points where like you had to
The-
use it a little bit more
I'm a-
strategically.
I'm a sucker for a revolver. I
know.
respect how hard it is to upgrade this thing and the
Yeah.
lore behind it. Finding
Oh,
it
yeah.
in the box in the shed, using
Very
those
true.
bullets
Yeah.
against
And-
the giant wolf
Yeah.
creatures,
Yeah.
like
I mean,
so cool.
Good
honestly, I think shooting
Boom.
something with that is more satisfying than the
Yeah.
lightsaber.
Yeah, it's just
And
Seeing
if
them
you-
fly, dude.
yeah.
There's a really good
Feel power.
speed run on Village of Shadows mode where like he uses the Wolfsbane and it's so good.
So cool.
He has to restart one part because he
And the-
missed one shot.
The
Yeah.
engraving
So
on
few
it is
bullets.
sick too.
The
The
one-
engraving?
The
On the
engraving
gun
is
itself,
so
yeah.
cool.
It's tight.
It looks
Such
so
a
cool.
cool looking gun.
All right.
Yeah. Kick up the chair.
You can go.
It's fine.
Oh,
I love the
come
chair. but You
on.
can cut the chair. The chair's sick. I'm proud the chair got this
Shout
one.
out to the chair,
The
dude.
chair is
Yeah, just gotta
tight.
cut one.
I feel like we need a defense for the Fist and the 870 Express.
You could
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
probably
870
cut.
Express is the
Yeah,
one-
cut
yeah.
that shit.
It's just the
Put
shotgun,
chair
right?
back.
Yep.
It's the pump.
You could probably cut it.
Okay.
I really like the
Yeah, it's
fist
cool.
in fist. I really
Alright.
like.
It's the. I mean, I didn't
It's
play
the
that much of
definitive
it, but
weapon.
it's
It's
the
the name
best
of the
one.
game.
the name of the game.
The titular fist.
It's not the meta. The meta is like this lightning whip thing, whatever. But I still really only used the fist because it was the most fun.
It's just yeah.
It's got
it,
good impact.
It feels the best.
It
yeah.
it
Good.
feels fun to
Yeah.
punch things, and again, there's lore behind it. It's part of the story, which makes it cool.
Right.
You unlock moves pretty slowly. There's only a few that you unlock, admittedly. You know, Fist is like less than 10 hours. But I just really liked it. It's this giant mech fist that like
Yeah, it's
sticks
cool.
out of your backpack.
Yeah, it's cool.
So
Well,
definitely
it's
an
like part
impact.
of like a bigger like armor set, but like that's just what he's got left. He's
Gotta
just got
put it
one
back
fist
on,
left of it.
grab
Yeah.
it, man.
Our nominees: the Fist from Fist,
Yeah.
the Hollow Seeker from Returnal, the M1851 Wolfsbane from Resident Evil Village, the Negatron Collider from Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and the Skewer from Halo Infinite. Probably Returnal, considering how much you guys talked about Returnal.
I would actually probably vote for the Skewer,
Huh?
though I would not be opposed to Returnal.
I'd probably vote Wolfsbane, but I'm fine with any of these.
I was maybe leaning towards the Negatron.
Oh boy!
Shit! Damiani likes the fist!
Honestly, I
I'm
was
happy
thinking
with
about
both the Skewer and the
what
Hollow
I
Seeker.
would, what I'd want to shoot something with right now is the Wolfsbane.
Yeah,
dude,
dude.
it's so
Feel the
sick.
kill,
Shots
dude.
off.
Feel the kill. It's
I
so
feel like I
sick.
need to refresh my
It's
memory on
so
it.
empowering.
It's the
Yeah.
like engraved.
It's the
Oh,
Magnum
yeah,
revolver.
Magnum.
The
Yeah.
Magnum
Magnum.
revolver.
It's yeah.
It's just like
Other-
not
Oh,
coming to mind.
it hits the werewolves really hard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
it's
If you use
anything
it on
that's
Ulrich
hard.
or whatever his
Oh,
name
It's
is,
so
Just
good.
as good
It's very
impact.
colorful.
And the
Really good
other freaking Magnum, this looks not
Yeah,
as good. It's
yeah.
stylish.
Cool.
Even though
Sounds
it's
cool.
like an automatic, it's like, no, I want the
Yeah.
Wolfsbane.
Is
Wolfsbane.
it sounds like that might be it.
Well,
Shit.
it's
But,
one
like-
of those things where it's like it's very simple, but it's just very powerful.
Yeah.
It's- it's-
Whereas like I feel like the
When you-
Hollow Seeker is cool. I
It
feel
is
like
cool.
it's so
It's super cool.
cool.
You're right, Blood. It is cool.
It's so cool.
I'll say this,
and
I
inventive.
feel like when you look at the
versatile.
Wolfsbane, you can smell it. You
Yeah,
can like
I can.
smell the
It
metal
smells like
and oil.
you
whiskey
feel the
and
weight.
leather.
Feel the weight.
Yeah.
It smells like whiskey and like a
Jack
grandpa's
A tan
Like
hide.
a bottle of
hidden
Jack.
secrets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, an excellent purchase. Wow.
Sorry, Ben. What did you want?
The skewer.
I really
skewer?
think the skewer is like
Alright.
a beautifully
It is. It's
awesome
really good.
weapon that isn't over-designed and really just like fits into the identity of Halo so well. Like I think they knocked it out of the park. I think it's fucking awesome.
Y'all did too good a job selling me on Returnal, just because of how you keep talking about how and again I'm just now like experimenting with this, but like how one gun can do so many different
yeah.
things.
The
depending on how
thing-
you change it. So it sounds like any gun from Returnal would have an edge on anything else we're
They're
talking
so
about.
Here's-
fun
here's-
to
here's
use.
the
It's an
thing.
incredible arsenal.
Here's the thing about Returnal that's like making me a little bit hesitant, as much of a champion as I am for Returnal, is I feel like it gets a little like conditional, where it's like, yeah, it's like cool on its own, but if you get this, and then if you get this, and then if you get this, it's like, okay, like it completely transforms, and that's awesome. I think that's a point of praise for Returnal, but the reason why I think I would give the edge to Skewer, it's like, no, this is your fucking cannon, baby. Like, doesn't matter when you pick this up. This is its power. This is its drawback.
Sure.
Like,
I
I
kinda
think
like-
that singularness.
I actually kind of like the build up because it starts out not that strong. Like it starts out still really cool, just shoots
Yeah.
a ton of bullets, and then it is like by the time you do get to the end of the game, or
Yeah,
like
yeah.
even halfway,
Okay.
Yeah.
you feel the growth, which I do like.
I'm gonna give
Yeah.
the nod to the skewer just because when you shoot someone, they're like stuck on the wall.
Yeah, the
Ah.
ragdoll of it is
I,
really
I
great.
don't disagree with you, Cooper, but that
too cool.
progression that you're talking about
Yeah.
applies to every weapon in the game.
For sure. As for the skewer, I like it more in Painkiller.
Right.
Like
Didn't Fallout have something
just
like that too?
skewering. Yeah, I've done my
The
fair share
railway
of
gun.
skewering.
Skewer is
So-
also one of those things where I feel like the announcer really adds a lot to it. Like I love getting a skewer and just like having this large reticle on the screen, being like, I'm gonna fucking go for it, and then I don't scope and I hit him and it goes no scope, and you're just like,
Using
I
it in
feel like the
multiplayer.
greatest badass in the world. Yeah,
Does
I
it really say that?
yeah. If you don't aim
don't
down the
no
sights, it'll
scope,
go
yeah.
no scope. If you hit somebody going off a man cannon, it'll say pull, and it's just like the way that the VO from the announcer
It's really cool.
collides with this like I've got one shot. You feel like the greatest.
High
badass
risk,
in
high
the
reward,
world.
which is cool.
Skewer sounds
Yeah.
pretty dope.
It is dope, and you can just shred vehicles with it, which is
I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
I've
one
used
too.
it.
I've
Really good against vehicles.
So many hours of
Got me out of a
Halo.
I
jam or
definitely
two.
view it as a
Used to.
multiplayer weapon more than I do as a single player weapon for sure. But
Our best weapon of 2021, the skewer from Halo Infinite. And now, time for best music. Dun dun dun. Sing me a tune, Blood.
I always think he's gonna say a word from our sponsor.
Oh.
That's what I think.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff in here. I've got a couple of locks, some shout outs and stuff here. But Monster Hunter Rise, Chicory, Neo: The World Ends With You, Guilty Gear Strive, Endwalker. I've heard people say, but I haven't heard the music myself, so I'll have to lean on you guys for that one. Halo Infinite, East 9,
He's dead.
Deathloop, Psychonauts 2, Death's Door, Returnal, and then just some personal shout outs for me, stuff that I liked, but didn't feel like quite hit into the conversation. The Medium in Sound Mind has like these like songs that were written for each character and stuff, which is pretty cool. It Takes Two had some good music. Near Replicant, of course.
wait, let's talk
Axiom
about
Verge
that
2
though,
and
because
Guardians of the Galaxy.
if Near
Yeah.
Replicant counts, it is like
Why
front
wouldn't
runner.
Does
Why wouldn't
intermission
it
count?
Near
Then?
Replicant is weird
Well, we
because
don't
it's a
count the
remake,
YouTube tracks.
remaster. It's
from that.
the music was already there, and then they re-recorded it. And
That's what an excuse to play
embellished
that
it.
battle theme.
Did we not count?
So we can hear it.
DMCs
That's what I hear.
last year?
Cue it up. Cue
Give it up,
Yeah,
Blood.
that's the thing. What's the
Right.
precedent? If we did count Demon Souls last year, then I definitely
music?
think
I don't know if we did.
I don't think we did.
don't think
Did you
we
count
I'll-
Future Connected?
I want to check the tape on that because
Check tape.
I know we've talked about Smash Brothers, and that for sure took the old music and made it new. And
Sure.
I
Yeah.
feel
What
like
about
I feel like I'm
Xenoblade
getting
But then,
weird
like,
out here.
how much? But that's.
Because
well,
if it counts,
it's like
it
a-
is easily.
I would, yeah, I don't see why.
I say
It'd
give
be-
it to him.
If it's in, then it probably wins.
I
Well-
say
Well,
let
I
it
don't know
win.
that either, but
We'd have to look at the precedent.
because
I mean, it beat
that's what I
Persona,
was wondering about. That
so-
you guys that have played it.
Oh, that's
like
that's
how
a-
much
that's
of
a
that
different year.
is
I know.
changed versus
Oh.
just
I know.
re-recorded. That's like,
That I don't know.
It's
Near adjacent.
I'm
though.
just speaking about the
You're not
quality
allowed-
of the
you're
music
not allowed to have
itself.
amazing music.
right.
Oh yeah.
It
That's,
did.
yeah.
Like I didn't really like that game, and I loved it.
And I'm assuming Replicant is as good.
It is.
Well,
it is very, very
I think I prefer Automata to Replicant.
I
music-wise.
don't know that I do.
I
God.
got one negative about the soundtrack. Not the music itself, but they go back to a sad theme a little too much in that game, I would say.
Like Naruto.
I
Naruto
really-
does
I
that.
actually
They play
really
the
like
same
the
sad
Replicant.
song.
I love the song. I love the song.
Yeah.
But I
Every
see they do
time.
it too many times. That's it.
Every time, yep, cue the yeah, I get that criticism.
Yeah, I mean,
understand that.
I just need to know for consistency's sake if it counts. Because if it doesn't, then
I mean,
I'm wasting a lot of energy
We're
on
the
nothing.
masters of
but-
our own domain, babe.
Yeah.
The question of it counts is like that's a question that I kind of have because I'm not as familiar with the original soundtrack, so it's like how much is this recomposed, re-recorded? You know,
I think-
I mean, look.
I mean,
There's
without
a- there's a
listening
way
to
to
them
bring it-
side by
well,
side,
that's
they
what I mean,
sound
it's
very
like just
similar,
how-
yeah.
You can do it
You
really
know.
quick. Do Hills of Radiant Wind OG and the new version. That's like
The
it's not the best song,
Hills
but it's like one of the most
of Radiant
recognizable.
Wind.
You can tell immediately how
track.
much different it is. Just take like 1 minute to like play 30 seconds.
yeah,
Yeah.
if
We're
we do
gonna
that,
have
it's
to
like we
Take a minute.
30 minutes of music that we
Well,
no,
can't
you-
play
you-
on
There's an
this
article
video.
that says
You get
Nier
one- you get
Replicant's
one
new
song.
soundtrack is subdued compared to the original, so I guess they're different.
Boom.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they like
And
they
they're Square
did
was
it
sharing
differently.
new
It's the same
samples from the
songs, they're just
soundtrack.
composed a little differently.
Remix.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's new arrangements, re-recorded, but
It's
the
a
same.
it's a re-recorded soundtrack,
yeah.
Okay.
reinterpreted soundtrack also.
Oh, okay.
Changed up some
Cool.
of the game's most iconic compositions, and some fans are disappointed that the original soundtrack isn't available in the game. But yes, it's different.
I
Okay.
think the music is.
It's
is-
fucking fantastic. The music.
It features new music
really
and
good.
extended songs.
I honestly
Lock it in.
think even like if it counts, I think even sampling the soundtrack proves that.
Yeah, new music. Lock it in. If there's new
Sure.
music that came out in 2021 in a video game and
I
it's
mean, it
good,
said
lock
it
it
has
in.
new music
There it is.
All right.
There you go.
and extended music.
To me, it's a lock in.
Yeah.
Passionate humans.
I
would- Oh, yeah.
Passionately.
I would lock Returnal also. I think the
Or,
music
like,
is fantastic.
we
I
don't-
feel like Returnal holds up the rest of these.
Can I hear just one Returnal song?
Oh, it's just like fucking drums.
I mean-
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like it's a lot of. It's a lot.
You don't need to play a lot.
It's a good main theme, sure. The main theme is strong.
Besides,
I'm
but-
getting it
besides
for it.
Nier, the other two that I would push for are Monster Hunter Rise and Guilty Gear.
Yeah, I figured you would be on Guilty Gear.
So
I've been on the
Oregon,
fence on
so-
Monster Hunter. Neo will
I-
say with you is my.
I
lock.
revisited the Monster Hunter Rise soundtrack last
Yeah.
night, Blood. It is fucking
Would it
amazing.
Yeah,
surprise
it
you that
was
I've heard
good
that
too.
entire soundtrack, Brad?
Yes, that would surprise me.
I was on Blood Show,
Which
Oh.
soundtrack?
and somebody brought Neo. I listened
Neo,
to
The World Ends With You?
entirety from
Wow.
start to finish of Neo,
I've
The
heard
World
the
Ends
entire
With You,
Returnal
and it took
soundtracks.
me a very long time, but I
That's
really
the thing.
enjoyed it.
Deathloop is good, but I don't feel like anyone's pushing for it.
Well,
Nope.
I was it's funny you said, I was just going to say I really like the music in Deathloop. I don't feel as strongly about it as I do like a Guilty Gear or a Monster Hunter
Right.
or a Nier, but I do think the music is very fun in Deathloop.
Yeah, having
Kill
not
it.
really played it, I can't tell the difference between their advertising and the actual game.
We're not doing intermission on this, right? It's okay, we don't, because it won last year. I'm fine with that. But have new music?
Get flags, get flags.
I love it.
Just want to hear that battle song.
I
Um,
love Death Store's music.
I do too.
Take
very,
those and
it's
up.
very piano driven.
I like Cowboy Bebop.
I'm
music.
more.
Mhm.
I feel more strongly about Chicory. I think Chicory
Wow.
is really.
I was just gonna ask about that. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lena Rain, same composer as Celeste.
Yeah.
But there is a much broader range because Celeste is all chiptune, and there are parts of Chicory that have like you'll hear kind of similarities, but then there's like also a lot of woodwind stuff. There's more like I feel like there's times when I hear a thing and like that sounds kind of like old Final Fantasy, and there's times I hear things like that sounds like Crystal Chronicles, and there's times like oh this city sounds like something out of Paper Mario. Like it's a really cool soundtrack. Oh, that's one of the boss fights.
Sounds dope.
Boss fights sound a lot like probably the most like Celeste. The boss fights.
That sounded awesome.
It's really, really good.
Singing.
Oh yeah, that's the same singer as Nier, by the way.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, that
It's funny.
like
It
it.
sounds
Credits.
very much
yeah,
like
Yeah.
Nier.
This sounds
Yeah,
familiar.
yeah.
Dude, Chicory, dude.
It is, yeah, it is really good. I really like East, but I think maybe can
He's
let it
down.
go.
It's
down.
really good.
Really
He's
good.
down.
really
Every
good.
time, that's
He's
funny.
down.
He's down.
Let's not cut it just yet.
He's down.
Let's not cut it just yet, because like
You blow the transaxle.
I haven't gone back and listened to it, but like
It is super
Halo
good.
Infinite, I'm like, it was fine. Like the music
Yeah.
wasn't
You
something
know what?
that
You're right.
like.
We can go with Halo.
There's one like jazzy piano tune that happens when you're like leaving a fob sometimes. I
Oh.
fucking love
Yeah,
it.
true.
It's like
I- I
a
don't
know
jazz
if I've heard
version
that.
of the Halo
I do
theme.
wanna
It's
shout
so
out-
good.
Just the implementation on Halo, because I think the implementation
Yeah,
makes it
yes.
stronger than the tracks themselves. There are just times where it will like just dynamically pull up a theme somewhere, and so there's a time where like I climb to the top of this structure, and as soon as I get up there, like the Halo theme, the choir theme, just
Yeah.
like plays out as you're looking around the landscape. Like that was really cool.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't do that every time I get to the top of a hill. It just picked a time and put it there, and it
Yeah.
felt really
I
worthwhile
wonder how
and
they do
rewarding.
that if they just put like collision boxes.
They're
that,
doing
like,
a lot of
trigger
that stuff
them
in Dying
or
Light
in
too. I'm
certain
really
places,
curious.
or-
Yeah.
I don't see Ease 9 or Death's Door getting in
He's
that top
down.
5.
He's down.
Ease 9 is really good.
Really,
And I
Death's
think-
Door is really
I
good.
think-
I
I
just
think
like
you
Death's
guys-
Door I can let go of.
I think if you guys listen to Ease 9,
Same with Death's Door.
Correct.
I adore
but
it.
I feel like Endwalker, Guilty Gear Strive, and Neo are
Whoa.
locked. Right?
I-
Is Endwalker not a lock for music?
I want to know
Uh,
because I haven't
It is the
listened to
most
it.
surest lock
Yeah.
I can give
Right.
you.
yeah.
Okay.
Which gives us 3,
I believe. Well,
and everyone keeps saying that, yeah.
That's why
Oh,
we.
Sam-
Monster Hunter
Sam-
Rise and Guilty Gear Strive are other ones that I'm playing for. I mean, Near Replicant, as far as I'm concerned, if it counts, it's the winner. But I don't know.
Well, I'm looking to you, Ben, because you're championing like 7
I
games
know.
on this
I know.
list.
Yeah,
like
I
gotta start making
sure.
some-
In that regard, I think Ease 9 can go away.
It's
He's
really
down.
good, but I feel like some of these other. I think Psychonauts 2 is so good, and they've got that whole the theme park song going on.
Right.
Remember?
It's like the
Like little
Small
kids
World.
singing and stuff. Yeah. And it's got a whole
Yeah, that's good.
jazzy spy vibes throughout.
Sounds like
Monster
Returnal.
Hunter
Okay,
I
so-
really feel like
But
Returnal is like at this
overall-
point it's gotta go.
I really like the music in Returnal.
Same, yeah. I adore
I mean,
it.
I really like every
Right.
Like
thing
in the
that's on
Hyperion
this.
fight,
Yeah.
like the music is like part of it. It's
Mhm.
like super cool.
To
I think we could ditch Monster Hunter Rise. Even
I
though
don't
love-
think so.
I love the
I don't.
music in it,
I
but
really don't think so.
It's
Monster
just-
Hunter
I'm on
Rise,
the fence on Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
I would. That's definitely one that I would go
Wow.
to bat for and be like, listen to this, listen to this. It's like
I mean,
I-
I've heard the whole game. I love it.
it's so good. I think the music, like, I'm not ready to count Monster Rise. A concession that I will make in the effort of trying to move forward. I adore the soundtrack in Guilty Gear Strive, and I think it's really good. I think it has this like sort of unfair bias against it because it's like hard rock metal that it's just not everybody's cup of tea.
Love the Subhuman Self. That's the one that I probably like the most. I haven't listened to the whole thing, but I listened to a fair chunk of it.
But I think a game that leans into that identity, it just does such an excellent job. Like,
All right. Music is a tough category, so we have listened to a lot of varying tunes. Thank you to everybody for introducing those tracks and for picking them. That was very enjoyable. And we have narrowed down to 5 nominees, which are Chicory, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, Guilty Gear Strive, Monster Hunter Rise, and Nier Replicant.
and they tie. They
They
all
all
tie. Congratulations.
They all get a piece.
Who is I'm pretty certain what I'm going to vote for. Is anybody else certain with what they're going to vote for?
Yes.
It's the hardest
yeah.
thing.
Whatever y'all
I
want
mean,
for
I
this.
just
hard.
don't. Yes, but I don't feel like it's fair.
It's too hard. But yeah, it's no.
Sounds like it's Endwalker.
I would
That is
vote
my
near,
vote. Or
but
Nier.
So, I just
Yeah.
want to say, as someone who reviewed Nier Gestalt for game trailers,
yeah.
one of my biggest shames is that, despite me not like being in love with that game, not giving that game its due at the time for its like soundtrack.
It's
Like
unreal.
I went at like a week later, I like felt such regret. I was like, dude, I didn't really talk about the soundtrack, and this game has such a good soundtrack. And then like I just watched everyone who watched it like think the game was not good. I'm like, but the soundtrack, like please listen to it. Like this is gonna be like one of the like this is this like so I feel like have to say good things about Nier to like atone for that.
This is an atonement.
It's
I
tough
think Nier
for
might
me.
be where I go.
It's tough for me because, like, if you say what's some of your favorite video game music, like Nier is up there of any year. But I also know how excellent Final Fantasy XIV music is, and just because I'm not really familiar with Endwalker music, I don't feel like it's a fair comparison. But I can tell you that Nier music has really stuck with me.
I mean, personally, Monster Hunter Rise I really love just from playing it so much. Chicory sounded really cool. But yeah, I mean, I'd be fine with any of these.
I might be, I might be between Chicory and Nier.
And Walker,
Yeah.
hands down for me.
Oh.
For me.
Hubert, did you weigh in? Do you have a?
Yeah, I'll be a tiebreaker. I don't really have any expertise with a lot of this. Music in general is not my strong suit, but it sounds like it's Endwalker and Nier.
Yeah.
Personally, just from the group,
Pretty
What's
much.
it gonna be, Hubert?
seems like it's one of those.
Right. What are you gonna vote
Well,
for?
are we
of those
voting
two?
if
Yes.
Are we all voting between those two?
This is the Endwalker
Okay.
couch.
I would go Nier.
Yeah. Then we have 3 Nier, 3 Endwalker.
You're
we?
literally
Tiebreaker.
Your
How
favorite.
do I know though?
You
You
gotta
don't
vote
have to
early.
be the tiebreaker
Can
if you don't
voter
wait
be
to
the
be the
tiebreaker?
last
Vote
person
early,
to
vote
vote.
often, dude.
Did Bloodworth vote?
Yes,
You said
Nier.
yes.
3 to 3.
I mean, give me one last sell.
Oh my god.
One last pitch for both.
What?
One
No,
last sell.
no, you don't get it.
No?
No, I'm putting my
No?
foot down.
Okay, I'll give you one last thing.
I guarantee you it
Hubert,
won't
for
help.
Pop punk
Endwalker.
or cool.
Let me tell.
like,
I'll tell you one last thing at
orchestral stuff.
Endwalker because we can't
Yeah.
listen to any more things.
Yeah.
There's a very famous song from Realm Reborn called "Answers,"
Yeah.
which is generally universally viewed as like the best and favorite song amongst most Final Fantasy XIV fans.
Yeah.
They have a new version of it during a crucial part in this game.
Yeah.
They somehow made it better.
Okay.
I didn't want to play it because like I
But-
want everyone who hasn't heard it to hear it because
Yeah.
that's a major
There's a
disservice to hear
beloved
it.
Nier
Okay.
song from
Yes.
Nier Gestalt
Okay.
called Flowers of Autumn that they redid in Nier Replicant, and it's widely regarded as one of the best songs in the series, and it's in this one.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I
Nier
don't really
also,
want
like,
to fight against
does the
Endwalker, but
multi-language
Can I get a Monster
breakdance
Hunter
too,
one?
yeah.
I made that up.
I
made
feel
that
like-
up,
I feel like-
Hubert. That's not real.
That was so
I feel like
believable.
the story and characters of Nier wouldn't be nearly as powerful were it not
That's
for the
so
music,
true,
where it's
too.
like it is crucial to every emotional thing that's going on. Whatever, man.
We just get both the winner, co-winner.
I don't know. I don't know. This is his nightmare, dude.
This is my nightmare. I don't have the experience with either of these. Like, it feels like
It
it
is
feels like a
little bit my nightmare
disservice.
because
If I
of
had played them
Endwalker
both,
not being widely available. the way
Right.
it
Like, I
usually
can't-
would.
Let's call Bosman.
I feel like my vote honestly
you would
doesn't
pick
matter
Endwalker.
because I haven't played them.
We could call Don.
we could.
Explain to him
He's
for
not
an
gonna
hour.
want to give an answer.
No,
though.
he wouldn't be an answer.
He's dormant.
Then I will give
Like,
my
they
vote.
bring-
Then I will give my vote to Nier. There, it happened. I voted for Nier.
Okay.
You don't have to
Now
think.
you vote for You vote for
Honestly, I was leaning towards
Because they're both great. I just think.
I think I can go to Endwalker too. I guess I'll
Alright.
go with it.
Endwalker.
I'll flip to
Okay, I was leaning
Chicory.
towards Endwalker.
I mean, I'll go to Chicory. I'll go to
This
Chicory.
guy.
The only thing that
What
makes
is
me,
happening right now?
The only thing that makes me feel like
I'm not even trying to troll. I
like
swear.
being able to like let go of Nier is because Nier, it is doing new stuff, has new soundtrack, but it already had the original version.
Which
that's the
Endwalker's
one
also
thing that
doing,
keeps bugging me.
but
Whoa.
the new stuff, but the MMO stuff, but Endwalker just seems
Give
like
it
it's
to Endwalker.
tackling so many different
I'll
things.
flip
We just pick
Endwalker.
another
I'm going with
game.
I'll
Endwalker.
flip to Endwalker.
We just
I'm
pick
going with Endwalker.
Streets of Rage 4. Let's go.
I'm going with Endwalker.
Four.
I don't. Like the problem
One
is
final-
it's like
one
Smash
final-
Brothers argument. Like how do you go against like Smash Brothers?
Right.
Like I
Which was not even nominated for a Game Award because it came out in December and everyone forgot the year later. That was not nominated for Best
I
Music.
don't know.
With a unanimous vote.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
A
I'm
very
sorry.
sticky category.
I'm
Our
sorry.
winner for Best Music, Final Fantasy XIV. Endwalker.
Hey, you know what? There's Nier music in Final Fantasy 14.
Don't you fucking dare. That doesn't count.
It's got it all, baby.
It's got Nier
hilarious.
music.
Yeah, that's
It
it.
does.
It is now time for Best Trailer. Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah, woo. Here are your nominees.
Battlefield.
Battlefield 2042,
Everybody's got their action trailers. Apex, Call of Duty, they're all
Sick
trying to do
trailer.
it. This one just, I didn't play Battlefield, but this is all about this shot, baby. It's all about jumping out of the plane, shooting the guy.
Yes.
It was a bummer for me that Battlefield had a bad launch because this just had a lot of goodwill.
A player did that shot.
Yeah,
Originally,
yeah,
right, which was an homage.
Yeah.
I just saw that fans were just super, super excited about this. So yeah, it's a lot of action, like a lot of other shooters, but that one stood out. Cult of the Lamb,
Oh,
the
this is
Gamescom
ridiculous.
reveal.
Oh yeah.
This trailer's not very long, but it tells a lot. There's tons of storytelling, really good world building, lots of suggestions of what you're doing in the game, and it's just like a minute and a half. It just flies through, and it gives you footage at the end of it, which is great. So it's like cartoony, but also like, oh, that's the game. Thanks for showing me.
Want that
And just
game.
a great comedy, just like really, yeah. See a little gameplay there at the end.
Hell
Very
yeah.
bizarre.
I want to play right now.
Yeah, it looks crazy.
I'm a sucker for this at the Game Awards.
Oh,
come on.
oh my
come
God.
on now.
Yes.
Come on
this
now.
is OP.
This
It's
is
OP.
the,
Too OP.
It's
right
OP.
now.
Cuphead, the delicious
Oh my
last
gosh.
course release date trailer,
Wow.
putting in way more work than necessary for
so
just
good.
a trailer.
This is the op.
Yeah. my trailer of the year is between this and one other trailer. This trailer
So
is
many
just that good.
details.
But it just feels like, at the same time, it kind of feels like
Phenomenal.
unfair. I don't
Oh
know.
my
It's like,
gosh.
yeah, when you spend a lot of money on a
Ain't no such thing
trailer,
as unfair.
it's so clever, and there's so many seams in the puppet and the strings and everything. There's this guy. I didn't want to put two Elden Ring trailers on there. I like the story trailer because from what I had seen and expected of Elden Ring, the gameplay trailer actually kind of fell in line with my expectations, where I was like in the Microsoft Theater watching this being like, where am I going in this world? What does this mean? And this one really impacted me, but we can swap it out with the gameplay reveal because I know Elden Ring is popular amongst the crew.
This
I just
one's
the
pretty
imagery
dope,
is just
too.
so cool, and she's so cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
I actually would like when I see old Souls trailers. I'm always like, oh, this world's really great. Like that trailer invited me to get into this world, and I'm down. Like I'm excited. This God of War Ragnarok trailer is
shot.
amazing
She's not allowed to
because
attack anyone.
in 2 sentences they tell me everything I need to know.
Right.
It's like I love when he's like, "We got to get out of here," and then she's like, "But we don't want to kill the gods." And it's like, "What if that's what Mom wanted?" And it's like, "There you go. There's a sequel." And then it's like, "Oh, Odin wanted to do this. So let's go do this thing for Odin." And it's like, "Cool." In 2 sentences, you told me where we're going. Thank you. Like it was just, I thought that was really well done. And they showed a ton. I didn't think there was gonna be that much gameplay. I love that Metroid Dread started with Metroid 5. I think that is such a smart, quick, cheap thing to do to have people be like, whoa, okay, you just told me directly what this is.
Right.
And having played through the sequences that they're showing, it's so direct, there's no dialogue, there's nothing, and it like, you get to see what Samus looks like, you get to establish like the engine, they show gameplay, you get to see the Emmys kicking ass.
And the weird filter they put over this part, I like.
It's just, it does a lot in a short amount of time. This one I imagine will be divisive. This is the Outer Worlds one where they're like, CG trailers are stupid,
Oh,
and we'll
right.
show you.
Yeah,
It's
it was
really
cute.
cheesy. It's really, but it like makes fun of itself,
It's a good
and I think
trailer.
there are
I
things
like
about
it.
Outer Worlds that deserve to be made
fits
fun
the tone
of.
of the Outer Worlds.
I love when the guy
Yeah.
scratches his head here. He's like, "Where the hell am I? Who am I? I don't know. What's going on?" Like, because they say it's like he'll have a helmet on, so we don't have to cast anybody yet.
Yeah.
And it, like, I get what they're doing. It kind of leans into Borderlands humor, but it like,
Except successful.
it just seemed like it was making fun of itself. I really
Yeah, it's
appreciate
better.
that. Planet of Lana Game Awards trailer I
Oh,
really
yeah.
like because this trailer does what storytelling in a trailer should do really well in such a short amount of time. We meet her, she's going, we like the robot, she's being chased, she gets captured, doesn't get up, Planet of Lana. And I was like, wow, so much happened in it's one shot.
Yeah.
Like so much happened in that one short amount of time. And the fact that she doesn't get up really stuck with me. Like watching like 80 trailers in a row and then being like, what a weird thing to do. Because it's so typical for
So
her to be like,
intense.
I'm going to get up and
Yeah.
fight.
Yeah.
Next to Cuphead, this is my other best trailer of the year. This is Replaced, baby.
Yeah.
There are so many 2D pixelated, like animated, boundary pushing kind of games. Fist is kind of like that. I know it's not 2D, but it's like there's just a lot in the cyberpunk dark 2D genre going on, especially in 2021 trailers. This just destroyed all of them. Like, and I think one of the things I really like about Replaced, this is like a minute 40.
A lot
And
of
so there's
depth.
so many awesome trailers that I saw that went on for 4 minutes. And I was like, oh, come on. And like, Replace just knows when to end. And Sora. So what do you say? We're never going to get any more of these for Ultimate. It was Sora and the pair of characters. That was the other reveal we got this year. But
Pyro
showing them all as
Mitra.
figures, which is a callback to the 64 game, and all, it's like,
It's too intense. It's OP also.
it's a
Sora's
big
OP.
I think it's a moment that they knew what they had, and
Hold
I
on,
think they
I gotta see the shot. There it is,
There it
baby.
is, there it
There's
is.
the shot.
Oh,
You may be watching this footage, you may not. I'm showing them footage so they know what trailers we're talking about. And those are my 10. Shout out to Plague Tale Requiem, Alan Wake 2, which I love the at the end.
Man,
That's
the
so
Plague
great.
Tale trailer, I feel like is
Plague Tale trailer is great.
All of Apex Legends, they have so much stuff. The Alexander Zarianov specifically sent me North Star, which was really cool. Great character introduction. I remember on Twitter that character making a big splash. Death's Door had a great reveal. So funny. Goes to the office. It was like looking around at all the other pros. Deathloop had a great campaign, which is too much of it. Endwalker's trailer, along with all the other Final Fantasy XIV trailers, are great. Just so long. It's like 6.5 minutes.
Yeah,
It's like,
for sure.
okay. The Elden Ring gameplay reveal. The first time we ever saw Halo Infinite multiplayer was awesome. It was just so confident and great, and was up there with Battlefield. I just gave Battlefield the edge. Happy Game had really great, subversive, spooky advertising. Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine were both great, just short.
Loved Wolverine. It's so hard to surprise
It's short.
people.
Wolverine
But it was
so
such a
good.
big surprise.
That was
you
really
know?
good.
Shout out.
Narita Boy is similar to Replace. Narita Boy is really cool. If you, specifically the launch trailer, look that up. It just really shows you cool parts of that world. Redfall was fun, but it's just going back. It's like the jokes don't land a second time. The vampire thing introduced the crew. Senwa's gameplay reveal with the big giant was cool. Breath of the Wild we got to see again this year, and that was neat. The teaser at E3. Somerville was cool.
So sick.
And they have a lot of other. They have little tiny trailers, so it's like tough to pick the one trailer that resonated the most. I'm just digging everything they're doing. And Suicide Squad gameplay was fun.
Yeah.
What is
And
this
a lot of
Phantom
others on my
Breaker
list,
thing?
but-
What is it?
Shout out to everybody, multiple people who gave me Phantom Breaker Omnia release date trailer. Do yourself a favor, Google that right now and give it a watch. It was a joke. I was gonna put it at the beginning and be like, this one won. It's a narrator earning his pay.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Cuphead and Replace were my
gets
two
my
tops.
money.
Cuphead's mine.
Cuphead.
Yeah.
Cuphead
Totally
is
happy
so
getting it
sick.
back. What an easy pick.
Cuphead's the
Wow.
Like Cuphead's beating out Sora and From Software. Holy
Yeah.
shit!
Yeah, it was so
You earned it,
sick.
Cuphead.
Like,
So
can't
cool.
compete.
What? Yeah, insane trailer.
And just say one last thing because it makes me so happy. Like the animation's bad. You know, like there were parts where they intentionally show you the seams, so you can see like
a
how he
wire,
built
like,
it.
Yeah,
I just picture all these model people just cackling putting all this together.
Yeah, dude.
Go Cuphead. Nice. Okay.
Go Cuphead,
Yay.
dude.
Our trailer of 2021, Cuphead: The Delicious Last Course release date trailer.
Oh yeah.
It is now time for an interesting category of sorts before we get to Game of the Year. It's a nod. Our honorable mentions. The games that didn't really get qualified for any of the categories. Again, you know, we want to limit our categories. We're only focusing on things that we're really, really passionate about. That's why we didn't do genre categories and other things.
Yeah.
And these are the games that we loved this year that just slipped through the cracks. Didn't really fit into any of these, square peg, round hole, all of that stuff. So we're going to speak to these things. I think Huber wants to let you know the first one on this list.
Fist?
No.
Oh, the first one.
Okay.
Look at the list.
Curse of the Dead
Fist
Gods.
is actually the last one.
Curse of the
Although
Dead
it's funny
Gods.
because we added a couple of things.
In no
at the end,
particular
like,
order.
Wait, Fist was in a category.
Like,
So our description of the
it's
category
the
just went off the rails.
Wrong.
Whatever.
Curse of the Dead Gods. Fan-freaking-tastic
Game Pass
game.
still, right?
Probably.
I've seen him on Game Pass. Every time I look up Game Pass
Yeah.
list, he scowls at me.
Roguelite, very punishing, very challenging. So difficult, in fact, one of the games I did not finish this year because I ran into just get good. So very, very challenging, but really, really excellent combat. Every weapon feels really different. A lot of you can get like a two-handed that does a shitload of damage, or you can get like the whip and the gun combo, which is fast. Just really cool weapons. The sword is really good. You have like a lot of stamina with it. And just a really cool vibe. Like a dark Indiana Jones with like Cthulhu gods or something is kind of the vibe. Yeah, Indiana Jones with Cthulhu stuff.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Next up is one of my favorite games of the year, no doubt, Loop Hero.
Yeah.
Which is one of those that I heard about, and I think it was like a week or two that I just put it off. And then finally was like, I'm not sure if I want to play this. I just want to see what's going on. And then when I got it, I was like, oh my god. Like, I stopped playing it for no damn good reason, Huber. I want to beat this game. This game is such a great companion to like you have to be focused on it, but it's like I would still do like showcase or something and just have loops going. You know, like I would be working on something. It's like a Cup of Jones where I'm just grabbing Patreon comments and I'm just looking over and like, here's my he's dead, doesn't matter, start another one. You know, it was like a spreadsheet, it was like a wallpaper. It was such a fascinating and where you put blocks
Right.
is so silly as far as aesthetics is concerned. It's like, did I put that block there because it looks nice, or did I put that block there because I want the tough challenge to be right there at the end? And so it's neat. Like, I usually don't gravitate towards stuff where it's like, I played this to make it harder. Like, I rarely want to do that for myself in games. But it was kind of fun to be like, all right, I got another one of these cemeteries. Why not? It's like, let me just put 3 cemeteries right next to each other. And like, and I've like hit a corner. And then when it starts to do not nearly as much as so many games, what is it? The Inscription. It has the same kind of like, what's going on? You know, like what, and just in text, you know, and so like you can invest a lot in one run or not at all.
And you're rebuilding it like
Through memories.
When you played the
Great
card,
aesthetic,
the
like
vampire
pixels.
card, and you run into the vampire and you kill him, I was like, yes, this game's good.
I love making
Kill a vamp.
mountains.
Yeah.
Making full mountains always felt so good.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah,
dopamine,
making the rows
so
of blocks
dopamine.
and
Yeah.
And it where all the other things went. I'm like, my desert's down here, my mountains are over here. It's like, what?
Oh yeah.
You know,
Dopamine rush.
one of those games I think you will find yourself being artistic, even if you don't consider yourself artistic. You'll just be like, oh, well, this clearly goes here, and it's like, well, why though? What did you know? There's no right answer. You just want to loop as much as you can to get through, and a fun callback to Final Fantasy 1. Dragon Quest 1, just that old pixel, enemies over here, you're over there, fight. Dug it.
Yeah.
Am I talking about this one? New Pokemon Snap. It's real cute.
yeah, I really like how just the putting Pokemon in a sense that like it feels like you're looking at real animals in an environment. And
Yeah.
just, like all the little tricks that you can play and the way that the levels will evolve, where like you go back at a different time and there'll be like a different group of animals, different group of Pokemon, all those hidden passages, and I mean some things like the missions can be like, what do you want me to do? You're like, I gotta look this up, but a lot of times doing that you would see things that you otherwise wouldn't see. So it's pretty cool.
It's so funny because like all we do when we play video games is watch characters animate all around us. But for some reason, like looking through this and just seeing like Pikachu lift up its head, we're like, oh my god! They just,
It's a window of opportunity.
yeah, it really works. Tales of Arise.
Tales of Arise.
Damiani? Tales of
Yeah. Tails got a budget.
I love the budget.
Good for that short pitch there. Yeah, it was just nice to see that the game looked nice. It was it was the first time.
Looks really nice.
It was the first time since Vesperia came out back in 2008 that I was actually kind of like this looks pretty good. It doesn't kind of shed its old engine where it was showing its age. It was very dated, a lot of pop-in issues. So it went a lot to helping the game in terms of the environments, because they'd been criticized for being kind of like a little bit dull, a little bit boring. You just like walk across these flat areas, you fight a few enemies, you might blow up a rock here or there, but at least now it looks way more pretty. It looks a little bit more handcrafted as well, not so repetitive. And I think that paid off a lot. Also, the story, going with a little bit of a heavier story. I mean, they have had heavy stories in the past. I think for a large portion of this game, it stuck to it. Don't know how well it stuck the landing. Combat system, really good combat system. I really like that. I really like the characters. Really liked a lot of the environment, the major regions of the games, not specific environments, but like the different zones they did. It's a really good game, and maybe next time, whatever they do, maybe we can reconsider hot spring scenes. It's like,
Oh right.
yeah, I guess I missed that when I was playing the game, but I guess afterwards people found it and it was like, same old, stuff. But like, other than that, it was soundtrack had one really good song, but like it had like 5 tracks. I felt like it had like no budget for the music. I felt like, unfortunately.
Talk about a game that looks good. Kena Bridge of Spirits. It's a good looking game, which I did not play. You also reviewed, Damiani, I believe.
Yeah, this game has a lot, like for a first outing, very impressive. I think this game was trying to do 2 different things, and I think that's what was its point of contention. it crafts this beautiful world and tells this really beautiful story, broken up into like 3 or 4 parts, and each one of them is extremely emotional, very sad and depressing game. But it's also a game about healing and then being having an optimistic outlook on the future. Whereas the combat, for the most part, is very simple, very straightforward. But then they decided to make the boss battles like these, like kind of like challenging engagements where if you didn't learn how to parry correctly, you kind of were really punished on them. And you could turn down the difficulty to make it like easier, but there's definitely potential with the combat system. I was like, which game are you trying to do? Because tonally, it was clashing. Because like it's a jolly game, like slow exploration, take your time, talk to these spirits, learn their story, great music, great atmosphere, and all of a sudden it's like these battles, these boss battles, just kind of like really like just wreck the pacing. I felt like, and I don't know. Like I don't know if anyone got to like experience them as well, but like
I beat this game.
yeah.
It reminded me a lot of a PS2 platformer in a good way, but
Yeah.
the boss fights are much more intense than I expected them to be. I enjoyed it because I like that weird shit, but it's a good time. It looked gorgeous. This game looks so good.
Oh my
I was
gosh.
blown away. Going through this world is fun. The Rot are super cute, and I love watching them walk around with you. It's worth a try.
Definitely.
Shout out to Wordle. Just thought of
Oh,
Wordle.
sure.
Wordle,
yeah.
yeah.
Did that come out in 21?
I think
It
so. I
did.
mean, it became very popular
It
in
did.
21.
Yeah, it could be an Among Us situation where it
could've
didn't
been,
land.
well, it
but-
could have been this month. I don't know. Well, Wordle's fun.
Oh no, I remember seeing Wordle on
Okay,
Twitter.
okay.
I remember seeing people tweet those squares over the holidays and stuff.
Yeah.
Coming up next, a game I definitely want Bloodworth's take, but I feel very qualified to talk about Hot Wheels Unleashed.
Sick game.
You want to talk about surprise, dude?
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this will be cool. And even when I saw the plastic tracks
Incredible.
blood, I was like, well, I don't know. The environment's neat, but if the tracks are changing, like, how different is a course going to be? I would finish a course and be like,
Speechless.
this game feels so good. Like when I would boot it up sometimes and play a course and just put the controller down and turn it off and be like, I'm not in the mood for this right now. I'd be like, I don't know what's going on, but I am not Hot Wheels, focused right now. Because when I would get into that groove, oh, so much fun. Still haven't unlocked Batmobile. So much fun. Bought the DLC, haven't played it. Both of the DC DLCs.
Dude, I want to play this.
I'm
It's
really.
good. Have you not played it?
It
It's
is
really fun.
buttery.
Wait, really?
Horrible on
Shockingly
Switch.
hard.
Horrible on Switch. Horrible on
I am
Switch.
Surprise.
There's a fire logo at the beginning. Was it Milestone? Is the company that did it? And it's like Milestone fire, like, and the Switch is like, hold on a second. Oh, hold on, fire. It's like this is the company logo. Switch, like, come on.
Oh my
probably
god.
Loading
video
takes like 5
file.
minutes
Oh
per track.
my
It's
God.
like,
Is this on PC?
Yeah.
Yes,
play it on
that's what I'm
PC.
playing it on.
Yeah. The
Incredible.
Buying it right now.
don't.
don't.
Don't buy it.
Don't buy
We
it.
already have.
Cut this out!
Keep talking about Hot Wheels Unleashed.
I mean, you said everything you needed to say.
Well, other than it looks gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, like the attention to detail on the cars. Like when I first played the preview, and my car flipped over, and I could see like "Made in Malaysia" or something
Yeah.
written on the bottom. It's just like it's so perfect.
That's cool.
And the traps and stuff, and I love parts of the game where you actually drive off of the track and onto
Yeah.
a table or something.
Yeah.
Coming up, like when you're just on a flat surface, coming up to the plastic, if you're going too fast, you'll kind of bump
Yeah,
when you hit
yeah.
it. And so it's like there were a lot of kind of annoying. It's like GTA. Like the cars are so floaty in GTA, but I've played that series for so long that I'm like really comfortable with them.
Yeah.
So I know how to drift an SUV in that world, So it's like when you would see those things, you'd be like, all right, I'm actually not going to go in that turbo thing because this is a short corner. And just really like committing that stuff to memory was so much fun.
Yeah.
I totally expected. I was like, what?
Then it's like Mario Kart without weapons.
Yeah.
And
essentially,
it has
yeah.
microtransactions
Cool
now.
rooms,
It didn't
too.
at launch though. It
I'm
didn't for like
sold.
2
That
weeks,
sounds
and I thought that was
It's really
impressive.
good.
Sneaky.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Hot Wheels. I
It's
was not
awesome.
surprised.
Yeah.
Buy more cars.
Love unpacking.
Unpacking's next. This is
Love this game.
definitely my gem of the year. Like the game where I like when you're reviewing a game, it's like scary sometimes when you're like, this can't be as good as I think it is. Like I can't be as emotionally affected as this as I am. But it's just like one of those that I feel like I miss out on these actually when we do GOTYs because like someone like Ben is playing 13 Sentinels and I'm not, or so there's like some or like Nier, there's some game that has like 10 endings and some really complicated story thing you really got to invest a lot, and Unpacking's way shorter than a lot of that. but I still would have narrative moments that were like, the moment I had was in between two things. So like you gave me this story bit and this story bit. In the middle, you didn't tell me that part, but it's obvious. Like I got it. Like I know what you meant by just giving me that thing. You know, and like having that connection with a developer, with a storyteller was like so cool. To literally pull something out of a thing, click it, step back from my PC and like shed a tear. Literally be like, that's awesome. You know,
I'm
not
really
because
looking
like
forward to this.
that person
So good.
just went to heaven, you know, but like no, that these two people got along. Like this person found a home they like. You know, it was like really, it was such pure, simple, good stuff like that. And not because I read a dialogue post, because I literally like got a teddy bear and was like, oh, you know.
I really appreciate that the sound design is extremely well done in this.
Yeah.
The fact that like these objects that they just look like simple 2D pixel objects, but then it's like, oh, this shirt will then like convincingly hang on a
Love that.
hanger or fold up and go into a drawer or something. It's like how
Stacking them up.
what's happening? Yeah, and then things that stack on
Yeah.
each other. It's like what?
Yeah, every
That's
place
hard
you
to
move into
program.
has at least one radio, and if you like click it, there's a song for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things like
It's
that
like
to
this
watch
is
out
what
for.
she was listening to
Oh.
at this
Interact
time,
with.
you know. So
Cool.
it's like I didn't find that until the third map. It was,
Was there
like
a pop
no,
punk
and went back to the
phase?
first one. I'm
I
like,
think
where's the
there is.
radio?
Is
What?
there a what?
Pop punk phase.
Oh god.
I think there could be.
Maybe, yeah. And they're all you can tell what they're referencing with the chiptune. Like it's very
Yeah,
Oh,
well, and there's
funny.
like game consoles that are like just slightly off, but you know what they are.
Yeah.
Everyone posted the GameCube on
GameCube,
Twitter. They're
yeah.
like, the hell is this? They're like, it's obviously a rice
360.
maker. I put it in the kitchen. It didn't like that. What do I do? You know, it's like it's the
Oh.
GameCube. Like this isn't a GameCube. It's like they couldn't make the
You
GameCube.
just pulled out the
obviously,
controllers, dummy.
because
Yeah.
Me in the grave right now, dude.
But yeah, so like it goes through the years. So like you'll see like a regular Game Boy and then a GBA.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
so
And I totally
Do
had
they
the
have a
moment.
GBA and then a GBA SP?
Yeah, clamshell.
And I,
I don't think I've seen an SP.
in one of the later apartments, Ben, I pulled out the
Stuff.
Wii and was like, all right, put the Wii in there. And I'm like, where's the GameCube? Don't need it.
Right.
Don't
Still had
need it.
GameCube games, but
Don't
only
need
Still
it.
GameCube
sports.
games.
Don't need it.
Need the controllers, but don't need the GameCube anymore. It's like
Thoughtful
that's
game
the storytelling of
design.
unpacking. Is
Yeah.
the it
Ooh,
like,
I
it didn't
love
tell
it.
me that, but over time I was like, wait.
Well, then the other
If
thing
I'm
I
moving
think is
here,
really
then that means,
interesting,
like, a
again,
lot
you're
of
talking
that.
about like the environmental storytelling. It's like, you know, when you go into, you know, a new place that already has stuff, and some of those places you can move things, and some of them you can't.
Yeah.
And like, what does that mean for that
It's
relationship?
it's a little
Yeah.
frustrating when you're like, this goes here, doesn't it? Okay, I guess I'll put it here. Why would it go there? Oh, you know, like it's just great. It was
All right,
not
shut up. Quit
Lot of
spoiling
stuff.
us. Shut up. Shut up.
Oh.
Oh. You're a game.
Speaking of spoilers.
Yeah.
Oh no, never mind. That's coming up. I looked at the wrong game. Forgotten City, which we just talked about.
Speaking of spoilers, but
There's-
yeah.
Spoilers, man.
I played some of
A
this.
popular
Did you finish
mod
it?
turned.
Yeah, I played through the whole thing. Yeah.
Game? Yeah, I really liked it. I mean, you can speak more to it.
Yeah, it's one of our many time loop games of the year.
Yeah.
But
It's almost like we're caught in a time loop in real life.
Yeah.
but it's more more akin, I would say, to something like a Majora's Mask than something like Deathloop or Returnal.
It felt like Sexy
It's-
Brutal, kind of.
it's
a
very-
puzzle.
Yeah, it's puzzle quest
out the
relationship
motivations.
thing, and
Yeah.
so it's so like once you complete a quest, then you won't have to redo it again. There are some things that you can basically tell one guy at the beginning of the loop, like, "Hey, go do this and go do this and go do this," and then like he accomplishes all that, and that actually plays out pretty well as you get further along. But it's got multiple endings, but it's got really a true ending, and it starts off in one place, and then just as you unravel it all, like it gets deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, and it's pretty cool how it all plays out.
It's really good.
And sometimes it has cheeky humor every now and then. It's like just sudden, you know, you're a modern person in ancient Rome, and it's like there's somebody's like there. What was it? Oh yeah, it's like I have a hard time that like my fate is determined by the actions of other people, and he's like, and one of your responses is like, yeah, I understand. I lived through a pandemic.
I mean,
I feel you.
Yeah, dude. Valheim is
Mhm.
So.
I want to go
sick.
first. I love Valheim.
So fun.
It's so cozy, so
Unreal.
wonderful. Such a surprise.
Mhm.
Like, did not
Magical.
expect to love this game. I don't think the devs expected it to blow up. It's just so good and like surprisingly deep, surprisingly put together for early access. Like when we were streaming it, we would
Yeah.
always be like, "This is early access."
Yeah,
Like
what?
this game is more done than games that get released.
The important
sometimes.
thing's done.
Right. The important. Yeah. The
Yeah.
core of
The
it is done.
foundation.
And it's like, okay, yeah, the Mistlands aren't done, whatever. But like, it's just so much fun.
Super good combat, super good co-op.
Yeah.
Just building everything together.
And like slowly learning things, like learning that like being downwind of a deer matters.
learning
like,
things just by playing.
Yeah.
Crafting can be very easily overwhelming,
Yeah.
and there's a lot here. This is a survival game, but it's very intuitive. It's
Yeah.
easy to get
Yeah,
into.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
survival is so intense. Survival games.
Building.
They
feels
stop you
good.
from doing a lot.
It's-
Like if
you
you're
can-
like, oh, I would make this mistake. The game's like, I won't let you,
you can
do it.
get
Stop.
in on a basic level,
Yeah.
which I
Yeah.
really, really like. It's
bees
like
are
a
happy.
nice learning
Yeah.
curve.
And like Minecraft, you
Yeah.
can join a friend's game and then just run out somewhere and build a thing, or you can help them with whatever they're doing. There's actual bosses. There's a progression, so it's not like
Yeah,
Minecraft.
yeah.
I mean, Minecraft does have a boss now and has a whole end game and
Yeah.
other worlds they've added since launch. But for it to launch in early access and be like, there are stages of boss progression, I was like,
That gives
what?
you like very useful abilities.
Yeah.
And like equipment that you can get. You can find one shopkeeper on your entire map.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm still paying $30 a month for this fucking.
I actually didn't know there was just one. I found him. Is it
There's
just
only
him?
one on the
Oh,
entire.
okay.
I think only one on the entire map, and like it's.
Blew my mind when
we
I found
went on
that
a
guy.
quest
Yeah.
It's so
to try to find that
Yep.
guy with hilarious results. Our boat disappeared while we were on it,
That's funny.
It's all
killing
it's,
Dawn.
I feel like it's harder and harder for games to have that
Yeah.
what that was, talking about, yo, I found this. Like
Yeah.
that water cooler talk is
Building
eroding.
a teleporter to. Oh, it's so
Yeah, and that game really has it.
Portal.
For me, it was
cool.
immersion too, because like there's
Yeah.
something I really like. I love narrative games, obviously, but even like when Horizon Forbidden West comes out, I'm gonna play it and love it. I'm gonna like walk into a bazaar and there's a bunch of NPCs walking around, and I know that the area that I'm in was created by writers and developers and modelers and everything to specifically be the place that I'm in now. But I like going into Valheim and Minecraft and other games like that, where the devs are like, I don't know. Like, I know what that forest looks like because I made it, but, like, I don't know what made that noise because this is your seed, dude. Good luck.
Yeah.
You know, and so, like, that rawness and that fear, especially at night, it was, like, raining and windy. And I can't see
Nighttime.
anything. And, like, my
So
torch lights go
epic.
out, like,
Oh,
and I remember going through a portal the first time, and I was like, why isn't the portal working? And I, like, checked. I'm like, what is that? And there's, like, one item in my inventory that's like, you can't port with
Can't
that.
port with metal,
And I was like,
yeah.
wait, that doesn't make sense. And I remember, like, eating lunch or something and stepping away from the game, and I was like, this is really frustrating. Why wouldn't you be able to teleport that? And I'm like, because that's the entire game.
Yeah.
It's like, now I have this really valuable thing. I have a thing that can make something with it, but that's on the other side of the world.
set up a new
Yeah.
camp.
So what do I do? Do I just
fill
make
our
a
bases,
Do I
yeah.
invest in a big old journey
Yeah.
on water the whole time to get this there?
Uh,
Do I keep making bases to
Yeah.
survive?
We've done it all.
Yeah.
Right,
Do,
yeah.
do you attempt to dig a channel from the lake you accidentally built your house by to the ocean so you could go around and only to discover the limit of the terrain deformation stops right
The
before the
limits.
water level for that mountain, and then you fuck up your server and make it run real bad. The game rules.
I absolutely lost myself in this game like I haven't
Did you
in
play all
years
solo
and years and years.
single player?
Completely solo.
Because playing with other people is such a treat.
I have
It's like-
done that, but the majority of time I spent in my own world with nobody else.
Like we were playing for hours one
Yeah.
time, and like we realized we hadn't seen my friend Jack in like forever, and lo and behold, like we find a new teleporter or portal in our base, and we go through, and it's called Treehouse. And
Yes.
so we just go through it, and he's built an entire
It was so
treehouse.
insane.
I was just like, what the fuck?
A legit treehouse.
Like
it
in a
was
tree,
awesome.
in a deadly swamp. It is
Yeah.
so much fun, dude.
Thank you, Valheim.
So
Deathloop.
Deathloop. I feel like Easy Allies is the outlier on Deathloop.
We are.
I liked it.
We liked it.
Yeah, I liked
Yeah.
it.
We liked
that's,
it.
That's about.
I think there's a lot to praise with Deathloop. I think it's neat that they took the base that they developed in Dishonored 1 and 2 and modified it to where you are working on a time limit and you have to choose which route you want to go, and you're piecing together the story as you're going through that route. I think artistically, a lot of the environments and stuff are very striking. Kind of that Art Deco look is neat. I think the music is cool. Love the idea of Juliana invasions and kind of the tension that brings to it. So yeah, it's a super enjoyable game that I think has a lot of cool ideas. Just undercut by being way too easy.
Yeah, it really did take it out for me.
Yeah.
There was just no threat in like a not. Like I wanted there to just be a little bit of a threat, you know. It doesn't need to be a challenging game. It's still a blockbuster video game, you know. It doesn't need to be insanely difficult.
It's just,
But it was just the AI was so exploitable and so dumb, and just it really took me out. Like it was bordered on bad. The AI, I feel like
it's like, why would you give me all of these options, and why would I use any of them when I can just shoot them with the silence?
Yeah, or use the machete. I just run up machete.
Yeah, it's just like,
Why
Everyone
not use that chain ability?
It's
to
like,
just mix
yeah.
everyone
the-
together.
The way out is through, you know. Like
Yeah.
you just didn't.
Because at least with Dishonored, the threat was always there of like, I'm trying to not kill anyone.
Well, it
I
had
can't
narrative-
get caught.
It had
The
narrative
narrative
consequences.
consequence.
Yeah, and so
Whereas this, it's like I kind of like I'm good. I just want to get through this part. I'm just gonna use my machete, knife,
Yeah.
you know. So the difficulty really took me out of it.
yeah, and I feel like the powers only exacerbated that. Like being able to link everybody together and kill them all with one bullet is fun, but it's also like,
Yeah.
holy shit.
I did get into a nice rhythm, like maybe halfway to the end of the game, where I was just like, you really get in a rhythm where you're just like going to places, getting clues, you know. I definitely got into a rhythm where I was really feeling it, but just overall,
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I really liked this
it's
game.
a cool game.
I just wanted a little more from it.
same.
Blinking around, always fun.
Always
Blinking
fun.
around's always fun. Yeah,
It's a nod.
yeah. It's enough.
There are also some cool set pieces as well, like the whole like game that guy is playing, where it narrates it kind of like almost like a D&D campaign.
Yeah,
When you go
yeah,
in
yeah.
and it's talking to you, and you're trying to make your way up
Yeah.
the set. That's
sure.
really neat.
A couple last minute entries from Brad Ellis.
Oh, yeah.
I have some last minute entries also. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Damn it!
I'm really sorry.
That you do it.
Not now though.
Sorry. Yeah.
Brad's got the floor.
Ender Lilies.
Yo.
You know we like Metroidvanias here. We're big fans. This is a really sick Metroidvania, kind of under the radar.
Yeah.
Super dark, oppressive world. Really cool though with this game is you get like spirits of dead people essentially, and you use them. You're a very tiny girl in this game, very defenseless, but you get spirits to fight with you. There's a lot of really cool ones to pick from.
Even your main sword attack is a ghost.
Yeah,
Like, you
everything
don't
everything
attack
is
at
like
all.
you don't attack at all. But yeah, this world is really great. It's designed really well. Like exploring and connecting all the levels is really sick. Really awesome. Really great music. Highly recommend it.
Ender Lilies is really cool.
Yeah. And Cyber Shadow, good old. It's
Dope.
I love Ninja Gaiden growing up. This is like modern Ninja Gaiden mixed with Mega Man, in my opinion. It's super sick. I believe one guy made this entire game.
Whoa.
It's super awesome. I really feel like not a lot of people played this game because it came out, and forgot because it came out really early in the year. But it's a really rad side-scrolling game. If you like those old school side-scrolling games like Ninja Gaiden and stuff, like it's definitely worth checking out.
The Hunt Showdown of 2021.
Ha.
Yeah.
Shout
Under
out
the
to Hunt
radar.
Showdown.
Super good
Yeah.
game.
Hunt Showdown.
The one I forgot.
Hunt down. That's what.
The one I forgot. Oh, I guess we'll do Fist there. Fist. I love Fist. Metroidvania. We love
Yeah,
Metroidvanias
yeah.
here. Fist looked cool. I was like, oh, that looks really cool. I want to try this game. And then it was just really freaking good. This is just a solid all-around Metroidvania. From top to bottom, just really like the world itself and the story is what really hooked me. I like the vibe, the music. It's not too complicated, which actually I really liked, but there was still a lot of depth in like going to new environments, figuring it out, collecting things. The combat was pretty simple but very effective. Like it had impact, which is why I really appreciate it. Each encounter was just like deliberate. Everyone you fight, and then really cool bosses as well, and the whole thing built to a satisfying conclusion. Loved how it all came together. And then when I forgot, it's a nod. Tormented Souls.
Oh,
shit.
yeah!
Souls.
Great pick. Yeah.
Come on.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Tormented Souls.
Yes.
Holy shit! Yes, Tormented Souls.
How did we forget?
How do we
almost
forget
forgot
Tormented
it.
Oh my
Souls?
god!
We almost forgot you, Tormented
Oh
Souls.
my god!
Yeah.
Fuck yeah!
Save.
If
Good
we,
save.
if we had reviewed it, it would have been in the probably sevens there. Because to me, it was really, really good.
High 7.
High 7
Yeah,
for sure.
Maybe 8.
Maybe an 8. It's
Maybe.
yeah, it's close.
It has
It's close to an
some
8.
issues.
It has some
yeah,
issues.
for sure.
Yeah.
It's like a
around
rough
there.
little darling, man.
Rough little darling is so great.
Polished but not very valuable gem.
So yeah, just fixed camera, old school survival horror.
You can
Yeah.
feel their passion.
Yes.
For a very
So
particular
fun.
type
Yeah,
of
That
game.
sounds great. Yeah.
So cool.
Oh
I
my
was
god,
watching
Tormented
the
Souls.
AGDQ speedrun, and I was like, how are they going to speedrun this? It starts with like gratuitous nudity. And I'm like,
Yeah,
alright, they're just going to
like,
cut it because it's a cutscene. They're going to skip it. And I was like, how are they going to do this? Obviously, they just skip it.
One of the most like that intro is so funny. 'Cause you're like, whoa, dude.
Yeah.
Also, like,
Matrix vibe.
I feel like it's an unfair introduction to the game because, like, that the game isn't
Isn't
about,
No.
like,
Yeah.
sexual exploitation
It's
or, like,
sensitive.
life shit.
It,
It
gotta
sets the
do what
tone
you
so
gotta do.
wrong. It's so bizarre.
yeah.
It's saying like, yeah, we're getting this out of the way. This isn't the game. Almost, it kind of felt like.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
I loved Tormented Souls. It was so much fun. Some of the puzzles were just frustrating.
Some of the puzzle, like, there's like a Valve one.
the Valve one,
Oh, dude, I remember that
I
one.
can't
the Valve
even
one,
like.
it's like I'm looking this up.
Yep.
And
Yes.
there were just too many. So I
Yes.
think
I thought
the
they were fun.
the
The Valve
I think they
one,
can,
though.
but then they
I
just
remember the Valve one.
they just keep there's just like you like do a puzzle into a puzzle into a
Yeah.
puzzle. It just feels like it's like beating you over
I
the
remember
head.
the I
Swapping
remember
the mirror
sideways-
dimension.
I remember the sideways numbers, and then the last one's an 8, but it's upright, and you're
Yeah.
supposed to match the shapes with it.
There were some
I thought that was-
insane
I
ones.
thought that was really smart because it's not an 8.
Shout out to the nail gun and the pipe
Nail gun.
shotgun.
Pipe shotgun.
The way she rips it apart.
Yeah.
Shit. Should that have been on best weapons?
There's like-
the pipe shotgun.
There's
Everything's
like only
pretty
two
dope.
weapons in the game.
Yeah.
There's like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
There's the
I didn't
lightning
realize you
gun
could
as
make
well.
Yeah, that's like it.
I didn't realize you could melee people to like 60%.
Oh, yeah, crowbar, baby.
Crowbar,
So
baby.
I was like so
Boosh.
on a razor's
Yeah.
edge with ammo.
Yeah.
The things that are like stuck to the wall, you just go up crowbar.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Sure.
Silent Hill kind of nods going in different dimensions.
Reloading.
Whatever.
Reloading the
It's
shot.
such a good game.
Very
Yeah.
strong Silent Hill
Yeah.
vibes.
Shout out.
Yeah. Kind of goofy enemies, but
Oh,
It was
it's
fun.
ridiculous.
I mean,
good, but it's
Kind of the same
Kind of a
enemy
goofy game.
remix.
yeah, it's goofy. It's goofy.
Yeah.
It was like the same enemy, but like 6 variations of the same thing.
Voice acting,
Not good.
The voice
the voice
acting.
Not
acting.
good.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's what I'm gonna say about it.
Awesome.
The voice acting is like charmingly amateurish.
In a PS1 era.
In a
Yeah.
it's like
It's like-
it's
it
like
feels
you
right.
Dreamcast.
Stinger.
it's like you go back in time. Yeah, it's like a Dreamcast PS1 quality of voice acting.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
There was one part,
It's charming.
And it doesn't feel like it's even trying to do that. It feels
No.
like it just happened.
Yeah.
which makes it all the better. It's
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like a game just got accidentally picked out
Yes.
and brought forward through
Totally.
time.
Yes,
like
it is
some-
anachronistic in the strongest way
Perfect.
possible.
When I was playing it, young me was appreciating the graphics.
Yeah.
It was really this
Oh, yeah,
weird
yeah.
sensation where I was like, this game feels so old, but like it looks cool.
It does. It does.
does look cool.
Yeah.
It looks
like,
good.
Some good like scares. There was one room with like a torso on a fucking I
Like
don't know,
IV bag.
stand,
That shit's creepy.
like who wheeled out, and I literally
Yeah.
was like, bah!
The like fat little ghosty blob things
Oh
that
my
chase
god.
after
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
God dang, forgot about that.
Torrented Souls, dude.
Yeah.
Tormented Souls.
Feel good hit.
I'm
Feel good
clapping
hit.
for that.
Feel good
Games,
hit.
games too pure for an official category. Let's hear it up for our nod games.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a nod. It's a nod. And now, our game of the year. 10 nominees. We are about to whittle it down from over 10 games.
Take him to the max.
Dog next door is excited. We're excited. Let's make it happen. What do we got, Daniel Bloodworth?
We have Outer Wilds, Echoes of the Eye, Returnal, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Death's Door, It Takes Two, Halo Infinite, Psychonauts 2, Forza Horizon 5, Metroid Dread, Final Fantasy 14, Endwalker, Guilty Gear Strive, Resident Evil Village, Hitman 3, Chicory, Life is Strange True Colors, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Inscription, and Ghost of Tsushima Iki Island.
This is tense, dude.
And we have to cut 8.
Yes.
8!
We could probably cut Ratchet and Clank.
That would
I
be
think
a
we
good
cut
place to
Ratchet and
start.
Clank. We're cutting, obviously we're cutting Ghost of Tsushima Iki Island.
Yeah, and I
Which
just
should we
I just
put
want
on?
I just want it to be known that to me it is GOTY caliber. I know it is this weird addition to the game. Ghost of Tsushima had its time last year, but I just want to say it is one of the most impactful stories for me of the year. I just really liked my time with it. It was honestly better than the main game for me personally.
Damn.
Yeah,
Iki
it is.
Island's story is
Damn.
freaking perfect. Like, sometimes a shorter and more focused and refined thing is better than quantity. This is a perfect example of that. So I just wanted to give it a nod and say that it deserves to be at least mentioned with the rest of these games.
Personal picks. So it should have been.
I hate that you added Iki Island because now it's like, well,
it's one of the best.
I feel the next thing is like probably Life is Strange is not gonna hang in the top 10.
So circle back to it, please. I'm not ready to cut that just
Hitman
yet.
3.
Yeah, Hitman 3 won't.
Hitman
hang.
3.
Hitman 3 is not hanging.
No.
I'm
I mean-
surprised by that.
Damn.
Okay.
Right?
It doesn't make me happy, but
I love Hitman 3.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just
we'll
looking
see.
at
We'll get to
these
it.
conversations we've been having.
Okay.
We can keep it if you thought so. I was just going up the list.
Well, Halo I think is gone.
I was gonna say I think you can cut Halo.
yeah,
honestly.
Halo probably not good.
Damn.
I love
Yeah,
I
it's-
know,
Halo.
these are
Damn,
harsh. These
but-
are harsh.
Yeah.
Halo, I got fatigued. That's my criticism. The open world really fatigued me. Pretty like halfway, not even near the end. Like halfway, I was pretty good on it.
The thing is if it was just the campaign, I could be like, yeah, but
But
I
the
think the
multiplayer-
multiplayer
Multiplayer
and
is pretty
big
good.
Yeah,
package.
that's true.
the multiplayer and the campaign being as good as it is, like it is a pretty
That's
stellar
true.
package.
Yeah. Does Chicory make it? I mean, I know you love it, but no one else is. I don't
And that's
know.
a hard thing. To me, I think Chicory and Death's Door are probably both out.
Mm-hmm.
I think I like Chicory a bit more than Death's Door. I know I need to play more of Death's Door. I only played like the first
Mhm.
area because of my PC.
Right.
But in terms of like my Zelda-ish games, top-down Zelda-ish games, I think Chicory does things that I just find a lot more interesting. And
But
just
you'd still cut both of them?
I
Is that what
would
you
probably. I mean, I would put Chicory above Death's Door, but I think they're probably both gonna not. Make
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Like I love Death Star. It's one of my favorite
love-
games of the year.
same,
But
same.
I could I don't know if it's a goatee. Like honestly,
Right.
like I love the game, but seriously,
Sure.
I don't
And,
think
like,
it's goatee.
Chicory is this interesting thing of I told Isla this, I mentioned on Frame Trap too. I got like 3 nights into that game before I realized like, oh yeah, this game doesn't have combat outside
Yeah.
of Gauss battles
Yep.
because it's just like the
interesting.
interactions of the world.
Yeah, that's what it's
are
about.
so
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
that you don't even notice.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And this like this outlet for creativity that like I didn't know I needed. Like I said, it feels kind of like a therapy session. Just the mix of like coloring in parts of the map and doing like little art things that they give you prompts for, and then the conversations and stuff. And then there's like decorations, Animal Crossing style places to decorate. But one of the things that I'm always impressed by is when games track things. And Chicory literally tracks every stroke. Like when you finish a drawing, you click like kind of like unpacking. You click the time lapse thing, and it's like here's everything you did really fast.
No.
Yeah.
And the whole process you just went through for the last 20 minutes, you just see it out before your eyes.
Yeah.
And then anytime you walk up to that painting, you can watch it
Desperados.
again.
Yeah.
I surprisingly
God, yeah.
haven't gotten bored of coloring things in that game. I
Right.
thought I would just get over it really quick, but I'm like, let me color that real quick.
This and unpacking are like
Yeah.
the two I feel worse about missing this.
And but what I love about that is like the paint is actually a platforming mechanic,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and you color as little or as much as you want.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you can just go through and do what's necessary to play the game, or you can obsess and like add little brush
Details,
strokes and
yeah.
details to the grass
Yeah.
and things like that. Yeah.
It's cool.
But yeah, I think they're
But I don't know
probably
about
both
Dunny.
out. Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, I like Death's Door's 2-part dungeon structure.
Yeah.
That was pretty
Mm.
cool.
Yeah.
Death Star is sick, but there's just a lot of contenders, man.
Yeah.
The
I have
difficulty
to
of
make
Death's
cuts.
Door kind of let me down.
Yeah,
There
it
was-
was not nearly as
like,
hard as I thought.
I didn't even know that
2 more.
technically the umbrella was like a
Yeah.
technical the hard mode. Technically, you just equip it.
Yeah.
I just didn't know.
Not
Maybe
a
that
true
would've
Reaper.
helped. Yeah, but
This is rough.
This is where it gets hard.
This is why I'm saying Life is Strange is probably not going to make it. Like I don't know what else. It's like
I mean, if you're
Life
one
is
of the
Strange
people
and
who played
Artie
it,
are like
I
the ones
played
that
it.
are
I know
closest.
Blood's got me.
We have to
shaking.
make cuts.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, if you played it and you
I
think it
like
should be
Life is
cut,
Strange, but we gotta make cuts.
It's my personal number one
Yeah.
of the year, but
Good thing
Well,
we've got personal faith.
exactly.
Yeah, that's
Well, why didn't you
Yep.
score it higher?
because it came out slightly buggy. Like
Yeah,
frame rate.
fair enough.
That's the truth. It's the review of the moment. I mean, if you want it, push for it.
Well, like, what are we gonna kick out?
I'm
So-
looking at Outer Wilds, Resident Evil Village, and Life is Strange.
to
For myself.
to DQ?
To,
I mean, like-
to potentially remove from the list.
I appreciate Outer Wilds is a strange one on this list. It's pretty much the only thing I really cared about in the entire year.
Sure.
I like all of these other games, but that one was the one
but
that like.
no one else played it,
Right,
which is a
so-
problem.
That's a hard
It's
one.
a
But
hard
also, again,
sell.
bring up Resident Evil Village. Like, I incredibly enjoyed that game. I devoured that game.
That counts for something, Jones.
It doesn't strike me as
How does
excellent
that not
in
count?
any way.
Village
But you
is
played it 4
my
times.
second.
It's excellent.
I played
Best game on
Valheim.
the
Valheim's
list.
not on that list. I put way more time into Valheim than any game on this list. Anything. Valheim is my Outer Wilds Echo
sure.
of the Eye, and I'm not arguing for
for
it.
sure. But
I didn't
Village,
bring
you
it up at all.
probably
I was
Village,
like, no, it's talk about it later.
Village, you probably played like second or third most of the year. Doesn't that mean you really liked it?
I do like it, but I didn't care about anyone or anything in the entire world. So that's like a hit for me. That I enjoyed it because shooting stuff is fun, and werewolves are fun to shoot, and the world
To
was really
kinda-
neat to see. But like,
That's a weird litmus test because I never.
there
care
was
about
like
anything
a
in the
person.
video.
There was like,
I just
yeah.
think it was fun and cool.
You care about Outer Wilds.
I do, but
I mean,
like
it's definitely
no, but
games that-
Village isn't the kind of game where like I care about the like it's
I
fun and
love the
campy and
story.
crazy.
I love it.
think Ethan is cool. I think they're all fun and zany, but it's like I'm not gonna like
Right.
have an emotional
It's always-
reaction to Bella Dimitrescu getting vaporized. Like,
It's always funny because everyone says Resident Evil's camp, and like I know it is, but like
it's great.
I take
it's
it so
not an
seriously
insult.
that it's not
It's not
like
an
camp
insult.
to me.
Camp
'Cause
is
it's
not
like,
bad.
I mean,
Anyway.
I'm kind of in between. I feel like where I really got invested in the story and I really cared about the lore. I understand that it is not like the most highbrow stuff, and I'm totally okay with that. Like,
Yeah,
I-
no, that's kind of what I was trying to say.
yeah, I feel like with I still care about those characters. I was still invested in seeing what happens, even if it wasn't like the absolute like most subversive writing I've ever seen. It was just fun and ridiculous in a way that made me smile.
And
You
Resident
know?
Evil 9 is
Like-
gonna be dank.
Like everybody was talking about how Heisenberg is like one of their least favorite parts, and I'm just sitting here and thinking like, Chris made like a tank in the garage that you pilot, and you fight like a mecha Heisenberg, and it's fucking sick. Like, I don't know. I think that counts for something. I think the sheer
True. I was
spectacle
talking
of it
about
is.
game of the year. You know,
But
like
also,
Right.
didn't even mention like it's absurd, but one of the best parts, Duke.
Love
The
Duke.
shit, like all the
Yeah,
conversations
Duke's
you
great.
can have
Yeah.
with him about learning more about the characters.
Isn't he like the cousin or something
Also,
of the other guy?
They're
Ethan's
just
sacrificing
friends.
himself, dude.
Love Ethan Winters.
of course,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Once you finally
Ethan's
get-
a great hero.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
the
just
most
I'm
overexposed
putting
game.
Resident Evil up to everything else in this list, and it's not.
I just feel like you're
that's
sick
the
of it,
trouble I
Jones.
have,
I
is
feel
that-
like you're sick of Resident Evil Village. Is the vibe I get.
I'm trying to remove something from this list.
Right.
We do have to do that.
I mean,
That's
I would
true.
remove. This might sound psycho, but I'd remove Dread before Village.
Ooh.
Dread.
No,
This is tough. This
no
is
way.
Dread just feels too good. I got frustrated
Yeah.
with Dread's map, but Dread feels
Horizon?
so good. Ugh.
And
No.
I liked
No.
more than Dread.
We can, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard.
I mean,
So-
does
so
Guilty
Hubert-
Gear just get an auto because it's a good fighting game?
I mean,
I totally
to me,
understand.
To me, I think it's more than a good fighting game.
Yeah.
I think it is. I think it goes above and beyond in a way that I really appreciate. But I also understand that I'm kind of in this corner alone fighting for it. But I feel like that's the same thing for
Sure.
Outer Wilds or
Right.
Life is
Yeah.
Strange.
Ben, I'm in your
know?
corner. I'm in Ben's corner for Guilty Gear. Same reason I'm in your corner, Damiani, and not having played Endwalkers, is because I've worked with you for so long, both of you, and you've talked about Guilty Gear Strive in a way that you just don't talk about other fighting games. Like that
Yeah.
was just one of those things this
Right.
year that every time it kept coming up, I was like, wow, this game's got really cool character designs. I can't wait until it comes out. Oh, it launched with great netcode. Awesome.
Yeah.
You kept adding more things, and then I was like, okay.
It's not just another one of those
Yeah.
to me. Yeah.
Right.
That's how I feel about Village. I mean, this is like the
I'm not voting
30th.
for Village.
Yeah, no, I mean it's like
I love
the
Village.
30th Resident Evil thing, and it's just like still surprising, and it's still reinventing itself, and I just
And
think
it took what was successful about a bunch of the games
it's such a
without,
culmination.
like,
Yeah,
without like selling out 7. Like they weren't just like 7 was an experiment and we tried
Sure.
a thing. It's like we're continuing that, but putting in 4 and all the other shit we love too. I think it's a culmination.
It's so awesome, like 1 time through or like 8 times through. There's a really good
I agree.
progression in there, like meta progression of all the weapons.
The problem is somebody's gonna have to make a compromise somewhere.
I think it's number 12 on
Yeah.
that list. I think it's a really good game. Being
Right.
12 of all of the games released in 2021 is really good. I just look at all these other games, and I don't think
Right.
Resident Evil Village is as
Yeah, I
good as
think
those
that's
games.
the way I feel.
I'm gonna say Resident Evil Village playing through this game this year was one of my favorite gaming moments of this year. It's just that day or two I spent playing it for the first time was so fucking sick, and I loved every second
it's
of
the
it.
most overexposed game.
It is, yeah. And when I beat it, I was like, "Let's go again, baby."
Yeah.
Beat it. Let's go again, baby.
Yeah,
I love
like
it.
Oh,
what
yeah.
other game has that? That counts for something. That to me is like a
Hubert,
part of what a game of the year
I
is.
think we should cut Life is Strange, dude. I know
we
you
gotta
love
do
it.
things.
it's fine. It's fine. Cut it. Just cut it. Just cut it. Just cut it. I will use that energy for Resident Evil Village.
There you go.
Well, what do we cut, Hubert?
Yeah, that's what's
The only
hard.
ones I haven't played.
I mean,
I haven't played Outer Wilds or Shin Megami, and I haven't beaten Guilty Gear or
Thanks, bud.
Psychonauts.
yeah, I mean,
So I can't
Psychonauts
really
2 is
speak
my
to-
number 1, so I'm not
Yeah.
budging on that.
Psychonauts is sick.
Wow.
I mean, it sucks because
It
like
Takes Two was there for a long time, so
yeah.
Well, Damiani I know really likes Village. Are you? Because
Yeah.
if Damiani, if
I-
you're not fighting for it to be here, then we should
I
cut it.
no,
I think it should be there.
I really
Village is
like
my,
Village.
Village
Okay.
is my second highest pick
Okay.
for my thing. Based on what everyone has like said, I feel like everyone has more personal stake in every game here. Like everyone said that they have a favorite game on this list. For me, the one that the hard cut for me, because I still think it's really good and deserving. I hate to say it, but like for me, if you told me I have to cut one of these, I would bump Metroid Dread off this list based on everything you all have said, because I think you all have more personal attachment to every other game on this list, in some way.
Tell me if this idea is crazy.
I don't.
We each pick a lock to whittle it. So we each pick
Okay.
one out of these remaining,
hate
and
this.
then
Okay.
we whittle down what's left.
I
Everybody
think
gets a
you're-
lock.
I
It's a
think
soft
you're-
lock.
It's
I
a
think
soft
you're-
lock.
Official.
I
Yeah.
think your idea
I
is
think it's a
good.
fun
I think
idea.
your idea is good. The one wrench is, based on the conversations that we've had today,
Yeah.
that would be 10 games.
I know
7 of it, yeah.
I know that like you know Returnal's a lock. I know Returnal's a lock, and so
Yeah.
it's like it's not. There is no threat of
I mean,
Returnal
like-
being cut.
For
well,
sure.
I mean,
I
I don't
love
know. I don't know
Returnal.
if you don't
Love
like
Returnal.
I've assumed Returnal is going to win.
I assume Returnal's a hard lock.
So like,
Right, but that's what I mean. Is like if everything was equally vulnerable, I
Yeah.
could get behind
I mean,
that.
like, look, it's an excellent game, but is anyone fighting for Forza? Like,
Me.
do you,
I think
Forza Horizon 5 is my goatie.
Really?
Okay.
Yes.
I
was
really
gonna
like
hands
Forza Horizon 5, and I
Down.
Okay.
I have not had a
Amazing.
bad moment in
Don't sell it
Forza
short,
Horizon
bud,
5
yeah.
in the entirety of
Horizon 5 is
2021.
fucking sick.
Nothing
Pure
bad
fun.
happened in that game.
Pure fun.
Nothing.
Wow.
There were parts of It Takes Two where I was like, what does this thing do? I never had a moment, a solitary second of Forza Horizon 5 where I was like, what's going on? What is this? I should have won that race. It was like, it was the game. It was just,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah,
happiness
I
the
agree.
game. And I played with my 2-year-old.
Oh, that's cool.
I would boot up Forza Horizon 5 because it's like I just want to relax.
That game is so incredibly polished and excellent.
Yeah.
And I know they did 1,
Phenomenal.
2, 3, 4 before it, and it's just building on it, but
I realize that this is probably immediately going to get shouted down
Crazy
because I
excellent
do really like it. I do, and I absolutely think you can make an argument for it to be on this list. But if we're making hard cuts, I could see It Takes Two going.
Having not finished it, I mean, it's
That's one of the best co-op things I think I've ever
Yeah, and
played.
I'm sure my opinion
I
is
don't
colored by having
know.
not finished it. I do really like it a lot. I really do.
because that's the thing is like again I just bring up Village because it's like Psychonauts 2 versus Village. There's Psychonauts 2. It's like Returnal versus Village. Shin Megami Tensei versus Village. Metroid Dread versus Village. Like I don't know what Village
The
does
counter-
to beat those games.
the
Village,
counter-
Village
I mean,
beats
I
Dread
could-
to me, but
I could
counter
personally
argument-
lose Returnal over Village, but it's like I know you guys are so
I
much
probably could
stronger
too.
on
But
it.
like they love it, so
Yeah.
and I think it's. I mean, Returnal for me personally is like, it's not my cup of tea, but I recognize that it's a phenomenal cup of tea. So like, I'm totally chill with Return. Like I
It's a
assume
white
it's gonna
shadow.
win, but like, yeah, it's crazy because like, I feel that like Guilty Gear and Outer Wilds are kind of a thing because it's like. The rest of us don't play fighting games but Ben, and you guys don't like hardcore puzzle games but me.
I mean, it's just
The thing that's a little bit
oversimplifying.
the
but,
thing
like,
that's a little bit hard for me
they're just straight genre picks. You know?
is I know I do like Outer Wilds, and I bet if I played Echoes of the
Yeah, I
I
figured
feel like
you
I would be
probably- yeah.
gushing about it.
Yeah. And if
And
I
like-
if I got into Guilty Gear,
I
I'd
really
love
do
it too.
think that it's just like, no, seriously, I think if I sat down with any one of you, you would be like having a blast. Like that's the beauty of it is like, I think there are some fighting games like Tekken, for instance. Like if I was like, guys, let's get really into Tekken, it would be like, oh god, like what am I signing them up for? Like it's brutal. I think I could get every single one of you to love Guilty Gear Strive.
Damn lethal, dude.
I remember playing it and loved
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I loved it when we
It
played it.
has this simplicity to it, but this skill ceiling where it is so fucking awesome.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point where people have like too many horses in the
I
race.
know, I do. I
Inscription's one of my favorite things of the year, no question.
It's like
I love it.
This game reaches through the game to touch you on the shoulder.
Ben, would you be willing to
It
cut
is-
a game you have a fond attachment for on here? Like, would you be willing to cut SMT5
Nope.
or Guilty Gear?
I mean, I cut True
I love-
Colors in good
I
faith.
love an SMT.
Yeah,
True
I mean,
Colors
I-
is my
I'm
number
sorry,
one of
everyone
the
has
year.
to cut shit.
I
Yeah.
cut it
Yeah.
because I know as a group.
Do you think Inscription's better than Resident Evil Village, Huber?
It's very different. It's very, very different. Inscription, I never want to play again. It was a one and done. I'm good.
Yeah.
Village is a game I know for certain I will revisit for the rest of my life.
Sure, but I mean, sometimes it's just that I don't think that's like a
For
good
sure.
measuring stick. You know?
Yeah,
For
I
sure,
mean,
for
like,
sure.
But
I've
Going
I'm saying
through
was
it, though,
different,
I
yeah.
played
Going through
more
the
of
first-
East 9 than any game on here except for Forza, but I
Like
wouldn't call
Village-
East 9 the game of the year.
Village to me had the most hype and expectations going in, which is a factor. I feel like like it is a part of it, right? Like if a game surprises you, you might be more receptive to it because it's surprising. Like, oh my god, this game is amazing. Whereas like Village had so much hype and everyone still loved it and adored it.
Everyone here made time to play it.
Like and multiple
Yeah.
times we went
Right.
through this game and
And like we all beat it almost. I think?
yeah, it's like the only game that everyone beat. I think that really matters. Like everyone made time to beat it, and like
It does not
loved it.
define excellence. A bunch of people playing something doesn't mean it.
No.
Then Fortnite's game.
No,
you
but
know,
it's
then League of
we,
Legends game.
we don't grade this game of the year on
No.
like its score. It's
Yeah,
the
it's
game
a
we
lot of
enjoyed the
factors.
most.
I'm just saying it's
Right.
one of the factors.
Yeah,
I think it is an excellent video.
I can't
game.
remember who proposed it, but like
Absolutely
It Takes Two is
excellent.
an interesting one because it's like obviously an amazing game, but no one seems to really be batting for
It's
it.
one
I
of
will,
my
I
favorite
will
games.
100%
Yeah, me
bat for it.
too.
too.
Me too.
Yeah,
It just
okay,
hasn't come
okay,
up that it was
okay.
going to
Me
be
too.
taken off the list.
Sure,
Which
sure.
Me
is
too.
why.
Okay, just clarify.
Yeah, I mean, I think the boldness to make a co-op only game,
For sure.
and then the creativity. That,
I've
yeah,
I've rarely
level.
seen so much creativity in a solitaire video game.
Yeah.
And that had nothing to do with like set dressing or anything. The physically is everything I'm doing. Like every time I could press a button, like what the hell? Like I was convinced It Takes Two was going to run out of ideas, and then it went on for the other half of the game. So I was
Right.
Like, oh my god.
It's like, how are we not done yet? It's like, okay, where are we going now?
I mean, for me, unless
brutal.
me or Huber or somebody makes like the personal cut, like for me, it would be Metroid Dread.
Okay. What would you?
Do you have one, Hubert? You would cut?
Just so we can see if like we're all on a different page.
I mean, I'm always gonna cut the one I haven't played. It's the imperfectness of Goaties. So I haven't played Outer Wilds or Guilty Gear. No offense. So
Or
I
Endwalker.
would. Yeah, or Endwalker.
or SMT5.
Or SMT5. Shit. Yeah.
We played for like a stream.
We
Yeah,
streamed
you
Guilty
beat
Gear.
me with
True,
it.
Guilty
Played
Gear
it.
I played, but yeah. So it's Endwalker, Shin Megami, and Outer Wilds.
Look, I'll make hard cuts for myself. The two I'll fight for are Endwalker and Returnal. Whatever. And if anything else gets thrown by the wayside, so be it. And I think people are gonna have to make choices like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, yeah, Forza
Yeah.
and It Takes Two are like those are my top two.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd like to lock those in if possible.
we're in a tough situation because, like, on one level, I can see Guilty Gear being cut, but then, like, I'm looking at Outer Wilds and it's like I feel like they're
They're
in
the same
similar
to me.
areas in terms of, like,
That's why I was
holdouts.
trying to like, because
Yeah.
like we'll do it if we have to do it, but like
yeah,
that's why I was trying to find one that all of us are kind of like,
right.
maybe we could get rid of it.
That's kind of where I was trying to go, where it's like Outer Wilds is really personal to you, Guilty
Right.
Gear is really personal to me. Is
Right.
there something that like
Like it feels
people
more
really
fair if
love,
everyone's
but
four
maybe isn't their
tickets.
number one or
Yeah,
two?
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
if everyone's number 3 or 4.
Yeah,
gets
it's like
cut.
I love Resident Evil, but if we have to cut it, then
Dude,
I
please
guess-
no. You
I
already
love
cut
it.
Life is Strange and Iki Island. Those are my
Well-
two like favorite things.
Whoa, I don't know,
No,
man.
I do feel
Help
like
me
Heroes
out.
made a lot of
I do
concessions.
feel like you
out.
would nail it, 'cause I-
Ma-
yeah,
Heroes
yeah.
made
Resident
a
Evil
lot of
Village, and
concessions.
people love
I
it.
make fucking
Yeah.
concessions all the fucking time, but I have to so we can move on.
Yeah, I mean, if that's where we're at and we just need to
I
move
just feel
on.
like this, just the, again, like kind of
Dude,
like
I
Brandon
mean-
was saying, it's like just the overall quality and
Yeah.
creativity and everything. Like Village just feels more like the odd man out. It's not about being you or your game.
For sure.
And I think that's
If- if
to me.
everyone
I think
feels
the
that
thing
way,
is
cool.
the fact that we've all played it is why
Yeah.
I feel more confident about that. You know, it's like to me, it's like I can see
Man.
from a distance how good Guilty Gear is.
I
From a
would-
distance, how
please
good Final
ju-
Fantasy
speak up,
is.
dude.
And how
just
good
like,
Outer Wilds
like,
is.
I'll just say it.
But I
Like,
played Resident Evil, and it's like
After-
it's good. It's kind of like with Ratchet and Clank. It's like it's good, but it's not like pumping up there in that same league.
I think Village is excellent. I mean, I know we gushed about Dread, and I have too. I talked about that final boss. I talked about stuff it does very well. It's not even in my top 3 Metroid games, and I think it's a very, very strong game. I just once I finished it, I just never thought it was GOTY material for this year. That's how since I finished it, that's how I felt about it.
Man, it
And-
was one
and-
that I finished and I was like, this is absolutely a
Every
lot.
other game on
Yeah.
here, even if I haven't played it, what you've said about it sounds like you care about it more. Like I understand,
Yeah.
like you love Metroid, but like I almost feel like, and I know Ben, you don't like it when it's reduced to like pick your top 2 or 3, but like
no, I get it.
But
I
like,
do.
is
I
Metroid
get
even
it.
in
I
your
get it.
top 3? Because sounds like Returnal, SMT5, Guilty Gear. You'd rather have those than Metroid. I understand it like sucks, but yeah, I'm just trying to like find the one that
I'm
people
on
are
the
putting
same
at the lowest level of
Yeah.
like these are all excellent, but like
Like I love
I'm putting
Metroid.
Metroid Dread pretty low. I mean, I it sounds like it's like Village is getting tossed around, but so is like Dread. I guess like where
I think-
where are we at with those?
That's
two?
why it's hard for me because it's maybe because of the game because it's so close to the series, but it's like it's much easier for me to cut Forza Horizon 5 than Metroid Dread because it's like it took us like 20 years to get a good Metroid sequel.
Right.
It's like
And
Forza
I-
Horizon
I
5 we're
Resident
getting
Evil
every
I'm
every
the
year.
only
year.
Forza Horizon 5 guy. I'll cut Forza. It's just hard for me to cut a game I had
Right.
no problem.
I love Forza as well.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
too. I do too.
And like
Yeah,
to me,
me too,
Metroid.
me too.
And I just feel like
I love Forza.
just feel like
I don't want to cut Forza.
4 was like this leap, and now like 5 did basically the same thing as 4, but on a better map. That's essentially how I feel. It's like
And that
okay,
Game
just
Pass,
think-
man, let everybody
but
get
that's the
in.
thing. It's like
Oh,
Game
yeah.
Pass,
Everybody
let
get
everyone
in.
see how good the series is. Yeah.
Metroid to me is like, it's such a weird one because I love it. I see that it's a very solid game.
Yeah.
It's a great entry in a great series. And yet I find myself, like I wasn't enamored with it in the way I expected to be. I thought I would be like gaga head over my heels, and I really enjoyed it, but I wasn't like chomping at the bit. Like I haven't even bothered to finish it.
I was gaga head over heels for it. Let me make a sacrifice at the altar. For all of the good that I've said about Guilty Gear Strive, and I do believe it, I do think something that is holding it back, and on one hand it's a positive, the story mode is just like literally a movie. It's just
Oh,
cutscenes.
right.
Right.
Yeah.
Which, like, in one hand is kind of nice because it's like
the lore
if
is
you
awesome though.
Yeah.
if you hold on,
That's
yeah.
fucking
If you
sick.
care and you want to like get invested, it's kind of nice that you can do that and just sit and watch this movie. But as much fun as it has been, like reading up on Guilty Gear lore and like putting the pieces together, it is extremely convoluted. And so, like, if you're somebody that is like, I really like a story mode that is accessible, that is going to make me care about the characters, it is not very accessible. It is wonderfully and beautifully anime obtuse in a way, but I do think that is a knock against it. And I think particularly with this crowd, I could see that being a negative. And so, like, I just literally think Metroid Dread is too good to cut.
I don't like to speak ill of Metroid because I understand like it being such a big deal, but like same thing, not story wise, but a key component that has been excellent throughout the Metroid series, which was dreadful in Metroid Dread, was its soundtrack.
Yeah, the
it had a really
great.
forgetful, unimpactful soundtrack. In fact, even the Game Awards just played the damn main theme because they're like,
Right.
where's the music in this game? It's like, and in its ambient setting did not like it. Didn't like if they're going for that. It wasn't really accentuating the moment to moment stuff for me like the other games' musical scores did. I think that combined with like kind of the more generic feeling environments at times, just aesthetically, not like
Right.
layout.
I didn't
Layout
love
was
the environments.
layout was
That's
really
the only
good.
one.
I'll
I
give it
got
its
it.
layout
They're
was
kind
really
of
good, but
same,
aesthetically
yeah.
it had some parts that was like, man, like it was nature of being a 2D game but in a 3D engine. Like when
Yeah.
anytime I cut to depth shots, I'm like, dang, I really wish I was playing a 3D
They
Metroid.
try to do a
There's
lot
so
with the
much personality
backgrounds,
being like
but-
lost here.
Yeah, I do think they did some neat stuff with the backgrounds. I absolutely think there are things to criticize about Dread, and I don't think you're off base, Damiani, but like I also think you can spin that in all of the things that Dread did great. I think it is extremely well placed. I think it does a good job of world design, despite being occasionally frustrating, of making you feel like you're piecing things together, but it's kind of invisibly guiding your hand. I think the boss fights are incredible and intense. I think
Yeah.
the story is really, really cool and exciting and like has high stakes for what it is. Like it is a game that I feel like because of how it is designed and how it is presented and how just like clean it is, like you can just get lost in it. Like it's just a game that you play and play and play and play. I also think like comparing it to Samus Returns, I think that game that introduced the parry mechanic, I think it took the feedback from that game and made it way better and more interesting in Metroid Dread. Like this game is such a huge improvement over the last one, and it's like I think it is the best Metroid game in an eon, and in an entertainment industry where Metroid I feel like is one of the most copied formats of
Yeah.
games. I think it like took the crown this year. In terms of those games, or at least like came back and made its presence known again
Right.
in a big way. And we're talking about like games that have taken from Metroid and are bona fide classics. I think it like held its own in this incredible way. Like
I
I
feel-
really don't want to cut it. If the group wants to though, I have to respect that.
I feel
really like
bad
it.
because like I'm the only one out here preaching for Echoes of the Eye, and like I want to like make it easy for the group and like just cut it, but I honestly like I'm like Jones with Horizon. Like I can't think. I've been trying to think of things I didn't like.
I'm trying to
I
find
can't-
ways to cut
I
Village. and
can't think of any problems I had with it at all.
I'm really
Well,
trying hard.
Were you willing to cut Guilty Gear, Ben?
Yeah, I'm willing to cut it.
Okay.
I mean, if you're okay with that,
We're
like,
gonna have to be okay with
'cause it
something.
feels
I
unfair.
don't
Like,
I don't
it doesn't feel
like
good.
doing it, but
I
I'm
don't
trying
like some
to,
stuff
I'm
that I
trying to
cut.
help.
I wish
Yeah.
was still on
I'm
there,
trying to
but
help
it's
the
like
I mean, your game's
Right.
gonna win. So
It doesn't feel good.
I don't know about
we don't
that.
know.
I'm really glad I
I
didn't try to
feel
hold
it.
on to Chicory for that.
It doesn't feel good. It never feels good.
Yeah.
whoa.
We cut them all. Good.
Bringing
Oh,
our
goodness.
10 Game of the Year nominees to Outer Wilds Echoes of the Eye, Returnal, Shin Megami Tensei 5, It Takes Two, Psychonauts 2, Forza Horizon 5, Metroid Dread, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, Resident Evil Village, and Inscription. Go Inscription.
Yeah.
Go
Inscription.
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 You can't fake
Completely
that.
earned.
You
It
can't
is-
fake it.
There's like
You gotta make
no
a good
desire to bump that, right?
Inscription.
No.
Never even talked
No.
about it. It was just like, no, it's done.
No.
It's too original, man. That game
No.
is so nuts.
Yeah.
And
Alright,
it-
Endwalker v Returnal. Go.
Isn't it Forza
Oh my
versus?
gosh.
Isn't it Forza versus? I feel like more
It is
people.
definitely not.
I thought I had 3 people say Forza was their game of the year.
Really?
I think only I said it was my game of the year. I think other people said they enjoyed it.
I really
I,
love it.
really love it.
love
I love
Forza. It's not
I
my
love it.
game of
Okay.
the year,
No,
but
I
I love
I
it.
misheard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I've heard Returnal thrown out a lot.
Between Returnal and Walker, is there anything else people like?
I mean, obviously,
Psychonauts 2 is absolutely
2 is
mine.
so good.
Absolutely.
Shin Megami 5 is so
Yeah.
good.
Shin Megami 5 is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inscription is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inscription
Yeah,
is so
so
good.
many of you were high on Inscription.
So good.
I like almost can't believe Returnal is my game of the year.
Same.
Like I'm
So
shocked.
good. Returnal's
I'm-
insane.
I did not predict
think
that.
people would like that game.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
Like
What's
I've
Left
always
is probably
liked it,
number
but
one, yeah.
for me to be like, yeah, it's my number one,
Well,
like
it's
I can't
'cause
believe it.
You guys kind of bounced off it at a point.
I
You
mean, I
played
don't
it, then
like
you came
it,
back
but
to
I
it.
It's
love
not
it.
even. It's not
Like,
even that
you
I
know what
like
I mean?
bounced off it. It was just like it was almost like I put a pin in it,
Mm-hmm.
and then like when I came back, I was like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
I mean,
yeah,
I was just happy to hear that you guys liked it.
yeah.
Like, I love the world, the story, the design, the look, the feel, the feeling of moving in that world. I just fucking suck at bullet hell. Like, that's all
Sure,
it
that's
is.
fine.
Like, I just can't
Yeah.
do it.
That's fine.
I wish I could, but everything else about that game is fucking amazing.
I'm just happy got some of you more excited about 14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
Even if
you
it
got
doesn't
me like, I want
Even if it
to
doesn't win, and even if you end up playing it and not liking it, I'm just
Tried.
glad it,
Yeah.
like...
If Damiani and Brad are like Endwalker is game of the year, I believe it completely. I completely believe it.
So whose game of the year is not Returnal?
Oh, well.
I mean, personally,
Okay.
but I mean,
At
like,
this
Right.
point,
I would vote for
I need to
it.
think
I-
about this.
I-
at this point,
yeah,
it probably
it's-
is. Yeah.
Obviously,
It
I
is.
need to get more into it, but yeah, it's just it's
It's
not
Psychonauts
clicking
too,
to
right?
me at that level now.
Right.
Like,
And Walker, I'm assuming.
Yeah, my order was Endwalker Village for my top two.
Endwalker and then Village.
Yeah, but obviously, if like we have two are picking through it, it's not Endwalker, I could change that.
Returnal would be my 4th or 5th, but my top 4 and 3 are not probably shared with anybody.
Yeah,
so-
Forza and It Takes Two are my top two, but they're not really.
SMT 5 is
for
my
contention.
2.
SMT 5 is my 2, I think. or
Sure.
3.
I have played Returnal, but I just haven't. Feels good. I just haven't.
Yeah.
Kind of thing with Metroid Dread. It feels great, but I wish I could finish it. You know, I wish I could really see.
I don't like this.
Inscription is probably my.
it's probably
2 or 3.
God
Psychonauts,
damn it.
and then It Takes
You
Two,
just said
and then
Inscription.
Metroid.
Inscription
actually like
It's insane. It's insanely good.
Inscription is
It's
incredible.
so
Is it number one for any of you?
It's
It's
in my top
not
3
number
probably.
one.
I think
I haven't
it's-
finished it, so that.
All right,
goes
well,
against
let's
it.
get number
keeps,
one.
It keeps flipping 2 and 3 with SMT 5.
Okay,
for me.
but are you two Returnal? You two?
I'm
I'm
Returnal
Returnal at
is
this point.
1, but
Psychonauts.
Blood
I'll flip
Psychonauts.
to
You
Returnal.
are Forza, right?
I'm Forza, but again, I'm looking to lean
Endwalker.
somewhere.
I don't know what I am yet.
Yeah.
And Isla, you're.
My
Mark
top
Henry,
3 like don't
Outer
matter,
Wilds.
so then it goes to Returnal.
What are your top
sure.
3?
I would.
I would put Outer Wilds, then Inscription, then Shin Megami, or Village, and then Returnal, and then Forza probably.
I guess just Endwalker and Returnal are my two favorite. Then I guess it'd be Psychonauts?
Yeah, Psychonauts
Psychonauts
is
is
amazing.
really
Yeah.
fucking good.
I mean, that's the thing with me is Psychonauts. It's like it feels like it hits on every level. Like
It does.
the story is good and emotional and impactful. The character design is like the meeting. I was so skeptical because like when I first like came across the interns and stuff, and I realized that the campers weren't going to be in this game, and like you're just saying goodbye to those people. I'm like, okay, but then like you meet the rest of Raz's family, and it's like, oh, this is just fantastic. And then the more you get to know all of the original Psychonauts team. But then, like you're saying, like it's just funny.
Yes.
And then every level you go to, just these off the wall, out of the box
I
ideas.
The
think
gameplay is
a
also
big.
fantastic.
And
I think the combat's not good in this game.
In Psychonauts.
I don't
I
think
think
it's
the
good.
combat is.
I think
is
it's like
simple.
serviceable.
yeah, I don't think that.
But
I don't.
I
Think
was
it's a
like
combat
every time I got in a
game,
fight
no.
with like normal dudes, you know, like the sensor guys, I wasn't like thrilled. I was
Yeah.
like, all right.
I don't think combat is the strongest part of the
I know,
game.
but I'm trying to pick
yeah.
apart stuff here for
Yeah.
Cody.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, no. I like. I see the angle that you're coming from.
It's hard-
Exploring and finding secrets is really rewarding.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to find any flaws in It Takes Two. If we're talking about flaws. Pretty flawless
my
game.
big flaw again is when it was over, I was like, "What's the next level gonna be?" Oh, we're done. That was it. Okay, cool. And so like
So
the
quick
end of
wrap
It
up.
Takes Two wasn't like that's clearly where this relationship advice has been going. It was just like, and another thing that person likes, and we're done. And I was
Which is
like,
shocking
okay.
to hear because
Yeah.
like
I mean,
the
it's-
whole
it's-
arc of the game is
Yeah,
about like a resolution to this problem.
It by itself is very powerful. It didn't seem like we were going there. You know, it was like, oh, like each one of those chapters is fantastic. It just I was like, oh, we're done.
I actually
You know,
felt
didn't-
like the last area was kind of one of the weaker ones. The being in the clouds and everything.
it's neat. Like, what's
that.
your oh yeah, where the keys
Yeah,
you're flying
yeah.
around.
Yeah.
Well, you're flying though. So
That
it's
was
pretty,
cool.
It's the first time you're flying in the entire game.
My thing about It Takes Two is I realize that they're intentionally trying to make the two main characters like kind of a little unlikable and annoying, and that the whole point is that you're mending the relationship. But as I'm trying to get invested, I'm just like, you guys just kind of suck. Like
Yeah.
they're
Cutie
they
the
can
elephant
be,
is the thing that takes it out of the number one slot for me, for sure.
they're kind of like
Yeah.
they're kind
Easily.
of grating in a way that
Yeah.
Dark.
Sure.
Dark.
yeah.
All right.
But it is is so crazy creative.
Yeah.
Yeah,
is why-
absolutely,
it totally is.
absolutely.
Which is why it's
Yes.
like when I quabble about this thing, that's why I leaned
Now
over
we-
to Forza, because I'm like, Forza just didn't do me wrong this
we
year.
have to be really mean to games we like.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
just the way it is
That's-
right now.
that's
I'm
what-
sorry.
Do you
Two-
think it makes me feel good saying bad things about Resident Evil?
You hate
Are you kidding me?
I think the thing
You
that,
hate it.
that,
You hate it.
that
And
makes
by
it
extension, Huber.
The guy screaming for RE4 VR game you've never played yet!
I would say the thing about SMT5 that really prevents it from being Game of the Year, as close as it fucking is I think so much about that game is immaculate. I think the combat is amazing. I think the exploration is amazing. I think the artistic direction in a lot of ways is amazing. And there are story moments that I like, but as a whole package, I was not emotionally invested in the way that I wanted to be, or as consistently as I wanted to be. And I think it failed to make me care on an emotional level in a way that like a bunch of other games this year did.
When you
Yeah.
said like this arc about this student
Yeah.
that dies, and I did that part, I was like, oh, yeah, this is cool.
Yeah.
But you say that's like the best part of
It
the
is-
game. I'm like, oh, that's it?
Narratively, for me, it was absolutely the best part of the game.
Like, to me, the driving force of this game is the exploration, and
Yes.
if you love
Yes.
the combat.
Yes.
If you love this fucking
Yeah.
combat, then you
Yes.
like it. But the
and
story
making those numbers go up.
is...
And the demons.
The
Yeah,
story
just
is...
finding
Yeah,
them, talking to
I
them,
can-
learning about them.
I feel like
Pokemon
the
sad
story has good ideas,
Yes.
but is not able to fully capitalize on it.
Correct.
Yeah.
One thing I will say, I know some of you haven't finished it yet, so try not to be spoilery about it, but Psychonauts 2, one of the things I really, really love and appreciate about that game is when you finish it and you go back into that world,
Yes, blood.
Yeah.
you get to talk to people again and you
Yeah.
get to see
Love that.
Yeah,
this
it's cool.
aftermath
Love
of
that.
all the events that you went through and actually have some really deep conversations with some people. And I feel like that's just again, just this icing on top that you could have shut off the game and thought it was over, but no, there's actually a little bit
I
more
love that.
to experience here to just kind of like cool you down after everything.
Sounds like Endwalker, Psychonauts 2, and Returnal.
Yeah, Returnal,
are
kind of
the
a
three
similar
that are
thing
leading
when
the charge right now.
similar thing when you beat it.
I mean,
You
yeah,
know,
there's
you can go
incentives
for
to
the-
go again. There's
there's a-
different games, but yes, there's narrative tissue there.
Yeah. And just mechanically, like, revisiting everything with all of your powers and weapons is just really freaking addicting and fun.
And
I think Returnal to me is the game that is A, more than the sum of its parts, because if like I sit there and I think about it, it's like, I don't like these weapons and yada yada yada, but it feels so inconsequential to everything that game gets right. And I love how I can analyze that game. Like, I could purely just take it from a gameplay perspective, and I think you could name it Game of the Year, where the combat, the balance
Such good
between
combat.
all of the elements in the games, the choices that you make, how difficult they are, how consistently you get punished or rewarded, and you have to like constantly make risk assessment
Roll
on
the
top
dice.
of like I need to like move, I need to dodge through this hail of bullets and continually shoot this thing, and then I need to make sure that I get like my active reload. Like, it's just such a grip. It's like everything that we say that we love about a Souls game, I feel like you can
Yeah.
pretty much
It's the best
apply
Souls game
to-
of the year.
I mean,
I feel like you
Yeah.
can pretty much apply
for
to
a
Returnal.
gameplay perspective, I think it's the best game on here. No question, like raw gameplay.
Yeah, and I think that like that is a huge flag waving in its
I don't
favor.
know. I might from raw gameplay, I might say Metroid, and the tightness of those controls. And,
Metroid feels good, but
Yeah.
it's not close for me.
Yeah, it's not even close for me. The combat, the
Yeah,
Metroid combat is very.
I
it's
actively
fun.
enjoy exploring the world of Returnal. I'm not a fan of going back to the map, open up a door, going back to the map, open up a door, going back to the map. Every time there's like a split in Metroid, I would just go to the map. Am I going up or am I going? Where am I going? Where am I? Oh, I'm over there. I'm going down and okay, here we go. Whereas Returnal, I'm just I'm just running around and exploring the world.
To
The
be fair,
map in Returnal is really good. I will
Granted, I
admit
haven't played a lot of
Really good
Metroid,
map
so that's just me
in
not being
Returnal.
good at that.
to be fair, I feel like I was constantly opening the map in Returnal because especially as you get to
Yeah.
the later areas, the areas get so big and you're like, oh, I guess there
Sure.
is an item on the other side. Like, and so I do feel like I was constantly checking the map in Returnal as well.
I look at the map a lot in Shin Megami Tensei 5.
Yeah,
Sure do.
I don't think that
Love a
that's
good
something
map.
that really annoys me
No,
though.
no.
So I don't know.
I just wanted to say something.
It's one of my favorite maps of all time. Returnal.
Holy crap! I was
I don't know
saying,
about that.
It's so good. It's so
good.
effective.
It's a very good map.
I mean, it's
yeah.
It
a
is-
good 3D map. Yeah.
To me, it's
a-
flawless.
a
It's
good
a flawless
3D
map.
I mean, the hurdle of Endwalker is just getting there.
Right.
I don't want to downplay how big of a
Journey.
obstruction, whatever, how you want to phrase it, that like you must put in this amount of time to get to this point, which is a huge investment. So I understand like the ease of getting there is like a lot. I understand also they try to do their best to make it so you can play it very piecemeal at your own pace. You do not have to zerg through it. There is no if you care about the MSQ, there is really no like you're missing out. Like it's gone. Like they don't do the Destiny stuff where they vault anything. It's like that content will always be there for you, and you'll get to check it out, like story wise at least. But yeah, I mean, it sounds kind of crazy. You need to play 250 hours to get to this game to
Okay.
play it. Yeah.
So I want to bounce off that. I do, because you're absolutely right. And I honestly feel like almost any other game, like literally almost any other game in existence, if I had to play that much just to consume the story, I think I would say to myself, this is not worth it. The fact that I have literally played hundreds of hours of Final Fantasy 14, and I'm like, sometimes like this has been, like you gotta, it's a lot, and
It's Final
sometimes
Fantasy. Like,
sometimes
you're
it,
invested.
Yeah.
sometimes it feels like a lot. But the
Final
fact that I
Fantasy.
can be like, all of this time and all of this interest that I'm putting into these worlds and these characters, and like all of the research that I'm doing, and like, paying attention to the story, it's like, it's worth it. And like, it's almost the amount of effort can almost be spun into a positive.
Yeah, like it's a positive for the MCU. I look at it the same way. If you're going into Avengers Endgame and
Right.
you had to watch all those movies, like you're getting that payoff. It's not a mark against it in my eyes.
Yeah.
That the game is long and you needed to be caught up. It's
And
not a mark against
I
it.
think-
This is the part that came out this year, and we are analyzing and voting for it.
I also think it still has enjoyable content, even if you not want to play the story. That I mean, it is an MMORPG in that it plays to those strengths that
I feel like I
It
just
ha-
spent weeks in Gold Saucer.
it has. It understands that people play this game for various reasons.
Right.
But I will also step back and say that's speaking to 14 as a broader thing, where
Yeah.
we're just kind of talking within the context of Endwalker right here. So I don't
Yeah.
want to like get too
Right.
much into that. But like even Endwalker has like the dungeons themselves, the trials themselves. There are some very specific, unique gameplay content things in here
Nice.
that you don't want to say because they haven't got into it yet. That like do something different.
Cool.
Where it's not just going through a
Right.
dungeon, and it's not just fighting some enemy or boss. Like I felt Shadowbringers did that a little bit too much, where it would be these one-on-one battles that would drag on for a long time. So the unwinnable
Oh
ones
gosh.
was one of the lowest points for me in Shadowbringers. Whereas this game,
Oh, man.
they do different things. If there's a battle, it's not a one-on-one. It's like a bigger scale battle, and like there's a lot more going on to it. Or you are playing as another character and you have a very specific objective, and you got a unique set of mechanics with you to complete that objective. And there's even a part, I don't want any more specific things than this, channeled Metal Gear Solid 4
I was about to bring
vibes.
that. I was
Just-
like,
just
GS4.
one thing. That's
One
all I
thing.
will say. Just channeled a certain thing from just 4.
What?
It's don't know. It feels like it's like the Return of the King, baby. It's
Yeah,
the end of
yeah.
the journey,
Yeah.
dude. I've been on this journey for like 8 years, and woo, was it good?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
is-
The new jobs were really sick. We didn't even talk about the new jobs.
Right.
How sick they're. Like, I've been playing Ninja for like 6 years, and I switched over to Reaper because it's so goddamn good.
Yeah.
Will anyone back up Damiani for Endwalker?
I'll back them up probably.
As your goatee, meaning you're putting down Returnal and you're
Give
picking
me
Endwalker.
1 minute to think about it.
Right.
Yeah, I am literally like happy with whatever wins at this point. Like,
I love it
I'm
all.
glad
yeah.
you guys even
I love
considered it for Game of the Year since it's an
I'm
expansion.
stoked to have it on
so,
there
like,
because I think it's a
I
juggernaut.
think what's so frustrating
Yeah.
about this to me, Damiani, is like my horse in this race is Returnal because I
Yeah.
haven't gotten through Endwalker. But the thing that kills me, and this is just an assumption, right? But if I had gotten through Endwalker, I bet I'd be right there with you. I bet I would.
like yeah, like
Oh, I know you
I
would.
cannot say how you will feel about it.
Yeah.
But like the only thing I could say shorthand wise is that it is equal to or potentially for most people better than what Shadowbringers was. And that's base game, like base game.
Oh,
And here's the
Shadowbringers
thing,
is
it has
amazing.
like I'm just happy one like in story. Like
Yeah.
I think there's a lot that you could pick apart about Final Fantasy 14 mechanically as much as they improve it, because we talked about Animal Crossing, how that big of a dump it was for that.
Yeah.
Endwalker brought in a ton of massive quality of life extensions like they
Okay.
always do. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry,
I'm-
I totally
yeah.
interrupted you, but
No,
I
no,
did
no,
have a
no.
question about the combat.
Sure.
So, I can sing the praises of Final Fantasy 14 all day, but something that I don't like, and I'm just coming at this from a Black Mage perspective, is when I'm doing duties, I feel like sometimes I'm just kind of waiting for the interesting part to happen, which is the boss fights. When we're just clearing trash mobs, I'm just doing super basic AoE, and this is true of
MMOs.
yeah, this is true of MMOs, but I like some of the boss fights in Final Fantasy 14. I'm just like blown away by how mechanically complex and awesome they are, and I feel like in comparison, the standard enemies, and of course, standard enemies are not going to be as interesting in boss fights
Oh, yeah.
as boss fights. I realize that, but sometimes I feel like I'm just turning off my brain for longer than I would like because I know that like at its best, the mechanics are so cool and so much fun, and so sometimes I just feel a little bit bored with the basic part of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so like dungeon pulls basically,
Yeah.
like just gathering up that stuff.
Yeah, when the
That's-
tank is like, okay, I'm just gonna pull half the dungeon, follow me.
Yeah.
You know.
So I understand. Like that is not the most interesting gameplay stuff.
Yeah.
I also think the nature for MSQ dungeons, it's twofold here. I think that they want you to. Part of it is you potentially are learning new abilities. They don't throw a lot of new stuff at you. Nothing's right
Yeah.
they did, but there are 2 new jobs. So for people who may be learning to play, they don't. It's not meant to be difficult content. But,
Sure.
And I think how they try to attack it, and like, listen, I don't like redoing most dungeons. Like it's like for me, it's like a thing like I'd prefer not to do. I'd rather do other content. But for a first time playthrough, I think they do a good job this time of. Especially for the last 3 dungeons specifically, not the final dungeon. The final dungeon is the whole thing we don't get into, but like the last 3, like leading up to it, in terms of how important they are to how they contextualize them, narratively, what's going on, and like how important they are to like the story in there. So like I think it's about not having overly complex mechanics outside of the boss fights in those dungeons, because what you're seeing and hearing from the character exchanges is it's important story developments are happening during those dungeons. The first 2 are like, I'll admit, like the first 2 dungeons didn't really like wow me at all. Like they're just like cool music and like the same thing. But I wish they would do more of like you did in Shadowbringers, the second dungeon, that part you have to do the tightrope walking for the boss, the frog
right,
boss. Like,
I don't remember that.
okay, if you don't remember, like the boss does like a cast and changes the arena so that like you have to tightrope walk. So it has nothing to do with like battle mechanics. I really wish they would do more gimmicky things, because they do those in other post or end game dungeon stuff, but in like the story progression, I see why they don't do it as much, because the more they complicate things, the more people have less to focus on like the visual presentation of the dungeons. Because like this is the first dungeon in Shadowbring or in Endwalker, you have all of your NPCs with you, whether you're playing with Trust or not, running along with you, like a whole group of people. You see them running along different parts of the dungeon at a point. You see the the boss characters flying around at parts, and you're like, oh, like, we're gonna encounter them, and then just like kind of nice animations they do to like unfurl the dungeon as you progress. Like that's always what it's been about. It's like presentation in the dungeons. But the only thing I say about like gameplay mechanics is that if you want to, you can like try and push yourself like a little bit further.
Yeah.
It's like if you're a healer, maybe like you do these big pulls, like, man, this is boring. Do you want to spice it up? We'll see how long you can get away with it without healing, and try and push. Like you're doing your DPS. It's like maybe I can get better at like I need to be doing my AOE rotation, but like I need to get set up fast because you're a black mage. You need to get set and positioned and ready to go. So I do think they are good proving grounds for you to get like fundamentals taught to you.
Yeah.
I think the instant stuff I was talking, like when I was talking, looking over at Huber, the things I don't want to spoil for you.
Yeah.
That's probably where you're gonna find more intrigue.
That's the thing, and I do want to clarify.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that
No, I
14
know.
doesn't have interesting mechanics. It absolutely does. It's just there are
Exactly.
times when
it boils down to an MMO. Like
yeah,
you're clicking
exactly.
1, 2, 3
boils down,
points, and like
it boils down to being
compared
MMO.
to Returnal, that is not going to be more interesting than Returnal in those situations whatsoever.
Some of my favorite combat,
Hell yeah.
like out of everything that's left, definitely Returnal for me. Just the progression of it all, the way the story unfolds, and like just the constant gambling, like the build variety. Do I take this weapon? Do I not? Do I shatter and maybe risk a malfunction? Do I use this parasite? Like I was blown away that like 25 hours deep into this game, I was still learning, getting better, doing new things, like seeing new things. Even like 25 hours in after the credits have rolled, I'm still experimenting and seeing new things and loving it. Like I still want to play more now even.
Yeah, I agree with that
really want to
sentiment.
play right now.
To add on to that, and on Frame Trap, I was like, something that frustrates me about the parasites is, like, I feel like the good ones are just so obviously good and the bad ones are so obviously bad. But then, like, I went home that night and played more Returnal, and I was like, well, parasites fold into this whole other mechanic where it's like you can get more suit integrity for the more parasites you attach and detach. And so, like, it's not just how good this thing is on its own, it's how good it is layered with this other thing. And that is something that I
really,
love about Returnal.
really smart.
Where, like, it's like, oh, like, I'm going to remember that this thing is here, and then I'm going to come back for it. Like, all of the pieces that it gives you to play around with are so fascinating. Like, and even, like, the weapon proficiency system, where it's like,
So fun.
there are weapons that I don't like, yes, but it's like, I would feel tempted sometimes just
To
because it's
level
like,
it up, add some perks.
Or like, oh, this thing is, like, rated much higher. Like, maybe I should give it a go. I just feel like, I don't know, like you were saying, I think you said it best, that sensation of constantly learning, constantly improving
whole way.
is definitely there. Like, I feel like I've gotten to a point in that game where I've hunkered down with it, that I feel like I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah.
But, like, I could be so much better.
Yeah. Like I liked it at first and then just kept playing more, better. The game kept getting better. Definitely just a nice...
Would we agree we're between
Ramp up.
Endwalker and Psychonauts and Returnal?
Seems
think
like
so.
those are the three.
Are you
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
between
that's
Endwalker
fair.
and Returnal what you would vote for?
I would give it slightly to Endwalker.
Is It
Just
Takes
so
Two
slightly.
not in the run?
I don't
It
think
is
so.
if you want to vote for it right now. If you want to pick that instead of the 3 games that I just said.
Okay.
The
Would
thing
you?
is like, I don't feel good voting against Endwalker because I haven't played it. And like I said, I would probably be on that train.
Right.
I'll stick with
So-
Returnal.
I'm leaning
Okay.
towards Returnal for
I'll
sure.
stick with
Just-
Returnal.
Yeah.
You gotta
Um,
vote what you really feel.
Endwalker, Returnal.
Well,
Returnal,
the thing is I can't.
I know,
Yeah.
but it's like
It's the nature of it.
You
Like
did-
just
I mean,
start
like you did
Psychonauts.
50
I-
games
Returnal's
last
gonna
year,
be
and there's still
With how much I
it's
like Final
impossible.
Fantasy 14, like
Yeah.
seriously, I don't know that I could vote. Like I don't think I could like be the one that kills Endwalker.
I don't think you would be.
well,
I think
kill
I think
I-
nothing can kill him.
No, Isle of Blood,
Does
between
it
those,
bleed?
between if it came down to Returnal and Endwalker, both of you would probably go with Returnal, I imagine, right?
I mean, I'm in a similar position
Oh, okay.
because it's like, I've played 14 up to Heaven's Ward, and
So
then
the
I
worst
stopped,
part,
which
yeah.
is
Yeah.
like I played the worst part and then stopped. Like,
Yeah.
And I loved it. I played that part and,
And
I
I
loved
still
it.
liked it.
Everyone
Yeah,
says it's the
I still
worst.
liked
It
it.
was great.
Yeah, I liked it, but
Yeah.
like I don't know, and like I saw some stuff in the trailers and stuff that I was like, wait, this game goes like you're going up like an HR Giger like spine at one point. I'm like, what is this
That's
game?
the first dungeon.
Right.
The
And
thing
I was
is,
like, okay,
I
and like
is like everybody. I listened to everybody freak out about Shadowbringers for a very long time.
Yeah.
Right, and I had just like I had gotten through Heaven's Ward, and people were saying, and I remember it taking me aback, and I was like, You're saying it's the best Final Fantasy game of all time? Do you
Yeah.
do you realize
Right,
the
right.
like it just sounded like internet
The
hyperbole
gravity
too,
of
right?
that?
It just sounded like you were being too flippant about it.
Yeah.
And then I got through Shadowbringers and I was just like, I can't believe it. Like it was as good as everybody said it
Yeah.
was. Like I was like, yeah.
Which is,
so
like,
it's hard to
insane
it's
to
hard
me.
it's hard to
But,
fight
like,
against it.
On the
Yeah.
flip side, like Returnal is a very strange situation for me because, like, it made me so angry, I stopped playing it. But that doesn't stop me from loving the world, the presentation.
I
the
love-
That was me in
feeling.
Sekiro, and I
Right.
still vote. I still
I
got
think
my
if
vote
you
for Game of the
sat
Year.
down like for a stream with me and Huber and Brad,
Slug shot.
I think
Boot
by
camp.
I think by the end of
It'd
that
be
I think
interesting. It'd be
I think by
interesting.
the end of that stream you'd be like, actually I love this.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
I would love
Confidence.
to try that because,
Yeah.
like, I mean, maybe I just have it in my head that I'm terrible at bullet hell because historically I have been. But, like, this game feels like it should be right in my wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely had intimidation with Returnal, where it was like, can I get through this?
Right,
Yeah, and I do
Oh,
think
I
that
felt
that is.
that.
And I
Love
think
that.
you guys
Love
have a
that
bigger
feeling.
drive to
When I was
push
reviewing it, I was
Yeah,
like,
that was
oh,
scary.
fuck.
Like, I'll push through that with a Souls game.
I'm-
like any From game, I'll push through that, but other developers, I just tend not to.
Real
I don't know
stakes.
why.
If you have like a build that you love too,
Yeah.
I do not want to die
I
right
get
now.
so sad when I die.
I remember the early days of playing Returnal, and I remember thinking like,
It's
I
fine.
love this. No, but I was like, I can't believe how hard this is.
So
Yeah.
hard.
And like now I'm kind of in disbelief where I'm like, this game is very manageable.
Yeah.
Like, you
Yeah.
know, like
Yeah.
like
That's crazy.
Hard in the beginning.
The-
It's the
the-
hardest part. Is the very beginning of the game. Very hardest part.
But I mean, like to
And one
finish-
other part later.
To finish, like I honestly, I'd be completely good with either one,
Yeah.
Same.
and I just
same.
don't know if it's fair for me to choose. I mean, I've played Returnal.
I refuse to vote.
And Endwalker seems incredible.
okay.
I have
I
refused
refuse
in the
to-
past. I will cast my vote for Returnal.
Okay.
I will cast it.
Okay.
No one's
Yeah.
allowed to refuse.
Jones said Returnal
Well, that's three
also.
Returnals.
Yeah.
3 Returnals, 2 Endwalkers, and a Psychonauts 2. So if you want to give Psychonauts 2 or
Just to balance
just
it
another
out,
one.
I'll say Psychonauts.
So now we have
I
two.
think Returnal's going to take it. It's 3 to 2 to 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, we've got to have a final 2 vote though.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
yeah,
final
we
three to
definitely,
final
we
two,
definitely
final
would.
three to
I just
final
feel
two.
really
Yeah.
bad that like Psychonauts 2 isn't even in the running because it's like
yeah, it's
because it's like Endwalker as a game is like I can appreciate what you guys say about it, but it's hard because I look at the gameplay of that game, and the story might be amazing, and I just like I've got no freaking clue what's happening here or why I would like it.
Because you gotta dive in.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
like,
I mean, I guess I do.
We're not
unfortunate-
we're not
but-
snubbing Psychonauts.
Yeah.
Like, Psychonauts.
But
It's so
Returnal, it's I mean, I feel like somehow I haven't hit some mystical barrier where it becomes amazing to me because, like I said on Frame Trap, I just sort of feel like everything I like about Returnal, I like more in Hades.
sure.
So
I ended up maybe liking Returnal.
I think I like
Combat
Returnal
more.
slightly more than Hades, but Hades is
that's
excellent.
crazy.
Yeah.
Because
Maybe.
like I was saying, it's just like the how easy it is to identify with like the different boons and stuff that you get.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It just
They're
felt
so
so
different
different.
and so similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just felt more immediately understandable, immediately like differentiating towards what you're saying with like building up different weapons and like at this stage like I've seen some little perks on the weapons, but I'm just like carbine and the machine gun.
Hollow Seeker.
Yeah, Hollow Seeker, and like and I'll just
Yeah.
stick with that.
I
Don't-
think
yeah.
they have strengths and weaknesses in different areas. Honestly, I think Returnal is more interesting encounters than Hades ever did, and
Yeah, I'm
environments.
sick of that Bone Hydra. I'd never want to face it again.
But we're now between
Everyone
Endwalker
feels
and
different,
Returnal.
more different.
That's
I
our
don't-
double vote now.
yes.
The weird thing about Returnal that I will say, Blood, is like I do kind of get where you're coming from, and I feel like I
Yeah,
got
I
where
get
you're coming
it.
from
Yeah.
in our conversation on Frame Trap. I do weirdly think it is one of those games where I don't know that I would have been as confident if I didn't push through it. I think
Yeah.
taking it all together did help.
Playing the Forgotten City was a mistake.
No,
Should have been playing
no, no,
Returnal.
I'm not,
Galaxies
I'm not trying to guilt trip you. I'm just maybe trying to
Seriously.
abate that feeling a little
Choices
bit.
were made, Blood.
Choices were made.
I beat so many
I do-
games, and somehow.
But you see, that was
it's
kind
like,
of the
what?
thing. I had figured
Fuck.
that I was the last person to play Returnal anyways,
God.
and so I might as well play something that most people hadn't played yet and see what
Yeah.
whether that should be in the running.
Yeah.
Between Endwalker and Returnal, do you have a concrete vote?
Why are you doing me first?
It's Viewer Blood,
Yeah, it's your
because
Um,
now it's 3 and 2.
I mean, I guess Returnal because I just really, really like the world design
Yeah,
and the
that's fine.
sound design and the music.
I mean, you went out of your way
I
to
watched-
research it.
I watched every second of the story and a speed run. Like I've seen the whole game, you know,
Mhm.
in a broad sense. I've
Um,
played a lot of it.
not to
It just makes me very angry.
overcomplicate things, but I do think, in comparing these two things specifically, I do think Brad's vote has more weight since he has
Yeah.
gone through both of them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's-
that's the thing. I'm kind of leaning more towards Endwalker and sort of that sense.
Just for
yeah.
me, like, just for me, it's because I've been on this journey for so long, and I'm so surprised how well it wrapped up. Like, when people would say to me, like, even in like Heavens, where people are like, "This is the best Final Fantasy ever," I was like, "Yeah, bullshit. Yeah, right."
Yeah.
And I get through it, I'm like, I hate to admit it, but they're kind of right sometimes. Like, honestly, I've met a lot of annoying people about Final Fantasy online, about how much they love it, but it's like, it's just really good, man. And I can't deny it. I just can't. Like, I love Returnal. I fucking love that
What do you
game.
like more?
I said Endwalker.
You said Endwalker.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah. That's tied, though, for
Am I
giving
still
two
in Free
votes.
Company?
Shit.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
think we
not.
kicked anyone
I don't-
who's one of you.
Yeah,
Oh,
we have
okay.
high
And if
rank.
you're
We're
not
just-
in
we're
there,
just
just
eating a
like
slot.
We're high rank.
this message back, and
Yeah,
we'll
kick
add
someone.
you back. Because one of the other people must have accidentally like removed. Which
Yeah.
I don't know why
People
people are
would be
removing
thrilled if
anyone
you
though.
played.
I mean, it'd be fun.
We're tied, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's-
mean,
Are we
If Brad,
tied again?
if Brad gets to Ben suggested, which I think is a good point, that Brad's vote should.
I don't
should
think
carry
mine
more.
should carry more weight, honestly. Like, yes,
So wait,
I'm the only one who's played
voting
them,
what
but
right now?
Returnal.
Well,
Endwalker.
Return by
Endwalker.
default.
I feel
yeah.
weird if my vote has more power for some reason.
It's up to you. Yeah.
Like, I did play
Wait.
more.
I'm not
Or I
trying
played
to.
both,
I'm not
but-
trying to put more pressure on you.
No,
I
no,
just
that's
think
4 to
it's like,
3.
Yeah,
fair.
it's
So
Yeah.
that is Returnal then.
Yeah.
Correct. You're
Unless
just saying
Brad
Brad's
counts as
vote
two.
No,
should
I don't think my vote
be
should
worth
count.
more.
No, I don't
because
think that
he
should
has
be the case.
finished both the games.
I don't think that
He's
should
the only
be the
person
case.
in the room. Okay.
That makes me feel weird.
Then Returnals are you.
All right.
Crazy.
I guess I gotta go finish that
Mark it down, dude.
gotta finish
game. Oh
it.
yeah.
Mark it down.
Yeah, yellow.
Also, mark Tormented Souls, and it's a nod as the winner.
Oh, so
Tyler,
good.
you're editing this, right?
Yeah,
Just secretly make it Tormented Souls.
oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking about,
But
I always have to do the fake out before the actual goatee, and
Yeah.
like the Tormented Souls tube pull would be so funny.
Keep the text and narration for Returnal, but just show Tormented Souls.
They're just sneaking it. You know, you do quick cuts at the end. Just throw Tormented Souls in there just for a second.
Yeah.
Did I see like Fight Club? Is that what I saw?
Was
We are ECI. This has been our Deliberations. Good job, everybody. Speaking of the video that we're talking about, I'm gonna put together all the text and everything like that, and the time code and everything. Isla's gonna put together a winners video, which if you're watching this live on Twitch, you're gonna see very soon. It's gonna
Yes.
wrap everything up. If you haven't seen that video yet and you want to share that with friends, if you're like, ECI's goatees were great. Here, watch 7.5 hours of it. And like, I don't think I'll do that. Then maybe your friend will enjoy the winners video, where we go through everything.
After this, we'll figure out who's writing
Running
what.
one.
Yes. And stay tuned for another full jam-packed year of Easy Allies content. That's a wrap on 2021.
And right after this, we're streaming our personal picks too.
Yes, right after the yes.
I
If
thought
you're
you
watching
meant
this
like
live.
right
Yes,
now,
it's
and I
true.
was like,
No.
oh.
My eyes have been
Oh my God.
hour, dude.
Right
I
now,
can't
we're
see anymore.
going to bed. Thank
I
you for
cannot
watching,
even
everybody. Thank you for being fans of ECI. Thanks for your support.